So again, Shmuel says these were people who denied Chesemesim. Interesting. They denied Chesemesim, and ironically enough, they brought back to life by a pencil. These were individuals, unfortunately, who had not even no mistakes, not the moisture of this stuff. They didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated with Shneimar. Hatzamos Ve'Beishos Shu D'Varashim. This says, everybody Adam Shechipu Asahechal Kulum Shkatzim V'Ramasim. These were people who unfortunately denigrated and degraded the Israel Tesh. Shneimar Va'aval Be'erev V'Hinei Chakav Yisrael V'Hinei Shekel V'Hinei Yisrael V'Chukal Asir Sabbath V'Sit Hasam V'Hinei Sabbath Sabbath. Rabbi says, these are the people ultimately again who died in Bikas Dura. Now what's Bikas Dura? Now we're going to get into a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by Nebuchadnezzar. Right? So remember again, what happened in Bikas Dura? They now Isha Adrabas, Bikas Dura. Shebishar Shehindra Nebuchadnezzar Hashem Sisrael. It's the second white line. And the battle of Tzaddik Bezor is meant to be with flying. So listen to this. When Nebuchadnezzar went ahead and exiled Klal Yisrael, so what happened? So they must say, there were a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that really this is so beautiful. They put the sun to shame with their beauty, right? The sun is considered to be like that, like quintessential, beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men are so handsome, but ultimately, again, they put the sun to shame. So what happened? And what would happen? So the Castilian women would see them, and literally again they would experience a blood flow, a Azava flow. Listen, again, there's this concept in Halacha called Dam Hulud, which means that sometimes, at a point of incredible arousal, a woman can also go ahead and leave. So these Castilian women saw these Jewish boys, and they experienced this flow. I'm going to bow there, something they told their husband, and their husband so the king killed them. Apparently they didn't want such good-looking Jews to be alive. But still, even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? The king had the bodies trampled so that the boys would be disfigured. Overwhelming story. So the Gemara says these are the bones that Yechezkel brought back to life. And all of this happened with Bikas Dura. It happened in the Dura Valley. The Gemara transitions to an incredible story of Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, so remember the context. Nebuchadnezzar's primary advisor, actually we're going to see that Nebuchadnezzar's deified was Daniel. The contemporaries of Daniel were Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So the Gemara tells the story that Nebuchadnezzar had erected an idol of himself. He commanded everyone to bow down to it. Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, they are thrown into a fiery furnace. So the Gemara says, so I'm going to look at Yechezkel. Sorry, so the Shashu that he's under the Knesset and Chesed and Shabbat in the Christian age, I'm going to look at Yechezkel. So again, at the time the Chaim Shal is into the furnace, this is when Hashem tells Yechezkel's contemporary of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah, and it's incredible how these great men. Says that as Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah is being thrown into the Kibshan, Hashem tells Yechezkel, go and bring back the dead in the Dura Valley. So after the bones were brought back to life, so apparently it wasn't just the bones that were down. All the bones of the people who had died were brought back to life. So interestingly enough, apparently, it's crazy as this son of Nebuchadnezzar had fashioned like a goblet out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones are brought back to life, he's drinking with wine. One of the bones from his goblet slaps him in the face. So the Amar says, Mati Vasha'ilu. So he tells him, Nebuchadnezzar says, hey, what's up? What's going on over here? So Amri Lo, so he said, the friend of these guys being Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, is bringing back the dead in the Dura Valley. Amar Aseli Kamen Rabbi It has Moi Kara Takifim, Lafisim, Malchus Olam, Bishaltani im Jarvada. Also, in this moment, it's incredible. In this moment, so Nebuchadnezzar begins to sing Shira to Hashem. It's pretty amazing. And if you look what he says, this God, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever, and his dominion is from generation to generation. Already stuck. Yitzhak, Zad, and Shech, and Sot, Shaul, Sarasha. So literally, again, molten gold should be poured into the mouth of Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, shut him up. Shut him up. Why? Sorry, Rabbi said to him. This is incredible. Had the Malach not come and struck him on the face, Nebuchadnezzar would have saying what he looked for some right? He would have discovered. So also his left as beautiful as everything that David did in Tehillim. Nebuchadnezzar is she looked at it even more beautiful. I listen to saying to yourself, how could Nebuchadnezzar make really sure of David? So it's a simple question. Remember, the greater the evil, the greater the powerful. Every person is possible. Nebuchadnezzar was so evil that he could destroy the base of the flesh and exile Calvi's throne and infect everyone. All these terrible things. If you were to harness that power, and channel it towards good, there was no telling what this would accomplish. Incredible. Like Tarabana, Shisha Nisa Nasabal Sayon. 6 miracles happened that day. We're talking about the day that Hanan Mishlan Azariah referring to the Kibshan and Shokor. Number 1, Hila Tzava Kibshan. There was a role the cauldron was actually released from the ground. It rose above us that everybody would be able to see the miracle that was happening. That's Nifas HaKibshan, part of the wall of the Kibshan cracked open, so that people could see into the Kibshan what was happening. Chumot Soto, the foundation patch. Nepach Salam Alpha, the big idol of Nebuchadnezzar, fell on its face. The Nisrafu Adam Alphios, ultimately 4 other kings who were allies of Nebuchadnezzar were incinerated that day. The half-year Cheskel Asabisam because the Cheskel brought back the dead in the Duna Valley. The Kula Gemara, ultimately again, all of these are tradition, all these miracles we have are tradition. But Abu Malkios prophecy. We know about the death of the 4 kings in the Prophet, as to say. Nebuchadnezzar not Bashal, but Nifnash, Elachashtan Harnyo, Sagina, Pusad, Adar, Zina, Mitran, Nikar, Gad, Varia, Ditavaria, Tafasya, the whole Shakin in the Dina. So, Sid, Ukin, Yukon, Sid, Miskanchen, Ashtabana, Sagania, Pusad, that didn't knock up Hazal Gavela. So, interesting is in the first passage, just for us, it says in the first passage, it's 1 more than 8, and the second passage is less than 8, which indicates that ultimately, I guess, the so we'll try to do it. Turn it to the other way. So, yeah, but I think the chance is a couple of these incredible tomorrow. So it was to tell me the logic, and yeah, I think the chance is a couple, but you shouldn't always answer them without bonus. So it's incredible. Even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. Shneimar, Ba'adin Gabra Ilash Hafsu Sabaleon Ashter Kaleson. Shneim Mishal Azari, even referring to the Kibshan Aish, they wore their distinguished clothing. Now, what is this? If you look at that, she was a best fashion that I showed in our bonus. Shalom, Shahari Karim, Shata Azari, the Holy, we should be being careful. Shlish to the Kibshan. So, the Karim Shata Azari, the Kibshan, they were still wearing their royal clothing, dignified clothing. So, the Gemara says, so, are you sure Shlogiva and the Fuval and the Fufal? And the Fufal is Baishal Son of Mikala. What's this incredible Gemara? What is Elazar Yaakov saying? Elazar Yaakov saying, a person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes, when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately, again, we become understanding, all confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. Where it says the power of Yid is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of unpleasant circumstances. So for now, Yishal and Azariel, what did they do before they were going to the Kibshan Aish? They fixed their bekishas, the egg and the egg, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. And listen, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. Throughout the ages, the ability to maintain and dignity and refinement. Because deep down I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's like HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep level-headed. I can not lose my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm going to be open. I will say, top of Tzaddik Gimel. All right. Like 93A. So we don't Tzaddik Gimel. So I'm not sure. It's just so Tzaddikim. Are we created in my work? Shinei Anar. This is going to Shani in the house of the Torah. The couple of the home. Without your see, you buy double the power of it. I will say, if it is, then it's not a kiddush. Of course, it's something upgraded in Malachim. It's not even a shayla, right? Why? Because Malachim don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it's never pashut. But of course, Tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. Incredible. I'm going to kind of come back on the The Shashi had to find Shalai Zayni Gish on age. Both Umas or Ula, the tough police, the range that he struck out in the air was incredible. When Hanani Mishal Azaria came out of the Kivshan, and he came out of the furnace, so what happened? All the nations of the world came along. The tough police, the range that he struck out in the air, a little bit again, they struck the enemies of Cloud Israel, ultimately again on their face. In other words, they gave them a patch. The word says, Yesh lachem elokad hazeh da'atem mishtafim mitzalim. So this was a Cloud Israel. In other words, when Hanani Mishal Azaria came out of the Kivshan, the nations of the world said to the Jews, what is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods. Incredible, right? I say sometimes the greatest worship that we receive is the worship from the nations of the world. Yeah, possible. Amru, the Tasha, the Tzedakah, the London culture is punished together. I'm going to show you what I'm going to say. I just see this movie of buses. Marty is beautiful. And Marty, I love it. Oh, Zeb is son Sarah. So saying, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says in Shir Shir? Literally, again, I said, I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of the branches. Only take hold of the branches. What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Amarti Allah the Tamar in Yisrael. So again, the Tamar, the palm tree, represents God. So the Bible essentially says, my goal, my desire, is to hold on to the palm tree of God. Right? But I want more than anything, to be able to hold on to the palm tree. And unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Klal Yisrael has rejected me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Where are my branches? Ultimately, I get a Hanani Mishal and Azaria. So, by the way, I just want to tell you, Gemaras like this are very important. Because sometimes we find ourselves very disillusioned in our relationships and feeling so let down that people who we count on don't come through. There's all these different feelings. So it's important to understand, such as the nature of relationships, that's technically where there's always had expectations. And expectations ultimately, again, holding on to the entire time. But yet again, he didn't get the whole time. Even if his father didn't get the whole time, what does he get? He gets a couple of branches. There's no branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes, again, not getting exactly what you want, what you had anticipated in relationships. I think, of course, the man goes back to I'm going to be reminded saying, so what's the meaning of this story? Right? This is Nevuah, obviously. This is from Zechariah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. What does that mean? What does that mean? I saw it. Israel was ready, was disenchanted to see how mankind was behaving, and he was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into destroy the world. The man was riding on the horse. Who's the man? Hashem ish milchama, Hashem shemot. Al sus adam. What does it mean? Red horse. First white line. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. And as soon as he saw Hanani Mishal Azaria, ultimately again he calmed down. Shneimar, he stood amongst the middle branches in the swamp. What's the middle branches? The middle branches, those are tzaddikim. Shneimar, es hadasa. ancestor. They Sula Alababa, what's the swamp? The swamp is Baba Shemar. Homer the Sula, can't be in our Sefa Obish Mian Roges Nas and Shrokin Ladim. So not outside. Hadum Nas Alababa. Alababa, Shmamina, Susya, Ibra, Mari Lakama. By the way, so the red horses represent destruction. The white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. Let's say, just a tremendous from here. You both was ready to go and destroy the world. Destroy the world. That's what changed his mind. What changed his mind was Three people changed HaKadosh Baruch Hu's mind about the entire world. It's the same time we think to ourselves that what we do as individuals doesn't matter. Come on, just one person. How much do I really matter? Let's say we matter more than we could ever imagine. Three men, Kanai, Mishan, and Zayim. By the way, I want to point out, forgive me for saying this, they weren't even the greatest people of their generation. Right? There was Daniel, there was Yecheskel, there were other people. But yet, again, they see the world. There is no telling what our actions could do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. That's what I think. So, for Rabbanan, Lahechal, says Rabbanan Lahechal, it's great. After Chanayim, Mishan, and Zayim come out of the kitchen, where did they go? Kind of like, what do we do after that? You know, so we're to Disneyland. You know, like, where do you, where did this person over? What did you ask me? Something fascinating. After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? So the Gemara says, Amarav, the Ayin Haram is, they died. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. Ayin Hara, what does this mean? They were the subject of so much attention, and their piety became the subject of so much attention that level of attention is not healthy. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. So the Gemara says, the Shmuel says, Berok Tavu. They drowned in spit and saliva. Now, what is that? We're supposed to say there is an incredible marshal here. So the marshal says this doesn't make any sense. He says, listen to this. The fire should get a marshal. The idea of keep a share of it. Probably Israel. So we'll say this outside very, very, very quickly. Remember the Gemara just said before that the Chaim Mishan Azariah came out. So the nations of the world literally verbally beat up on the Jewish people and said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Marshal says, what does it mean that Chaim Mishan Azariah drowned in saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the Ummahs of the Goyim. So when people talk, so they stick a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Ummahs of Olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Chaim Mishan Azariah died in the spit and the saliva? It means that even Chaim Mishan Azariah did something so beautiful and so spiritually low. What they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? The Muslim all them spitting at Klal Yisrael, not spitting, but talking, giving the Muslim that embarrassment caused them to die. So let's see, you know what's happening over here? Chaim Mishan Azariah, what did they do? All they did was a willingness to give their lives up to Hashem. And what they did ended up resulting in an embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally and totally unintended. You must see, what do we see from here? How careful we have to be with each other. How careful we have to be with how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another. How even against unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So you might say, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, all you have to stop and else from Russian, while leaving Banu Abbas. Those are such dramatically different narratives for you, right? So first opinion say they died. Second opinion say, no, what are you talking about? They went there to Israel, they were trying to Israel, and they had children. Manos, Kita, the Gemara says, "Maklok Israel." Rabbi Elazar says, "Ba'ayin haramisu." Rabbi Yeshua Baruch Tamuch Allah is the rest of the Shabbat. Leave one of the Shneimar. Shibuna Yeshua Shoyin Gadol. Atov Achal Yoshim Hashem. Ki Anshem Ofesim. So Moses talks about Yeshua Shoyin Gadol, who lived at the time again of Chaim Mishan Azariah. I thought I just married. And the pasuk relates that Yeshua Shoyin Gadol is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? Asian Manash Shnasan and Nofes. Omer said Hananya Mishal Azariah. So what do you see from here? Chaim Mishan Azariah, after he started the Gibson, moved to Eretz Yisrael, got married and had families. Okay, but Daniel and Hakan also. By the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel? Right, Daniel was the most trusted advisor on Nebuchadnezzar. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Hanai and Azariah were being thrown into the kitchen of H? Amarav, Lemithra, Nara, Labzikaya. So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like a big body of water into the area. Okay, he was on a like a civil engineering project. Which was about Suyet Israel, that's Pasta. So he was there to begin to work out an import contract. Right, for Aspasta. Aspasta is like a type of animal food. To bring in Aspasta to Baba. He was there to bring Chazirim, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently again, Alexandria, like of Egypt, had the best Chazirim, had the best pigs, and you had to negotiate the contract to bring those animals into Baba. Is that true? But Tanya, so this are okay. Our in part of the Chazir Yosef Alexandria was in Tanaim Shala, is so shortly. You know, I will say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want they did not want their animals to reproduce outside of Alexandria. They cornered the market. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust livestock. So in other words, they would sterilize the animal before they would go to take the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, like a good Yiddish shikak. So what did he do? So says, Zutri I see below that height. He brought very young ones, so no one had to have a meaning that he was mating them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't involved in all of this. There were 3 people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when the story of Hanai Mishan Azariah happened. We'll see why he was doing. 2 were they? How the Sparkle Daniel and Nebuchadnezzar. Sparkle Amar, Yezel Daniel Ahot, to the name group is Husei Isnatsa. So I say, remember again, Daniel couldn't be there. Why? Because if Daniel was there, Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is then when they would have been saying people would have attributed the salvation to the merit of Daniel, and not the Hananiah and Azariah. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. This was their moment to shine. This was their moment to shine, and therefore again Daniel couldn't be there. Next, the Gemara says, but Daniel is the so the Kanyan deep Sile Elohem to from Rabbi. Daniel also said, you know what, I gotta get out of here, because he also apparently had a premonition that he too would have gotten thrown into the furnace, and did not want the downfall of Nebuchadnezzar's theological downfall to come to him. He also wanted it to come to Hanai Mishan Azariah. Nebuchadnezzar Amar Yezel Daniel Lehata to Lorenro Kalye Velekabenuah. So it's interesting enough. Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the Kivshana Ish. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god. And he did not want to throw his own God into the furnace. How do you know the Gemara says? How do you know that Nebuchadnezzar looked at Daniel as a God? It said, "I did not know Nebuchadnezzar not on a plane of Daniel Sagidah." Why he doubted Daniel? Come Hashem Tzvakos Elokei Yisrael, Al Achab ben Puyon, Al Sidkia ben Maasiyah, and Neviim Lachem B'Shmi L'Shlachah. So now, this is all happening at the same time. At the same time as Hanai Mishan Azariah. So obviously again, so there are other people who also wanted to be of prophetic stature. So these 2 guys, Achab ben Puya and Sidkia ben Maasiyah, and they also posed as prophets, although they were a B'Yeh Shepherd. Said, the Lokech ben Frog, the Kol Kodesh Yudah, Asher Rav Lemar, Yisimcha Hashem Kitzidkiel Ka'acham Asher Kol Chomer Chaval B'Yish Asher Safam. So Asher Safam, Lo Ne'emar, Asher Safam Lo Ne'emar, Elo Asher Kam. So we're going to see in just a moment. These 2 false prophets, Achab and Sidkia, were also thrown into the furnace. Interestingly enough, they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in the furnace. So the Gemara says, what happened over here? I'm Rabbi Yochanan. They were made like roasted grain. Roasted grain, not totally incinerated, but singed, burnt. So what did they do? What did they do that was so bad? They caused them to be thrown into the furnace. It's my but I was looking at it back in the Nebuchadnezzar. They went to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. Achab Amallah, Kamar Hashem Hashmiel Sidkia. Sidkia Amar, Kamar Hashem Hashmiel Achab. Interesting. So these 2 guys posing as prophets come to the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar. So Achab says, listen, daughter of Nebuchadnezzar, I'm a prophet of God. I come speaking the word of God. God is telling me to instruct you that when Sidkia propositions you, you should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Sidkia goes over to her. I come to you with the word of God. When Achab petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, so Azla Amra la Lavia. So by the way, I still point out something amazing, which is interesting, that you see the regard in which they hold the Jewish prophets, right? She doesn't say, like, get out of here. Right? Rather again, she says, okay, she takes this to her father. She takes to her father. So Amra la Elohim shall Edu, Elohim Sonu Zimu. So look at this, it says, Satan doesn't sound right, because the God of this people, he hates immorality. So the notion that he will instruct you, like, to give yourself over to these men, doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? So look at this, next time they come your way, send them to me. Send them to me. So sure enough, again, when they come back, so I'm going to man, so man, the guy says, tell me, who gave you this message? I'm going to but the guy says, listen, guys, there's a little fact checking. I asked the Nebuchadnezzar. I asked the Nebuchadnezzar about your supposed prophecy, and they told me fake news. They told me totally fake news, right? Never happened. So what's going on over here? This is great. So Sidkia and Achab say, well, 1 second. Why are Chaim and Zayas worth more important than ours? They're prophets and we're prophets. Again, we're all Chavirim. So again, just because Chaim and Zayas say it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So we go, God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. I'm not being with that Bikibu. So the Bukhari said, you know what? I have a good idea. Where I checked out Hanani Mishal Nazari's prophetic credentials was just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't mind, it's exactly the same test. If you come out okay, great. Of course, then your word is gold. So Achab and Sidkia say, hold up there. I'm really, even it's lost but I don't care. It's not fair. They were saved because there were 3 of them. There's only 2 of us, Achab and Sidkia. So I'm a little, so the guy says, no problem. Phone a friend, right? Phone a friend. Like, no worries. You know, you get your guy. You can choose anyone you want. You write whatever you want for your furnace muzumin. Go ahead. You know, absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go with you to the fiery furnace. So this is crazy. I was like, Amrush, they said, you know what? We choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Sabi Lesi Yoshua, the not for Magna Alon. So they said, okay, we're going to choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. So remember again, we just heard Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Once the Kohen Gadol at the time, remember again, he was friends. He became friends with Azariah. So Sidkia and Achab said, okay, we choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So the Gemara said, Yoshua Gadol Echlichi Mane. So what happened? So they threw into the furnace. Achab and Sidkia were burned. And Yoshua remained unscathed except his clothing became singed. Okay, Shneimar by Anis Yoshua Kohen Gadol only the Malach Hashem Tzib Remember Hashem Al Satan Yiga Hashem B'chas Yiga Hashem B'chal V'Amalei Yidan Tzidkia Ad Alamai Time Ahayim B'Har Porta Nura. So again, so now the Knesset seeks with Yoshua. This is Yoshua. Obviously, I know. And so I said, I understand why Achab and Sidkia were burned, because obviously again they were false prophets. But my question is, my time so sure you're obviously righteous. But why is it that your clothing got a little bit stained? In other words, Nebuchadnezzar's mind, if you were righteous, then what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is it that you totally survived with that, but your clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, you know, I was going to tell you, their clothing wasn't even singed. You know, it's like, can you imagine, like, you take that moment, like, stop talking about Tanai Mishal Nazariah, right? I got it. They're great. They're tzaddik and you're fine. Right? So, Nebuchadnezzar could let everyone, their clothing wasn't singed at all. So Yoshua Kohen Gadol, obviously you're a great guy, you survived the furnace, but your clothing is singed. What happened over here? So Yoshua says it's pretty simple. They had 3, they had to combine marriage for 3 people. I'm only 1 guy. Amalei Avram, Yaakov. So I but Avram was only one. So that's our newest Torah, right? He says, but Avram was also thrown to a fire furnace. He was only one of them, and yet he emerged. So Allah is young as the shoes to the new rest. So ultimately again, so Tisha Shulchan says here's the difference that ultimately Avram was thrown to the furnace by himself. Therefore the fire had no rishus at all. I was thrown to the furnace with the shayim. The fire had rishus to have an impact on them. What if the fire was giving some level of sheep, some level of control, it impacted his knee as well. That's what people say, the famous adage that if you have two dry sticks and one wet one, the dry ones could ignite the wet one. In other words, even though normally a wet stick is encouraging the fire, by putting the fire around it and ultimately again the wet stick begins as well. The person will be very righteous was the wet stick, which is tzaddik. So the wet stick will be very righteous. Surround the wet stick by enough shayim, and unfortunately again it will show you the impact on the tzaddik as well. Incredible. The impact of our surroundings. So the Lord says, by the way, my time Radish, what's the real reason? So you might feel that that's not the real reason. Right? If you're a Shua Kohen Gadol, who's really a big tzaddik, then at the end of the day the fire should have impact on it all. Why did this fire impact? Incredible. Because his sons behaved inappropriately. They were to marry women where they were not really allowed to marry. And Yeshua the father said nothing. Failure to exercise parental paternal prerogative, failure to enter parental control, ultimately is profound flesh. Remember, Yeshua your lovers to them himself. Yeshua was wearing sweat clothing. If you got Yeshua was without himself, I want to show you one of the most necessary things. I'm going to tell you from George Barkafra, which is my text was in the passage. Sheesh has Orima in the Nasani, was in Gilas Ross. Rus goes to the field of Boaz, and literally again the passage says that Boaz gave her 6 barleys. 6 barleys. So what says, my sheesh has what does it mean 6 barleys? Even if son man, she literally gave her 6 barley kernels. So the Gemara says, if Boaz just gave a person 6 barley kernels, that doesn't make any sense. It was like Tzaddik Gimel Amud Days 93b. Sheikh Sin. Rather, we gave her 6 saw. That's a lot of barley. So if he died for something, so he got Sheikh Sin. Is woman going to be able to carry back 6 saw? That's a lot of barley. Allah Ramaz Shasidik Shisha Banamates, we mentioned back in the Sheikh Brothers. So in fact, interesting that the Gemara says, in fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a remez, it was a metaphor, an illusion, that she was going to have 6 sons who would each be benched with 6 brothers. So it wasn't meant to be a sustaining gift, it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara says, listen to this, who are the 6 sons? Who are the 6 descendants? Who again, each of them blessed with 6 brothers. David, Mashiach, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishal, and Azariah. I must say, by the way, this is Russi's pedigree. I must say, brother, you know what you trace it all to? There's a moment when the army was going back to Canaan, right? And the army said, don't come with me. And Elka goes back tomorrow, and we're supposed to come out. So sometimes in life we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. Sometimes, we're at a crossroads, sometimes we're unaware at a crossroads. This is the importance of living life in kind of a mindfulness. That when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're in a moment of a pivotal decision, and you choose your life. So incredible. So let's get through this. Here you go. David, it says, Vayan Echad Me'anarim, Vayomer Hinei Ra'isi Ben Yishai Beis Halachti. I saw this, right, this son of Yishai, Yodeh Nagin, the Gibor Chayo, the Ishno Chama, Bin Navon, right, Navon Davar, the Ishtar, so it's Hashem Imo. So 6 brothers, again, we'll define it between these other people, 6 brothers, this was said from Doeg, who was one of the advisors. This is one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. It was saying that Doeg meant it, in the sense was somebody compliment someone, it's really disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. It meant to really, not even disparaging, They're meant to create animosity. Here we go. Yodea Nagi, knows how to play music. Shiodea Lishon, he knows how to answer questions in Torah. Gibar, Shiodea Lashi, knows how to answer questions in Torah. Ishmael Chama, Shiodea Lisa Brikim of Lachamta Shal Torah. He knows how to do the give and take in the battle of Torah. Ishtar, Shemara Kanababacho. He's a beautiful appearance, that he knows how to assert himself in halacha. The Nabon, he's a Nabon, and that he understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. Hashem, God is with him. Shalach the most of the ultimately, whenever it's done, the halacha always follows him. In all of these areas, Shaul says this is beautiful. And my son Yonasan has these same attributes. But ultimately, again, when Doeg said Hashem Imo, Hashem is the meaning that the halacha always follows David. David always has like an impeccable sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither did Yonasan. That's when Shaul became jealous, and that of course sets off this entire dynamic where Shaul sees David as a threat and literally tries to kill him. In the Shaul says, as Shaul says, wherever he is set to his eyes, he would decimate. Talking about his enemies. David said, wherever David would turn, ultimately again it would be successful. So again, both of the Shaul's success. Because David HaMelech has an elevated form of success over Shaul. We know the Doeg. How do we know that it is Doeg who said these things? So he says, "Ksiva kavayan echonei ha'arim miyuchad shel ha'arim. Ksiv hasan b'shem ish mi'avdei Shaul b'yomahu nezal b'Hashem Shmuel Doeg Adomi Abir ha'Adam Asher Shaul." Doeg Metzli Mashiach. Next. So therefore, I will say the point over here is what Russ's descendants. Remember, Boaz gives Russ six kernels of barley to highlight. Going to have 6 descendants who are each benched themselves with 6 brothers. So those descendants and the 6 brothers of David. Mashiach, the Ksiv. So it says, what's the bracha of Mashiach? So incredible. The Ruach Allah, Ruach Hashem. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chachma. Ruach Chachma Uvina, Ruach Itza Ikuvura, Ruach Das Yiras Hashem. So these are the brachas of Mashiach. These are the brachas of Mashiach. I will say these are the qualities of Mashiach. Uksiv, Terich Yiras Hashem. Ultimately, again, we inspire you to country. The Lamishik, mitzvahs Yisurim purifying. This also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I will say, someone. Mashiach is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvos and yisur and suffering. And we will say, what is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life. This goes back to what we said yesterday about ultimately again, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, right, the most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our Baruch, even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Rabbi says, Shemorach V'Adoy. Mashiach is very interesting. Of course, you know what? We're going to stop over here for today. Right. I was going to say, I just want to point out. I want to point. Good. I got it. We didn't finish with that. We didn't finish all the way. I was going to say, but now at least, we look normal. We look normal. I feel last time we looked a little abnormal. There wasn't much more range. But tremendous.
We could definitely try that. I'm really good at telling people, like, you got something for sure, right?
All right, guys, you have a great day, everyone. Let's see how it's good. Fine, to listen. Good morning.
I really like the idea that Casey and it's a good team. He was pretty joke. And I want to show other jokes like I don't understand what it's
all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our every time we come sponsor. Don't you check out our t-shirts dedicated for the show.
I just think that they're funny. Really?
this year, as he pushed himself against the Israel. As I was going to school, the month of 100 June, legendary to his father, Dr. Rabbi, Ben Rabbi, Chivosh Ben Yosef, Shari, Yazid, Yudin, and family families in memory of William Yazid, Shua Ben Yisrael, the Rabbi Ben Mental Hamzora, all of the Shari's Rabbi, the families in the family, all of our countries, home, and these soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh Eagle. But so that's what us we have a lot to do today. Today's dot is Tzaddik Days 92. We're looking at on Tzaddik Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. I'm going to have to use that. We have an incredible thing, one kind of beautiful tomorrow ahead of us. The thing is that we're somewhat in 8 years. So we give it an extra 6 months before we go through so it's a good line. That's a lot of ladies in there. Some of them will be like the other year of the year for them. And it says we don't have a number of different conversations between Rabbi and Anthony. So that Anthonius was a Roman official. A little bit of a spark of the bit exactly who Anthonius was. Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else? This great idea that he was one of the Caesars. So fascinating, you know, he developed a relationship with Rabbi. As a young friend, most of the conversations between the two men, he had tremendous respect for one another. So Anthonius actually helped out Rabbi on a number of different occasions. So Anthonius says to the following, people are showing, the holy lift to Atzman and Hadir. This is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to exempt each other from judgment. Being essentially, in other words, saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other, but don't. How so? Please, like, all that. The body can say it's clearly the Neshama's fault that I'm saying. How so? So this is the judgment. Shirim Shabir Shirim, how you look at it, better together. If you like to do it, I'll show you the way. From the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Like, notice that the Neshama left, I'm not doing things very good. So clearly again, he is the instigator of all of my life's problems. It's clearly what the Neshama. And the Neshama can say, no, it's the body that's saying, what's the proof? Shirim Shabir Shirim, Harim Kolachas Ba'adir Kitzika. This is the Neshama saying, what do you mean? And you say that I'm not that frustrated in the body, looking at them, I'm flying in heaven like the bird. And feel like the bird. Like the body says it's clean, the Neshama's fault, the Neshama says it's clean, the body's fault, so it's good. So Anthonius was testing, what's the question? Anthonius was questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? How is it that we thought we had the person accountable? But essentially, a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility, ultimately the value of man. So this is beautiful. I'm going to enter the Hamas without a man. So he's going to give you a Moshe. I think you're the Moshe. So not the Hamas, this is great. The men of Hashem don't say that how this now. The king had a beautiful orchard. But I don't know how many days sleeping out there. Volleyball, the players knows, and in the orchard, or in the field, the king had very nice trees. Very nice trees. Very nice trees. But when she goes to the shoulder, now the king took there 2 watchmen to watch over the field. After the year back at Sumo, one of them was crippled, one of them was blind. So I'm going to assume, okay, so I guess he got him because this guy. You know, but I'm going to assume, yes, these are the watchmen over the field. So he goes, I don't know if he wears Sumo. So the crippled one said to the Sumo, to the blind one, the fellows knows anymore. I see that there's some really nice pigs in this field. But so the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, just to get crippled on your back, you use your legs and my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the faith. So sure enough, sure enough again, the crippled one on the back of the blind one, and then together we can see the faith. Many dog tigers, some kind of window, the owner of the field comes along, and And he says, oh, look, the fullest love takes little pigs. So donkeys did a pretty good job pursuing the pigs. And they eat a lot of things in the relatively slow amount of time or whatever for a long amount of time. So when all the goes back together, where are my pigs? So I will assume when you see man, you know, also sometimes I will assume when you see that right in the highest man, I will assume when you see the leaders. So again, what happens? So the watchman denied liability, I deny liability. So the blind guy said, I have sight. The crippled guy says, I have legs. Still you couldn't do me. So what does the Bible say to do? Here on God, we swear the done also death. So the all of the field, literally again, the crippled one on the back of the blind one, and touched them and pointed at the teacher. As individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have to making the Shema, the result of the group, the done also exactly. So every essentially says, how do you ready? Ready. The body by itself and the soul by itself to work because we deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shema and literally throws it into the book. The done also exactly. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead hands, and judges them as well. Shema, Yikra al Shema Le'al, Ve'ala Aretz Imadin Amo. Yikra al Shema Le'al, who planted as a bucket, Zuni Shema, Ve'ala Aretz Imadin Amo, and causes the coast of the earth to jump together with it, Zahazah. So that's a really fascinating. Salvation is the really such a big issue. Who's so looking at it? Like I said, it's not that. Why should the Shema be unreliable? But essentially, also, it is. It's not the Shema that saves. It's the book that saves. So why do we need the Shema being held accountable for the sins of the body? This thing that it says. That's simply what it says. Because the Shema didn't try harder to stop. Because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up with the sin, and the Shema's like, I'm out. That's not a bad thing for the Shema. You understand? I'm not this. I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And then the Shema upsets itself. The lady says to the Shema, how dare you? How dare you? You excite yourself in the body struggling. That's when you think you're struggling. That's when you can eat that even more. That's the one that the fire is up inside our brain. That's when you have to eat them even more. If you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult, that's a whatever. Is why the Shema is held accountable in the sins of the body as well. You shouldn't try harder to stop and don't stop. When the struggle is most acute, there's a most acute. When you don't walk away, I say, there's such a profound descent. Such a profound descent. Human nature is a more deep present, rather present than having a relationship. Relationship with other people, relationship becomes powerful. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay, as long as it's manageable. But how often in life do you walk away from things because they get too difficult? Well, again, obviously, at the times of life, when you have to walk away from difficult circumstances, of course. But more often than not, says the Rabbi, that's the way it gets hardest, is that the time that will be the most present, and you have to try hardest. And the Shema is uncomfortable, because when the body is struggling most, that's when the Shema really needed to be there. But instead, the Shema says itself. It's incredible. All right, let's go back there. I'm not doing this ready. I'm doing this ready. If you're not following it, it's impossible. This is, I'm not switching to any discovery. It's switching to other doing it for the other side. I think the next session, then I will pick up the rest of the balance. So I'm not activating this for Rabbi. If they're not coming into the Jacques, it's a pass around. So this is I think what's happening. I want to bet you see from Russell, these are not something of some kind of numerical questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews. The questions are often dating questions meant to somehow, poke holes in our theology. If you notice that, that's not the nature of these questions. And for years, as actually like a real theological curiosity, and just like a real curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rabbi takes the time to answer so many of these questions, because he recognizes this is not a news for difficult to try to these people. This is like the news for keeping it curious. So I believe that the part of the thing is that you're not going to say that yet, because that's not it. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set the west. That's the real future. So if you ever hear you should have probably the sun is glowing through those windows. This windows. I used to be, I know this is the most beautiful thing we really don't appreciate. When we don't appreciate the whole day after things there, it's the whole day. And now we should just sit on the, for a little while, you'll see the sun coming up. You don't know it's like that. You see it's in the air. Exactly really fast. Why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? Anyway, so this is so that's your question. Anything else in reverse? I'm going to help it get solved. So in other words, the reverse, right? It goes to the reverse. Why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? Anyway, everybody's asking, what's your question? What's your question? I'm going to help each other if I know here's my question. If they're not sure to ask, you're not. No, I'm just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun reverse to the other direction? I'm going to it's so beautiful. You can show them with your program. In order that the sun should be shalom, it should be shalom to the Ribbon Shalom. What is that? So you can actually see Rashi's on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of the commentation with that, because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side. So Rashi took over both sides. So Rashi is both sides of the case in the sense that this takes a second longer as well. So look at Rashi, Rashi is like the Indian Shalom, Rashi comes first, Rashi is the Cuban Shalom, I know, and that has been stuck on the record Rashi. It's a little bit of the last. Using this English model. So remember, the Kodesh HaKadosh, the Holy of Holies, is situated in the west and was part of the Beis. So that's what it says that the Shechina was in the west. So therefore, the sun through the Yaakov comes and falls down the part of the Baruch in the west. And it sets, because when it goes down, representing dying. So the Shechina itself, so the sun itself bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So beautiful. So now, it's special when it comes to HaKadosh. You see how this is about the keeping some of the tail. So understand. So as in English, once again, why not allow the sun to come like in the sky? So rise in the east, come to the sky, bow there. So not bow there, and then just set. I think it's asking why does this have to make it so over the east to west? I understand the east to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to the sky, so to speak, that I'm talking about, where it's set right there. The question which the word says, we should call them for overdraw. Because of what is a traffic, that is the way from the beginning of the action, we should call them. You will try to come and match it with home. So we should come on the outside of here and the inside. We search our down these shots, but from the only show on that. I should have already dropped it. Not the how you do. Must I not show from that is here's what happens. If the sun is set in the sky, so let's say it's what happens. The way the sun particle works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the workers there is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's in the sky, this would prepare for work day. This would prepare for the work day. This would prepare for travelers. If I can start for an hour to allow people to work, in order to let people to travel, allow the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west will serve the people purpose. Number one, the God suffers powerfully, and number two, allows the next one of the practice travelers miracles. So that's a tremendous missile possible. What does the Holy Powerful want to maximize time for? What does that maximize his time for? Working and traveling. So the Holy Powerful wants more than anything for us is to work hard, and to work for as long as possible, and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, you could have caused the sun just to set in the middle of the sky. The reason why the sun travels from east to west And says rather the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work, to give us more hours in the day to travel. When we travel on location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving ourselves forward. And if we're trying to maximize the time we're getting once we know the pace for us, it's too low. Because we want this keeping beautiful scenarios. We want this maximizing the work rate. I feel like your career, like career and career and your spiritual career. He wants us to journey, but he wants us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun works. Incredible. Other things that we show in the settings that are done. So we can trust him. And then we say, by the way, when does Rabbi want this thing Shema come into God? He started interesting in that way to discuss. Now, the nearest thing is Shema. And he will be soul. He asks, when does a person receive their Shema? Mishas Pesidah and Mishas Sisira. So I say, so Pesidah means literally the pregnancy. Now, Rashi points out that one of the beautiful glorious of this new God is the divine signs that the woman becomes pregnant, so the Malach takes the teapot. So the teapot sounds like literally again, of last. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the Malach takes the last and it brings it up and it brings it before I put the cycle. And he says, keep what you want to have now. What is this? That's called keep up. Keep up. This keep up. Remember, for the Malach, Hashem, what is this baby going to be? So at the minute as Rabbi, what is the baby going to Shema? Is it at that moment that goes to last, or maybe no, when it takes on the serum ability again, is more like a form of immunity. Like the baby looks like a fetus, looks like a baby. So you know, so I read it. So I think it's just the reason. Actually, I think the Shabbos are a legislation in the Lamala. They get a Shabbos, so the one who says you can't do it. You should get a piece of meat. And you can't do a piece of meat out 3 days and you won't go back. Right? You need salt, you need to preserve it. So I believe what they're saying was, everything that exists, so just like nature needs salt, so how does the glass, or how does the fetus exist at any point in time without a Shama? It must be instead, it must be Allah Mishas Pesidah. I believe says to Rabbi, it must be that when a Shama comes in, it is how many kind of Zabah, so from the moment of inception. So I'm a Rabbi said, that is on the Mary of Venus, and he just said, so this is what Rabbi said, I believe it's Rabbi. And say it. And furthermore, there's a passage that backs up, I believe it's what's the passage? It says, Rabbi should have a man, you can do the Sefa, Shana, so really again, so that's it from Shas Pesidah. The work of people learning from Noah brings the people to drop apart from Father, Shana Ruki. Now Ruach is this, Ruach speaks, which it also seems to indicate that the Shana is given to the entity in its initial last form. Another thing is that things that you talked about that is that in the Shana, so when does a person get the Tahara? So the Shas and Shas. So interestingly enough, so here the question is it in time that the embryo that the fetus is formed, the baby is formed, means that the sinews, the flesh, or the time that the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. I'm actually, it says, I'm sorry, I'm going to Shas Yisira. So it says, I started, when the time that the fetus is formed in the world, ultimately, again, that's when it's in Tahara. So I didn't think it makes sense. I mean, it is going to you never knows it. If that's the case, the fetus will kick its way out of its mother. Which also, so the uterus, so the baby has its in Tahara, it's in Tahara, it kicks its way out of its mother. Which tells you something like, what does lead to her? What does lead to her? Lead to her causes us to be good. Causes us to be good. It can be her essence of lead to her. It's to root down boundaries. Like, in other words, it's to lead to her says, okay, I get that this is us, so I don't care. I don't care. I don't know how to do this, I don't care. That's not how lead to her. So here's an interesting idea. Lead to her has a very profound use as well. Because if you somehow, if I somehow am able to take that energy of retail and channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have what? I have a clock inside of me that brings my boundaries to stop right to be the most incredible energy of growth. Everything is that how to harness that power. So again, as the movement says, it can't be that we utilize the inside of the being, even the quickest way of how to do it. Must be ready to see things all out when it comes into this world. Everything's not to see it. I'm going to be ready to say, everyone down to do this. So everybody wants to get these ideas is right. He's absolutely right. Everyone wants to get to the season when I do. And you feel the Messiah, and I'm with your God, it is a hustle that supports the situation. And not the past was the apostle says that literally again, sin and we see at the ocean. And of course, again, this is talking about time. It's a man, that's the open, the entry to the world. Sin factors. It's a hard way. So this is the secret of that proposal. Like I was saying. But the Sahara comes about and he has a literally entering this world. The person that this is souls, but he's this one, it's interesting to see what he knows, he doesn't live our lives. But what does the Sahara do? Sahara gets rid of challenges. And again, if I can understand, if I can channel that, then what is the profound energy for ourselves to feel? Obviously, it's like the shit. It's like the context of children. I wanted to say what I'm saying. So, from the feedback, we said, I love you about that. But you see, as we started, I have said, we train Russia, even to make the week by night and I heard about it. So, as I said, this is meaning that people get to sleep in our country. So, you might want to experience something. One concentration on the people come back with all of the physical permissions. The other concentration on the people come back to you. If you want to learn something that we have inside right here, so that's how do we go back to the question? It's important. You come back with the injuries, with the blemishes, with the disabilities of what how do people come back? Spiritually, the answer is very hard to. So how do you remove it in this reality? We come back with the without moving, but then we have to back and it's all incredible. And we'll say that why not just come back here? Because we're going to build appreciation and come back with all of your reasons. Like I come back with all of my broken types. I come back with all of it. And then it feels like you see what something goes on with me. That's tremendous. Let's go back to it. We love loving children. We love friendship. So let's say something white line. And talk about what I'm doing. We love it. We love how much like you know, talking about passion very after party. So really again, that is just flowing up forever. And I show me ways every pure and every basic spirit. My mind and my goodness. Maybe you should always tell us up to us. So here's another question. Let's say I get up. Is there a gap or is there not gap? One person sees maybe if there's no like that. Other person sees when no will be gap. But when the person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of a young person. It's not like we'll live much longer. But it will still be gap. So which one is it? What kind of these are kind of people? What is some of the things we're not doing? So if I can get that juice, then you get that. I've already got other map out. So what are the other Jews doing? Just doing this and shit. So what it's just like is it this and it's simple. What is that? So where it says my Bible says 100 seasons. Well, I'm just sorry. So I think the America is kind of common. Listen, because they're going to try and do the looking at this first of all, there's a whole discussion of things about religious Gentiles, what they have, and the context and the message of and we just really not this pleasure to affect the idea that the lesson of Shia is much more like the spiritual experience in which we will have others who tend to out of the church. So the Gentile population to account for the Torah needs to be slow. So we finish up this ultimate program on the spiritual growth. Now, what's interesting is that this is embedded in the whole suffering, which is what is Messiah Deva? And what is it? You know, is it like this supernatural world? Or is it in this whole other world? So again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop to what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? So, all of these things are really embedded in that backdrop as to what exactly that's the Messiah Deva, right? And the other thing about that is a whole you know, always supposed to say, I was a lot of things like that. And I never slept. I never slept except for the anyways, we have these methods. These questions are fascinating. But at the end of the day, what's the answer? We'll know when we know. We'll know when we know. Okay.
Seriously, like
This
it
is the
doesn't
this is the one again. Also contrast of
What are you gonna do?
the Kappa Bora, the whole shot, do not keep up as it's a horse. See, now you are the one of Torah Kama, Torah Kama, you should have some for Shiva Hayah. So this is interesting in us. There's two different suits. The first person seems to be that there's a seven meaning or actually darker in this like the second person seems to be that is shiny is right. Is shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? Which one is it? You want to see the Quran, you want to see this hard. Look at Shia, how many of Shia come on the Haba? As well as this is interesting. One is talking about the Messiah in general, and one is talking about ultimately again, you know, so Shia. So what is this mean? So apparently it has the Messiah Shia, only the Haba, and then the Haba is the life of Shia. The other is only the life of Hashem, the life of the United States. The Messiah Shia, that's when they look at all of the United States showing the examples. There's a Shmuel, the Alma Indians, all my Zali, that's what I call a Shia Kodesh for us. But I think the Shmuel says that there isn't a distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shia Kodesh. It wasn't a Shia Kodesh to the Jews, they don't always think that everyone is Shia. But what we are means, everyone needs us to have a way. Everyone needs us a way. Which by the way, is the greatest miracle of all time. Like, you know, we can help you, but you're not really just asked to leave us alone. That she did not do this, plus the personal recognition ultimately of where of the one stuff. So how many things are we about to do? There's a Pasha, come on, I'm going to say, come on, I'm going to do this. So if you can work hard, we can't help the shit out. So you don't even know that. You go from yourself and shut shit out. You can't help something. That's what the luminaries of shine to the incredible. Never let me see. So other contracts are speaking. Ani Amista'af Yamsi Machasti Da'i Erba. So what's interesting? So the Prophet says, Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Machasti I broke and I will heal. So he knows all of those powerful. Mashi Name Salima Ani Mishayet. The other Mashi Machasti Ani Erba. The Prophet says, that which I took life from, I will give life to you, and that which I broke, I will heal. So that's what the Lord said before. Then how does T.S. Elison work? The way T.S. Elison works is first, it's what I brought back to life. But they brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then I can start people's heals them. Almost like that to amplify the miracle of yes and grace. That again, we come back how we were, and then ultimately again we gain us. Because let's say the one part that you want to discuss over there, is the $5 million question. How old are you when you come back? Like, where is it? You guys see that? Again, so I was like I said, remember, many of these questions, so to speak, is we're addressing. There's a million other ones, right? They all say, like Hashem is to ask, like, person was married more than once, right? Who did they come back with, right? You know, like, the nice, like, how does that work? So there's like a lot of stuff, you know, you always have to the first time around, you know, like, again, like, you know, second chance, you know, there's things on the different, there's a lot of discussions, which is so, like I said, Gemara is attempting to give us insights and give us a window, but if you just remember, it's always going to be, the picture's always going to be incomplete. So we're going to talk about it. And you understand, yeah? So Hashem says, I caught that in every back to life. Your question is saying, but maybe Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. So you might say, yeah, Shalom, no, it says, literally, I broke and I will heal. None of these words make the effort, just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person. The souls were again, life and death is also in the same person. We can't show the only thing to us and they say that. And I will say this serves as a proof to yes, and it's incredible. How do we know about resurrection and death in the Torah? But I say this is fascinating because here, the Gemara is now putting the possibility of Torah. Except that I'm not thinking that some people sometimes look at it as you can see, How do we know it's talking Rabbi? How do we know? Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's the first Raya. The first Raya that is from Rabbi. Right? So the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a concept from the Torah. Yashir Moshe and Yisrael says Shira Hazos. So the Gemara says, then Moshe and Yisrael will sing. It doesn't say their son, right? It doesn't say as child Moshe and Yisrael. Moshe and Yisrael sang, so rather Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense? This is a proof that Tiasanism. Here's a Tiasanism. Like future tense that will get through. So it means how in the future, as Moshe and Yisrael will say, the answer is that also we get after all that. As we go and Yeshua is back last year. Yeshua will build on his back for Hashem. All of them, I doesn't say, don't never ever see you. You can't just say it's represents so for the future, when he's great people with things, but he's coming to future, so he's showing it will see. What's all this that? Sabbath will be a stage and a night. Yes, it is. Yeshua will go. Now Yeshua will go. Sabbath Yeshua will go. Yes, it is. I don't know how to. You just want to bomb a farm with no shopping bar. So it's a different way as the Bible says that Shona is actually pretty doesn't. Shona built on his Torah for Kolosh, who was one of the deities, right? The idolatry is Hamor. From where do you know about this? It's the Shema, Asher, Moshe, Yisachar, Odi, Avarut, It's beautiful. So the Rabbi, those will be our goals. We swallow the whole. Odi, Avarut, right? We will go ahead and praise you. We love this. There was no color in it. It doesn't say praise you. Doesn't cover what doesn't say. Other than future tense. We will praise you. We will praise you. So what's this? What is this future facing? Future facing is realistic. That's what it's saying. Beautiful. Second, Rabbi will show you beautiful. Rabbi will show you all the rest. And all the word about what it says, Shiva, but it seems that it's probably in this way. And we privilege all of this again to see Shiva in the work of Shiva and I actually creating a sample and we have so much to say about this tomorrow. What does it mean to see Shiva in this world? You see things that is talking in this world. Ultimately, again, you see the things on this piece of the Rabbi, and this is the reason I say, the only Rabbi you have is a direct perfection of the Olam Hazeh you create for yourself. There's a little piece of this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yoshvim, La'achar Hashem, but Hashem and Aaron is Yivashvim. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, like they sit there and like the deeds of the crown of their good deeds is upon their head, and they derive benefit to Mishtir. That's Olam Haba. On that side, there's some kind of person who's is there like a TV? Is there like a Shrek coming? Is it called like that? Is that it? Is that it? Whereas a lot of times you see that that sounds really good. Right. Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If a relationship with Hashem is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So if that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But Olam Haba really is much more about all about the material, all about the enjoyment, all about the stuff, all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important. But if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Haba is a completely like that, a tremendous like that. So let's say, if you want to enjoy Olam Haba, but Olam Haba has to look a certain way. So that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, like the Lord said, if this life is about, let's look at how the Shara is. But at the end of it, Olam Haba will be great. And if not, if Olam Haba will be just about the material, it's just about the mundane, Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. Only keep out of the other you know, kids and each minute or share not, who is a very talk, share not, what's the back of Mexico, yap them down the river. You were in my area, because it's less than a place. So once again, the voices of Tofaka, both of the review, of those who see you, like they will go out and call that place and will face you, future place. Once again, future place not present. So we came out of a season kind of being Omen, Shiva Bakara, and it's so beautiful. In the future, all of them are doing is say Shiva with one voice. It's Shema Hamar, called Sofaka Nasu, called Yakta Yanu. That's a happy place. All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice, right? All the leaders of Christ, right? Speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most interesting. Again, as you saw, remember, everything is different. We saw it already before. It's nevertheless speaking in one unified voice. How many of you who don't know other Kalmaya Arap and Bikami, she explains them in that class of herself. So it's always concerned. The person is capable of teaching Torah, but withholds their Torah from their Talmud. Withholds Torah from the Talmud. Everyone says, this could be a Rabbi, this could be a parent, this could be anyone, right? I have the ability to impart Torah on someone, but I go through it, I withhold it, I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. It's not incredible. So listen, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it. It's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shema Amachon, Tzidor, and Moshe, Moshe, Kihilas Yaakov. Moshe, L'chol Yisrael Mishesh Tzedorish. So listen, you have a passage of the first Torah. So Moshe is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. Mishesh's creation. Rashi points out the ones in Mishesh's creation. So the Rashi knows that the Sid, Bereshis Bara, is Shirachet with Bereshis. So Rashi puts out in Torah. Bereshis Bara, the Bereshis is a contraction. The Shvir Bereshis. Because of that which was created first, as a Mishpar who created the world. The world was created for Torah. Torah was given to Klal Yisrael. And therefore, again, if I withhold the Torah from someone, if I could give it to you, this is how I'm taking their inheritance. I'm not sure about the business. I'm not sure if I see that. However, I love every Talmud. With the Rabbi, withhold halakha from a Talmud. No, a Rabbi has an ability to teach a Talmud. And he doesn't teach them, as he does. I'm giving Ubin Shemai even a Talmud on such. Such a Rabbi is cursed even by fetuses in the world. Because Shema Amar, no more about top of Tzaddik days. No more about. You can go on. No more on the Ubin, the only fetuses Shema Amar, the only Amar. The only Kavah is cursing Shema Amar, not a code. No cover club by the way. They invite other club. They invite the first year man. Let's invite only Yama. So we say, what does this mean? What does this mean? Somebody doesn't hurt. Doesn't this again like somebody who's Mechal Shabbos? It's cursed even by fetuses. What does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach. The Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah. And therefore what? And therefore it's cursed even by fetuses. That's the shock with that. There's a so many worst things that a person can do is withhold the great opportunity from someone else. We're saying we make a mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the greatest we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things we do in life is the great opportunity to things in life. And you do something so much. So what is the most idea? I love that opportunity to teach a Talmud. Maybe it's an opportunity to give up our local Talmud. Which means maybe it's going to give you a little bit of someone else's great. And I don't do that. I don't do that. That's an application of the highest level of cultural responsibility. That's not a hold up. Our avoiding way is not going to enable our growth, it's to enable the growth of others. And you know, you can do so, the world person. Incredible. So now we're like, all about Yeshua, right? We're not going to also take out. If you don't break it, you hold on to the student, and then literally again, so you will be pierce you like a sieve. Okay, well, let's say that should go on the same pierce like a sieve. It means you forget your religion. Just like that, if you put something into a sieve, because it's perfect religion. A Rabbi who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his learning. He doesn't share it, but what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not his, not people. 100% you know, nothing belongs to us, always in control. But everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that He gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that He gives me to convey to others. That's the Torah, that's the right. And therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. I lose it. Think about Yisrael, oh, you have to know, Simhacha, Yitlagun, Simhacha, Vayikol, Yudato, Va'amar Abaye, Tiokra, Vikitziri. Really functioning like a long things. Alright? In number, but what happens if you teach someone Torah? Let's say, this is not a punishment if you head Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation and teaches his family Torah? What's his reward? I'm about Amashishas, Zoka, Yabechas, Yosef. Yabechas to Yosef. In general, for such a Rebbe, I was about to see a Rebbe, so it's like that. A Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi, doesn't have to be a Rebbe. Right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to give over Torah to someone. You take your Torah, and you check this out. I can't tell you Torah uses. You know, one of the most incredible things I sometimes you don't realize that you have the ability to do is to have a chavisa with someone. And especially sometimes when you have a good types of chavisa. Sometimes you don't have a chavisa, but when you're on the same level, when you're close with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow your learning. You become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavisa, it's a Rebbe chavisa partnership. And also, that is the most profound thing. You know, every single tomorrow is like, automatically, shit, I'm talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us off Torah, and all of us can convey it, and if you convey that Torah, what happens? So can you get us to Yosef. You are privileged by brothers to Yosef. Shema Emai. The brother will go to Mashpir. Very Mashpir. I know Yosef, but you know Shema Emai. Yosef was Shalom Ala Aretz. So I'm going to spill the whole on the Aretz. So you say, brothers, what's the shot? What's the shot? If someone says this, shares the Torah, they get brachas like Yosef. Why not brach like Yosef? What's the only power of Yosef? Yosef took his brachas. What did Yosef do with his brachas? What did he do with it? He shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. And Yosef touched everything that he had been through, and every like to say, you know, forget about the rest of it. I'm not angry for revenge. I'm not happy. I'm not doing anything for you, but instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef's way, one doesn't do Yosef, and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef by Tabby. Congratulations. Kolamalani is just beautiful. Kolamalani is Rabbi Olam Hazeh. Zoka Kolamalani Rabbi Olam Hazeh. Wow. Let's say every teacher's Torah in this world is Zoka to teach it in the world to come. Rabbi what does that mean? Well, again, once again, remember, we always come back to our question of what Olam Hazeh, what does that mean? Is Olam Hazeh where you go when you die? Is Olam Hazeh the Messiah Era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right, but also, that if you teach Torah in this world, then you get the lesson to teach Torah Olam Hazeh as well. So it's like, hopefully also that the people you learn Torah with, the people you learn Torah with, and you have to say what you get in this world, that's a lesson. Can you imagine? You have a habit of going and sharing Olam Hazeh. It's like a habit of going to move faster. Right? I'm going to move faster. But you have to say, how we kind of learn that? You learn that the Shema Emai. Well, she said, okay, so it's a lot of that. There's no kind of all about that. We have to like from that. That'll be better. We have to show them the knowledge that down who you are. Amarabba, the answer is there's no social. So once again, like, you see this fixation. How do I put together this, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to make so many liars for this is now already street like, just give us a lot of that. It's 1.5 blocks. Right? So 1.5 blocks, right? You gotta go for, I mean, unite. So first of all, because again, the notion of stress and listen is such a level of hopefully to say that the Gemara wants to find as many proofs for everything. You know, because this is what I say, it's not now. You keep reading the Alamas, reading the living will not that hard to like it. How do I keep? You keep reading the Olam Hazeh, you're not my second side, so I'm just a block like this one. It's not a block, it's a block, it's a block, it's a block. If you read the Alamas, if you read the Olam Hazeh, you're going to live in this world, the Alamas know about. We will not die in the world to come. You know, I'm not going to do this. Rabbi Yishay had my stuff on my kitchen. Even with Kali Olam, even with the person with you. So it's incredibly enough. A lot of these things from the Lord are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who speak in the word will wake back up, some to the world to come and some for the nation. The Rashi and the Rashi, so the act of Lord locates the Tanakh, the Talmud, the Halacha, and keeps another. And now ultimately again, you go to your place and rest, but stand by humility again and return to the Halacha, is a return to your destiny at the end of days. What is actually interesting because a lot of these psukim, you actually say the Shura. This is actually the passage that we say after the Shura is complete. Before the Aveda, when we leave the cover and walk back to the Shura, walk back to the line, we actually, it's not Halacha, it's a middle. Many of the men actually recite this passage addressing it to the Neshama. Otherwise, Parents Shemai gets a Siva V'Nachas. He's not going to leave him about any leader who leads his flock, who leads his Siva V'Nachas. Now, what does V'Nachas mean? V'Nachas means it's a gentle type. The gentle type is not yelling, it's not screaming, it's not firing brimstone, not mean, they're not us. So such a person like this is said that to lead that Siva Omen Haba as well. It looks like these people are simply taking over having the reference to Messiah. That comes from Yes, and Lucy. Shane Amar, she asked me, having Bahamagui, you go with there, she went to put the stairs. Now we're going to define what these things is a little bit. Wisdom is great because it's given between two letters. What it actually means is between two names of Hashem. Shane Amar. Kel Deos Hashem. So once you see that, Deos is mentioned in the Kel and Hashem. So you notice that that's incredible. If something is given over between two names of the Rebbe, or one of the Rebbe, and it says, go to Mikdash. And he said, look at this thing, Shmita Mishner, because he was given over between two names of Hashem, Shmita Hashem, Mikdash Hashem. What do we mean by that? So it's the Mikdash is sandwiched between two names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Maski Rabbi, Maski Rabbi, Kadura, Element, after you go in the Kama, Shemit Adishim says, oh, you use that model, and it's full of vengeance. Vengeance is also good. The vengeance is given between two names of Hashem. The Sik, Kel, Mikamas, Hashem. Right? The Pasuk says that Kel Mikamas Hashem, Kel Mikamas Hashem. On the right, the notes of Adonai, right? Vengeance has a place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we don't think of vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. You do it, stay on false, hello, so why don't we do two revelations so far? I agree with the revelation. So what's the revelation? That doesn't say revelation twice, that's just as with Pia once. And it's a comment twice, so it's like two revelatory summer moments. So what does that mean? So we have this Achas, the Muda Teleba, the Achas, the Muda Teleba. So one ultimately of the to do with vengeance for good and vengeance for bad. So vengeance for good, for example, UK is good. Like to think of vengeance for good. Also, it doesn't mean that sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken up on those that have lost us. And sometimes vengeance has to show up in the nature. So I have a call vengeance to the because it's beautiful, you know. Every person that is there, who has less understanding, can live in the base of the together. It's as if the information was talking with this. She exactly was right. She exactly makes sure ourselves. Is anything else ourselves? Is ultimately again, we just said before, there is between two names of Hashem and we push the two. Now, what that means? What exactly that means? Any person who has there, his wisdom, his weakness was we go through and back to that tomorrow. So you're underlining it enough good after we get from working definition of really what there means. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, other chicks go there, the circumcision. Any person who has there, they become well to Shemai, but the past, how you do your money covered, your carbon, and other results, so other shit in there, also without Shemai. Any person who doesn't have there, ultimately, again, you can't have that notice. Shemai. Come, I know some people you shouldn't go there. You shouldn't go there. Don't just what? Somebody doesn't have chaos. Ultimately, again, darkness will happen. So also, it's very interesting. Since it's tomorrow, you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have prayer. You can't cry and give your back to someone who doesn't have prayer. And I said, what's the shot with this? What's the shot with this? So it's like, is anything else there? What's the what's the interpreter of wisdom? And I said, well, what is the thing that is just from a different perspective? What is the qualitative things of this? Like, what is like the most aspect of this? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again, as like notice that his breakfast, it speaks about Habenish the Esther. It's actually really comes out from Habdallah. What is Habdallah? After holding the Adam balance, the most basic concept of balance is the ability to match and the ability to distinguish between conditions. Balance in its most before you get into all the deeper layers, is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between conditions. I can distinguish between coming and time. And I say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. Give me a pop on like I don't know what just talk now is so talk now those might be higher levels and maybe now we go to get access. But to have the gas, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to reach that question. And failure to do so is only one person's fault. And that's mine. And that's what Chazal said. If somebody doesn't have data, they don't have enough medicine. Look at my friends. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. If someone doesn't have data, don't give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are enabling an end lifestyle. And also, every person has to have a basic moral compass. You need to know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And also, it says over here, as I says, any person who has data can live having some interest in your life, right? Ultimately, again, it's once at the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Data. I want to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's coming, what's power, what's kodesh, what's good, what's mutter, what's awesome, what's code, what's love. And as long as I have that, I'm good. I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire what I want. And as long as I have data, I will be successful. Conversely, if I don't have data, number one, if I don't have data, it's my fault. Don't bring it anywhere else. If I don't have data, it's my fault. But failure to acquire is the highest level of social is the public. To the point, you can't even help out a person like that. Especially anyone who is incredibly developed. And that's how you went to sorry, I'm not going to have that. How much did you do to say like that? It's your man life. That's why I did. If you give your black to someone who doesn't have data, you give them a suffering. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. שנאמר, רק נוכל להשיג ממזות הככה, כתבו לבני מזו על ייסון שנאמר, היה אבל לזכויה ויהודה חזור, ואמר מזו. However, she is there, so for them that person doesn't have there, won't look to be exiled. Makes a lot of sense, right? You know what I'm saying? If I don't have there, chances are I won't be able to build this solid life. I won't be able to build relationships because if you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build relationships. It's as simple as that. But it's like there are people who refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see right from wrong. And they make every single excuse why what they're doing is okay, even though it's really not. Clearly not. Can't build relationships. Can't build a home. Can't build a life. That's the name of self-builder. Self-builder. If you don't understand that, لكن قال أمين الإبداع سما الله سبحانه وتعالى شيء بدون قول شلون بدل على إيش الله بس اللي بيجي يقول فكرة وصل جسد سوي في جسد any home in which words of Torah are not heard in at night or any home in which there's not Torah in at night each across a fire will consume it שנאמר והחושך כמה יצפונה תוכל איש ינתח ילה סביב העולם ואין סביב העולם חבן ותמר שנאמר בסביב השם חולל This is what I mean. Any home in which clothes are wearing in at night, fire will consume it. It's a pretty strong place. What's the website? It tells us that what we need in addition to coming to shore for excellence and the beautiful inspiration which again, everybody has that religion, and even if it's the 15 minutes, I don't think that you have that religion for instance. It's not a shot of stuff like that, but I'm not really. It's what I say. Hashem, you have that Yahweh. Well, you don't come with us, right? So that's what they say. But let's say, but it's me. That's like a metro people. I'm like, are you supposed to come to this message? I'm going to do that today. Even if it's just for a couple of minutes. So it's start my money with all these message. Okay, but in addition to that, let's ask for really home. Let's ask that Torah in your house. Right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The Lord of my home is seeing me learning Torah. So what's the shot when the Gemara says over here that any home in which Torah is not holy at night, violence teachings, it absolutely like this. Night is always a metaphor for difficulties. That's life is always a metaphor for difficulties. Especially when it's like this. Whole bodies. Any reason Torah is not involved in life, right? So any home in which Torah is not heard of life, or any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops. The Torah stops. Right? As soon as it becomes light, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, case of Russell. Fire, not little fire. Fire is destructive forces will consume. It's in difficult periods in life. The first thing that gets stopped is spirituality. Just understand the fire of negative circumstances will consume that home. The same power of a home, the same power of anything in life, is rooted in its connection to the case. So even during the lightest periods of life, there is Torah in my home. There is Torah in my life, and I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, the first thing that goes is Torah, the first thing that stops is Torah, then he shall bless me. In the fire of every single difficult circumstance, will ultimately consume me, consume my home, and consume all the circumstances. You also have to stop over here, you have to stop over here, Try to provide a good message to us. It's fantastic. One block on it, that's a big job. Also, with the game of Shadar, I think too much more when we have catch-up tape, but we need such a much shorter Gemara. We need such a Shkoyach everyone. It's such a special everyone.
So interesting. Second, transfer the sanctity of the monster to a coin and throw it away. What is the prohibition or non-prohibition? Prohibition of eating fruit on a tree in its first trunk being planted. In America, Islamic and Saline. In Israel, Islamic doesn't apply.
Alright, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share, to thank our annual commentary sponsor. So also Mishpach of ROTHSCHILD for dedicating all the Shur Drashos this year as a chus for Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. And commentary sponsors for the month of Adar Tari and Steve Zinn, and love memory for his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zikoni Rachel, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, and the Ziv, Nadim, and family families in memory of William Ziv Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zikoni Rachel, and the American Bank Torah. All of the Neshamos having our year, the families in the Kodesh Baruch will bring all of our hostages home, and our police soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh evening. But with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Tzaddik Days 92. We are picking up on Tzaddik Aleph, almost Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. I'm really excited to do this. We have an incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. We should have did that for this cycle, like 8 years. But we'll give it like an extra 6 months to kind of work through Gemaras like this. But alright. Good. So let's say, from the bottom, Tzaddik Aleph and Aleph 91. Amalei, Rabbi Rancher, Amalei, Antoninus, and Rabbi. And we'll say, so we're going to have a number of different conversations like this between Rabbi and Antoninus. Remember that Antoninus was a Roman official. There's a little bit of historical debate exactly who Antoninus was. Was he a Caesar? or see someone else, or just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. So fascinating enough, he developed a ridiculous book that he done Rabbi, and so the Gemara records multiple conversations between two men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rabbi on a number of different occasions. So Antoninus says to the following: grew up in the Shama, this is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. How so? Kesad, Guf Omer, Neshama Chatos, the body can say, it's clearly the Neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? So better listen to this question. Because the body can say, look, I'll show you the Raya. From the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Right? The moment that the Neshama left, what am I doing? Just laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, who is the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the Neshama. When the Neshama could say, Guf Chata. No, it's the body that sinned. What's the proof? Because the Neshama said, look at me. From the day that I left that fashkent in the body, look what happened. I'm flying in the heavens like a bird. I'm free like a bird. Right? So the body says it's clearly the Neshama's fault. The Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So listen to this. So Antoninus was asking, what's the question here? Antoninus was questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? So how does it hold the person accountable? And essentially, a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility. Ultimately for the failure of man. So this is beautiful. Let me give you a mashal. I'll give you a little mashal. Listen to this. This is great. The Melech Basar Ben Shaylos had this law. A king had a beautiful orchard. The Hayabal on the base, look at that already. The Hayabal, the Pharaoh's nose, and in the orchard or in the field, the king had very nice dates. The Pharaoh's nose, very nice dates. Right, or very nice dates. Now the king put there two watchmen to watch over the field. One of them was crippled, one of them was blind. So I remember, so you got it this now. You know, reminds again. So these were the watchmen over the field. So the words, I'm gonna go to Sumo. So the crippled one said to the Sumo, to the blind one, the Pharaoh's nose, I see that there's some really nice figs in this field. So the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. We'll use your legs and my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the figs. So sure enough, again, the crippled one fell on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the figs. So sometime later, the owner of the field comes along, and he says, the Pharaoh's nose, so apparently they did a pretty good job consuming the figs, and they ate a lot of figs in a relatively small amount of time, or whatever, prolonged amount of time. So the owner comes back and says, by the way, where are my figs? I'm sorry. So again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. How deny liability? So the blind guy said, "How would you for me? I don't have sight. He couldn't have been me." The crippled guy said, "When you're for me, I don't have legs. Clearly couldn't have been me." So what does the Baal Son do? Here, I got so the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and judged them as one entity. Right? As individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have to making the Shema, the Zark of the book, is done on some Ka'achad. So Rabbi essentially says, not to me, you're right. The body by itself and the soul by itself, they both eventually deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shema and literally he throws it into the book. The done outside Ka'achad. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead and he judges them as one entity. Yikra al Shemayim Me'al, Ve'al Ha'aretz Imadim Al. Yikra al Shemayim Me'al, he calls it the heavens above, Zun Shema, And it causes the coast of the earth to touching together with it. So what's really fascinating? So I'll tell you something amazing. It's really amazing. I believe it's like a prediction. It's a key so yogi, it never says. But still, it's not fair. Why should the neshama be held liable for the sins of the body? At the end of the day, it's not the neshama that sins. It's the guf that sins. So why would the neshama be held accountable for the sins of the body? Listen to what Rabbi says. This is classic of Rabbi Yitzchak. Rabbi says, because the neshama didn't try hard enough to stop the body. It's because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up to commit the sin, the neshama's like, I'm out. That's not a direct quote from the neshama, but you understand, right? In other words, like, I'm out. I'm not doing this. I'm just like, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And the neshama upsets itself. The lady says to the neshama, how dare you? How dare you? A chutzpah. You upset yourself when the body is struggling. Dafka, when the goof is struggling, that's when you need to be there even more. Dafka, when the fires of desire are burning, that's when you have to be there even more. A chutzpah, that you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That, says the Rebbe, is why the neshama is held accountable for the sins of the body as well. You should have tried hard to stop, and dafka, when the struggle is most acute, that's dafka, when you don't walk away. It's like, it's such a profound soul. Such a profound soul. Human nature is, I'm willing to be present. I'm ready to present in a relationship with other people, relationship with powerful. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay, as long as it's manageable. But how often in life do you walk away from things because they get too difficult? Now again, obviously other times in life when you have to walk away from difficult circumstances, of course. But more often than not, says the Rebbe, dafka when it gets hardest is dafka the time you have to be most present and you have to try hardest. The neshama is held culpable because when the body was struggling most, that's when the neshama really needed to be there. But it's like the neshama upset itself. Incredible. All right, let's go back here. I'm going to do this to Rabbi. I'm doing this to Rabbi. Yeah, it's impossible. This is for me, this is like with me. It's like switching to Amud meeting against the Sanhedrin, then I'm going to Hashem, or we'll pick up the rest of the Cloud. So I'm going to say, I'm going to answer this to Rabbi. If they not come, you don't say that it's pass around. I'm doing this as Rabbi. I will say, by the way, you see from questions. These are not, sometimes another important questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews. The questions are often baiting questions meant to somehow, punch holes in our theology. If you notice that that's not the nature of these questions. And Demunos has actually like a real theological curiosity, and just like a real world curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rabbi takes the time to answer so many of these questions. Because he recognizes this is not a Demunos being difficult to try to disprove us. This is not Demunos being clinically curious. See, Demunos actually implying that this is this. If they not come and let's have a why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. I say that I have no appreciation of this. The last couple of days I was having fun. So if you're ever here and you just feel like you're having fun, the sun is blaring through those windows. Those windows. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. We don't appreciate. We're busy the whole day, often indoors the whole day. Sometimes you just sit over there, a little while, you see the sun coming up. You gotta remember that. Like flies, you'll see it somewhere. Anyways, Adonias asks, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? Alright, so this is interesting. So Rabbi says, what's your question? And if it was the reverse, I'm going to eat how the hikbah, not me how the opera. So in other words, and if the reverse, and if it was the reverse, the rest is the reverse. Why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? In other words, Rabbi was asking, what's your question? I'm not helping you. No, here's my question. If they mashup cast the Nara, no, you're just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun traverse to the other direction? This is so beautiful. In order that the sun should give shalom aleichem, should give shalom to the Ribono Shalom. Now, what is that? If you look at Rashi, most of Rashi's on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of the Kabbalah finish in the daf, because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of the page, right? Rashi took over both sides, so Rashi needs both sides of the page. Same thing, just takes it over as well. So look at Rashi. Rashi on the right hand side, the Rikin Shalom Kona, Lakosh Parki, Shashkina Bavani. The Kibbutz Shematas, Adar, Kodlakas, Mishnah, Lakosh Parki. Listen, the reason the Shekhinah is in the west. Remember again, using this English model, so remember, the Kodesh HaKadosh, the Holy of Holies, is situated in the westernmost part of the Beis HaMikdash. So that's what it says that the Shekhinah is in the west. So therefore, the sun comes and bows down before HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the west. And it sets, because when it says it goes down, it doesn't go down. Now, so the Shekhinah itself, the sun itself bounces to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So the Mishnah Mar, the Spasha of Shamshach, Arale, the Sisi Alga, the Sisi Alga here, the Tika Shaman Patel. So I understand. So ask Andreas, so once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid-sky, so rise in the east, come to mid-sky, bow there, not bow there, in other words, bow there, and then just set. In other words, Andreas is asking why does this have to make its way over from east to west? I understand the east to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to mid-sky, so to speak, bow down to like a trunk, when it's set right there. The question, which the Gemara says, we should call them for Obed because of workers and travelers. When I say words of the Hebrew, actually, we should call them Ilukach HaYamachshech Zikon Shekishachama Be'emsa Rakia Me'ira B'Yosef Usur Shadayim B'Shahot B'Yom V'Yipolim Shom V'Malachor Asher Hashech HaMavi Drachim Reku L'Hariyotim Masai Yachshov Lakish. Here's the problem. If the sun is set in the sky, so what's the set back? The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the work is there is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west is for people purpose. Number one, it bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and number two, it allows the maximum amount of time for the travelers and the workers. So that's a tremendous skill. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want to maximize time for? What is that maximizing time for? Working and traveling. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants to be working out anything for us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, the sun is to set in the middle of the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work. Give us more hours in the day to travel. What does it mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And I can try to maximize the time because what he wants more than anything from us is to work. Because he wants us operating at all cylinders. He wants us maximizing the work day. Something like your career, like to be your material career and your spiritual career. He wants us to journey, he wants us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun works. Incredible. Probably not doing this with Rabbi. So profound questions. So Antonina says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? Which, by the way, interestingly enough, indicates to us that Antonina's believed in the neshama. He believed in the soul. So he asks, when does a person receive their neshama? Rishash Kikida or Rishash Yisira. So I'll say, so Kikida means literally again at the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi points out again the beautiful Gemara in Second Shmuel. The Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the malach takes the tipa. So the tipa sounds like literally again, what do you call it? Being a pregnancy, what is it? Fetus, embryo. A blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the malach takes the blast and he goes ahead and he brings it before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says, Tipazu Mateala. What is this? That's called Pikita. Because Pikita means, remember, that's for the malach is Hashem, what is this baby going to be? So Antonius asks Rabbi, when does the baby get its neshama? Is it at that moment, like when it's the blast? Or maybe no, when it takes on serum, is literally again, is more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks, or the fetus looks like a baby. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Yishas Tzira. So Rabbi says it's from the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay, so Amalei, so Anthony says this doesn't make sense. So again, he says it can't be. For example, a piece of meat, right? You can't eat a piece of meat out for 3 days and it won't go bad. It needs salt. It needs a preservative in order to keep it. So Antoninus was saying was everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like meat needs salt, so how does the blast, right? How does the fetus exist at any point in time without a neshama? It must be Allah Mishas B'Kidah. So Antoninus says to Rabbi, it must be that the neshama comes from the fetus already from the time that it's about, from the moment of inception. So Rabbi said, Davar Zan Amdani Antoninus. I'm going to say, so this is the Rabbi said, Antoninus, you Rabbi. Right, same good. Right, and furthermore, there's a pasuk that backs up Antoninus plus the pasuk. So the Gemara says, so literally again, so that actually from Shas B'Kidah, the moment of B'Kidah, the moment of Mala, brings the tip of the trap of Allah Kadosh Baruch Hu, Shamra Ruchi. My Ruach preserves me. My Ruach keeps me. Which also seems to indicate that the Neshama is given to the entity in its initial last form. Incredible. Let me say it's hard about that. She's rather explained about Neshama. So when does a person get to the Sahara? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzia? So interestingly enough, so here the question is it from the time maybe that the embryo, that the fetus is formed, the baby is formed, or is that there's sinews, there's flesh, or the time that the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother? Already, almost, I say where it says, Mishas Yitzira. So he says, I responded, from the time that the fetus is formed in the rope, ultimately, and that's when there's a Yitzhara. So I don't know if this makes sense. I mean, if you want to my email also, if that's the case, the fetus would kick its way out of its mother. Which also, so we hear this, so the baby had a Yitzhara, the fetus had a Yitzhara, it would kick its way out of its mother. Which tells us something interesting. What does the Yitzhara do? What does the Yitzhara do? The Yitzhara causes us to kick. The entire essence of the Yitzhara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, so the Yitzhara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this, I don't care. That's not half the Yitzhara. But here's the interesting idea. The Yitzhara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Yitzhara and channel it into that way, then suddenly now I have a power inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which by the way, can be the most incredible engine of life. Right? Everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antonina says it can't be the baby has the Yitzhara, because literally it will keep its way out of it. It must be there to receive the Yitzhara when it comes into this world. Rabbi says, so Rabbi once again agrees to Antoninus. He's right. This is absolutely right. Right, it must be that the baby receives it when exiting, the Messiah, and ultimately again there is a pasuk that supports this approach in Omar. The pasuk katas awaits. The pasuk says that literally again, sin awaits you at the entrance. Of course, again, this is talking about Kain. This pasuk is by Kain, but it's a metaphor. The pasuk katas awaits at the opening, at the entry to the world. Sin crouches. The Yitzhara is there. And also, this seems to be the adaptive portion. That's very interesting. That the Yitzhara comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. But also that this is soul, that the different is and we know this because of our own lives. But what does the Yitzhara do? The Yitzhara gets really kicked down the boundaries. But again, if I can understand, if I can shout for that, then what we kick down is the way. Alright, so the Lord says, Rish Lakish running sick. Rish Lakish contrasted to Psukim. And one of them says, it was like, so bomb, Iber, and Pisea, Amra Violedes, Yakla, as he dalik, I'll say, Litron Basham, Iber, Nifku, Midbar, Maid, and Afronim Baraba. So as I said, interestingly enough, two different Psukim that function as the Anagarab. So the Gemara says, one person seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other person seems to indicate that people come back to see yesterday's that. Like, how do people come back to discuss and it's clothed, unclothed? Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? Which the Gemara says, you're right, okay, it's that only your moment in this way. In reality, we come back again with our moment, but then we are healed after incredible. So let's say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries, right? I come back with all of my broken character. I come back with all of it. And then in Trias and Nisim, who goes there and heals me, that's tremendous. Let's go back to Rabbi brings down to the second wide line. And Tzadik Aleph on the base. So literally again, that will be swallowed up forever, and Hashem will erase every tear from everything. So see it, Kiana Ben Me'ashana Nomos. Lo Yem Yishum Oz Olgam Tios. Here's another question. In Messianic era, is there death or is there not death? One pasuk seems to indicate there's no more death. Other pasuk seems to indicate that no, there will be death. So when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of a young person, which sounds like we'll live much longer, but there will still be death. So which one is it? No kasha, can we saw kind of big no problem. One is the Jews, one's one not Jews. So kind of again, like Jews, there will be death, but Jews there will be death. I have an okay, the Rabbi Mabal Hassan. What are non-Jews doing? It's like what which is interesting, like it's interesting, it's simple. It's like what is that? The Gemara says, my Baal Hassan, Hanaf Tissibu, the undo sorry, some Akan to the Nekai Karmakon. Listen, because again, apparently they're looking at this, first of all, there's a whole discussion from the righteous Gentiles, what they have, both in Olam Haba and Yemos Mashiach. But interestingly enough, these notions reflect the idea that Yemos Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have others to tend to our material needs. So there'll be a Gentile population to attend to the material needs of Israel. We'll be fully focused ultimately on the spiritual growth. But interestingly enough, this is embedded in a whole sub-focus, which is what is the Messianic era? Like, what is it? Is it like this supernatural world? Or is it pretty much all of the regular world? So again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop to what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Clothes, unclothed, all of these things are really embedded in the backdrop as to what exactly does the necessarily entail, right? Because whenever the Gemara has these machlokas, the Gemara always quotes the same passage, which is I am the Rasa and I never saw it except through Yeshua. In other words, we have these machlokas. These questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? What's the answer? We'll know when we know. We'll know when we know. Okay. The Christian Barab also contracts the Sukkah. The Chakha Barab who both Shahama, do not Hashem Tzvatos. Say, Bahaya or Halavana or Achama, or Achama do Shiva Sain or Shiva Sayam. This is interesting enough. There's two different Sukkah. First one seems to indicate that the luminaries, the sun and the moon, will actually darken in the sun. The second one seems to indicate that will shine with bright. Even the moon will shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? Which one is it? The Gemara says it's hard. Lokashia, Kalimas Mashiach, Rodam Haba. So let's say this is interesting. One is talking about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimately again the emotional Mashiach. So let's say, so what does this mean? So apparently, emotional Mashiach, Olam Haba, is the light of Hashem. Where there is only the light of Hashem, the light of the luminaries is given. The emotional Mashiach, that's when all of the luminaries will shine. Shmuel, the Amr Ein Bein Olam Hazeh Emotional Mashiach, and the Shibud Banos Global. And according to Shmuel, he says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shibud Banos. Because the Shibud Banos literally means we're not going to sleep by any other nation. But more than that, it means everyone leaves us the heck alone. Right? Everyone leaves us alone. Which, by the way, would be the greatest miracle of all time. Like, we don't need your help, we don't need your love, we don't need this, just leave us alone. That's Shibud Malchus. Plus, of course, there's a recognition ultimately again of the one who's on the Bible. So how do you understand he's talking about the There's a Hasha, come about Tzadikim, come about Shiva. So to speak, in the Rotterdam, when you care about the Shekhinah, so you don't even the emotion of the sun shines bright. When you care about the Tzaddikim, that's where the luminaries shine even brighter. Incredible. Rabbi Ksi, so Rabbi comes and keeps speaking, Ani Amisra'ashi Ksi, Machatzti Ani Erba. So what's really interesting? The Pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Machatzti, I broke and I will heal. So the words, Allah Shbaruch, Mashi name is Ani Mechayev, Ba'adar, Mashi Machatzti Ani Erba. Shbaruch says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I broke, I will heal. This goes back to what the Gemara said before. But how does Tchias and Nisim work? Where does Tchias and Nisim work is first, the dead are brought back to life. If they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then after the Baruch goes like Tchias, almost like to amplify the miracle of Tchias and Nis. That again, they come back how we were, and then ultimately again they bring the process. Because instead of one part of the discuss over here, which is interesting, the $5 million question. How old are you? Like when you come back, like why is that? You know, like it would be nice. It would be nice. So that, again, so I was like I said, remember, many of these questions we're addressing, there's a million others, right? They also like our shadows to ask like a person who's married more than once, right? Who do they come back with? Get a little awkward, like the nice, how does that? So there's like a lot of stuff. Or what if you only have it the first time around? Again, the second chance, the different which doesn't mean that there's a lot of discussion. It's so like I said, the Gemara is not attempting to give us a sense or give us a window, but at the end of the day, remember, it's always going to be the picture, it's always going to be the issue. So the Gemara goes back, we're talking about it. And so ultimately Hashem says, I caused death and I bring back to life. Maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. See today, say for the end of the passage this morning, it says, Hashem says, literally, I broke and I will heal. Just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person, so too again, life and death is also in the same person. And I will say this serves as a proof to yes, and it's incredible. How do we know about resurrection of the dead from the Torah? Also, this is fascinating because here, Gemara is now quoting a passage from Torah. Right? Up until now, most of the psukim, except for most of the psukim, as you can see, are for nothing. How do we know the different Rabbi? How do we know? Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's in the first Shiraya. The first Shiraya, that it's from Rabbi. Right? So the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a passage from the Torah. Az Yashir Moshe V'Leisas Hashira Hazos. So then Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Shalom, right? It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shal Moshe and Israel. Moshe and Israel sung the song, rather Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense? Nikan Jetias and Nisan in Torah. This is a proof to Jetias and Nisan. Right? Future tense that there will be a time in the future that Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Yotze the Rabbi, so me again, as Yifnei Yoshua Mizbeach Hashem. Yoshua will build a Mizbeach for Hashem. Our person say he built rather every Yifnei. So also what this represents is to be sometime in the future when these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future where Moshe Rabbeinu will sing. Moshe Rabbeinu is dead. So how Moshe Rabbeinu going to sing? Ayamai. Yes, it is. Yoshua will build. Yoshua is dead. So how did Yoshua build? So as I say, interestingly enough, what the pasuk says that Shlomo is actually a crazy pasuk. Shlomo built an Mizbeach for Kamosh, who was one of the deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. Does that mean that Shlomo will build an actual Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah? Elo ma'ala ala kosher kilubani. That's a different pasuk. Shlomo never had Shlomo build a Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. I said, why does it say that? Shlomo did not curb the Avodah Zarah appetites of his wives. and as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop this errant behavior in his home, he's held accountable as if he did it himself. Incredible. All right, Shula lady. From where do we know about Testament? In the Torah, it's beautiful. Tell them. So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in your home. Right? They will go ahead and praise you. It doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does it say? Future tense. They will praise you. They will praise you. So what is this future praising? Future praising is remember to Testament. Beautiful. Says the Rabbi showed you beautiful. Our call Mr. Bolan says whoever says Shira, since in this world, will be privileged ultimately again to sing Shira in the world to come. So there's so much to say about this Gemara. What does it mean to say Shira in this world? You sing praise throughout the talk in this world. Ultimately, again, we're singing the first way, say, on those priests, the Olam Haba, and our sister, what it means to us, the Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Hazad you create for yourself. There's another piece to this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yoshvim, V'ataraseyim Barashem V'nenem Mizivashkina. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, like they sit around like historically, the deeds of the crown of their good deeds is upon their head, and they derive benefit from the Shkina. That's Olam Haba. I will say, that sometimes a person is saying, is there like a TV room, is there like a Shreki coming, is there a full metal, is that it? Like, is that it? And also, a lot of times we see, yeah, that sounds really good. Right. Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't work all that good. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So if that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But if Olam Haba really is much more all about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important, but if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Haba is a big letdown, a tremendous letdown. So don't say, it's interesting. If you want to enjoy Olam Haba, but Olam Haba has to look a certain way. And that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, like if your world, if this life is about connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. But if not, Olam Haba really is just about the material, or just about the mundane, Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. I'm going to be Rabbi. I'm going to be open. You know, the case I need to minute Torah. Shneimar. We're going to put this in the Torah. Shneimar. Kol tzafach ha'nasu kol yachtav yiranim. Rininu lo ne'amar el yiranim. Time with case I need to minute Torah. So once again, the voices of tzafach are those of your Nevi'im, of those who see you. Right? They will go ahead and call out yiranim. They will praise you. Future tense. Once again, future tense is not present. So we came out. I'm going to be open on Asidim kol Nevi'im. Kulan omrim. Shira Bakala, which is so beautiful. In the future, all of the Nevi'im will say Shira with one voice. They'll say, how beautiful is that? All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice, right? All of the leaders of Klal Yisrael speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful? That's the most Shira. Again, as we saw, remember, every Nevi was different. We saw this already before. But nevertheless, speaking in one unified voice. If a person is capable of teaching Torah, but withholds their Torah from their Talmud, withholds Torah from the Talmud, then we'll say, this could be a Rabbi, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. Whereas I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone, but I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. It's not incredible. So we'll say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it, it's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shneimar Torah tzivah Moshe Morosha Kihilas Yaakov. Morosha Ki L'chol Yisrael Mishesh Generations. So we'll see, you know how the passage refers to Torah? So Morosha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. From Sheshes, we made Rishis. Rashi points out there was a Rishis. So the Rashi points out that Sid, Rishis Bara, Rishis Torah Shnei Rishis. Remember Rashi, first Rashi in Torah. Rishis Bara, in the beginning actually created, Rishis is a contraction. Bishvil Rishis. Because of that which was created first, HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the world. The world was created for Torah. Torah was given to Klal Yisrael, and therefore again, I withhold the Torah from someone. Who I can give it to. This is if I'm taking their inheritance. I'm not sure about Dizna. I'm not sure if I see that. Talmudei Halacha Talmud. If a Rebbe withholds halacha from a Talmud. In other words, a Rebbe has an ability to teach a Talmud, and he doesn't fulfill this. Such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in utero. Shneimar, Monea Bar Tapot Tzadik Beis, Monea Bar, Ikavor La'om, Ve'in La'om El Ubrin La'om fetuses Shneimar Ula'om La'om Yamatz, Ve'in Kabo El Klala Kabo is cursing Shneimar Ma'akol Lo Kabo Kel by Bilam. They bar Torah. So I bar in church and I lush bar what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't see that like someone who's Mechal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. So the Rebbe didn't teach. The Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah. And therefore what? And therefore it's cursed even by the fetuses. What's the pshat with that? They say sometimes the worst thing that a person can do is withhold the growth opportunity from someone else. Listen, we make a mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the growth that you enable in the other. When you do something for someone else, so what is it we're talking about here? A Rebbe has an opportunity to teach a Talmud. A Rebbe has an opportunity to give up our life to a Talmud, which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. And I don't do that. That's an abdication of the highest level of personal responsibility. That's my avoda. Our avoda in life is not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world curses you for that. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like, Ula bar Yishmael, right? You're not going to also be kappa. If you don't, right? If you hold Torah from the student, literally again, so it means they pierce you like a sieve. Okay, I must say that. What Rashi points out is when you pierce like a sieve, it means you forget your learning. Just like guys, if you put something into a sieve, the contents filter through. A Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his learning. Because if he doesn't share it, what does that show? That shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours, nothing else in life, nothing is mine. Right? Nothing belongs to us. It was responsible. And everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that He gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that He gives me to continue to others. That's the whole level of life. And therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. Ula bar Yishmael Omer Menachon Ozgo Ksiv Hacha Yikavur La'om Ksiv Hasam Vayikov for Vidalto Va'amar Abaye Ki Ochla B'Katsiri. Literally translated like a laundry, alright? In Lumdo, and what happens if you teach someone Torah? Most of the time, this is all the punishment if you hold Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation and teaches his Talmud in Torah? What's his reward? Hashem says, Zocha Levichas Yosef. Incredible. So such a Rebbe, everyone's ability. When we see a Rebbe, I just want to point out, a Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi, doesn't have to be a Rebbe, right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to be over Torah to someone. So you take your Torah and you share Torah. I can't tell you how important this is. One of the most incredible things that sometimes we don't realize what we have the ability to do is to have a chavusa with someone. And especially sometimes, again, there are different types of chavusas. Sometimes there was not a chavusa, both of them are on the same level. When you have chavusas with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in their learning, you become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavusa, it's a Rebbe chavusa partnership. And I will say that is the most profound thing. We think whenever we see these gemaras, we like automatically shift. Oh, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us have Torah, and all of us can convey it, and if you convey that Torah, what happens? Zoka Levichas Yosef. You are privileged to have brachos like Yosef. Shneimar, u'bracha l'nosh mashpir. Ve'im mashpir elo Yosef. Shneimar, Yosef was shalot ala aretz. U'am mashpir l'chol am haaretz. So we'll say, what's the pshat? What's the pshat if someone shares their Torah? They get brachos like Yosef. Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? It was always the entire about of Yosef. Yosef took his brachas, and what did Yosef do with his brachas? What did he do with it? He shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. Right? Yosef, after everything that he had been through, had every right to say, forget about the rest of you. If I'm not going to take revenge, I'm not helping you. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef's way, what does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef outside. Congratulations. This is beautiful. Wow. Listen, whoever teaches Torah in this world is Zochah to teach it in the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? Remember, we always come back to our question of what's Olam Haba. What does it mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Like I always say, that as we teach Torah in this world, it was the right time to teach Torah Olam Haba as well. Which I will say, hopefully means also that the people you learn Torah with, the Merit Hashem will be Zochah to learn in this world the next week. Also, can you imagine? We have our Chabura, we have our Shem in Olam Haba. I feel like we'll be able to move faster, right? I know we'll be able to move faster. But Merit Hashem, I'll say, how incredible would that be? So the Gemara goes like the Shnei Amar. Plus, it says, so it's a lot of minutes. There's no time in Olam Haba. At least in the afterlife of death, right? That'll be better. Gemara says, Shneimar Umar Gam Hu Yoda. Amarava. The United States is so once again, you see this fixation, by the way, with Kessemes, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to bring so many writers for a Kes, right? This is now already 3 blocks. Feels like 7 blocks, but it's actually 1.5 blocks. Right? So 1.5 blocks in, right? That again, united. So first of all, because again, the notion of Tchias HaMesim is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many proofs for it as we can. So now Tchias HaMesim in Torah, Shnei Amar, Yechi Ruvain, Va'al Yomos, Ruvain will live and he will not die. Parshas Hayechid. Yechi Ruvain Ba'al Hazeh. No, not Parshas. Sorry. So it's not bracha. This bracha is not the bracha of Yaakov. It's the bracha of Moshe. Yechi Ruvain Va'al Yomos. Yechi Ruvain Ba'al Hazeh. Reuven will live in this world, and he will not die in the world to come. You know, Amar Halcha Avina says from here, the Rabbi Minshiri Admas Afar Yakitsu. Elu Lechai Olam, Ve'elu Lechai Fosu Mudiro. So say incredibly enough, a number of these figures from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some to the world to come and some for degradation. Rashi says from here, the Acha Lech locates the Taroch, the Tamol, the Garlach, and Kitz Hayom. And now ultimately again, you go to your place and rest, but stand right, literally again, return the Garlach, and return for your destiny at the end of days. Well, it's actually interesting because a number of these psukim we actually say it in Kavura. This is actually the pasuk that we say after the Kavura is completed. Before the Avelim leave the kever and walk back to the shul, walk back to the line, we actually, it's not halacha, but it's a minhag. Many have the minhag to actually recite this pasuk, addressing it to the neshama. I'll remember Lazar. Any leader who leads his flock, who leads his tzibor, the nachas. Now, what does the nachas mean? Nachas means with a gentle kite. The gentle kite is not yelling, he's not screaming, he's not fire and brimstone, not but nachas. So such a person like this is zochah to lead that tzibor olam haba as well. I will say these gemaras really seem to indicate that olam haba is a reference to messianic era, right? Post Tchias HaMesim era. Shnei Amar ki merachim minhagim va'amavui ma'iminar. Remember, Lazar. Shenitna ben shtei osios. Wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it was given between, literally means between 2 letters. What it actually means is between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei, Kel Deos Hashem. So once you see that, Deos is mentioned in the middle of Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between 2 names of the Rebbe Shalom. Allah says Gadol Mikdash. The Mikdash is great. Shnitan Dei Shnei Osios because it was given over between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Mar Pa'alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. So it's saying Mikdash is sandwiched between two names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Maskif de Ravada, Maskif de Ravada, Karpino, Elam, Me'ata, Gidol, and the Kama, Shinit, and Sheosios. Oh, you're going to use that model. Then the Kama, vengeance. Vengeance is also great because vengeance is given between two names of Hashem. Sid, Kel, Mekamos, Hashem. Right? The Pasuk says, Kel, Mekamos, Hashem, Kel, Mekamos, Sophia. Amalei, the Milse, Hakinam, right? By the way, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we always think about vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. So why do I need two revelations? It means like a revelation. So why two revelations? That doesn't say revelation twice. That's just like a few words. And it says Nekama twice. Almost like two revelatory Nekama moments. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says Achas Lamida Tova, Achas Lamida Paranos. So one ultimately I get about it to be like a vengeance for good and a vengeance for bad. So a vengeance for good could be like a Baruch repays good. As you take revenge means repay. Or it can also mean that sometimes, like I said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance has a shalom can be punitive in nature. So I'm Rabbi Lazar, call Adam Sheish Vodea, because he's a beautiful Gemara. Call any person who has Dea, who has understanding. It's as if the Beis Hamikdash was built in his days. Why? Because ultimately, again, as we just said before, Dea is between two names of Hashem, and Mikdash is two names of Hashem. Now, what that means, what exactly that means? Any person who has Dea, his wisdom, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash was rebuilt. We're going to come back to that Gemara, so you can underline it. We'll go back to it after we get a working definition of really what Dea means. Fine. Okay, yeah, now give it a few more minutes. Actually, right now. Call Adam Sheish Vodea, the Sof Misash. Any person who has Dea will become wealthy. Shnei Amar, will be Das Haridim Yemad Mukovon, Yikarvinam, Amar call Adam Shein Vodea, Asulurach Inara. Any person who doesn't have Dea, ultimately, again, you can't have Rachmanas. Shnei Amar, Kilo Ambinasut, Hakim Lo Yirachamenu Oseo V'Yotzulei Chayenu. Where it gives bread to someone who doesn't have Dea, ultimately, again, bad things will happen. So we'll say it's very interesting. So you see this Gemara, you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have Dea. You can't go ahead and give your bread to someone who doesn't have Dea. Now let's say, what's the pshat with this? We'll say, just let me say this. What's Dea? So we translate it as wisdom. So I will say, but what if you think about this just from a basic perspective, what is the core component of wisdom? Right? What is like the most basic aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again, Chazal, right? Remember Sakis Brachos. It speaks about Havdal and Shmona Esrei. Chazal said, where did Chazal put Havdal? Where does Havdal go? Atachonin la'adam das. The most basic concept of das is the ability to be marked and the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. Das in its most basic. Before you get into all the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. I can distinguish between Tamei and Torah. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. To be a chacham, right? Because remember again, there's chachma, there's bina, there's that. Okay, so chachma, bina, those might be higher levels, and maybe not every person has the ability to access. But to have doubts, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's not. And that's like Chazal say, if somebody doesn't have Dea, don't have Rachmanas on them. Don't have Rachmanas on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. If someone doesn't have Dea, don't give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are miserable in every lifestyle. We'll say a person has to have a basic moral compass through which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's what the Gemara says over here. As it says, any person who has day off, right? Ultimately, again, because listen, at the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Day off. I have to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's tameh, what's tahar, what's kodesh, what's kol, what's mutter, what's asr, what's tov, what's ra. And as long as I have that, I'm good. I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. But as long as I have dayon, I will be successful. Conversely, if I don't have dayon, number one, if I don't have dayon, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have dayon, it's my fault. The ability to acquire it is the highest level of personality. To the point, you can't even help out a person like that. Such an overwhelming and incredible Gemara. And that's why the Gemara says, all right, this is like the Gemara. I'm going to realize that. Let's say people in the shame about dayon. That's why, again, if you give your bread to someone who doesn't have dayon, you, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. Shne'emar, Rach L'cha Yashimu Mazor Tachtecha, Bein Tfuna Bein Mazor El Yisur Shne'emar, Vayar Fadas Chayav Yehudas Mazor V'Amar V'Lazar. Kol Adam She'im Bo De'ah, Sofa Gola. The person who doesn't have De'ah will ultimately be exiled. Makes a lot of sense. Why? You know what I'm saying? If I don't have De'ah, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I'll be able to build relationships. If you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build relationships. It's as simple as that. Like there are people who who refuse, not that they care, they refuse to see right from wrong. They'll make every single excuse why what they're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not. Clearly not relationships. Can't build a home. Can't build a life. That's the meaning for soft-gola. Soft-gola, will be one of the Shne'emar, Lachin Gola Amin Zida. Someone loves it. Chabay She'im Bo Divrei Torah, Lishma Bo B'Lai Love, Eshav Ross, we'll say never again with us. That's there. We'll say this is ridiculous to us. Any home in which words of Torah are not heard in at night, in other words, any home in which there's not Torah learning at night, Eshav Ross, a fire will consume it. Shne'emar, Chalcho Shech Tamal Tzfunav, Tochayo Esh, Monofeach Yara, Surid Ba'ohalot. Ve'in Surid Al Tam Chacham, Just Am Chacham, Shne'emar, U'B'Surid Masha Hashem Korei, fine. So what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learning at night, fire will consume it. That's a pretty strong thing. Especially as it tells us, very important, we need, in addition to coming to shul for night seder, and we'll read from this page, which again, everybody has an obligation for night seder, even if it's for 15 minutes. Everybody has an obligation for night seder. It's not a shayla, it's not like something dabble is. It's a chiyuv, it's chiyuv that so you are gal yavar, one of the gilul chamuras, right? So you have to have night seder. Really, that's actually not joking around. I need just to come to this service to learn a little bit that night, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. Start everybody in front of this service. In addition to that, person also has to learn at home. Person has to have Torah in your house. Right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the pshat when the Gemara says over here that any home in which Torah is not heard at night, fire consumes it? Perhaps it means like this. Night is always a metaphor for difficulties. Right? That's like Liza is always a metaphor for difficulties. Especially when is like this. Cold bias. She'ein divrei Torah nishma'im bo bala. Right? So any home in which Torah is not heard at night, whether it's any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops. Like in other words, as soon as it becomes Laila, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, Ish of Rasa. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume it. If during difficult periods in life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances, along the circumstances, will consume that joy. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life, is rooted in its connection to the force. So if even during the Laila periods of life, there is Torah in my home, there is Torah in my life, then I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, the first thing that goes is Torah, the first thing that stops is Torah, then Isha Rasa. Then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume my home, and consume all the circumstances. So also I have to stop over the incredible Gemara I have to stop over here. Oh yeah. By the way, so we did more than a block today. Fantastic. Right, wrong block, but that's a detail. Also, we'll continue. I think tomorrow's going to be our catch-up day because we're such a much shorter Gemara. We're such a shkoyach everyone. Such a shkoyach everyone. It's not a bad idea. Oh, was it on the other? All right.
Yes. If you need any help writing some afternoon or anything like that. Write together. I did someone yesterday because I wait a second. Explain to us what you're talking about. I got a message on Instagram and they're like, oh, I'm giving $50 to write me an celebration during Before you read it.
All right, so good morning. Let's begin. These are the all responses for this race with the thing I come to responses for. Option day 8. The next was not the right side to get to the order should have this year. As his place for the soul for this one is right. And the place for the story among the others. About in the Torah Kari, Steve Sin, right in his father. Dr. Harry Planet, Steve Bush, Danny Johnson, Kapori, and the Steve and his doing and doing his family's name was the William Steve and Steve and Ben Shmuel responsible for the American Life on the all the Jewish on the family, the family day from the American Year 417, East so Sarah Hashem with all their hostages, and all of these soldiers be successful. That's all I can see. This is that let us begin. Days after the target out of 91. We have a steep climb here. For some of us, but regular maybe. If you're not on, south from days 90 beach, all that content from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and our front line down from the top. The game is welcome. So again, you see everything is at home. But just remember again, when you see the outside to find some type of scriptural illusion, yes, amazing. Right, for me, that just business in the hall. So when we ended up with last yesterday, there's a passage that says, when the Satan in the memory of Shumas Hashem Aaron Akor, you shall give Shuma to Aaron. That was very interesting. Aaron received many things alike. One of the things he never ever received was Shuma. Why? Because Shuma only goes to the affecting the bones out to Israel, and Aaron never made it into Eretz Israel. So at the end of the day, what do this mean? Well, ultimately, again, you give Shuma to Aaron, so you will again, once you have to pass it in, that resonates. So you know, it's like, the English, so you know, it's like, the English translate, like, Aaron. So you have to give Shuma to someone like Aaron, meaning what? Not Aaron, Chavar, Akron, or Karim. Just like Aaron is a Chavar, just like Aaron is a Chavar, and therefore knows how to go ahead and deal with Shuma in the appropriate way. So searching in general, you have to be top of Karim. I'm going to show off my own real estate. The other saying this is when the player is how do you can't give Shuma to a party these individuals. So then, we are negotiating, so I must say, hey, we will not yet super with our assessment. Because again, there is a possibility that is you give the behind Shuma that they should be strong in the Torah of the Rebbeinu Shalom. As we call Maxis B'Toras Hashem, whoever is holding it worthy again the Torah of the Rebbeinu Shalom, each Shlomas has a portion in Shuma, the Shem Maxis B'Toras Hashem, and whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of Hashem Sparkle, in Loneliness, he does not have a portion. And I will say, this, as we're going to see, this is not as much physically as it is just very important because Shuma has a lot of details, Shuma has a lot of obligations, and misuse of Shuma to bring it down. So that's what we're all about. They listen to the fellow artists, whoever this Shuma, to a family to an artist, to make sure that they are rich. Because if he gives it to a wife, not something very short or something in a very short, but when you just feed in front of a lion, there's a suffix. You know, really care the person who is on the earth, suffix, ultimate power, suffix, ultimate power. So it's what again, we do something, we do too much to claim on the earth, the suffix. Really eager in the state of ritual purity, really eager in the state of ritual impurity. And we have to know the other it says, Akon Nisa. If one gives too much to a claim on the earth, he's causing the death of that claim. How is that? So she and I, in Nisu, all the Halloween, the rest is much more that which is a true one, is also that kind of thing. We give short to a claim, it doesn't have to do with the appropriate safety, it is to the upper one who is causing death to that particular claim. So you know, they are the rest of the claim. After a seal of a ashra. Even close before the body to the Shema, I can see also other person that offers touching. So it's really fascinating about all of these things. And this is very interesting that teaches how, again, in these cases, you would think that giving too much of the brain is causes an objective chesed. So giving too much of the brain is only a chesed. It's only something that the brain knows what to do. If he doesn't know what the brain has to do, then not only is it called chesed, and in fact, it's a liability. That's tremendously sobering as well about the, it could be sort of parenting, about giving children things. It's a beautiful work of my hand to give children something as well as not. The child who knows how to handle. Give a child stimulation, big dystopian technology, even some other areas. Give a child something as an objective and nice, but they don't know what to do with it. It's not the parenting gift, but instead it's creating tremendous liability. It's one of like kind of, and so somebody says, tonight this was your time. You're in time, again, a big different illusions is the best of things. So now, the guy has the most as pieces, but which is a e-tongue will seek still hand as Alice can. The passage says, and I establish I will uphold my dismal covenant with them to give to them, Lahem, to them, both Lahem and not Lahem. Even the concept doesn't say, the Bible doesn't say, no, I'm upholding my covenant to give you Lahem, that is with Lahem, to them. Who is the them? Who is the Rashi? This is Rashi on the right side. That's halfway down. I don't know, actually, maybe not halfway down. I don't know how. The next one is Yaakov, Rabbi, Singing. Adam, Yitzchak, Yaakov, Sheyitim, Lahem, Eretz Yisrael. If you Lahem Yisrael, Hallel would lay on Yisrael. So the passage makes it sound like such a sweet concept that, again, look at himself was coming to Adam Yisrael, he was alive at the time, and we need the version of Lahem to you. Lahem means to them. This is the them. You know, the phrase Adam Yitzchak. You know, I was saying, that's a good thing. We're not just like the kind of introduction. Judgment is king against strong. I would rather what you see, but ultimately, Adam Yitzchak, and after you will receive all of the small. What does that show you? So you know, it's like, you're going to fight. You can't catch this little thing. Beautiful. Show you what's going on. This is serious. We need it. I'm going to say, if I go out because some of the people who want to use, we're going to see you use this thing. Because I use this thing. But the one thing is that we're dealing with both different levels of heritage. So people who do that don't believe in certain things. So it's a new distinction. Sharing means what they want. So when you say that you know share is like the financing, the more you know, you know, so you got to go, all of the hands, you know, so now, you know, you know, super. You know, says, or we will proof. So tell me you're super. Don't do it now. All of the videos, please. We'll see what happens. We're not Torah. So number one, what's the right of Torah? Let's see. And I'm sure I'm going to shout. Here we come on. Show me the mouth of Sahab. The count. That's it. As Hashem says to Moshe, you are going to live your grand God. You are living before parties to come. And you are going to arise. Wow, it's pretty explicit. Yeah, so they say, Sahab is this reason. You're saying, you're putting the sun up in the Lord's face. I mean, no. If you lost, the sun Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. Hakitsu, the Bible, the children's Japan, it's a pretty clear third statement. The Bible, it's in Shapiro Costa. We do have to go to the point of the first of the class, right? We do the first of that, right? That we have to have the relation, right? That's the driver, that is drivers. So we get the specific episode. Next, we have to go from two to two. If you talk about Naruto, homework for the revelation, don't even 6 shooting to the person of the puzzle. The puzzle is not the sheet actually. We're within that first, don't even 6 shooting. The root of those who seek the root, sleep of that is the gap, roots for the root in the language of the other to the next sheet. Resolution. The dinner of teaching reactions by the album. So the meaning says, so the the meaning said to the meaning said yes, I the real is referring to the fact that sometimes the roots of the dead when the roots of the dead usually is so beautiful. The children of Allah, Holy Shem Allah Habishima Da'ala, she's so from whenever it's a person dies, if someone says over Allah, I have others, you are not conscious of Allah. The reason is when a person dies, if someone says over in this world, the deceased lives in the grave. So if person dies, someone says you get a someone says never be safe, someone says never be yourself, or let's speak of it together. Actually, that's so for me, when you don't believe anything about what you have said, and tell them that we are deep and over the following Isaac, all the following one, you know. And so each part, Hashem Allah will say him, Masis Lohem. So I'm going to give my slogan, that Hashem has switched over to you. Now talk straight to them. Look at them there, right? It doesn't say Hashem is giving it to you. Rather that doesn't say Ella Lohem. To them. You come across any sort of where you see a reference to cross any sort of the culture, you kind of once again, you give it over to them, please to them. In some schools, this is Abraham Yitzchak so the new schools, this is here, Hashem, they're going to get it come back. So I'm going to show you the price that I don't know how to say, but you look at the little passage, you'll see it's so beautiful. The actor had taken that show of your head, I first time on you. Others say that when you talk about really carefully what is in you, and when you return to Hashem, your God, that's highly purified by you. You say, it seems more trouble this, you will live fully today, and you will fully alive today. It says, you know, Shida, you can't talk on my own, that's at least, also it's talking to them. So talk to our life today. Allah, you will be on shit, call the whole of human racing, even at a time when everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So the idea that you would not do this possibly, but there are regressional different. Also, if you're going to use it for the benefit, highly purified by God, the Lord will still come back to life. But even on a day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life, such as just before the already so. So you know, like the Shalom is much to say that possible trouble if you come back to it. Show me what you realize for your showing for them. So if you're religious, after showing for them, what are they asking? The answer is from the family, so they are given us as a years. So after we show them for them, it's a fine question. Number one, how do you know the resurrection of the dead? And number two, How do you know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? Keep on a question. So I'm going to have I learned that? So if you again, if you're showing for it, it says I can answer both of those questions from one pasuk. The Lord shall Moshe, bring Hashem and Yonah Sefer, Amar Sefer, Become Ha'amar Zeb. So again, when you show me the pasuk, once you hear that, become, and you're going to come back to life. So from going to see, from going to see, and then to Tiyas Halisa. So if you want to say that for him, the Kama Amazet is okay, no shot. It's not really possible. The pasuk is that the Moshe is a guy that doesn't correlate with resurrection. Everyone has become Lord. Come forth and hope to go to the friend of Christ are going to die. So when you should have always said, fine, even if you say that, at least if you do the house of your virtue, you're again not Asha Asirius. So again, even if you also use this concept as a relationship, you can at least use it for us as a leverage, as a scriptural proof that Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because again, you have some situation you're going to die, and when you die, God is what is going to die. Okay, go ahead. The Lord says, if you're under your own shoulder, should be okay with God. He knows the problem with the kind of thing, you'll get out of the demons. So what's it say? We open our ask, which we're going to get to. I don't know. Stuff is going to bring back the dead. And how I reckon I should know what is going to happen. She will not think about shopping in the Osaka, they come. Ultimately, as well as those things to what's happening, you are going to die, but you will come back. So we're going to go back to the time where I'm not really as a Rabbi see the government that so we also said that this which was said to have a place, and we was to have their fortress, also. Shahari only, 86 of the Torah. Remember again, because it means books of heresy said, there is no resurrection. There's no resurrection. And I thought I said to them, Silactem Torastem, the Lord had reached the reaction of Torah. We're going to forge the Torah. We forge the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's going on here? Shatan only influences in the Torah, and we call it there is no translation. And then it says, how do you know that? Dikaris, and that Shani, Adonai. So also there is a double Russian of Dikaris. Why is it double Russian? Because it says, I'm sorry. Translation Adonai. Dikaris, Adonai. Adonai, so also Dikaris means that the sin of the cut off the Yisrael. Adonai is the sin of the name. What is that? Not the other right. That's not the first thing that's come. When you see Yair for Yair first destination. So he writes, Dikaris, and at the top, when it's like, I'm going to couple of values. But when we look at values, they try values, Dikaris. That is name. Why can't you quote that from Dikaris? Dikaris, and over like that. Dikaris, we all have on. To which we must use a public only name, people tell us to watch them around them. And we said that's the meaning we said no, that's just a colloquial expression. Okay, keep that on. So much as you look what this is, because it's because for love, because of love doesn't do what you give us. And you give us the special Russian, because we cut off in this world, because they want to come. You know, we give our own small. But look right now, as Hashem, we know that in the face of us, it says, last giving Hashem every cut off. The beach was shall run and release on your free will. So we're straight running with this free expression of being cut off. So they are anyway. So there's a deliberate driver, and we listen all of us, right? But we cut off in this world because it's the only level to us, right? Because the right, because we can't be able to come. And because it's the colors, we go to the collection of the island. This is the first thing that speaks. Okay, maybe we show up in the Akiva, but not that my Akiva, but both of them are very small. We're taking with the phrase of Abba, which is saying this is beautiful. Yafo, I think that's a tshuva. You might have thought that this year would be cut off even if you did tshuva. So the Gemara says, Tamurama Abba. When is the sin cut off? Only when? When it's Abba. When sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says, Amarti, Ella is not Shabbat. One time the sin was cut off is when the sin remains within him. And if the sin was tshuva, then ultimately. Again, he was not so really fascinating. So again, the point that you begin to see is, he wants to make sure there's no one concept that says this, yes, I make Listen, what we have is a series of biblical, I should say, biblical reasons, correlated to different delusions, different things, different ideas. Beautiful. Let's go back to that first day. Shalom is the word. Shalom, Cleopatra, Malchus, Rabbi. Wow. Means Cleopatra. Being Cleopatra asks the following question of Rabbi. I'm not going to say probably a position, but some places that Cleopatra is queens, but Pharaoh is the kings. So this is not like a, this is I don't stop to refer to Cleopatra as a particular person, but this was more of the Roman trust as you see it from the this is the chest. This is one of the title than anything else. It is a people. So Cleopatra asks Rabbi, all right. You've done it with how you she said, I know that the dead will come back to life. I'm sorry, I know that the living will die. So that's it's in their case of ours. I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So just go back to said, I listen to this, right? It's the backdrop. I didn't see as mercy. Son of a, I know that the dead will come back to life. Supposed to cause it, we have seats in the year to 87 hearts. Because again, the Apostle says that literally, there is sprout forth from the city, which represents Jerusalem, like the grass comes out of the earth. So in other words, it's interesting. This passage is actually not quoted in the previous conversations, but we're about to quote this passage. Quotes this passage from Jerry. And so I know that the will come back to life. So that's the Shiloh. Ella, to shade over there, over shade over. Fascinating. When the dead come back to life, they will come back unclothed, or they will come back in their clothing. Incredible. So I'm gonna. So the Lord says back to the God. So Father, come in the Ika, you can Father, come in the thing of each my son. So the Lord says, we're not Ika, she will pull out a demon. So the Ika, buried. If you want to learn the trails, the time to see is just the sea, everybody else but the sea. And yet, notice there the combination. There comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, one thing you know is clothing, but usually again, the color itself has many layers of plus. Like different things on top of it. So you see from there going to hurt the sea, towards the unclothed. Ultimately, again, it comes out with many layers. So you know, that is being shared. Bottom vision and clear shared. It's that you can ultimately again, you are buried in your clothing. I like this part of the tunnel. Outside the ultimately again is buried in the clothing. That we call the charms. So the fact that he's very strong and also he will come out clear as well. It's such a question. You can say Spanish is like a fascination question. But then again, I believe in a direction of events, but how exactly does this work? And again, come out of the grave. What is it? So it's basically that. So it's the point of the children, you see is because all things are close. Like with the problem, like the whole super that the whole to show myself in this one. And I'm trying to building these rights, but the building rights. Supporting represents accomplishment. So the thing that I do is you actually really have to work the following. Working is the conservation. Are you born? Are you born a cover-upper? Like we get untrained, but everybody's person understands that you hope to accomplish and know what that is. Or is your resurrected life say out of the news of your previous life? Are you born with the focus? Or did it come back? And again, I have my message. I have my message. So again, it's 2020. This is a resurrection, a continuation of my previous life. Yet come back with my building, or yet my old faith is in a brand new life. Which are the response? Resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. Which I was like so fascinating because what the book does is it really brings us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here, not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me in the whole Haba, which is the place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages of innovation is part of my life. Such a profound Gemara. I want to read to everybody else. Caesar, Caesar the Caesar the I'm used to the shock of I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so he's interesting. He's going to Cleopatra, with a really interesting reason. But just had some detailed questions about it. So you see that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't believe it. I don't think you guys say, I'm used to you guys say, the shock of I don't come back to life. I don't think how that works. How the opera brought from the Empire. The dead ultimately again becomes dust. Right? And dust won't come back to life. Dust won't come back to life. So the talks about many more days. Other than who died for shock I don't have this. Again, these are fascinating. So the seed, the journal of the Caesar, center of the world, but really I got this. I got this. She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay. So she says, so about an answer. She answers second line, talking about for days, 91A, second line. She answers each people. There are two people. To fashion this. Creators of stuff. Like, how do people? Each people and that's the situation. To me, I'm not going to share the people can do this. I think that's what I'm one creates utensils from water, and one creates utensils from clay. So each of them is if you see the place of your life, that's your whole life. Of course, it has a much greater create utensils from water than this creates from clay. I'm going to remind you, it says, so as you show up, I'm going to turn around. I'm going to step there. But I'm not even sad. You have to get those things. So Shem fashions people from water. Now, what does that mean, water? It's an effort to get access to the proper seed, which creates energy. So if you create human life from literally minor from water, then Allah has come to become us creates results. And like, it's a great piece of cooking pencils from water and water from clay. It has like these cooking pencils from clay. After the Bible goes ahead and creates life, ultimately again from water, so you go ahead and create life from clay from water as well. And in the short time, how the Holy Spirit is beautiful. By the woman from the creation of glass. Creation of glass? Yes, I understand. That is with this Sha'amalon Ruach process of God. High glass, low glass. Low glass. Glass is made to get breath air. And usually, glass breaks. Like the belly, the reflection. That's eventually the short part of our life. Man usually left Hashem. You have to have right Hashem through life with us. Allah has come all the more so, that the great safety desires and the push back together. How will that be? Also just that this joke. Some of the stories Egypt is good because Egypt is statements at tremendous significance to this aspects of our lives. But again, so the king says himself this. How do you also the muffin cheese offering? I want you to read the palace, because I want you to go to the place where there is water and there is grass. How you love and unequal. So you can't do it unequal. So come aside of it. Please, that very beautiful. the Makom Sheman Ba'afa, the Nisan, Shesh Man Ba'afa, Allah Hashem, and things I understand. She was able to go to parents when there was no water and spirit, the way to pour off. Not by giving you water and go to say, well, that's what I say, that's what to do. It's not just you eat now from nothing. It's not the work it's coming. So that's why good good from nothing. Even manage to back to so if you can create from nothing, you certainly can create from something. That is the answer back to the essence. Or if you don't believe you have this idea of something turning into something else, say that if I go out into the body, it's after see this particular type of rolling, shall you touch the muscle and touch the other. And also this man is exactly what they're talking about, because I'm talking about these rollings, that apparently is half flesh and half earth. The moment this shoots, the mass of the muscle, the next thing ultimately it becomes completely flesh. So you see these regular things transform from earth into flesh. Shematoma is Monday, the movie of sacred flesh burning. For this moment to have this transformation. Allah, what was nothing, that's why now is shadow is what he was. As he was enough. And it is to be mentioned that on this day, the only work we have worked on is the mother is that future from which the chaos is created. We got on nothing is what he was. The mother argued the shadow, the next day the rain, and the smell of two of his layers. It is layers. All of the feeling and nothing is a kid with two muscles. Second, the idea of the feeling is the idea of the feeling is. Number one, you got earth to turn to flesh, right? Something to turn to nothing, to from the earth, again, things to sprout as evidenced by, if you will, incredible. And that's, I think, that there is a tremendous profundity in what most of the back here. And then the next one, the thing that happened, the things that they said, this from the palace. And so, no doubt, there is nothing. There's no dirt, there's no water. No dirt, there's no water. And it's subject to it. Palace, and then it's going to later, and then the king says, again, go do a palace. Go do a palace, and eventually it's getting better. And it's subject to say we can't do it impossible. The king said, we're talking about, we built the palace, there's nothing, we're not trying to build a palace with working water. Here's the metaphor that's follows. They say, all of us have times in life where we are pushed to accomplish things and do not accomplish. I back this up against the wall. We were extending circumstances, physical circumstances, and literally again, we pulled the proverbial rabbit out of the hat. We did it. Oh, Hashem. Really difficult circumstances, even the personally difficult health circumstances, and I can see I did it. And yet again, there are times in the days when the circumstances are not possible, and I don't want to. So I tell myself, I can't do it. I can't do it. Because there's fear. And then remember that time that you can grow in possible circumstances? Remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where it wasn't there to succeed in that to do what you should do. If you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build the personalistic premise with no water and no food, that allows time to come day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. And also, you have situations like this, where really difficult situations, you know, there's things that we saw, I think all of us have situations like this, really difficult circumstances, I said to myself, I don't really know how to do this. And I got through it. And I got through it. And I got through it, I succeeded, and I grew. And if I could do that in extenuating circumstances, then I certainly could perform in day-to-day life. If I could make things happen where there was no dirt, there was no water, the more so I could hold the personalistic premise where there is dirt and there is no water. Incredibly research for life. You know what it is by dirt? How many of you know that the real Rabbi said, this is a great series of stories. You want to take it a minute. We said to the real Rabbi Sisa, that's a real. The real Rabbi Sisa actually plays out over here. Half Shmoy, the high summer, Akmunis Bigabo. And interestingly enough, so this guy, the real Rabbi Sisa, he himself was a sticker punch problem, and he was a hunchback. You're going to see that part of the story still. It actually plays out over here. He was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a min who came over to him. And this min said to him, Vayim L'chaim L'chayim, Eliso Nisi Chayim. L'chayim Nisi, Nisi Chayim. So there was this happy part. So he was up to begin with the season. He says, what's the matter with you guys? She knew that she was trying to hold you with shine. Rasha, why are you Rasha? Because you espouse false ideology. You say that the dead come back to life. It's not possible. It's not possible. That which is alive dies. You possibly say that which is dead comes back to life. Alright, so the real difference is fine. By the whole title, you're Rasha. يعني يصير خير ترى هذه خير ترى هذه خير لو تشوفين so the beautiful business is back to that meal which is not Russia. I'll tell you why. Birth which is not alive does come back to life. Every birth, how does every birth start? There wasn't life, and then life occurs. So you see by definition, the simple propagation of the species requires no life to life. So we're paradigm. That's what I'm talking about. We're another Russia. It's not for every single life stuff. It's no life to birth life. So what's crazy to think that the dead could go back to life? So the view of the seesaw, he called this at the colors of Russia. On the way, how do you come to me? You have to call it the view of the seesaw. You're calling me a Russia? You come here, if I was you over there, you're lucky someone's holding you back, right? If I come over to you, but if you have the power cash, you block the second. I would kick you so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. Right? That's what this is like this is together, right? People looking things over there, right? You're lucky my friend told me that. I would kick you somewhere, I would kick you straight, like that. It would be like that. She's good. So we're going to see some ready. And after I'm sitting, you say no thank woman to grow. You start having people do it, and I'm ready to do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a star. Not only will I give you a star, but I will give you a handsome amount of handsome right. Oh, it's okay for that visit to the doctor. Incredible. Well, they're not going to. We're going to say this that's our introduction to the vehicle of the seesaw. The next number of stories we're dealing with the vehicle of the seesaw as well. And also we're going to see something fascinating about his personality. That's about the reason. On the 24th of Nisan, it's the Nakilu Dimusulai Mujiza Mishalai. So again, those are oppressors. Our oppressors left Yehuda and Yerushalayim. While they were oppressors, what are you talking about? So watch this. To Shavuot in Africa, not in Yerushalayim. When the people of Africa into the wilderness, with a legal claim against the Jewish people, always at home. Anyways, right, which they Alexander's most of. So again, actually, before Alexander the Great, Alexander was the great. Right, so they were not rule. Right, but they came before Alexander the Great. For the things all his parties. So I'm alone. Eretz Canaan shall listen to Honey, Jews wife, Alexander. Like, funny little Jews like Alexander. Because it's like, no, Jews named Alexander, which is the strangest thing. I don't mean an English name. I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander, which is very strange because considering it was not exactly a Yiddish name, we registered that it's not terribly Hebrew. And again, because Takar, Jews categorize Alexander the Great, the name stuck. So the people of Africa come with a big Torah against the Jews. I don't know. Eretz Canaan Shalom. What's their claim? And now we got Canaan versus also point out. There's nothing new on this. Any other stuff has a challenge. Right? So before there was a home, right, I'm not sure what this is, right? Before there was any of these other mechanisms, traditionally they were always bringing their legal claims against the Jewish people to say we don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Africa is a pretty big place. And it's a sort of not so big. Not so big. Right? You wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What do you mean by the desert? This is the Derek of humanity. The Derek of humanity is they cannot leave from Israel alone. They cannot get a word there that Jews have to, again, it hurts us to say because we like to think that the world is changed and we all love each other and but some of the women love us and clearly again that illusion has been more given. Like we see that that's what we're doing. And again, it's actually very funny. The world for some reason can't be so bad that Jews have something. All they also are just to defend themselves or just to stand up for themselves. And so again, so a couple times again, the Canaan is ours. What's the claim? The sin, and again, if you're right, it's all these are connections. The sin, and that's Canaan of Judah. It says, that the land of Canaan including all of the boundaries, all the boundaries. The Canaan, so therefore we look at Canaan as part of essentially Africa. They own the Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. The Canaan, Abu Gavana, Ishmael, Canaan is our father. Right? Remember again, Canaan becomes the father of Kish, of Ham. So the Africans say this is our father. So because again it's our father, we own this land. Okay, so as I said again, so this is the canal again. This was a clearly rock before Alexander the Great. The Jews have canals to stand the blood and the tree. Alexander is right. How long do you see that? So the reason this is for one reason, I'm going to say for to really she's really proud of me. Let me argue this case. I'm going to have to do it. Now watch this. Like, in the tree, I'm going to show you this example. So if I lose, the good thing is, there's really no harm because they could just say, people like, oh, it was a, this is really strange. Because you have this stuff, there's nothing that you know, that's one of the old things. It's not that, you got that one like that. Therefore, says, if I lose the case, not a big deal, because whatever, you could just say, he wasn't really representing us, right? You just say, right, the applicant, they can keep it just very good, right? So now, we had said, or something, I do the case, on the hand, say, Torah's mission itself. If you will not be attributed to me, and I will be attributed to Torah. Which also, by the way, just beginning to see the beauty and the power of the personality of the giver of the seaside. That all of this was literally about Torah, which is not as powerful. The giver of the seaside saw himself as the best layer of the universe. If I lose, the rest is mine. If I win, the win is the international. Incredibly selfless. Okay, so that's all it's just on everyone. Okay, so it gets finished from the Rabbi. He represents 500 Alexander years. So it says to the Africans, where are you bringing your people from? I remember that Torah. The Torah, we just said it. I'm going to I'll be up in my island. I don't think I'll be going to work the house, chill out. But no matter. All the Canaan, I've only been around Canaan is close, and Canaan should be a state of brothers. That's the case. So again, Hebron is here. Consider the children of Canaan. Canaan is first. Canaan is above. Hebron Shekhan is above the Nephasim. Hebron is the Nephasim. So can Hebron requires property? We can talk about it. It doesn't matter who does the Hebron himself belong to. For law, not only that, I shall come and show you what about it. So for the again, you guys owe us that service, right? Because when the states are probably slow, and what? We have not been working for years. So that's when we do that whole land, right? So we owe you, and you owe us back for all of your delivery service. Okay, so what happens? I think I have signed them out at 0 children. So our guns is the Africans do. Let's say, what's your response? I mean, let's see what is much more she loving. So it's like, I was going to give us 3 days. Give us 3 days to come back with the answer. No, so it's not doing any kind of bug moving or more children. So I'll go in the search. So they see what finds the way. You're not costly, and the Africans run away. And what happens? You need to start to share to share its race. It's our name to share its race. And that kind of also here is interesting. So I want to again. Really, that was to start with, they need to do that. But again, they hide this thing, they look at it, they do that, they run away, and they're left behind reading fields, and reading beers, and what it says, the oath of shut up, she is icy. So not only do Christ will succeed, but ultimately, what we sell, when they have the hand of Hashem, have someone to sustain himself, even though it's true to you. So let's say, so again, let's start what we said with this. It's not your story, what's the particular message? What's the two messages? Number one, the Jews should not be bashful or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world. And the little bit that we have is ours. And we should not be ashamed to defend it, and we should not be ashamed to assert our ownership over it. Nor should we be apologetic about the fact that it's ours is given to us. And we did not give it to others. So when the Jews are apologetic, so ultimately again, that weakness is exploited and punished. when Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their sovereignty over that which is ours, that is when things come together. Number two, when we do things not for self, so we egotistic or egocentric purposes, but you do things for our place partners, that's when things work. If you attempt to see, so let's say I want to play something out by the way. Can you think about it? It's interesting to know that like the view that this is like a whole shuffle. Right? Like, welcome to my development because my parents are this, the segment that I'm saying, some kind of this, so because of us, like it's not a concept to be Russia, it's not having to be Russia. Like, other people come up with this. I don't know what the answer is, but a very simple method. If you're going to see something very simple, like it's not about me. It's not about me. This is about what is going on show. When you teach things for the right purposes, specifically for the cover collection starting, things come together. Be unapologetic about what is ours, and number two, do things for the right purposes, and things come together. Next, another big one that's specifically. What we can decide nothing in Israel if they Alexander Mokhtar. So let's get right Egyptians, right purpose. Let's say this is again, we took these things that nations of the world bring legal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true. The Africans did it. The Africans did it. And it's again, like who let brings in general. This passage still see how the world is so circuit, right? Who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide against the state of Israel? South Africa. Just see certain things, they just are the way that they are. And while it's nice to think that the world changes, the world changes us. The world very much stays the same, especially with Egypt. So, the next countries. Who else got on the file Alexander the Great? Egypt. I know. I mean, all that. I mean, Rabbi, some of the things I'm not going to actually to move on the president is actually talking to me. So in Egyptians, like the Bible was like, it's actually pretty good. Right? So the plastic side, when we left the side, the plastic side, we never do a lot coming up with the side. The plastic says, Hashem gave the favor of calling salt in the eyes of the Egyptians. I actually win. Now, I actually literally means they borrow. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they ask, but others say it means borrow. Now, the Jews are fully coming with the full product idea that means borrow, which means how Israel borrows a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians, which the Egyptians say, so happy to have like it to me, but we'd like our stuff back. Okay? So the Gemara says, I'm going to give them to Sisa. So the give them to Sisa says, look, I'm treating the truth name of the other one. So the give them to Sisa says, give me a favor, says the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me your choice, I'll deal with it. And you're not screaming once again, I'll move the head. I get shit like I need something. So if I'm successful, I'm sorry, if they didn't the case over me, so once again, it's not a big deal because people are just saying, I just got to use it. See some, he's a head guy. He's just a regular guy. Right? In our new say for someone very successful, on the other hand, told us much being successful. But ultimately, the glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately against your head part. That's the choice. All of them mind. Okay, so the Sisa shows that the nation and the case with the Egyptians. Okay, I'm allowed. The nation of the Egyptians, what's your line? I'm allowed. As I get riches and told you by actually live. You borrow stuff from us. Okay, but I think about this. You know what I'm saying? So switch to the agency that I'm allowed. I need no idea what I'm allowed. I will tell us. I want to bring you from the Torah. שנאמר, ומשה בני ישראל, השלש של מצרים, משה שנה ו400 שנה. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. Now 430 years, remember, they're not from the Kidassis. So they have 430 years. To move on, Sky Avodah, so she should be, but she should be out of the Mitzrayim, Shloshim ו400 שנה. So, given the person says, have no problem. If you have an accounting, having an accounting, just say you only need to go to someone that we buy. Okay, you also owe packages for 600,000 and you want for 430. Let's just work for some friends to come to yes. Let's settle up. Let's settle up. That brings us to 430 years for half a million people. And we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? So what happens? I don't know. That's your children. On the right, you learn as much as you know. To give us some days when we come back. The rest of the show is that you have some environmental smell. But you will not to chew up. So often if you're going to search for years, you couldn't find an answer. You have the nucleus side of saying, pushing the zeros, the primary pushing the zeros, you just it. You look behind the fields, like the lady field, lady beard, but also so much to your sense of, I don't know if you follow us, it's which is like benefits. What's that? It's going to bring us in the way. Why is it that that's not? Like, I step back to you know, right? And say, you know what, you know the answer. Like I said, just here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for MS, if you don't have an answer, you come back and you can say, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. And you recognize that what you're doing is smoking mirrors. And only in time to rob people of what it's like to be there, you don't even have to back them. You show back up. And that's the message of this idea. He's not your friends. Like, because if you're not critical, listen, every court is, someone wins, someone loses. That's every court. So again, all you want is just a fair shake. Recognizing that you might win, you might lose. And you can't even show back up. You can't even show your face again. You can't even follow back up. That shows the emptiness of your claims to the beginning. So profound. We wanted that to show time, Apas. Go there, you smell. This is incredible. I think it's one this again. Everybody is jumping on the bandwagon over here. So here comes. Somebody smell. It's too rough. Rugged in Israel. That's just one place. So what's the Shmuel's play? What's that thing? I don't know. Eretz Kinaan Shalom. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Right? So the name Shmuel say, Eretz Kinaan is ours. So what happens? Yeah, that's interesting. You smell it in a different way. It's the Eretz Shalom, the Shalachem. Right? So it's interesting. The Shmuel in this context says, we're not saying it's solely ours. We're saying it's also ours. Now, this is very different, right? Africans claim all ours, right? The ones claim, right? This one is trying to market that way, so right, they want the money. But at the end of the day, so this can be Shmuel, I mean, this is why it's not finished. And Shmuel says, we're not claiming it's all ours. We're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it, why? So the Lord says, c'est the Eretz of this Shmuel, and Abraham. C'est the Eretz of this Yisrael, and Abraham. So again, that's the Shmuel's claim. By the way, Shmuel's claim is not a guy's claim. That's what the Shmuel's claim. We're also saying about this. We're also saying about the land was given to Abraham, the 12 of Abraham. So why should we not have a share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I'm going to give you this is not coming. To you, which is very enough. So once again, give me the teacher. Carol, let me do this. I'll do it. Any next school, I'm going to have to shut up and miss out. I'm going to have to ask no shit out of this testament. So again, so good to see. So if I lose, they can see me coming. If I win, it's so that everyone will victory. So what happens? I'm right. Miracle after being right up. So he says to me, Shmuel, what's he at? What's it do? I'm not talking about. So again, we just quoted it. We are also saying I'm and then it says, may I be struck away. He sent them away. He sent them away. Obviously, Mar says, Nothing obviously, Agatim, the one of the Chayyim. The Shigas and the Alzeh. Really, each Mazeh Alzeh came. If a father gives gifts to a son, and then sends that son away. But the sent away son, having means on the primary son, of course, that's actually what means is you say, I Avram gave Yishmael and the other sons of the concubines. And then what did he do? He said, hey, what does that mean? He said, Father, this is yours. I'm not you. Right? I told you so before. Then Gemara would be actually that. He says, I have two sons. And one thing is Yishmael and Rabbi. And that's how giving you stuff. And I'm standing you away. You have a good best thing in this part. So it says as follows. My one of Shemaim shared to them. And ultimately, again, we gave them sorcery. Even sorcery. So therefore, again, an interesting level, as I want to point out, what's fascinating about that story is if you notice, the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like you just say, oh, I'm sorry, Yeshua says, we need 3 days or to come back. The idea of the sisters Uriah was so compelling. It was like a mic drop. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Adam of Eden. And Adam loved your father as well. And Adam gave your father gifts. He gave his son, and then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't want the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want to be stuck with Adam, did not want to be stuck with Yishmael. Actually, Adam didn't want to be stuck with Yishmael. They got together. Sarah didn't. His wife was again. Hashem said to Adam, listen to Sarah. So therefore, again, the day that this says, you have no heir without Yishmael. You have Yishmael. You have no Caleb, Shem, Eretz, Yisrael. That's where they started. If you notice that the point of this was just say, Yishmael accepts it. There's no let us get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. I guess you never have to, it's not being okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine very close today. Again, listen, yes, can you possibly go any faster? You can't go any faster. There's too much studying everywhere. So I'll stop over here for today. Go ahead and pick up a note that's in the bottom of chapter 5 tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming Gemara.
So you know that when you're just a fan of podcasts, randomly it's like somebody just loud the fucking here right now. This is crazy right now, so within my mouth. And I just don't matter how I don't remember if that was happening. Right. Well, yeah. We finally found out something.
To rouse the curiosity of children.
You said that you threatened to ruin guys' lives. Victoria,
all right, good morning. Let us begin. We mentioned all of our sponsors for this morning trip. I think our sponsors for Kavshin Day. Hey, the Wilson is not the very self dedicating all the Schumann drushes this year as he's exclusive from the Soros Tovos and the Soros from the Torah sponsors for the month of Adar. Havamim Tova Tari and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Ziv, Ben Shmuel, Yisrael, Zichron, Baruch, and American Talmud Torah. All of the Neshama Shalom of your families in the Chama, all those who will finish having for the home family Yisrael. Hashem Shemez, Hashem bring home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful and call Ma'aseh. Let's be back. Let us begin. Today's back is Tzadik Aleph 91. We have a little time, but we're going to make it. Yeah, if we're up on Tzadik on days 90B, I got to count on from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. So again, Yeshiva B'Shol is not following. Let's just remember again, we're in the sugya of trying to find some type of scriptural allusion to Trias HaMesim. Right? From English, that is Christmas in the Torah. So when we ended off the class yesterday, there's a passage that says, "When the Satan remember as Trumas Hashem the Aaron HaKohen, you shall give Truma to Aaron." Now, remember, it's very interesting. Aaron received many things in life. The one thing he never ever received was Truma. Why did he get Truma? Because he was actually going to Israel. And Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, what we should do, but ultimately again to give Truma to Aaron. So we were again, and mostly at the pasuk means that Tziras HaMesim. So the Gemara says the day we goes like, no. What does it mean? You have to give truma to someone like Aaron. Meaning what? Ma Aaron chaver afkona khalil. Just like Aaron is a chaver, right? Just like Aaron is a chaver, and therefore knows how to go ahead and deal with truma in the appropriate way. So to again, in general, you have to give truma to khalil. Or b'shmor achmani, or yosan. Nine shame of the truma koyin ha'aretz. How do you give truma to a kohen who is ignorant? The army also shall I not say Maras was calling the demon and that's Yakusuku in Torah Hashem. Because again, the way the Pasuk phrases it is, you give the Kohanim Shema that they should be strong in the Torah of the Ribono Shalom. As the Torah Maxik Torah Hashem, whoever is holding literally again the Torah of the Ribono Shalom, Yesh Shalom Nas has a portion in Shema. The She'ina Maxik Torah Hashem, whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in Mominas, does not have a portion. And I also, this, as we're going to see, this is not as much punitive as it is just very important because Truma has a lot of details, Truma has a lot of obligations, and misuse of Truma to bring it in. That's how I feel along with it. For those who do with Ben Amalek, to give this Truma to a coin with an Amalek, to no stomach to me Ari. It's as if he gives it to a lion. Ma'ari sucking dollars for sucking in the very but when you put food in front of a lion, there's a sucking. Will they tear it apart and eat it or not? After Amalek, sucking, open of the paradox, sucking, open of the Truma. So to again, when you give something, you give too much to a plain Amalek, sucking. Will he eat it in the state of ritual purity? Will he eat it in the state of ritual impurity? And Yochanan says, according to Lisa. One gives truma to a kohen Amalek is causing the death of that kohen. I was the first one married. The Mason told Peter Hallelujah, as mentioned before, that misuse of truma results in death penalty. You give truma to a kohen who doesn't know how to treat it with respect to something, the whole water is causing death to that particular kohen. Whatever was in the Yaakov after my seal of a ashma, even tells the kohen to buy it and have it in the shnei ma'adim. See also of a so what's going to be fascinating about all of this is just a very interesting motif how, again, in these cases, you would think that giving truma to the coin, of course, is an objection to chesed. So giving truma to the coin is only a chesed, it's only something good if the coin knows what to do with it. If he doesn't know how to handle the gift, then not only is it not chesed, but in fact it's a liability for him. Tremendously so delighted as well about him giving up to doing certain parenting, about giving children things. It's a beautiful bracha for a parent to give children something as long as what? The child knows how to handle it. To give a child something that's a big source of technology, even so in many areas. To give a child something that's a question and it's not that you have to give, but it's creating tremendous liability. So come on, kind of, and so like that, United Christians in the where do we find, again, a biblical relationship to transformation? The Ghana Kimosi as priest is very interesting. The Eton Nasis Lahem as Alex. The Pasuk says, and I will establish, I will uphold my vision and covenant with them to give to them, Lahem, to them, right? That's Lahem Lahem. This is very interesting. The Pasuk doesn't say, the Prophet doesn't say, no, I'm upholding my covenant to give you Lahem, rather it says Lahem, to them. Who is it? Again, who is the Rashi? The Rashi on the right side. But I can't tell you, Allah, the master says, Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, Shifim, Lahem, Eretz Yisrael. Lahem, Yitno, Avraham, Yitno. So the person gives the sound of such an extremely intriguing person that, again, if I come from was talking to Am Yisrael who was alive at the time, it reads Lashon of what? Of Lachem, to you. Lachem means to them, eat with them. The Gemara give them Am Yisrael, Yaakov, they were dead. They were long dead by how you find yourself in the future. Everything is things like yourself. I would rather what you see, but ultimately, again, Abraham is something that will receive out of himself. What does that show you? Yes, I see. Yes, I see. So the Gemara says, we get a fight. You can't catch me. Beautiful. Show me this over here. The meaning, I cannot read the meaning. Again, it's like not because someone doesn't believe. Now, we're going to see the terms in colors, not even teaching. But we're going to see that we're giving the birth to different levels of heritage. I should say, people who don't believe in certain things. So it's the distinctions. Some meaning is what we're going to do. So we know that we know Shem is one of the Chinese from where we know from being captured dead. On the other hand, you have Torah, you have Rabbi, you have Ksubim. As Gamliel says, I'm going to give you a proof from Torah, Rabbi, and Ksubim. No Jew and all of Gamliel's proofs, they rejected. We'll see what happens. You have Torah. So number one, what's the value of that Torah? Say, I never show up Moshe. In God, showcase in Rabbi Tzachar, the come. This is pretty explicit. As Hashem says to Moshe, you are going to literally again die. You are living with your forefathers to come. And you are going to arise. Wow, pretty explicit. Yes, listen. So how did they disprove it? No. They said it was real. You're putting the comma in the wrong place. Below, the Dilma, the comma ha'am hazeh, zana. No, the pasuk is as follows. Moshe, you're going to die. And after you die, the comma ha'am hazeh, zana. The people are going to rebel. When you die, the people worship idolatry. The come is not pointing on Moshe, but God, the come is going on the people. Incredible. Next, what's the proof from Rabbi? Let's say you set up the bus to running short near Afar. You tell all those Taraka, the Arabs will find people. So this is what this when you see this phrase. The phrase you see, Kitsu Veranu short near Afar. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. Kitsu Veranu is the same place to Hashem. That's a pretty clear statement. The Doma, based on Shaki and Chesla. Maybe that's referring to the fact that the Chesla brought back to life. Who did the Chesla bring back to life? That's the Association, right? That's the value of dry bones. So that's a specific exercise. Next, we have to see from two to say, if you can't cut Kiyayin Atov, homeless with no even Yisharim, go away, Sifsei Yishim. See that goes as a pasuk. Yes, the pasuk makes reference to Shira Shir. Literally again, that phrase, Govave Sifsei Yishim. The lips of those who sleep will move. Sleep and reference to death. Lips they will move, doing a reference to the idea that once again will speak. Okay, so listen. The Dilma of Hushi reactions will say the Alma. So the meaning said to Yochanan, the meaning said to the meaning of Gamliel, maybe that's referring to the fact that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now, when do the lips of the dead move in the grave? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan, the Gemara is so beautiful. We show the Shemini of Tzadam. Chamishnema halacha b'shmo ba'olam hazeh. So together. So beautiful. When a person dies, if someone says over a halacha, now by the way, halacha doesn't just have to be the halacha. What that means is, when a person dies, and someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased's lips move in the grave. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. This is a really, really beautiful idea. First of all, this idea that when a person needs over Torah, a person needs over lessons for their families, a person needs over Yisodos that are set over even after they have no longer alive by definition. It gives them a continued life, continued eternality in this world. So a person dies, someone says over the Torah, someone says over the Torah, someone says over the himself, and it's moving again. Incredible. I show one of the process. So the meaning, do not believe anything that Gamliel said until the Gamliel gave them over the following idea, all the following idea. Hashem Yishbah, Hashem Lavasechem, Vaseis Lahem. So the reference is strong again, that Hashem has sworn to give over to you. Now, I should say to them, Lachem Lomar, it doesn't say Hashem is giving over to you, rather one doesn't say Ella Lachem, to them. Become a Tchesanis in the Torah. So from where you see ultimately again a reference to Tchesanis Min HaTorah. Incredible, because once again, you're giving over to them. Who's to them? The assumption is this is Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. So from where you see an explicit allusion to this idea, that Hashem that again the 10 will come back. Like you know, you show me a mikvah that. However, how do you say? I'm going to look at a different passage. I'm going to say it's so beautiful. The Atem Hadlikin Vashem Chaim Kulchem Hayom. How do you say? That's from this passage. I'm going to translate what does it mean. And you cling to Hashem your God. Like Chaim Kulchem Hayom. So as soon as you translate this, you will live according today, or you will see alive today. It's something about Shida, the kind of Kulchem Hayom. That's obvious. So which means talking today. So of course they're alive today. Even at a time when everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So the idea that we need much in this passage ultimately again, you can choose like a Torah Chaim Kulchem Hayom. Hayom means you will come back to life. And even on the day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. Such a beautiful, incredible story. So you know, like Shalom, there's much to say about that. That's the Shalom for your time. I'll come back to it. Shalom, Robin asked of your Shalom Canada. Shalom again, the Romans asked of your Shalom Canada. What did they ask him? United States from the Prime Basin, the Ogama Shasa Dios. So they asked of your Shalom Canada the two-pronged question. Number one, how do we know his resurrection of the dead? And number two, how do we know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? Two-pronged question. So I'm going to tell that. So ultimately again, when you should be playing, it says I can answer both of those questions from one pasuk. So again, when you should be playing the pasuk, Moshe, you're going to die, become, and you're going to come back to life. So from here you see, and Remesh to Kriyas Nemesim. So he says, they said back to him, become Amazet Sana. Okay, Moshe. It's not how to read the pasuk. When you read the pasuk is that ultimately Moshe you're going to die. The Vakam doesn't go on Moshe's resurrection. Rather, what does Vakam go on? Vakam goes on ultimately again the Christ are going to rebel. So when Shurach said, fine, even if you say that, at least in the truth in your house of your Yama Ashas and Dios. Now again, even if you're not going to use this concept of Genesis translation, you could at least use it for what? As a remez, as a script for it, but Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because again, here Hashem is saying to Moshe, you're going to die. And when you die, Klal Yisrael is going to rebel. Okay, incredible. So the Gemara says, it's where I'm going to go for Hashem to show you here. Right? The Nash Kishbach, the time we sing, the Nash Asadios, so it's the Yochanan asked when Shem how do I know? Shbach, we think to bring back the dead. And how do I know that Hashem knows what is going to happen? Shneimar, Incha Shochev Imamosecha, Dekam. Ultimately, again, Hashem says to Moshe, you are going to die, but you will come back. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to Tanya. Amra really as you see, the covers that Siyati Sifrei. So the Ezra says like this. The books of the heretics have really been they're forgeries. They're forgeries. How so? How you hold them? Remember again, because the books of heretics said there is no resurrection. There's no resurrection. Alright, so then I said to them, Siyachtem Torastem, below Hadisem Biyachtem. So number one, we forged the Torah. We forged the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's going on here? Sha'atem Omen in Tchias HaNisim in the Torah, for you claim there is no Tchias HaNisim. And yet it says, for you, Omer, Tikaris, Hanefesh Ani, Avonaba. So what's it? There is a double lashon of Karis. Why the double lashon? So Grant says, Karis actually Avonaba. Karis Ba'olam said, Avonaba Le'ina. So what's it? Karis means that the sin will be cut off from this world. Avonaba, it's a sin will remain with it. Le'imas, when is that? Laughing on the level. That's not referred to as Karis. So from here you see ultimately again, Raya for Tchias. So the Gemara says, Tikaris, good. Let's start out. I'm going to talk about Raya. And then we're going to talk about Raya. May Tikaris. So I understand why can't you both that after Tikaris, in all of my said, Tikaris, in all of Haba, which the Gemara is the Pablo Amri Lay, Libra Torah Kulashon Riyadah. I would have said that, but the meaning would have said, no, that's just a colloquial expression. Okay, give me an eye. The Russian is not going to say, he carries Pavlov and Hashem, not just the Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva understands it of Russian. He carries, cut off in this world. He carries in the world to come. The Rabbi Kiva, Lord Yishmo, Baruch Var Ne'emar, Es Hashem, Hu Megadei T'nei V'Sa. The Pasuk says he's blaspheming Hashem that he cut off. The Ishlosha Olam and Ish are the three worlds. In other words, then that means that there's three expressions of being cut off. There's no one over here. So versus the Nikva Brother, Elo, the Nikva Olam Azam, will be cut off in this world. He carries the Olam Abba. See what I'm saying? He carries it, right? He carries the cut from the world to come. And he carries the Dibra Torah Kavash Amalei Adam. This refers to the Torah speaks. Okay? Beinu Yishma Ben Rabbi Akiva, Avona Ba Maya Akiva. But also when you keep Yishma, what do you do with the phrase of Avona Ba? Look at this, this is beautiful. Yachva, Afilu Asa Tshuva, you might have thought that this will be cut off even if he did Tshuva. The Gemara says, Talmud Avona Ba. When is the sinner cut off? Only when it's Avona Ba. When the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says, Lo amarti, ella bisman shavonah ba. Every time the sin is cut off, is when the sin remains with him. But if the sinner does shuvah, then ultimately again she is not incredible. So really fascinating. So again, the point that you begin to see is, we mentioned yesterday, there's no one concept that says there's yes amazing. What we have is a series of biblical, I should say fanatics, is that right? Biblical illusions. Torah gave you so many different illusions, different hints, different ideas. Beautiful. Let's go back. We're not finished yet. Shalom is this Gemara. Shalom Cleopatra Malchusah Sebibera. Wow. Queen Cleopatra. Queen Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabbi. Amra, by the way, just you should know, my shop points this out. Cleopatra is the queens, but Paro is the kings. So this is not like a, this is starting with what happens in a this is more of a nutshell. Right now, trust as we see this from different usages and trust. This is more of an argument title than anything else. But anyway, it's pretty cool. So Cleopatra asks Rabbi Amra, the Ghana of Hayish Shifri. Listen to this. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. Sorry, I know that the living God, Mixiv, I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra said, I listen to this, right? Cleopatra, I believe in Chaos and Mason. Incredible. I know that the dead will come back to life. Because again, the Apostle said that literally, there is sprout forth from the city, which reference to Yerushalayim, like the grass comes out of the earth. So once again, this concept is actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but we have actually discussed it. We'll discuss it quite clearly. Right, so I know that the day will come back to life. So what's the Shiloh? Ella is shame only Arunim, only not be shame. Fascinating. When the dead come back to life, do they come back unclothed? Or do they come back in their clothing? You gotta know. So Amar. So we here to back to Cleopatra. Kavachoma Mechita, maybe Kavachoma from a grain of wheat. Also, so the Gemara says, Umachita Shnikura Aduma. So the Chita, right? The grain is buried unclothed. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, you're trying to see just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet, Yotza become a Levushim. Then it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean, many layers of clothing? It means that again, the kernel itself it has many layers. That is a husk that has different things on top of it. So you see from there again, just like the seed goes into the earth unclothed, ultimately again, it comes out with many layers. So the Gemara says, Tzadikim, the same part of the Shem, but Tzadikim ultimately again were buried with their clothing. Allah has come of the Tzadik ultimately again is buried not that clothing, Tzadikim the trans. And Tzadik is buried with clothing, all the more so he will come out clothed as well. So it's such a fascination. First of all, you could just say sound, it's just like a fascination question. But then again, I believe in resurrection of the dead. And how exactly does this work? When they come out of the grave, what is it? Clothes. What's interesting also is it could very well be clothing. It is before the often is better clothes for accomplishments. like the Gadim, like the Holy Secret of Yahanamani, Shlomo says in Mishnah. At all times, let your clothing be white. Let your clothing be white. So clothing represents accomplishment. So Kubai Rabbi, the Pastor was really asking was the following. When is Tchilas Mason? How do you come back? How are you reborn? Are you reborn like Tabla Rasa, like naked, unclothed, like new life, new person, mamish, like a new baby being born to cover, or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? Or do you come back? And again, I have my nice clothing. I have my business. So again, it's a fascinating question. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? So I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed within a brand new life? Which one in your response? Resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. So I was saying it's so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me what we'll call Olam Haba, which is the place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages and innovations of my life. Such a profound dilemma. I want to make case over the Gomiyah. So the Caesar said from the Gomiyah, Caesar the Gomiyah. Amrisu Bishaki Chayi. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So he's supposed to be the Patra who believe in Tchilas. Let's just have some detailed questions about it. So you see already that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't believe it. I don't understand. You guys say, Amrisu, you guys say Bishaki Chayi. Then we'll come back to life. I don't understand how that works. The dead ultimately again become dust, right? And dust can't turn back to life. Dust can't come back to life. So the Gemara says, top of 91a. Other who died there, shot gave out the hydrogen. Again, these things are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to Romeo, I got this, right? She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay, so she says, so Malam Hajjah, Shnei second line, Zakaf, age 91a, second line. Shnei Yotzim each period. There are two people, two fashionables, creators of stuff. Right? How do we do that? Yesh Bigirenu, right? Rashi says that there's Shnei Yotzim Bigirenu, Akasham Bigirenu Minamai. They create utensils. Two people create utensils. Every Yotzim Minamai, that Yotzim Minamai. One creates utensils from water, and one creates utensils from clay. So Isa Mehem Shuba, better. Which is the response to the point of the light, which is the light. Once again, it's much clearer to create utensils from water than to create from clay. I'm going to mind. You know, so I was just for so I didn't show up. I'm going to set him in a mind side. Not people called shipping. So Hashem fashions people from water. Now, what does that mean, water? It's a reference to God, to the drop of seed, which creates a baby. Struggle to create human life from literally mind and water can allow us to come of which creates some goods. In other words, right, it's a greater feat to create utensils from water than it is from clay. Then everybody agrees to create utensils from clay. And the struggle goes ahead and creates life, ultimately again from water, so we go ahead and create life from clay, from dirt as well. The name of Yishmael Kavachomer Miklis Ruchis is beautiful. You can even Kavachomer from the creation of glass. Creation of glass, it's yes and listen. Maklis Ruchis, Sha'amalon, Beruach, Basavitam. How is glass made? You blow glass. Glass is made through the breath of man. And Nishbaru, Yeshlan Takara. And even if glass breaks, you could melt it down and you could refashion it. Man who is made with the breath of Hashem. Right? Hashem threw life into us. Allah has come to all the more known that if it breaks, so to speak, and dies, it can be put back together. Which it becomes, you know. Amar Yahu. Nina Rabbi Amr. So it's like, also just that. There's so much to say on each of these words because each of these statements are tremendous metaphors for just the different aspects of our life. But again, I underline this, so we'll come back to it. So there was a particular unbeliever. I mean, we said to Amisu, you say the Shakti Chai, you guys say that the dead come back to life. Whereas the Baha Abu Afra, Baha from the Kakaye, and the dead turn to dust. And how can dust possibly come back to life? I'm sure how much we're not done. Let me give you a mushroom. Let me give you a mushroom. Remember that Pastor Madam, Shamala, so I'll give you a mushroom. There was once a human king, and the human king said to his servants, the need be called to the going, the Mokum Shain Mayim Ba'afar. Go and go to the water, there's no water, there's no dirt in the place where I need you to go to the palace, I need you to figure it out. Halfu Banu also, about Hashem, the subjects will figure out the good thing of the palace. The young in Nafla, sometime the palace fell down. So the king says to himself this, you also in Makam Shigish Afon. I want you to leave over the palace. I want you to go to the place where there is water and there is dirt. On the low, aim on the subject, so you can't do it. You can't do it, or unable to do it. So Kala Solomon, the king got very angry at them. The Malcolm Shimai Ba'afar Benisem, actually Shishmai Ba'afar Allah has come. So it means to understand, you were able to go to the palace when there was no water and dirt. You were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you water and dirt, you can't pull it off. So what's that? What's to them show? As far as creates man from nothing. So the Hashemah didn't create from nothing, but even when man came back into dirt says something. So if you can create from nothing, you certainly can create from something. That was the answer back to yesterday. But if you don't believe that this idea of something turning into something else, say the book, go out into the valley, see this particular type of rodent, that's the process of the so let's say this man is just an example about what they're talking about, what Chazal talking about in his rodents. That apparently is half flesh and half earth. When Makar he shoots, the Nasa Kulabasa. The next day ultimately again becomes completely flesh. So you see the ability of things to transform from earth into flesh. Shema Tomar is Mamre, but maybe you'll say it takes a lot of time for this rodent to have this transformation. Allah Lahar Gopis, and Elkin, first by mind, it seems particular mountain that on this day there's only one Filas, once when we get Filas on is that feature in which the Tchelas is created. So you go up on the mountain, there's one Filas on. The Macha Yardu Bishon, in the next day the rain, and the smell like Kulo Filzonos. Ultimately, and the mountain will be filled with Filas. So again, the idea over here is number one, that earth could turn to flesh, right? Something could turn to nothing, and from the earth, again, things could sprout as evidenced by the Filas. It's incredible. And also, I think that there is a tremendous profundity in that mashal as well about the king. Remember the mashal of the king, what happened? The king said to his subjects, build me a palace. And he said, build a house where there is nothing. There's no dirt, there's no water. There's no dirt, there's no water. And the subjects do it. The palace falls down sometime later, and then the king says again, build me a palace. Build me a palace in the place where there is dirt and water. And the subjects say, we can't do it impossible. The king said, what are you talking about? You built the palace with nothing. Allah has come to build the palace with dirt and water. Think the metaphors as follows. They say, all of us have times in life where we are pushed to accomplish things and we do not think we can accomplish. Our back was up against the wall, we were extending in circumstances, difficult circumstances, and literally again, we pulled the proverbial rabbit out of the hat. I did it. Baruch Hashem. Really difficult circumstances, maybe even potentially positive circumstances, and I did it. And yet then, there are times day to day where my circumstances are not impossible, and I don't go through it. And I tell myself, I can't do it. Because how do you do it? I'm talking about, do you remember that time that you've been through in constant circumstances? Do you remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where again it wasn't clear if you would succeed or not, and you did and you came through? If you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build a personalistic palace with no water and no dirt, then Allah has come to become a day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. And also, we all have situations like this. We're really difficult situations. If you don't have situations, this is a piece of. I think almost all of us have situations like this. It's really difficult circumstances. And I said to myself, I don't know if I can get through this. And I got through it. Not that I get through it, but I succeeded and I grew. And if I can do that in these circumstances in life, then I certainly could perform in day-to-day life. If I could make things happen where there was no dirt, there was no water, the more so I could hold the place that is becomes where there is dirt and there is no water. Incredible useful for life. You know what it goes back to? The Gevir Ben Sisa. This is a great series of stories. There was a particular name who said to Gevir Ben Sisa, that's his name. Gevir Ben Sisa, actually points out over here, Kach Shmo, Bahaisamo Akmumius Begabo. Interestingly enough, so this guy Gevir Ben Sisa, who himself was a shtickle problem, and he was a hunchback. We're going to see that part of the story just a little bit. Rashi points out over here, he was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a min who came over to him. And this min said to him, "Buy the phone, Kaide." I'm using Nisi Kai. So there was this happy card. He comes up to the beginning of the season. He says, "What's the matter with you guys?" Speaking about the Jews, right? He calls the Jews Rishon. Rishon, why are you Rishon? Because he espoused false ideology. You say that the dead come back to life. It's not possible. It's not possible. That which is alive dies. Can you possibly say that which is dead comes back to life? Amalei. So the Rebbe and the Caesar responds, "By the phone Kaide." You're the Rishon. The Aniso Nisi Rachayim. The Lo Havichaya. The Havichaya Lo Koshakim. So the Rebbe says back to the men, says that Rasha. I'll tell you why. That which is not alive doesn't come back to life. Every birth, how does every birth start? There wasn't life, and then life occurs. So you see, by definition, just simple propagation of the species requires no life to life. So we have a paradigm for this. What are you talking about? You're the Rasha. So it's probably every single life starts with no life and then goes to life. So what's crazy to think that the dead will come back to life? So the Gevir Ben Sisa, he called this apikores a Rasha. Amalei, Chayvikares li. The apikores says to the Gevir Ben Sisa, "You're calling me a Rasha? Ikamina, if I would be over there, you're lucky someone's holding me back, right? If I would come over to you, but I would kick you so hard that I would kick out your hunchback." Right? That's what I was. This is incredible, right? People are people. Nothing changes over time, right? You're lucky my brother's holding me back. I would kick you so hard, I would kick you straight, right? I would kick you, but you would kick out your hunchback. This is great. So we're going to see Amalei, and Anton Sikim, Rofe Uman, Tikra, Uskar Harbe Tito. Do it, man. Right? Do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a shkaya. Not only would I give you a shkaya, but I would pay you handsome amount of money. Handsome koke for that visit to the doctor. Incredible. Well, they do not balance. We must say this now. That's our introduction to Gevir Ben Sisa. The next number of stories we're dealing with Gevir Ben Sisa as well. And also, we're going to see something fascinating just about a person of Rabbi. That's about Rabbi Nisan. On the 24th of Nisan, it's Natilu Dimusinoi Yehuda Yerushalayim. So again, those are oppressors. Our oppressors left Yehuda and Yerushalayim. Now again, what oppressors? What are we talking about? So watch this. Kishabobe Africa, loving Israel. When the people of Africa came to the Romans with a legal claim against the Jewish people. What was that claim? Before Alexander's Muslim. So again, actually, before Alexander began, Alexander the Macedonian. Right, so really not Rome. Right, but they came before Alexander the Macedonian for a dinner with God. So Rolo, Eretz Canaan Shalom. What's the name? Jews like Alexander. I don't know that Jews like Alexander because also there are Jews named Alexander, which is the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean an English name. I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander, right? Which is very strange because it's not exactly a Yiddish name, right? It's not a Hebrew name. But again, this was outside the Jews Alexander the Great. The name stuff. So the people of Africa come with a din Torah against the Jews. Arulo, Eretz Canaan Shalom. What's the claim? The land of Canaan goes, as we'll say, just want to point out, there is nothing new under the sun. Ein Kadosh Takas HaShamesh. Right? So before there was a hay, right? You're not sure everything. Right? Before there was any of these other mechanisms, the nations in the world were always bringing their legal claims against the Jewish people to say we don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Africa is a pretty big place. Eretz Israel, not so big. Not so big, right? You wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What they need another desert? But again, listen, this is the direct humanity. The direct humanity is they cannot leave Klal Israel alone. They cannot bear, the world can't bear that Jews have some, again, it hurts us to say because we like to think that the world has changed and we all love each other and there's anti-Semitism and everybody loves us, and clearly again that illusion has been blown to smithereens. Right? We see that that's the case. And again, it's actually very affirming. It's the same narrative. The world can't, for some reason, can't be so well that Jews have something. All the more so that Jews can defend themselves, that Jews can stand up for themselves. Right? So again, we come before Alexander the Great, Canaan is ours. What's the great? They're saved, and again, if you write in the Torah, these were from Africans. They're saved, Eretz Canaan L'Gvulosa. It says that the land of Canaan is including all of the boundaries, Canaan, so therefore they looked at Canaan as part of essentially Africa. In other words, they had Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. Canaan, Avun Dahano, Israel. Canaan is our father. Right? Remember again, Canaan becomes the father of Cush, of Ham. So the Africans say this is our father. So because again it's our father, we own this land. So this was now again, this was a claim brought before Alexander the Great. The Jews have to now defend their claim to Eretz Canaan, Eretz Israel. I'm going to give Rabbi Sisa. So the Rabbi Sisa goes on. He says, "I'm going to place it to know the Rishus let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people." Now watch this. So if I lose, the good thing is there's really no harm because they could just say, apparently also, which is something that's crazy. The year that Esau was not recognized as one of the ranking sages. That wasn't his identity. Therefore, he says, if I lose the case, it's not a big deal. Because whatever, you could just say, he wasn't really representing us, right? Just say, the Africans, they defeated just a regular guy. And I'd say after someone, if I win the case, Amru Bahem, say, Torah's Moshe Nitzachken. The victory will not be attributed to me, but what will the victory be attributed to Torah. Which also, by the way, you begin to see the beauty and the power of the personality of the Rabbi Sisa, that all of this was literally about Torah. This is about Hakadosh Baruch Hu. The Rabbi Sisa saw himself as an ambassador of the Holy Spirit. So if I lose, the loss is mine. And if I win, the win is the Holy Spirit. It's incredibly selfless. Okay, so now it's just follow up with Danimai. Okay, so he gets permission from the Rabbanim. He represents Klai, so funded Alexander the Great. Come on, so he says to the Africans, where are you bringing the food from? Because in Torah, we just said it. I'll also bring it right from the Torah. What's the pasuk? Shneimar. Hayomer, Arur Kinan, Evet Abon Yela Echad. Kinan is cursed, and Kinan should be a slave to his brothers. If that's the case, Evet so again, Hebron is here. He said you're the children of Kinan. Kinan is cursed. Kinan are Avodim. Evet Shekana Avodim Nechasim. Evet meaning Nechasim meaning if an Evet acquires property, who does the property belong to? For that matter, who does the Evet himself belong to? Not only that, Elashari Kamish Shanim Lo Avadatanu. So furthermore, again, you guys owe us back wages, back service. Why? You guys were the slaves to Klal Yisrael, and what? You have not been working for years. So not only do you not own land, right, but we own you, and you owe us back wages, back payments for all of your delivery service. Okay, so what happened? Amrulahan, Alexander Malka, Zero Tshuva. So Alexander says the Africans knew. What say you? What's your response? So they said to Alexander, give us 3 days. Give us 3 days to come back with an answer. No, so his mom gave them the time, but give them a month of Tshuva. So ultimately, again, they searched, but they could not find an answer. So the Africans ran away. And what happened? The Niku said the same to Shem Tzuros. The Karmei came to us. The last time I wasn't here was interesting. So apparently, again, they were living in Canaan. Right there, they were living there. But again, they had no plan. They recognized they had no plan, so they left. They ran away. And they left behind leading fields and leading vineyards. And the Gemara says, Va'osa Shana Shvius Asa. It was a Shemitah. It was a Shemitah. So not only did Klal Yisrael succeed, but ultimately, Klal Yisrael went ahead and Baruch Hashem had somewhere to sustain themselves even during the Shemitah. So let's say, so again, what's the so with this? It's a fascinating story. What's the takeaway message? Most of these two messages. Number one, that Jews should not be bashful or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world, and the little bit that we have is ours, and we should not be ashamed to defend it, and we should not be ashamed to assert our ownership over it, nor should we be apologetic about the fact that the Father gave it to us and did not give it to others. When the Jews are apologetic, so ultimately, again, that weakness is exploited and pounced upon. When Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their sovereignty over that which is ours, that is when things come together. Number two, when you do things not for self-serving, egotistic, or egocentric purposes, but you do things for our Father, that's when things work. I want to point something out, by the way. If you think about it, it's interesting to note, it's not like the year that this is a thing of the whole shepherd, right? Welcome to my Gezor, like my parents of this. It says in the Rabbi, it says from this year, it says in the Avenaz, he doesn't know, he goes to Pasuk. He goes to Pasuk, like it's not a complicated why couldn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is, but on a very simple level, because we've never seen something very simple like this. It's not about me. This is not about me. This is about getting on with when you do things for the right purposes, specifically for the common collective Baruch, things come together. Be unapologetic about what is ours, and then the two do things for the right purposes, and things come together. Next. Another thing is fascinating. So once again, now the Egyptians brought a court case. Let's say this is literally again, we think it's new things that like nations of the world bring legal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true. The Africans did it. They will say again, like who led the claims of genocide. Just fascinating, just to see how the world is so circular. Like who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide against the state of Israel, South Africa. Or just pointing out, just to see certain things. They just are the way that they are. And while it's the ways to think that the world changes, it really doesn't. The only thing that changes is us. The world very much stays the same, especially in its interest of Israel. It's overwhelming. Next court case. Who else talked about for Alexander the Great? Egypt. Arnold, Hari Omer, Bashan Masamaskina Amadene Shilum. So the Egyptians come, this actually is a pretty good claim, right? So the Pasuk says, when we left Mitzrayim, the Pasuk says, coming up to this, the Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor of Klal Yisrael in the eyes of the Egyptians by Yashirim. Now, by Yashirim literally means they borrowed. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they asked, right? Others say it means borrowed. Now, the Egyptians are clearly coming with the idea that it means borrow, which means Klal Yisrael borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians, which the Egyptians say, so happy to have lent it to you, right? We'd like our stuff back. Okay? So the Gemara says, I'm going to give them to themselves. So the give them to Sisa says, that the current truly wishes to get for Adoni Moed. The Gemara says, so the give them to Sisa says, do me a favor, says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me your shows, I'll deal with it. Then you have to bring once again, Amru Lahan, Hadyo Shelach and Mitzachim. So if I'm successful, if they are victorious. If they win the case over me, so the next again, it's not a big deal because people will just say, this guy can give me Sisa, he's a hedger. He's just a regular guy. Right? But if I'm successful, Torah's Moshe Rabbeinu Nitzachtem. And ultimately again, the glory will be given not to me, because the glory will be given ultimately again to Rabbi Torah. That's the Roshos. Okay, so again, Sisa shows up today's thing and he adjudicates the case with the Egyptians. Okay, Amrullah, Me'echem Atamavi and Raya, Egyptians, what's your Raya, what's your proof? Amrullah, Torah. Amrullah, so again, we told you, Vayashi Luz, we borrowed stuff from us. So, okay, you know you want to step back. So Rabbi says, I will also bring your proof in the Torah. Shenandoah, in Moshe Bnei Israel, Asher Yeshem Mitzrayim, Shloshim Shana Ba'arba Me'os Shana. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. Now 430 years, remember again, that's the clock from that Kedas Yitzchak. So they're for 430 years. Tinu Lanu, Schar Avoda, Shoshishim Vivo, Shoshibatim Mitzrayim, Shloshim Ba'arba Me'os Shana. So, give you cover, no problem. If you want to make an accounting, having to make an accounting, you say we owe you the gold and silver that we borrowed, okay? You also owe us back wages for 600,000 men who worked for 430 years. Let's do some friends become over here. Right, let's go. Let's settle up. Let's settle up back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people. And we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? Alexander Moko, answer the tshuva. Alexander says to the Egyptians, okay, what do you have to say? Amrullah, to new London's man Shlosh. So give us 3 days, we can come back. So that's on Shlosh. So Lahem Isman, Bakula Matzah Tshuva. So ultimately, again, they searched for 3 days, they couldn't find an answer. Migash, Kinichus Sadosein, Kishem Zuros, Mikarmeh, Kishem Tuos, Ubashtu. They left behind the fields, right? The laden fields, laden vineyards. But also Shana Shvius I saw, and it was a Shemitah year. Incredible. So the Jews have benefits. Listen, I just want to point out something really interesting. Why is it that both the Africans and the Egyptians went away? Right? Come back, be a man, right? And say, you know what, we don't have an answer. I will say, here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for MS, if you don't have an answer, you come back and you could say, you're right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. When you recognize that what you're doing is smoking mirrors, and only an attempt to rob people of what is rightfully theirs, you don't even have the backbone to show back up in church. And that's what he was teaching us over here. These weren't real claims, right? Because if you're real, then again, listen, in every court case, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake, recognizing you might win, you might lose. And you can't even show back up, and you can't even show your face again, and you can't even follow back up. That shows the emptiness of your claims to begin with. So profound. You want to like that. Shumpam, Achas, Bobine Yishma. That's incredible. Okay, so I'll say this is great. So everybody is jumping on the bandwagon over here. So who comes? Sons of Yishma, Niktura, Lodun in Yisrael, if you have time to smoke. So what's Yishma's claim? What's that claim? Amrlo, Eretz Kinaan Shema. Okay, yeah, let's do this, right? Let's do this, right? So Bnei Yishmael say Eretz Canaan is ours. So what happened? Now, here's what's interesting. Yishmael comes with a different claim. They say Eretz Yisrael Shalanu v'Shalachem, right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says we're not saying it's solely ours. We're saying it's also ours. Like this is very different, right? Africans came all out, right? Canaan claim, like Mitzrayim wanted back wages, right? They wanted money, right? At the end of the day, so it's interesting. Yishmael, we're going to see why he trusts the English. Yishmael says we're not claiming it's all ours. We're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it. Why? So the Gemara says. The Ela told us Yishmael ben Avram. The Ela told us Yitzchak ben Avram. So again, what's Yishmael's claim? By the way, Yishmael's claim is not about claim, right? What's Yishmael's claim? We're also children of Avram. We're also children of Avram. The land was given to Avram. We too are the children of Avram. So why should we not have a share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I don't know if you gave this is not come. To know the Rishos ve'elach ve'yadin imayim. But Alexander's mom don't. So once again, you put Sisa. Pharaoh, let me do this. I'll judge it. I'll adjudicate it. I'll argue. Meaning that's when I'm going to have Dr. Shabbat and Yisachtem, being Ani Avani, being Ani Anatzach, son. I'm Allahem Torah's Moshe Rabbeinu Nitzachtem. He's them, right? So ultimately, again, so he says, if I lose, they defeat me finally. If I win, it's Torah that has won the victory. So what happened? So he says to the Shmuel, what's your ayah? What's your proof? So again, we just quoted it. We are also the children of Avinu. Avram gave everything he owed to Yitzchak. To the son Avram Matanos. And Avram gave the children of the concubines, the naked Torah, he gave them Matanos. And then it says, Vayishalachem me'al Yitzchak. He sent them away. He sent them away. So the Gemara says, Nasan Avram, so the Gemara says, Nasan Avram, Av Shanasan Agatim, Bachayim, Shigazem Alzeh, Klum Yish Lazeh Alzeh Klum. If a father gives gifts to his son and then sends that son away, does the sent away son have any claims on the primary son? Of course not. Essentially what the Rebbe was saying is, what are you guys talking about? If Avram gave Yishmael and the other sons of the concubines gifts, and then what did he do? He sent them away. And what does that mean? He said, Hebron, this is yours. I love you. I love you. I do love you. Right? After I'm so taught in the Gemara with Yaakov. I mean, he says, I have two sons. I love them both. Yishmael, I love you. And that's why I'm giving you stuff, but now I'm sending you away. You have a different destiny than Yitzchak. So the Gemara says as follows: My matanos, by the way, one of the matanos that he gave them, right? Ultimately, again, he gave them sorcery. He gave them sorcery. So the Gemara says, therefore, again, and interestingly enough, what I want to point out, what's fascinating about that story is, if you notice, the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like the Egyptians say, no, I'm sorry, Yishmael says, we need 3 days in order to come back. The Via Ben Pesisa's Raya was so compelling, it was like a mic drop. You know, that was it. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Avram. And Avram loved your father as well. But Avram gave your father gifts. He gave him stuff, and then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't want the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want Yitzchak, and Avram did not want Yitzchak and Yishmael. Actually, remember, Avram did want Yitzchak and Yishmael to work together. Sarah didn't. Sarah intervened, and Hashem said to Avram, listen to Sarah. So therefore, again, Gevir Pepesisa says, you have no Chelek in Eretz Yishmael. You have Yishmael. You have no Chelek in Eretz Yisrael. That's the end of the story. If you notice by this version of the story, Yishmael accepts it. There's no, let us get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. All right, boss, you know what, we'll have to, this might be a new record. Okay, we're fine. I'm going to stop over here for today. Again, listen, can we possibly go any faster? You can't go any faster. There's too much we can start over here. Listen, I'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach, we'll pick up in Meretz Hashem on the bottom of Tzaddik tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming Gemara. Shkoyach. Right. Good morning, let us begin. One of our sponsors, Hopkins Major, became our annual Hamilton sponsor. For a top shape, we take some stuff about itself and dedicated publishing instructions this year, and the Swiss reserve funnels for everybody in South. And the funnel sponsors for the month of the pocket. Apparently, the Torvish Harriet's DC, and what we know is praise Father, that's the Harriet Cohen, Steve Birch, Ben Joseph Hakohen, the Zeke and the Wolves and Burning Boys, and many of Mr. William James, Zeb, Shua, and the sons for the Rabbi of the American. All of the Michelle Chalmers, and Chinese and for all those new who are should have a little cold for these from control to show that should be our house to home, and I hope something should be successful for that and not save them. Let's do that. Let us begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming agenda ahead of us today. Today's event is Tzaddik Lady Rabbi on. Take us on the days 89 14 months up from the line. Snatching note of the story of the Akedah. Rabbi David, what we say, Samuel was the call. Sacrifice your sons. Which Amalek responds, based on you, she had two sons. And two sons. As it is called, your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children again have their unique singularity. I shall have God, the one who you love. How value the females. I love them both. Oh, incredible level you are right there. I don't really say, you think I don't love you smart? You think I don't love you smart? The father loves his son, yet the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants. That's his fault. So, father, his father says, okay, asks the contact. So why don't you just say from the beginning of this stuff? Why the whole game over here? Why not just say from the beginning of the dialogue? In order to have not be overwhelmed by all of this. In other words, they were overwhelming past. Obviously, wasn't overwhelming past all of it. They thought, in order for that Amavino to so to speak, ease into this and intellectually justice. We need justice, raising out slowly. If you look at functioning idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blowing it up. It's not just about saying, but again, sometimes a person has to be able to ease into a lovely reality because give yourself like that. So this is not what happens. Some of you are on his way to the upper world. It also shows, by the way, how even Amavino, and see this a little bit more, again, getting Amavino to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to do the Akiva, there's also a process. So it's a process, as because Amavino was, trying to take the steps and say, okay, I'm ready to do the Akiva. It took time to be able to ease into it. You know, like to give you something like that. So the suffering tried to sabotage Amavino on the way to the Akiva. Elisa dava yapa kila vile isafurado ya wana kutaka kote uchumi moro hata kawa ilapa kule so there was a as you enter the project I think the part of the question about Elisa dava yapa kila so the second says to Amavino is happening. Does this make sense to you? That God who loved you and asked you to do this? So the second is trying to theologically sabotage Amavino. And it's not to go and really to give sacrifice to this. Maybe it's not to go out to a show. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. Actually, how can it be that a God who loves you asks you to go ahead and offer up something so frustrating as that? And we said, God, I have thought. If you had about that, so it's going to be she's flawless now. Could it be that God loves you so much to test you something? You know, in which your entire future ends, your future ends in the balance of this one boy, of this son. Does it make sense to say that the God who is first leading this way? I'm alone. I need to be able to listen. This is such a beautiful, beautiful love. Which I'm in response, I walk in my simplicity. Like coming to the Shema Kappa. Simplicity, completeness. What I'm looking at essentially says, most of joy and Amira is, what Amira represents is the ability to give oneself over into power people and people. It's about this. I'm about myself touching. I'm about myself getting thankful. So therefore, I got me such a suffering. It's not like that, but it's about giving myself over to God. I need the tool in it and walk with submission to that very powerful. If evidently Borisov tells me to do that's what I'm going to do, that's my agenda. Incredible. All along, how about the rest of see that stuff? So it's like as that's what I do. But maybe when you are, maybe you're tonight, maybe you're feeling heaven, is making you foolish. It maybe when you are open up your day with one meaning. However, Zohar leaving up the other. Is there anyone who has put the picture of this part of the other as video? So that's what he says, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain who it is. You just can't explain it. But there's one interesting thing about Amira, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Might look strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, those who have it suffer not leaving up the other. Is anyone who's looking at Amira and response like the other than this? Has there ever been a person who's going to work this time to yourself? such a this conversation is probably the essence of every person who lives for some kind of encounter. Just the difference is that whether the sucker is being on the road or whatever you will take this conversation in his mind. And on one hand, he's going to wants you to this to me. And what's the answer? Yeah. Here's that is I don't understand it, these guys. And therefore again I just give myself over to the Lord Shalom. This practice, that's what it means to give myself over to Hashem. I've been in the place of practices, but what's happening? Maybe a misunderstanding that God means all God wants you. Which again, I'm not even response. The end of the day, those who put themselves in the open, those who give themselves over in the left for the will never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even because of the Kashariya, right? So once the cycle starts, that Hallelujah is meant to be listening to, God shall not be a part of Harry. Hashem Yellow, that he needs something Yellow. So it's interesting. And it's something like the Advent, something like the Advent. You know, I don't know what it was. Because I heard from the Holy at the end of the day, God wasn't going to ask me to sacrifice his life. It was, again, we're going to end up offering up a sheep and not this stuff. So it's interesting enough, there's a pretty many story. But these things is what can be a I'm doing such this up and just show that guy. This is the person of a liar. Shakir over Alice in showing that there was no day somebody lies and not even tell the truth. Lawlessness. So interesting. So what's this last? What is this last piece? The whole time the Son is trying to convince that's the entire spirit of you not to do this. Right? And then the last thing after the fact you know that you're not going to sacrifice these like it's going to be fine. What's the check? The check was he was trying to go to the sky, but he was trying to say I'm going back, such a good test. He's not going to leave anyway. So he was trying he couldn't stop him. So he was going to take away the reward for doing it. He took away the illegal component. Which I'm going to say. Essentially, sometimes I don't think you so whatever you say has actually zero meaning to you, because at the end of the day, again, this is the punishment of a liar. His words are untrustworthy. It's incredible. So you have to go back there. I'm going to be sure that it's fun. So ultimately, again, like as the act is special, all this suffering is having a conversation out of the So you sure is having a conversation with Yitzchak. And you get really like, this was a Yitzchak, you do so great. You do so great. I'm going to be after all the games, I'm going to come Mitzvahs. I'm not going to show you. Now, you guys don't just show up. So I really trust that Yitzchak being, you gotta do it. I gotta get to it. You gotta get through everything. You're the with your memory of the view, I have to do it when I was touching up there. So he was like, I'm gonna see what Scott says. If the Ava Akham after the diabetes, you're starting off with me with one body part. You will only be up in front of each other because I see each other, I see the body part. I need to go back to you. Right? I need to go back. Ultimately, again, I just ability to proper time to give my entire body to him. I would do that. I really like to get that transition. Yeah, but to me, says, but if you don't do that, you have to do that things. And let's say, what's the shape of the all of this? So first of all, I think one of the things that comes up with this is, it's a cliche, it's one of the things, Hashem never gives you a test that you cannot handle. He gives you a card for that for actually you can steal it. So what happens over here is a conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire son, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, the king says, so that's the Yitzchak. It's almost as if after that moment, that Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test. In the aftermath of that statement, God's going to respond to test to it. Only after that, before Yitzchak was ready for such a Messiah, he had to respond to two things that he said. Is he so? Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can handle it. It's also interesting to think that there's like, whenever you want to do something in your life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, don't make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, right? When you're doing something that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't stand up with you, the sufferings don't stand up with you, the storms don't stand up with you, because you're in your choice what it is that you're doing. When you want to do something holy, and you want to do something that's doing, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over here, right? Yeah, David started, the suffering started up with Adam, the Shmuel started up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you're ready on the cusp of condition to a risen from one life. People plays a part of that whole time. Actually, right inside the Yakuda, but at the end of the Yakuda, Hashem says to Adam, I think you're not coming out, don't do anything to the boy, don't share Yitzchak. And then what happens? Once it says, we are Ayah by Ayah, we are Ayah, let us be stuck with it. Maybe the Israeli sees that there is a ram that's caught in the thorns. And then he goes over and he offers it up as a carbon. I asked the customer when he asked her, I don't want you to know to go ahead and offer it up as a carbon. After all, Hashem just said, it's not a carbon. It's not a carbon at all. I'm not even to offer the carbon. Let's go see what he did. He says, because I'm not even sure that it's stuck in the thorns. So his consequence is like this. If you ever get right up to Adam and his feet and lay down and seat, Adam will never offer it. This is something that's easy, that's from the sun. And when he saw it, when he was stuck in his listen, you ever try to get a ram out of a chicken? That's the question. Somebody told me this how to go in the court. Right. So I think I'm trying to get a ram out of a chicken, so no, but then to the man, right? There's the thorns, the animal's struggling. What happens if you touch a ram out of a chicken? You get caught, you bleed, there's a struggle. I literally saw where there is struggle, there is kedusha. Where there is easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, if you are going to get caught, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised, that's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, there's absolute holiness. And remember, that's the story. Something starting off with Abraham. Yitzchak, Ishmael starting off with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, you undertake holy endeavors, and then they get difficult. And we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that it's difficult shows that it's not that I think it's not there. That's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease. There might be something very nice, but not that good that it's really incredible. So that's back to Rabbi chapter 5. So Rabbi tried to get other people to go ahead and worship at ROTHSCHILD. The skier, I'm sure you had a picture of to get translation. So you might take Rabbi there, he got us, and then again. So when you see the skier, Rabbi should be that things that the Rabbi tries to go and get either an individual or a group. Next, Rabbi here, he got us, they remember those who try to heal, those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So that's not the skier. I'm sure the translation says that Rabbi should be up the skier, my time is Rabbi. So Rabbi tries to get people to worship at ROTHSCHILD. Gets skill. Why is that? So he was the answer. So I think the exam shut up on basis. Malahan on the skill, upon the skill, okay, don't show it. We succeeded. And she says, no, by the love it says, we suck. And what's not the hope? But from this side, you stand in your heart, you know, any Nisa that you mentioned in the Torah is like you can hear that was Kiskiva, so why is it that Rabbi hearing that bus? He gets here, what's the match going to that way? But only this, only Rabbi Shivya, so I think he brings in a shower of Hadaka, different mixes, or from Rabbi Shivya, Rabbi Shimon, Kama Hadaka, Rabbi. Which means that why does the Mishnah consider Shabbat from basis? So we know basis. One basis shopping, then shopping basis shopping. It's very important to have consider Shabbat from basis shopping. Remember, discussion. So there's two types of insiders, right? There are those who incite individuals, and there are those who incite groups. So therefore, we would rather go ahead and make the Xer Shabbat to a right type of insider. On level, then Hajjim and therefore in Mark Hajjim Rabbi. Back to the opposite. I rather learn that again what we call the common insider, or the common insider, and not the common insider from the Rabbi who incites. We should say, Kevin Shivia. And if I had your cover is because to nothing inciting. But once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes a head judge. You know when he has your job position of nothing is a head judge. He says, I'm going to pack up the side of the ABA. My hope was that I'm back. I'm going to go back to this. Right? False prophet. This false prophet, right? So now the Shire level is what exactly everybody has to do in order to go out and be considered a false prophet. Now, obviously, or at least not usually because the same people who are the ones who are to this. My hope is for okay, I think that hope is for public. People such the people who just got hope is for public. And also, this is interesting. My hope just keeps comes up in probably the case. If he goes ahead and really uproots some total halacha of Israel, but in other respects, maintain certain aspects of the prohibition of Israel, I think we would actually just remember. First, actually, talking about it, not protest. Yeah, I've already seen it. And that's obviously, I've already seen it, but I'm not going to let it show. But I'm not going to let it show. I just said, let it show. It's going to be tight to me, son. That's in a focus. That's in a focus. That's like me, son. Is it schema? Is it kind of that's in a focus? But it actually says it wrong. He says, the focus of the Rabbi Rabbi Shimon, the Rabbi Kohen, Kol HaBrich Ba'avodas Kohanim, the Amar, that this is the HaKodesh of the Akura, there is never a La'akor, Kol, Mitzvah, Avodah Kohanim in the Torah. So this is obviously classic case of this Rabbi Shimon, which prophesizes and he says, I have received the words of God, I've been commanded by God, to abrogate, right, to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, all the clearly mitzvahs in the back of mitzvahs, that I do become the Avodah Zarah, which means it's also all the possibilities of this. One of the possibilities is meaning part of Avodah Zarah, but a really part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, a good example this would be, well, let's see examples of this. And let's say, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carpet to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to carry a carpet to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but a really part of the prohibition. That's what this is my focus. So again, obviously, go for that one and let me show you what you're doing to put it up. My focus is about the type of God. Watch this. The Torah says that the Rabbi really tries to give you something that you know that means even if he just tries to get you off part of the Torah, in other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of the Torah and he's leaving another part of it. Listen to this. About the shyness, maybe I call the Torah. This is interesting. But let's say someone goes over becomes one and says, nothing to do with that whole desire. The Rabbi comes over and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shyness will over in Christ. You know desire. He just uprooted another mitzvah. Uprooted another mitzvah. Every one of these can split it down. But that's because he's a false prophet and corrupt the word of God. And what he do in that situation, he put it up that way. The key mitzvahs, the big mitzvahs, the Yisrael is a direct prophet. But by other mitzvahs, if he goes ahead and, let's say, uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains the parts. But I can say everyone agrees, Pata, or the example of that, says Pata on Pesach, you only have to keep 60 to 37 days. You'll see some clear shots. So Shabbos is Sunday, also says three categories. Category one is all desire. And then every fourth prophet comes along, and either uproots the entire prohibition of all desire, or usually uproots part of it. That's the focus of the Shem and the Rabbanon. Kind of desire, is it skira, is it kind of? That's category one. Category two, uprooting another mitzvah, not all these others entirety. Say another mitzvah, another mitzvah doesn't apply. Everyone agrees, category three, interesting, category three is another mitzvah, you uproot part of it, maintain part of it, interesting, let's not love over there. Potter. Potter doesn't mean that it's fine. Right? Potter just means that baby is not going to die. So you guys are messing up and you know that you was 1 second. Now that has not, you know, so because of the US code is because of dissecting that hospital. Well, that's right because you remember, he's going ahead he's even in the fact that shows what you define on that. That's Zoom say. Which is about your parents. Call Zoom express your say. What is it say like? They say that they people that love messes with other parts of the thing, or it's just going to do that. What's going on here? Here's how I come up on this book, probably going to say, I've always been having a little stuff and stuff. And everyone did something about Dollar Tree. And also, is there any positive moment associated with Dollar Tree? Which you know is that funny shit as it is. So if you want to diss that, then you pass that. There's a positive moment. What's the positive moment? What's that? It's just supposed to break apart the statements, the answers about what was that? Like, I'm doing it, right? So I'm doing it about the other business. I'm doing it like this. Listen, she made me so sorry. She made me so sorry. So, the practice of let's get out of this, you know, and also talking about the check. So, let's continue that because the next action is following the back and stuff for the show. I also hear these opportunities, is you know how these second issue on the job. I'm about to take these items from the issue. That's really hell. So, you know, this guy, I cannot start this shit. Five for the other. This is really this message. But this is strange. It's strange. It's so opportunity. Because it's like, it's almost a thing. But it gets to the news, but it comes delicious. I guess so. Wow, okay, awesome. Let me listen like this. Ahora, los juegos que hay que hacer, una vez coming shot, every shot is yours, is your camino from the road, and the camino is the approach. So like this. Every point of the first part comes along, and uproots something totality, something is over. Whether that is about the Zohar or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, every shot is coming out and saying, this mitzvah or this other no longer applies. So he's uprooting for its totality. Any time that happens, you know what it says? Maybe I'm looking at some things that the key mitzvahs, the mitzvahs that is the Rabbi, that one I'm going to have that, the mitzvahs that said that. So I'm not going to say, there are multiple categories. First one, you can summarize like this. Whether it's idolatry or the other mitzvah, punch like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and do part of idolatry or all idolatry, punch like that. This is short and seems to be a problem. So when you part there, if you uproot or confirm some part of other mistakes, like what you said before, you can something where there are two things in first place for not the last couple of weeks. So I'll give you an example of uprooting part, which is very hard. And then context, you have to pick up it. Then I'm going to say, all right, I'm just going to do that for going in and so on. Carry. So it is. The Rabbi practices in order to go uproot some of the double goal. And we're going to say, what's the right? So we're going to go to the issue of the Zara or anything else. The Rabbi comes along and says, a particular mitzvah, a particular Avera, no longer applies. Okay? Or a particular battle so I mean, I'm studying what I've done in this, or fine. What kind of mitzvahs would the battle mitzvahs? Let's say you emphasizes to uphold one mitzvah and to increase part of the mitzvah. You shouldn't hold that. You shouldn't say that you're part of it. You have always consulted, you know, I use it you are, you are not trying to do it. You got that I have a desire, even if you partially uphold it, partially do it, ultimately again, you're going to be tired. You might be tired. Give you an example of that is, let's say it says, you know, on Mondays you're allowed to worship above the Zara, the rest of the week you can't, you're still allowed to worship that. A body is so like that, this stuff, you try to get this, so look at us, and now you have essentially two different versions about how you can focus and interfere with it. So I hold the this. Let's just go through it. So I hold the this one. In the times of this, we look for the church, which is a very discussion like with this also. Love what was used to say. I never said what you have on you. I was also going to strong as it was on you. And ultimately, I then goes out and church is on you. Here we go. I've already told us that this thing is also called this stuff. So I hold the this stuff. And in church, this is entirely special with this stuff. And it's not, here we go. And it's not really like that. We're going to go out, give that for the time. Yes, so whenever it comes along, and that means it mixes up from the Torah. Now, what's the definition of meaning? In totality. You see a particular mix of stuff with the question, the other doesn't apply. Why are you talking about a holy Zohar or Shine Mitzvahs? What it is, people have called the kind of everyone agrees. How do I talk about how the tiny mitzvahs or the baku mitzvahs? What happens if the Rabbi comes along by mitzvah and says, we have whole part of it, we agree it's part of it. But we shouldn't quote that. And we shouldn't quote that project. That's by Shine Mitzvahs. Shine Mitzvahs. What do you Rabbanon? And so do Rabbanon this. So Rabbanon is go up and open idolatry. I feel honor Hayom Yitua. And the Machar Yitua. Chayi. And I'm not going to open idolatry. Even if the false prophet is partially upholding you and partially redeeming you. As you increase the Ibadah, when you mess it up over Zara, whether it's full negation, partial negation, or Zaydi Yisa. I won't put you in Yisa. Not give you the Makin, so that's not focus. That's not focus. I don't face a skila. Go, that's about it. Rabbi saw the Gabamuno, that's the Gabamuno. Rabbi the Gabamuno. And it's right to go to Gabamuno. And it's not right for Gabamuno. Days. I want to start daily shine. This is kind of like this. I'm not this like okay, that's what comes along. It comes to us with something in the Torah. Right? Full negation. Whether it's about the Zohar or something else, kind of Nisa. What's the Nisa? What's the Nisa? Yeah, it's what the Nisa called Machotes. Kind of purchase you know, the tiny Nisa and the other Nisa. The shine is what happens if another comes along? The other Nisa, not about the Zohar. And you have both part of the Nisa and the part of the Nisa. What's that? That's why we shouldn't talk that. We shouldn't say this about that. But we have it. So we have it. So my hand is different. When it comes to idolatry, we will only ayod to see the mouth of the people. Idolatry, the impression of each is going to be liability. What's the liability? Market this way, and market this way. That's enough focus. Okay. So let's say, let's introduce the overall result. So really what it comes down to is, the focus is really about the nature of the person, not as much about the nature of the halacha. Essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing on. If another comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going and uprooting idolatry as also his love of his own, or there's partial engagement, partial holding, right. Right, what is it right? Okay, so that's not focus. That's not focus. Next case. Another comes along and tries to uproot the truth is any mitzvah in totality. What's halacha? Chal. Next case, another comes along and tries to partially uproot and partially negates another mitzvah in Torah. What's halacha? What's halacha? Potter. Another comes and tries to uproot partially uproot and partially destroy avodah zarah. Everyone agrees. The machzor in these cases is what the death penalty. But again, the parallels are going to be that's meaning good. I'm going to run the call, the woman of Rabbi of the Torah, Shema. No, what's the other one's called? So let's say this is passing halacha. So the last thing in general, if a Rabbi tells you to violate the words of Torah, you have to listen. You have to listen. One exception, avodah zarah. Avodah zarah, even if a qualified Rabbi tells you to worship avodah zarah, you don't listen. Shafi l'mani lo chama ba'isa l'afiyah, al tishma lo. Even if the Rabbi literally proposes a tremendous miracle, and he causes the sun to stop and notice that as the sun doesn't set, they will walk. And preventing the sun from setting, go worship avodah zarah, you don't listen to him. Now, also, this is a very important halacha. What is this? What is this? So, you have to make a question. So, this is yesterday's doctor, Rabbi, like the halacha. So, Rabbi accepted five, so I have to do something important. So, people are doing tiny worship, and also come on, outside of each person. Yeah, we did it. See, that a Rabbi has certain power, and a Rabbi has certain license, even to instruct the crowd to transgress. Right? Hold up, sharp. Just you see this concept. You see this concept. We set it on the line that we don't by idolatry. under no circumstances do you ever listen to another preach of idolatry, which means I'll listen to another to do a lot of other stuff, but not Abol Desire. Not Abol Desire, so you might say as follows. And you have access to say, even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle, since he was saying if he's performing a miracle, obviously, who does the character of miracles come from? The Holy Spirit. Obviously, Hashem is allowing you to do what Hashem wants us to listen to. No, that's not it. It's not it. However, whatever the story of the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is do not worship idolatry under any circumstances. Tell you, but usually, he gives on himself like the Shah was recovering. That was the longest speaking in Russia. The Torah understands, even if you're going to launch it on the weather stuff, I mean, you can't Torah and Shalaba. Shakin and Nailaka, Hamaba and Sarakia, Al Kishmalo. So interestingly enough, you look at Rashi, there's no problem with Shalaba, Rama, Kia, Osu, Marie, Moshe, also to Torah, but say, Nasa, Elaka, Osu, in the case. So it's interesting enough, and for those who really say like this creates an interesting theological conundrum. Why? Because if the fact the miracle comes from Hashem, and this Navi is putting off a tremendous miracle, so what is that? Like, what? So, like, I'm still gonna die. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here, there's probably obviously testing this Navi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as an individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which Elizabeth says that Hashem sometimes tests us in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and therefore Hashem's power is what we're doing to do certain things, even though again it's against the way that His heart is, so to speak. And therefore again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. I know it. That's the shame that I thought the man so the kids is, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem will give power over nature to someone who is defiant? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give the ability to give power to a Rabbi Shaka. It doesn't make any sense. Alors, you go can I give an idea of the class of Rabbi Anas, and the Basot Rabbi Shaka. And the people says, no, where does the Rabbi Shaka scenario arise? Why does it arise? Unfortunately, this Rabbi went bad. This Rabbi went bad. So it happens. It happens, right? Sometimes the Rabbi go bad. You have someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Rabbi, right? And what happens, unfortunately, he loses his way. It wasn't even correct. It wasn't his fault. Rabbi says, I'm coming back. You're not believing yourself until the day that you die. You can be a Rabbi. Just because you're a Rabbi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. But as soon as it's not the case of a Rabbi Shaka, so Rabbi Shaka is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself through miracles. But once upon a time, they're going to kill God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he has a good Rabbi. Even if that guy comes in and tells you, Rabbi, the Lord spoke to me originally, and he said, let's worship idolatry. What did he do? And even if this is the kind of Rabbi, who maybe was a good Rabbi, kept the son from selling, still don't listen to it. Still don't listen to it. Like the people said, there's never a false prophet, but that would be open before many miracles. Okay, last part, last time. Let's remember the last verse, remember again. But the last point, right? Last point, introduction, worship on the street, straight up. So the Mishnah said that interesting enough, as well, even so when you testify that they don't get protected straight. No matter what they get, they get pulled. So does her adultery, right? The way we teach the adultery. So let's know how you read it from. I'm not Akabé, but the sign of this one, this is not how we are. But si no partial zone of the last of the office, the prophet says, but isn't coming. We have to do to the idiot what they can inspire to do to their brother. So you imagine why. If you should call him Hamizonri, Shemigora, their name of body Kiyotziva. So in general, here is the way Hamizonri works is what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Wherever the Indian wanted to visit a kind of family, is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. He was guilty behind. That's going to be the servant. They won't let the servant. So what happens? So now we know Abbas going to commit adultery. She is put to death with servant. Now we know that her boy, the man who did she commit adultery, doesn't get servant, right? Because then it's going to done by you punishment there. Zoning in the prayer, in the truth, but that they lose up. I think so much as well, here's the thing, two people committing the same crime, and yet their punishments are dramatically different. The best coin is going to get straight up, the guy is going to get hurt. Right? So, it was only, what are they getting? What are they getting? Which could be like this, because you know, last says, you're okay, the low last one. So, which will not bring the perfect difference, is that the Indians are giving us a punishment. Whatever they wanted to do, the offer to them, love it. So when you see them there, they give them the support the portion that they're going to visit upon the prayer and not to be shut. And if I left the word, then they get finished as well. How to Allah, Abraham and the Knocking. It also multiplies. It's like, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful journey of your life. I mean, we are back in these, the next couple of days. It's all about everybody and how it is going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah. Call yourself. Nation came as well. Okay. Every year has a beautiful and opportunity. The other cool that we did, we all make sure Alex makes a master. I'm going to say that so it's the mother comes to pass it. From Yeshaya, that little revelation of old secretary, he will forever inherit the land. Nixon, I bring the name of my son, the creations of my presence. Never send the other in this fire, and they are the divisions of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the person that we are being focusing on over here, what's the matter? Rashi says, like, what is this doing? Like, what is this emphasis with our purpose of our scripture? Like, we are new people, definitely. Right? And so that's exactly what Rashi says. First of all, Rashi's on both sides on here. So this is Rashi on the left side. Translate for the little apple. Nekala ayim ve'ayim misos. And if I shaz on the team, but if I try to get in it, so again. So Rashi says over here, we talk about that more piece, and I'm going to talk about Olam Haba. So, the truth is, I think this is what Rashi says. Rashi says no, because it's right. But I think just being one door, the thing is, no one is salvation. And even though it's not killed by this as David, ultimately, I know they do trigger before they die. How you say so called God? You know that's not going to be executed by David. That is the end of the road to be in this world and the next. It's not true. First, give you about Shiva, you will be able to the last breath. So then you just finish it as prayer. Okay, you say to the prayer. Unfortunately, make sure you get Shiva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Holy Son usually comes in. He has a person in the world to come. And if for even you, Jews be executed by prayer, executed by spirit, whatever it is, you can still bring your country in the world to come if you die as a white children. Incredible. But as a way, it's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because, if you look at the concept of Mishnah, the Amish feelings that we feel. Remember, the Amish can also be vocalized in a different way, which is how income feelings that we do. You can have a response every year is a big step. Every year is a big step. Right? So, in other words, listen, what does that mean? See, the military sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't just see where you are, he sees where you feel. And he also sees spiritually. Because when both on the one entity in this world, he's able to see the potential, the influence everything. So that comes from because what you're doing, it doesn't just take us to the prison of what we are right now, it makes us the decision of choosing what we can become. And every youth has such incredible potential, and therefore, we really call it, we are so responsible to inside you. That's the first line. And then you feel Misha says, the English even can't go and these are the people who don't push them off the ground. So obviously, there's an inherent contradiction right here. So what's the shot? So I should have said, every Jew as a person who wants to come. Even showing it to them, and even though it's also a person who wants to come. So I say, so how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. It's very simple. What's the difference between the first and the second line? Call Yisrael. If you are a member of Call Yisrael, if you identify as part of Christ, in other words, if you embed yourself within the cloud, you have a portion in your life. When you use your portion, the moment you remove yourself from the cloud. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say, you even shall be soft in the cloud. It says, Vader. So you can even be Yisrael, you can be in you. If you spend your life building up behind the office and embedding yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you're unfortunately all the time. But if you're an alien, you're not focused, you don't essentially, you don't like public viewings, you have difficulties with access, you remove yourself from the cloud, then you can lose your own habit. Embed yourself in the cloud, and an habit will always be yours. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So you lose your portion of the come. How many things are listening to Torah? Somebody says, you're going to resurrection of the day. You're going to resurrection. And somebody says, Torah is not divine. Rabbi chorus. Again, you see that she says, okay, the first we don't see Rabbi choruses. But you see what Jesus says? Apatorah is son of Kitzuri. This is very interesting. So I love to say, even one who reads son of Kitzuri, so what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular what is project? Well, how can we find exactly what that means? But I don't think Aramaka, but only Aramaka, for somebody who found what's in Alaka, somebody who used to some type of implementation of the rules. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. I'm trying to says, somebody pronounces the name of Hashem with his letters, like that's the UK book for you. Somebody actually says it. You have three kings and four regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion in the world to come. Who are they? Shows you roughly three kings, the Rabbi, Achad, and Manasseh. Which is the Achad who is in their history is that. The Rabbi actually got the Rabbi Manasseh. He was actually yesterday's that. Right? The both evil kings and Manasseh. So that Manasseh wouldn't be Rabbi. And what's our second ridiculous Gemaras ahead of us. Like each of these Gemaras just overwhelming. And you know what he says? Manasseh is just overwhelming. He would say, no, King Manasseh by the way, is the longest serving ruler, 55 years of rule. King Manasseh has a portion in the world to come. Shneimai by Yisrael and Lot, by Yishmael to Russell, by Yishivu, Yishmael and Russell. There's also a couple of Manasseh got himself in some trouble, some really significant trouble. He died into Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his life in Yerushalayim. So what do you see there, what? Manasseh Rabbi, as to the answer, you see the angel that Hashem is to without Shiro. And the Lord said to him, when Manasseh is Shivu, the Lord is high over the Lord is Shivu. And Manasseh was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored his portion of the to come. Boaz, Yodos, two of the four regular guys who lost their portion of to come. Bilam, so let me know if you see that. Doeg, we're discussing with an advisor to do Shaul. Akitophel, one of the advisors to David and Alex, they switch sides to Shalom, and the Chazzi, like the Rabbi of Abraham and the Gemara all of those. This Gemara says, the Kol Kaf Rambam, the Gemara jumping right into this. Why is it that someone goes out and denies resurrection? That's him denies the resurrection. Why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, by the way, just as an aside, and there was anything you said before, there's the focus about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that the messianic as opposed to resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go through idea right now for our purposes today, although we're going to say right now, we're going to switch to the fruit class on this, depending on the context. But the nice thing for right now, we're just going to give it all about this is how we classically use it. So unfortunately, what comes when you go after you die. That's what we got through, guys. Like eternal life. Now again, what happened? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? I have no idea. Like I always said, we'll see someone usually this in the but that's all we see. Mark says, I don't think, because a guy denies resurrection and uses the word Hava, which the Mark says, yeah, the people, the Mark says, the whole Rama, trying to pick up the pessimism, see, he rejects the notion of pessimism, the people, well, you're not picking up the pessimism, but that's what I'm thinking, so you're just going to become the mercy, you see. The Mark says, it's always Owen Hava, in this context, actually means messianic Owen. Because the Mark says, look, there's a need to connect the Nida. This guy, he rejected the notion of pessimism, and therefore, again, he gets no pessimism, which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. So you don't believe in the resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. So when it goes to Shah Kodesh Baruch Hu, he's a Kenegida. He's going to say, the way that devotion works is in reciprocity. He's a Kenegida, tit for tat, reciprocity. Yo no going I'm not doing son. The nice comes back to the talk when you get to how do you know? So if I'm talking with you, looking at you, like the reciprocity, I'm not very much shot into this. It's interesting, you know what's happening. Even though there are other particularly in the Torah, which seem to indicate this, but the Lord chooses this story. That's very fascinating. But I'm really shocked. Shimon Dvar Hashem, Ka'is Ma'bas Sa'ar, Sodas B'Shakel, Isasayim Sa'ar B'Shakel, B'Shar Shemon. Okay. Context. The army of Aram has been sieged to Israel. Now what happened is famine. Obviously, it's famine. So there's no food available at all. Elisha gets up in the middle of the city and says, "Well, do not worry. This time tomorrow, we'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money." There's an overabundance of food. So what happens? Bayan HaShalish, Asher Melech, Mishael Nabel, as Mishael in the Romans. So one of the commanding officer of the army essentially says to Elisha, "That's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shamayim, if such a thing occurred, but the officer is saying there's no food there, there's nothing there. Apparently there's no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. So Elisha says to this officer, "Here's what's going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat." I'm like, here's what I say, everybody's going to say. So what happens? So it's interesting that talking about it. The end of the story is, that night, the army of Aram packed up, they just left. They just left, for some terrible reason, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning what happens, they were just going out of the city to get the food of the Aramean army. Who was taking the stage? This officer. This officer, he knows, I would not kill that Elisha's on the lights, and maybe it was the person of Elisha that caused this, that the Rabbi was alive. Kill that stuff on the yacht, you really go. Again, the person of Rabbi is very powerful. Even if you think it's just utter, and that is present and true. So there's anything that don't cry, and you're going to serve by others. And then it's the position, just like the shepherd when he died. Why does it say by the gate? This is Shah, because this conversation that happened between me and Elisha by the gate. So that was Isaiah, by Allah, for myself, he says, you see the room, you get to the God. And as far as the operates again, because it is a good program, if a person doesn't believe in yes, and this is fine, but don't believe it, that's up to you. Or if you don't believe it, I must not give it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not to be it. You don't connect and read it to this, and Hashem the Kaddish says, this is one of the most important episodes in Kolatara Kulam. Whatever actually bases it on the Pasuk in Purim, Hashem Silcha. Hashem Silcha. So often we trade Hashem Silcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rabbi says, no, it's not really. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. What does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. Right? What you get is what you get out. The Rebbe partly works now, which is really divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I like the supernatural manners for him, he'll like supernatural for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me. Then won't even say to me, again, it's very important. If I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes, I'll do what I have to do to maintain it, but just, no, I don't want to fight this one. Right? So if I'm going to do what I have to in order to get by, just expect that same type of, because one thing is, so again, if I am embedded in a frame of the beauty of the Judaism, so they expect universal divine response. That's the way it works. It's reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want instantly flows, then I have to become supernatural in all behaviors. Then I have to push myself, then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in a relationship. Divine reciprocity. Hashem is my child. Hashem is incredible. Says in Amr marriage business in Torah says it's fascinating. From what you see, the scriptural illusion is fascinating. Both cases are looking at, by the way, this begs the general question of like, all of this stuff, Yesalation, Mashiach, and then Haba, why is it not mentioned explicitly in the Torah? Right? The Rabbi is busy as Yud Kar, right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yud Kar, interpretations of the faith. Yesalation, both of the principles of faith. Okay? So that's what it is. The Rambam, it's the Rambam. So what's the shock? Something that is so clever, so central, not mentioned, it's also a part which explains so beautifully. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on, right? The Torah doesn't see about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not what our focus needs to be. Torah doesn't need to cover, by the way. Torah doesn't really speak about the Shia. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now, not studying to exclusive. Like I mentioned, that's our central knowledge. This one is an observation. The first says, financial notice. There's a dry five. The fundamental distinction between what you'll see in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never have cemeteries. The only places often you'll find shuls and cemeteries is like New York. And that was because of land owners. So that was just often because Jewish community was given like a part of land. You have to do like, you have to live and die on that same part of land. So that's why you have cemeteries. But you know, it's like, no one ever, it's not like, well, you could have like a nice smoke over the so this generating must be defined. Right, my comments, right? Come like, go to the clubs, and like, keep it all together. So the nice, so like, why is it that children are cemeteries? Because it's so simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's about it's Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my Monday? What am I doing to make this something absolutely amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been given. That's why I'm doing the final life. You might ask, by the way, he's giving you real business and I finish and not. But I saw this is so beautiful. But I saw you in the chance of some Aaron at home. As it says, you will give the truma to Aaron. You know why? To be Aaron the only time? What does that mean? It says to give my truma to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. So you give my truma to Aaron. Now, the new person has to sell, she has the truma. It's beautiful. No one's Aaron's dead, but what? Aaron never came in time to sell. Aaron only died. You haven't told. He never came in time to sell. So what does it mean I'm giving him a truma? And the knowledge of significance is so masculine Shima. So that's the way to mean the older Anakoins will come back to life. And then for some tries what he's going to give him their Shima. You can, let's just understand that Torah. And then there's two connections. So that's like how beautiful is that? Which means that when the days may come, the chef says that these things can be about Anakoin is going to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our Shima to Anakoin. In fact, what the Pasuk says is that way. That is the scripture which says, "We're so excited for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. Today, that's like tremendous. It's an incredible week ahead of us. Stop. If you work to ask for it, it doesn't happen.
What should you skin?
Like a baby sugar.
Skin that huge quantity then with the
Baby sugar is in better shape than me. That's what fucks me up, dude.
1 part to meaning is
I'm getting way out of my life at a fire level, bro. No, that's
anything
not.
after
I promise that'd be a deep cut. You know what I mean?
If you're compared to me, and you cannot touch my
All right, well, it's like good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this worship. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors. For Takshin K.A. The Totzin Shpach of ROTHSCHILD is dedicating all the Shemit Rushes this year, and this list of service follows for all of our Yisrael. And the Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Abba Luna Tovas, Terry and Steve Zinn, and loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Akohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families, and memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, Zechariah, Rabbi, and merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the Yisrael's families in the Torah, all those who need Refuah, should have us with his close, holy soldiers, start to show up and bring our hostages home, and holy soldiers should be successful with all of massive. Because with that, let us begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming and beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Tzaddik 90. We are picking up on Pay Test on the days, 89b, 14 months up from the bottom. Smack in the middle of the story of the Akeva. Remember again, the Prophet says to Amnavinu, as Bilcha, sacrifice your son, which Amnavinu responds, based on you, she has two sons. Two sons. As your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children again have their unique singularity. Asher Ahavta, the one who you love. Tarvai who knows. I love them both. What an incredible Gemara, right? Avinu says, "You think I don't love you, Shema? You think I don't love you, Shema? The father loves his son, even if the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants." As Yitzchak. The Baruch Hu says to him, "Okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Gemara, so why don't you just say from the beginning as Yitzchak? Why the whole game over here? Why not just say from the beginning? Go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak." In order that Avinu not be overwhelmed by all of this. In other words, this Baruch Hu recognized the idea that halacha l'maisa is going to bring an overwhelming test. Obviously, wasn't overwhelming test. There's Baruch Hu, in order to allow Avinu to, so to speak, ease into this and intellectually ingest this, emotionally ingest this, race it out slowly. Which is also a fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blurting it out. It's not just about saying, but again, sometimes a person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. Kid was stuck on that. So let's see now what happens. Some of you are on his way to the idea. It also shows, by the way, how even Avinu, we'll see this a little bit more, again, getting Avinu to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to do the Akida was also a process. It's also a process, as cute as Avinu was, it's not like he flipped the switch and said, okay, I'm ready to do the Akida. It took time to be able to ease into it. Remember that the kid was something like that. So the second tried to sabotage Avinu on the way to the Akida. And he said, "Davar lecha kila in the started adding the Adam lecha teksa kosher kinin malach to add the Torah lecha." Right. So there was the part of the at the end of the pasuk is I think the part of the instructions in the pasuk. And he said, "Davar lecha kila." So as the Satan says to Avinu is Avram, does this make sense to you that a God who loves you would ask you to do this? So the Satan is trying to theologically sabotage Avinu. And essentially get Rabbi to give second thoughts to this. Maybe this wasn't the lesson on Shem. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. After all, how could it be that a God who loves you asks you to go ahead and offer up something so precious? And he said, "Davar lecha." Could it be that if God loved you so much, He would test you something, in which your entire future hangs, your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Does it make sense to say that Hashbaruch would test you in this way? Amarlo, I need it to know because it's such a beautiful Gemara. So Shabbat responds, I walk in my simplicity, right? Like Tamim Tiyam Shalom Kafa, simplicity, completeness. What Avinu essentially says to us, if you know what Amina is, what Amina represents is the ability to give oneself over in totality to the Ribbon Hashem. It's about this. I'm about to myself to Hashem. I'm about myself to this Baruch Hu. So therefore, the Amina says to the Satan, it's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I need between and walk with completion to HaKadosh Baruch Hu whatever the Rebbe tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avodah. Incredible. Hello, Yiraska Tzlaska. So the Satan says that's all you. But maybe your Yira, maybe your Shanai, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yira ultimately again is blinding you. Hello, Zohar no, me who not the other. Is there anyone who has personally taken up as far as who has been lost? What I'm doing says is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain everything. But there's one interesting thing about everyone, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Might look strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, those who have it, is anyone who put their moon in a construct like the ever been lost? Has there ever been a punishment of career disadvantage? You know, it's like such a this conversation is probably the essence that every person with a Muna goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is whether the Satan is being or whether everything was going through this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, could it be that God loves you and what's the answer to that? The answer to that is I don't understand what it's about. I'm not very good. I just give myself over to the Rebbe Shalom. This podcast is just that's what it means. I give myself over to Hashem. I become the voice of God. This is maybe a misunderstanding the will of God. Maybe you know what God wants you. To which again, nobody responds. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in grace of those who give themselves over in their interaction with the they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even because of the low kashali. So once the Sultan saw that Hamadi was not listening to him, Amalei, Leilai, Gavan, Love, כך שמעתי מאחורי הפרגון, עשה לי עולה ויצחק לי עולה. So interesting. Then the Satan says to Abram, you know, by the way, Abram, don't worry too much, because I heard from the Holy At the end of the day, God's not even going to ask you to sacrifice Yitzchak. Good news. But at the end of the day, you're going to end up offering up a sheep and not Yitzchak. So what's the interesting reaction of everybody in this story? That is indeed what ended up happening. Yet, on the law, and he really says to himself, this is the punishment of a liar. That was again, somebody lies enough, even when they tell the truth, no one listens. So interesting. So what's this last? What is this last piece? The whole time, the Satan is trying to convince trying to convince Hamavinu not to do this, right? And then the last, his last ditch effort, don't worry about it. You're not going to sacrifice this fight. It's going to be fine. What's the pshat? The pshat was he was trying to take away the schar from Hamavinu, but he was trying to say, I'm going to die. It's not such a big test. He's not going to have to do it anyway. So he was trying to stop him. Take away the reward for doing it. Take away the immunity component. Which Hamavinu says essentially, Satan, I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has absolutely zero meaning to you. Because at the end of the day, again, this is the punishment of a liar. His words are never trustworthy. Incredible. So we want to go back here. I'm going to go Yishmael and Yitzchak. So ultimately, again, but as that is discussing, so as the Satan is having a conversation with him, so Yishmael is having a conversation with Yitzchak. And you go to Yitzchak. Yishmael says, Yitzchak, you think you're so great. I'm greater than you. After all, again, God only will come mitzvahs. Sha'akal not for the Shmuel Yomim. Da'ani be'esh Oshas Yishmael. So again, Yishmael says to Yitzchak, you got a bris. I got a bris when I was 13 years old. You got a bris when you were 8 days old. You're a baby. You had no consent. You have no memory of it. Me, I had to do it when I was partial like an adult. 13 years old. I'm alone. See, Yitzchak says, starting up with me with one body part, in Omer Vila Kamisara Kuzavek, his and he's the right? And he's the ultimately, again, I used to come in and says, will tell me to give my entire body to him. I would do that. And we need after that conversation. Yet, or the community does happen. We have to do that, the activity comes. What's the pshat with all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is, it's a bit cliche, but you know the phrase, Hashem never gives you a test that you cannot handle. I think maybe the makar for that may actually be this Gemara. But what happens over here? There's a conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire self, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, Elohim Nisas Abraham. Hashem says to Yitzchak. It's almost as if after that moment when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, in the aftermath of that statement, that's going to respond to the test. Only after again it was clear that Yitzchak was ready for such a silent, that the response to the that he said, this is so. Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that I'll say, whenever you want to do something good in life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, let's make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't start up with you, the Satans don't start up with you, the Ishmaels don't start up with you, because no one really cares what it is that you're doing. When you want to do something holy, when you want to do something of beauty, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over here, right? Yaakov is starting, the Satan starting up with Abraham, the Shmuel starting up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you know you're on the cusp of future. It's reminiscent of one of my favorite podcasts of all time. Actually, by the Yaakov, what's at the end of the Yaakov? That's what it says, don't raise into the void, don't check Yitzchak. And then what happens? Once it says, Abraham goes over and he sees that there is a ram that's caught in the thicket, in the thorns. And Abraham goes over and he offers up his covenant. I asked the customer, how did Abraham know to go ahead and offer that up as a covenant? After all, Hashem said he didn't want to cover it. Maybe he didn't want to cover it at all. I'm not being able to offer the covenant. It's so amazing. She says, because Abraham saw that it was stuck in the thorns. So the customer says like this: if the ayah would have run up to Abraham's feet and lay down in the seat, Abraham wouldn't have offered it. This is something that easy, that's from the Satan. But when he saw that it was stuck in the thorns, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? Right? It's not possible. It's not right. Somebody told me this happens never before. Right. But the right said, so again, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? So no, but you can imagine, right? There's the thorn, the animal struggle. What happens when you try to get a ram out of a thicket? You get caught, you bleed, there's struggle. I mean, you saw where there is struggle, there is kedusha. Where there is easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, you are going to get caught, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, there's absolute holiness. And I will say that's the story. Satan starting up with Abraham Avinu, Yitzchak, Ishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake holy endeavors, and then they get difficult. But we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not the right thing. It's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease, yes, it might be something very nice, but not that good that it's holy. Incredible. So back to Rabbi chapter for a little bit. Rabbi Shitya, so Rabbi tried to get other people to go ahead and worship at Zara. Rabbi Shimon says he gets an strangulation. So the Gemara says, remember again. So when you see the single Rabbi Shitya, that means that the Rabbi who tries to go ahead and get either an individual or a group. Next, remember those who try, or those who tried to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So what's that? But the skila, we show on the point, we show says, Navi Shidiak the skila, my time to Rabbanon. So Navi tries to get people to worship Avodah to get skila. Why is that? What's logical to Rabbanon? He must Asya Hadacha Mimesis. So ultimately, the exam shut off from Mesis. So talking to Rabbi Shimon. Nisa Ksigalei. Rabbi Shimon says, no. By the Navi it says Nisa. And what's the halacha? Because Nisa Mula B'Torah, Stam Inga Elachayim. In general, any Nisa that is mentioned in the Torah is Fenech. Madifa Yerni Dachas B'Skiva, my time of Rabbanon. So why is it that Madifa Yerni Dachas? They get Skila, what's the logic point of Rabbanon? Kami Hadacha, Omi Mesis, Omi Navi Shitla. So again, they give you a Shabbat of Hadacha, either from Mesis or from the Navi Shitla. Rabbi Shimon, Kama Hadacha Min Navi. Rabbi Shimon learned that Hadacha from Navi, never finished. The Ligmar in Mesis. Why doesn't Rabbi Shimon not consider Shabbat from Mesis? So the Gemara says, you know Mesis. Don't you Mesis Shabbat, Mesis Shabbat. They ain't done in Mesis Shabbat, Mesis Shabbat. Because again, we'd rather go ahead and learn how to consider Shabbat from Mesis Shabbat than Mesis Shabbat. In this context, in this discussion, there's two types of insiders. Right? There are those who incite individuals, and there are those who incite groups. So therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make Xenu Shabbat. So we like centers. I'd rather come in Hajjin and the opposite. I'd rather learn how, again, what we call the common insider from the common insider, and not the common insider from the lovely insights. We should say, even though it's a Navi, we may be doing the inciting, but once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes a Hagel. He's no longer really has the exalted position of Navi, rather he's a Hagel. Not of Chista. The Chista says, what's a type of side? 98. Machlokes, that is very interesting. So in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet. It's false prophet, right? So now the Shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, he's saying the definition of what are fine, but let's listen to this. Machlokes ba'oker hakuf tabel b'smochavim v'kiyum mixas b'kiyum mixas tabel b'smochavim. I want to say this is interesting. Machlokes case comes up in the following situation. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of Avodah Zarah, but then in other respects maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah. Take a look at actually just a moment. First Rashi side of Kodama, Machlokes, Rabban Rabbi Shimon. So let's say now, obviously, both Rabban and Rabbi Shimon hold that halacha l'maisa, obviously Rabbi Sheker is going to be type Nisa. What's the Machlokes? Type of Nisa. That's the Machlokes. What Rashi says over here. He says, Machlokes Rabban Rabbi Shimon, the Navi ba'oker kol hakuf ba'avodas kochavim, Amar nitzadisi b'rach hakodesh v'yadvura minisnavos la'akor kol mitzvahs avodas kochavim in Torah. So this is obviously a classic case of the Navi Sheker. He prophesies this and he says, I have received the word from God, I've been commanded by God to abrogate, right, to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, or all the tiny mitzvahs from the background mitzvahs, the hybrid Kamira on Skiva, we shouldn't so much say, or the other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, a good example of this would be, well, we'll see examples of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's what this Machlokes. So again, obviously, both about Bamran and Rabbi Shimon are going to agree that he's put to death. Machlokes is about the type of death. Watch this. The Torah says that the Rabbi will try to do you from the derech, min haderech. Min haderech means even if he just tries to get you off part of the derech. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. About Oker HaGuf, the Shar Mitzvahs, this is interesting. Well, let's say someone goes, that Rabbi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. The Rabbi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. You know the Zarah. He's just uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. put to death because he's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. And everyone agree with that situation, he's put to death by Chana. The key mitzvahs, the visual mitzvahs, the Shem is a called Patra. But by other mitzvahs, it goes ahead and let's say uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains part. By other mitzvahs, everyone agrees Patra. Will be an example of that. He says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. Something like that. In other words, so it's Shemitz. So you also says 3 categories. Category 1 is Avodah Zarah. Whenever a false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even if he maintains part of it, at least part of it, that's the Machlokes Rabbi Shimon and Rabbanon. Tzchai Bisa, is it skila, is it chana? That's category 1. Category 2, uprooting another mitzvah, not Avodah Zarah entirely, saying another mitzvah or another other that doesn't apply. Everyone agrees. Chana. Category 3, interesting. Category 3 is in another mitzvah. Part of it, maintains part of it. Interesting enough, what's that over there? Patra. Patra doesn't mean that it's following. Patra just means that baby is not death. So you must say, Massive Rabbi Munir is 1 second. Now that has not, you must say, the pasuk that the Gemara is quoting is the pasuk. It's the pasuk. You must keep Sarah Allah Shalom Kevin Molotias Sayim. This is talking about the Navi Shekel, the false prophet. False prophet. Now the Gemara is dissecting that pasuk a little bit. Lalachas, because you can remember, he's going ahead, right? He's gearing you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. Lalachas, Zumitzvah Saseh. This refers to a positive commandment. Ba, Zumitzvah, Lo Saseh. Prohibition. What does this sound like? It sounds like that people can know messes with other parts of the Torah, he should still be put to death. What's going on here? These are like Kabbalah's Bachavim and say, Kabbalah's Bachavim and Eitim Mishkach and stuff. And anything more things talking about idolatry. Looks like, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? Which you guys is up. Funny you should ask. There is. Check more of this stuff and he attacks them. There is a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment? So you're supposed to break apart the staples, the altars of Avodah Zarah. That Amuna Amar, so it says, Amuna another version of this. Amuna says like this. I will say, tremendous, first of all, tremendous Mazel Tov, I don't know, half a machine. So Mazel Tov feels like a grandchild of this. You know, like Mazel Tov, Mazel Shed much continued Nachas and Meretz Hashem, follow the Meretz Hashem, Salah Kadisha. But I will say, really, it's an opportunity. This is not Ari's second machine. On the job of Rabbi, thank you very much for introducing us morning now. Tremendous. I could not start the shoot at 5:49 this morning. There was a Zoom period this message, which is strange. But then we saw Mark Hashem promotion and occasionally some thanks. And thank you really for all this, the late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much. I will say I never got around the wow, okay, also drinking the coffee. Fine, you guys as follows. Rabbi Munir says as follows. Rabbi Munir says like this. Our Machlokes, Ba'oke Hadlok. Being Babel is coming in Shai. Rabbi Shabbos. Also, Rabbi Munir comes along, and Rabbi Munir, he has a different approach. He says like this. Every time a false prophet comes along and uproots in totality something from the Torah, whether that is Avodah Zarah or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, Rabbi Shabbos comes along and he's saying, this mitzvah or this aver, whatever it is, no longer applies. It's uprooting it in its totality. Anytime that happens, Gemara says, so again, there are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates 2 categories like this. Uprooting of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, prohibited. Punishable like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and you uproot part of idolatry or all of idolatry, punishable by death. How about here mitzvahs, little mitzvahs, shar mitzvahs, they're called pater. So when you do pater, if you uproot and confirm some part of other mitzvahs, right? Like you said before, you can wear shatnez on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of it. You know, so that would be an example of uprooting part and confirming part. In that context, the pater. let's analyze. So listen to this. The Rabbi prophesizes in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And again, I will say once again, the Reish over here is not distinguishing between Avodah Zarah or anything else. The Rabbi comes along and says a particular mitzvah, a particular avera no longer applies. Okay, or afilu ula batel. Fine. The kayin mitzvahs ula batel mitzvahs. Let's say again, he prophesizes to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. Rabbi Shimon Poter. Rabbi Shimon says that you're Poter. By Avodah Zarah, even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately again you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. This is the other example of that is, let's say it says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, the rest of the week you can't, there's still liability for that. Abai is Sarah Lakrat Kistar, Mukhaz Lakrat Kistar. And now we have essentially three different versions about how this focus ultimately unfolds. So Abai holds like Rav Chisda, such as Rav Chisda. I holds like Rav Chisda, and Matar is like Rav Chisda. And he therefore interprets this entire discussion like Rav Chisda. How so? Rava always seems to say, Rava is like Rav Hamuna, and Matar is like Rav Hamuna, Rava holds like Rav Hamuna, and ultimately again goes ahead and interprets it like Rav Hamuna. Here we go. Abai is like Rav Chisda, and Matar is like Rav Chisda, so Abai holds like Rav Chisda, and interprets this entire discussion of Rav Chisda. Hamisnabi, here we go. Hamisnabi, Lachma Davimin Torah, Divya Kol B'Chanek. Again, if another comes along and uproots the mitzvah from the Torah. Now, what is the definition of uprooting? In totality. You say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply, a particular aver doesn't apply. Whether we're talking about Avodah Zarah or Shar mitzvahs. Halacha is Divya Kol B'Chanek. Everyone agrees. How shall I by Chanek? Mekayim mitzvahs will adopt mitzvahs. What happens if the Rabbi comes along by mitzvah and says he upholds part of it, negates part of it? Rabbi Shimon Poter. Rabbi Shimon says that you're Poter. That's by Shar mitzvahs. Shar mitzvahs. Din Rabbanon. And so to the Rabbanon hold this. When it comes to idolatry, afilu amr hayom ibtua ulamacha b'tua chayiv. But when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it and partially negating it, everyone agrees there is liability, right? When you mess with Avodah Zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there is going to be a chiyuv nisa. What's the chiyuv nisa? Market is a market. That's not focus. That's not focus. Chinek versus Kiva. Good. That's Abaye. Rabbi sounds like Rav Hamuna. Midas like Rav Hamuna. Rabbi holds like Rav Hamuna. And interprets the vice like Rav Hamuna. Hamisnabi, Rak, Davimin Torah. They, I've always called baby shamus. This chayif, market is like if a false prophet comes along and comes to uproot something in the Torah, right? Full negation. Whether it's Avodah Zarah or something else, chayif misa. What's the misa? According to this approach, machlokes. Chinek versus skiva. Fine. The kayin mitzvahs with the bakel mitzvahs. What happens if the Nabi comes along by other mitzvahs, not by Avodah Zarah, and he upholds part of the mitzvah and negates part of the mitzvah? What's that? Rabbi Shimon Poter. Rabbi Shimon says that you're Poter. But in the Rabbanan, so the Rabbanan, or by others kacham, when it comes to idolatry, afilu omer hayom iftu alamacha b'kiluha chayiv. Idolatry, even partial negation, is still going to be liability. What's the liability? Markid islay, umarkid islay. That's not focus. Okay. So we'll say, so what's interesting to know there is as well. So really what it comes down to is the machlokes is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. If an Nabi comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going and uprooting idolatry as a whole, saying there's no Avodah Zarah, or there's partial negation, partial holding, chayiv. What is he chayiv? Okay, so that's not focus. That's not focus. Next case. Another comes along and tries to uproot the truth is any mitzvah in totality. What's halacha? Chayiv. Next case. Another comes along and tries to uproot, partially uproots and partially negates another mitzvah in the Torah. What's halacha? Potter. Another comes and tries to uproot and partially uproot and partially transform Avodah Zarah. Everyone agrees, chayiv. The machlokes in these cases is what's the difficulty. But again, the ikar halachas everyone's agreeing with. Fascinating. Good. I'm going to go over the Yochanan. B'chol, Bakol, in Yom Lachon Navi, over al divrei Torah Shema lo chutz mi'avodas kol chavod. So I said this is fascinating halacha. So we also in general, if a Navi tells you to violate the words of Torah, you have to listen. You have to listen. With one exception, Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, even if a bona fide Navi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Even if the Navi literally again performs a tremendous miracle, and he causes the sun to stop and know the sky, right? The sun doesn't set, and he says, look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah. We don't listen to him. I will say that this is a very important halacha. What is this? What is this? So remember, we have biblical precedents. So this is yesterday's stuff. If you're Navi, like the Harakana, if you're Navi instructed twice to do something that is biblically prohibited, I need to worship, to offer kabbalah outside of the Mishkan. So this is Mikdash. But yeah, we did. So you see from here that a Navi has certain power, and a Navi has certain license even to instruct the cloud to transgress. Right? We see this concept. You see this concept. The exception is a line that we draw by idolatry. Under no circumstances do we ever listen to a Navi to worship idolatry. Which means I'll listen to a Navi to do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says as follows. And the Gemara backs up to say, even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle. So he said, well, say, if he's performing a miracle, obviously, we'll say, who does the power to perform miracles come from? From HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, if Hashem is allowing to do it, Hashem wants us to listen. No, that's not it. That's not it. However, whatever the story of the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is, do not worship idolatry under any circumstances. Tanya, but Yosef really Omer, he geared to all this stuff, like the Shavos Kochavim. I must say that this is an interesting lesson over here. The Torah understands literally again the logic of Avodas Kochavim. Lefichach nitna Torah memshalava shafilu minded lecha chama be'emtza rakia al tishmane. So interestingly enough, that if you look at Rashi, nitna Torah memshalava klomar afilu tira osu navi Moshe also to said, "V'nasan elecha os imofis." So I say, interestingly enough, Rabbi Yosef really saying like this. This creates an interesting theological conundrum. Right? Why? Because if the power to do miracles comes from Hashem, and this Navi is pulling off a tremendous miracle, so what is that? It's what? So what? I'm just a regular guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here Hakadosh Baruch Hu is obviously vesting this Navi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which Rabbi Yosef really says that Hakadosh Baruch Hu sometimes tests us in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and therefore Hashem will give power to certain beings to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. China, Rabbi Akiva. Chas v'shalom sh'HaKadosh Baruch Hu ma'milchama la'over Yisrael. So Rabbi Akiva says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who is defying him? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give you ability, he's going to give power to a Navi Sheker. It doesn't make any sense. Ella, Kigon Hananiah ben Azor, Shemutkilaso Navi, MS, and Vasov Navi Sheker. And the Kiva says, no. Where does the Navi Sheker scenario arise? So where does it arise? Unfortunately, good Navi went bad. So what happens? It happens, right? Sometimes good Navis go bad. In other words, that you have someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Navi, right? And what happens? Unfortunately, he loses his way. They will say, he's got the Mishnah and Alva says, do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. You can be a Navi. Just because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. So the Kiva says that's the case of a Navi Sheker. So the Navi Sheker is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself through real miracles. Because once upon a time he was on Team God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any new miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a good Navi. Even if that guy comes along and tells you, Chavra, the Rosh spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, hey, let's worship idolatry. But listen to him. And even if this is the kind of Navi who, when he was a good Navi, kept the sun from setting, We still don't listen to it. Still listen to it. Rabbi Akiva says there's no way a false prophet would ever be able to perform any miracles. Okay, last part, John last going. You know how many years? What's the number again? Last going. Remember again. The Bas Cohen. What's your like Bas Cohen who commits adultery? What's your punishment? Straight up. So the Mishnah said they get interesting enough. If you someone testify about her, they don't get what that straight. What do they get? They get henna. So does her adultery, right? The man who committed adultery. So most of the time, you know this one. Amrav Achav Regan Ikav, the sign of Yossi, when Yossi says, Matan Lomar, Basisin Lo Kasha Zomam, Lasos Li Achiv. The Pasuk says, for Edom Zomim, you have to do to the Edom what they conspire to do to their brother. So the Gemara says, why? The Fishakol HaMizomim, Shemitorah, Zomein Upalen Kiyotzivam. So in general, listen, the way Edom Zomim works is what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever the Edom wanted to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. So what happens? So now we know a Bas Cohen who commits adultery, she is put to death with Sreika. Now we know that her Boel, the man with whom she commits adultery, doesn't get Sreika, right? Because again, the Torah hands down that you need punishment to her. The Zomamin, in Yodea, in Molokshu, or that they Zomim. I think supposed to now two different things. You have two people committed the same crime, but yet their punishments are dramatically different. The Bas Cohen is going to get Sreika, the guy is going to get Henna, right? So, which people, what are they getting? What are they getting? To which the Gemara says, Kishu Omer, Lasos La'achiv, V'lo La'achiv. So interestingly enough, the way the pasuk is phrased is that the Edom are given their reciprocal punishment, whatever they wanted to do la'achiv to their brother. So what do you see from here? They give them the reciprocal punishment that they were going to visit upon the Boel and not the Isha. And therefore Allah said they get chelik as well. Hajr Allah Elohim Anachim. They will say Mazel Tov. They'll say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful dream of your life. I mean, like, what we are about to engage in, I will say, the next couple of days, it's Olam Haba, every morning is Olam Haba and Olam Haba. But these Gemaras are going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah, Kol Yisrael, Yesh Lem Chelik Olam Haba. Okay, every year has the Chelik Olam Haba. Shnei Amar, Va'amech Kulam Tzadikim, V'Olam Yershu Aretz, Neitzer Nata'ai Ma'aseh Adal Yisbar. So also, it's the more very close to the pasuk. Goes from Yeshaya, that literally again your nation are all tzaddikim, they will forever inherit the land. Neitzer Nata'ai, literally again like the creations of my plantings. Ma'aseh Yodai Lehispar, and they are the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the pasuk that you might be focusing on over here. Listen, by the way, Rashi says, like, what is this doing? Like, right, what does this have to do with our context of our discussion, right? We were like knee deep in death penalties, right? And now, so that's exactly what Rashi says. Most of the Rashi is on both sides on here. So this is Rashi on the left side. So again, so Rashi says over here, you're talking about death penalties, and now we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So the truth is, I think this is not what Rashi is saying. Rashi is saying just a moment. We'll get to the next line. But I think just even before we go on, what he's saying is, no one is beyond salvation. Right? And even those who are killed by Nisas Bezdin, ultimately, as long as they do tshuva before they die, Kol Yisrael Yisrael can't go on. You might have thought that you're being executed by Bezdin. That is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not true. First, give you about tshuva, literally again until their last breath. So here we just finished about Chenek. Okay, it's like to Chenek. Unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Holy saw Yisrael Chenek. As a punishment in the world to come, and therefore even you, Jews being executed by Chenek, by Skila, by Shrefa, by Herod, whatever it is, you can still earn your portion in the world to come if you die as a Baal Tshuva. Incredible. So let's say it's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because if you look at the passage that the Mishnah quoted, Ba'amich Kulam Tzadikim. Remember, Ba'amich can also be vocalized in a different way, which is how? In thought. Imcha, the Imcha Kulam Tzadikim. You know, with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every year is a big tzaddik. Right? Every year is a big tzaddik. Right? So in other words, what does that mean? See, the Rebbe sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't just see where we are, he sees where we've been. And he also sees who we can become. So because the Rebbe is the one entity in this world, he is able to see potential, the Imcha Kulam Tzadikim. In the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every single person is a tzaddik. Because once again, he doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, he looks at us through the prism of who and what we can become. And every yid has such incredible potential, and therefore, the income, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Kulam Tzadikim. That's the first line. And then the Mishnah says, the English, okay. And these are the people who don't have a portion of what to come. So, so obviously there's an inherent contradiction. Right? So what's the pshat? Everyone has every Brazil, every Jew has a portion of what to come. And these are the ones who don't have a portion of what to come. So I say, so how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the distinction between the first and the second line? Kol Yisrael. If you are a member of Klal Yisrael, if you identify as part of Klal, in other words, if you embed yourself within the cloud, you have a portion in the world. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the cloud. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say Ve'elu shall Yisrael Shem Lechem. It says Ve'elu. So you can either be Yisrael, or you can be Elu. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life building up bonds of access and embedding yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you have a portion of what to come. But if you're an Elu, you're balanced like this, if you're in dissension, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulties with actors, you remove yourself from the cloud, then you can lose your Olam Haba. Embed yourself in the cloud, Olam Haba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So who loses their portion of what to come? Someone who says there is no resurrection of the dead. And someone who says Torah is not divine. Rabbi Koris. Again, we see Rashi says, I mean, first we don't see Rabbi Koris. Rabbi Kiva says, This is very interesting. So I was like, even one who reads Sfar Kitzon, what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular books, what? So again, we'll have to define exactly what that means. Someone who whispers some type of incantation over rooms. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Abishal says, someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with his letters, like that's the Yud Kei name. Someone who actually says it. There are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion in the world to come. Who are they? The 3 kings, the Rabbi, Achab, and Menashe. Listen to Achab, we were just learning yesterday's daf. The Rabbi actually both Rabbi and Achab. We may make it yesterday's daf, right? Both evil kings and Menashe. Kabbalah Menashe in the Gemara. We're going to say, so okay, something ridiculous. I think I mentioned ridiculous Gemara thing how to ask. Right? Each of these Gemara is just overwhelming. And the Rabbi says, Menashe should tell Bahwa. Rabbi says, no. King Menashe by the longest serving 55 years of war. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar Vayishalal Elad Vayishmat Tfilaso Vayishivu Yerushalayim Achiso. There's also going to talk about this. Menashe got himself in some trouble, some really significant trouble. He died into Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his monarchy in Yerushalayim. So what do you see there? Menashe died, and his tefillos were answered, which seems to indicate that Menashe became about Tshuva. They said to him, no. When Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his portion of the world to come. Arba had Yodos, who were the 4 regular guys who lost their portion of the world to come. Bilam, maybe no person Yeshiva. Doeg was discussing he was an advisor to King Shaul. Achitofel, one of the advisors to David HaMelech, who then switched sides to Avshalom, and Gehazi. like the Gabbai of Eliyahu Hanavi. Again, we're talking about all of this. To which Gemara says, the Kol Kaf Lama. Gemara is jumping right into this. Why is it that someone who goes out and denies resurrection, like someone denies transformation, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, I will say, by the way, just as an aside, and again, we'll get into this a little bit more, there's machlokas about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic, like post-resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today, although I'm just telling you right now, we're going to switch, we're going to flip-flop on this depending on the context. But for myself, for right now, we'll just go with the idea that Olam Haba, I think, is how we classically use it. Your portion of what comes where you go after you die. That's where you go after you die, right? Eternal, what we call it. Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? At night. Right. But by my side, again, we'll see some allusions to this in the next but that's all we see. Gemara says, I don't understand. Because a guy denies resurrection, he loses his Olam Haba, which the Gemara says, yeah, the Gemara says, the Kol Raf Lama, Tana, who covered the Tchesamesim? See, he rejects the notion of Tchesamesim. The Fikach, well, you have a favorite with Tchesamesim. I must say that here you see, interestingly enough, from the Gemara's usage, the Gemara's Olam Haba in this context actually means Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, there's like a Mida Kinegimida. This guy, he rejected the notion of Tchias HaMesim, and therefore, again, he gets no Tchias HaMesim, which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in the resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. As well say the way that devotion works is the reciprocity. Reciprocity. I'm Rabbi Yonasan. How do you know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is reciprocity? Listen to this. It's interesting where they know things happen. Even though there are other psukim material which seem to indicate this, but the Gemara chooses this story. It's actually very fascinating. Shimu Dvar Hashem Ka'is Ma'ar Sa'ar Solas B'Shakel U'Sasayim Sa'ar B'Shakel B'Shar Shomrei. Okay. Context. The army of Aram has laid siege to Yerushalayim. Now what happened? There's famine. Obviously there's famine. So there's no food available. Elisha gets up in the middle of the city and says, do not worry. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. In other words, there's going to be overabundance of food. So what happens? Vayayin HaShalish Asher Melech Nishal Yado Es Ish Elokim Vayomer Kini Hashem Oseh Rugos B'Shamayim Hayiyah HaDavar Hazeh. So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even all of the windows in Shamayim, it's such a thing occurred. What the officer was saying is there's no food here. There's no food here. So we're going to go from no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. So Elisha says to this officer, here's what's going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. Oh my days, what happens? It's interesting. Okay, by the way, the end of the story is that night the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left for some unexplainable reason, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happens? There was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Aramean army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer, the Gemara says, I did not kill us, Elisha Garmalai, and maybe it was the curse of Elisha that caused this. That kill us, again, the curse of a Chacham is very powerful, even if again it's just utter. Any other is called it to the words, if you look up cloud, then you're the cell by Yamos. If that's the case, it should just have the Shabbat when you die. My Bishar, why does it say by the gate? This Bishar, because this conversation that happens between him and Elisha by the gate. Therefore, Allah for the Mesa, you see from here, meet the Kinegimida. And the Shbaruch operates again with the principle. Therefore, again, if a person doesn't believe in Tchias HaMesim, this is fine, but don't believe it. That's up to you. And if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. Mida Kinega, Mida Divine Respect. Listen, Hashem the Rabbi says, this is one of the most important episodes in Kol HaTorah. The Rebbe actually bases it on the pasuk in Tehillim, Hashem Silcha. Hashem Silcha. So often we translate Hashem Silcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, it's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. So what does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. Right? What you invest is what you get out. The way HaKadosh Baruch Hu works in our relationship with Him is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for Him, He'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manners for Him, He'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, then He'll do the same for me. Again, it's very important. If I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes, I'll do what I have to do to maintain like this. Like just, no, I don't understand this one. Right? So therefore, I'm going to do what I have to in order to get by. Just expect that same type of because one's going to react the same way. So again, if I am embedded and explained up with mediocre Judaism, so then expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it works. It's reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want listening in the close, then I have to become supernatural in my own. Then I have to push myself. Then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in your relationship. You can never need up. Divine reciprocity. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem is incredible. Incredible. It says, I'm ready to look on. Man, the Torah tells us fascinating. From where do you see the scriptural allusion to Tchias? By the way, this begs the general question of like all of this stuff, Tchias, Mashiach, Olam Haba. Why is it not mentioned explicitly in the Torah? Right? So that Rabbi includes it as Yud Card. Right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yud Card, 30 principles of faith. Tchias, 130 principles of faith. Okay, so not everybody agrees to Rambam. It's Rambam. So what's the pshat? Something that's so clever, so central, not mentioned. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on right. The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not what focus should be. Torah doesn't. It's incredible, by the way. Torah doesn't even speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Yeah, that's what Hirsch makes an amazing observation. If Hirsch says, by the way, if you notice, it was like if you ever drive by, the fundamental distinction between what you'll see in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never had cemeteries. The only places often you'll find shuls with cemeteries like Europe. And that was because of land ownership. Like that was just often because this movie was given a plot of land. You had to do like you had to live and die on that same plot of land, right? So that's why you have cemeteries. But if you notice, like no one ever, it's not like you could have a courtyard every year, right? So it would have generated much needed funds, right? But nice, right? Like the kids' clubs and the parents, you know, it's really beautiful, right? All together. Right? So the nice, so like why is it that should go to cemeteries? It's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 1920. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my day? What am I doing to make today something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing to maximize the life that I do. That's why, again, the final two thoughts, the more asks, by the way, at least give me a hint. Where it is, when I thought it, and I saw this is so beautiful. And I saw to me, and I Truma Hashem the Aaron HaKohen. Because it says, you will give the Truma to Aaron. You must why? If you Aaron the own client, well, what does that mean? I'm supposed to give my Truma to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. She doesn't give my Truma to Aaron. Hello, she must hello. No, Nichnas there to sell. She must Truma. Here's a bigger problem. Not only is Aaron dead, but what? Aaron never came into Eretz Yisrael. Aaron HaKohen died. Aaron the boat. He never came into Eretz Yisrael. So what does it mean that I'm giving him a truma? And allowing us to do this most spell most truma. So we'll say, what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life, and Amir Hashem Klal will be zocheh to give him their truma. We can. The Tchias HaNeshama. And here's a remez to Tchias HaNeshama. How beautiful is that? Which means that the day is going to come, the Tchias HaNeshama is going to be revolved. Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our truma to Aaron Cohen. The fact that the pasuk phrases is that way, that is a scriptural illusion. Because this was stop over for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. But great. Let's say tremendous. This is incredible week ahead of us.
Can you drink milk cow that is dry fruit?
Absolutely. Okay. I see how the hair
Cow has a defect. Derivative of non-kosher and non-kosher. What is
5 years up there.
Milk is not under supervision of Jews. The Mishnah says you are only allowed to drink milk supervised by Jews. The concern is non-Jews may have mixed in other types of non-kosher milk.
As you just let Hashem begin the week, setting up the three signs for more Hashem. I go on in the couple of the result to make Hashem beautiful. Without really, actually, I want to give you some instructions this week. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good, it should be illegal. That's how good this is, Baruch Hashem. Hashem says, to begin the thing, all of our sponsors for this morning should today. I am your father, fellowship, the touch, sheep, hey. The taking Mishpacha to start for dedicating all the things that comes as a fix for the sons of Am Yisrael. So the brothers sponsors for the month of Adar, Henry received Zin and loving them with Kenny's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve French, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Zid, Yedin, and Berman families of memory of Mr. Williams, Zed, Shmuel, and Yisrael, the Kohen of Raha, the author of the American about Tom Torah, all the things Shabbos Lavia, the families in the Kohen, all the girls who live with Shabbos Kohen, all of our hostages to allow our holy soldiers to be successful before we are saved. So let's do that. That we are doing that this day test 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on page test. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully you did your homework. Right? Signs of homework last night at the end of Shia. If I don't start on the red clock on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. And plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible like attitude. This week, and some very long documentary as well. So, that'll give yourself a fighting chance. So, I do this now on page 89. Even these versus women again, we are still on the incredible studio of executive memory. Taking these things, many of these should be happening. So, remember again, we've learned already the halachas concerning one is like memory is for the death, what type of machlokes and making it like memory. Then it comes the actual execution of like memory. So, which says, we do not execute him in the Beis Din in the city, nor do we execute him in the Beis Din in Yavne. By the way, what's the Beis Din in Yavne? So look at Rashi. Rashi is about 200 that. What is the Yavne? Initially, the Beis Din should Mishkas HaGosos. While because we may be Rabbi Shah Yamin, Ad Shendosa Sanhagi Bidoro Yavne, Vadayin Abayis Kayim, Yavne came home to the Shia, and we said Yavne. So it was interesting enough, Yavne was one of the locations that the Israelites were exiled. So what you used to say like this. In order to go ahead and execute the second Monday, the Sanhedrin has to be situated in the Mishkas HaGosos and the Children who stay in the Israelite compound. So the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Israelites is still standing, you can't execute the second Monday. Now you also have Israel village in Jerusalem, you take the second Monday up to Israel, they went to the high court in Jerusalem, and Shami also Ad HaYayel, and we're using also the Rajah. So what we do is we incarcerate ourselves, we put him in the holding cell, and so the next upcoming Rajah, the next upcoming Yom Kippur, whatever we're going to do, such as Lewis Circus, we're going to point like, how incredible is this? Remember again, this is the first document, the first post-colonial document. doesn't make reference to,
He
so
wasn't
they're
any
going,
longer, especially if the cheese is aged.
everyone's on a journey. Everyone non is like always journeying to something else. And so that's the beauty of the youth, right? The youth is never dictionary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards something next thing. So part is now behind us. It's the goal, we're not yet completely sure residents of New Shabbat. So again, the rest of the problem itself comes a little bit behind us. But think about Hashem, it's okay. There's something behind us, there's always something new right in front of us. Just like this, so keep again, wait for the first day of the Mishnah, we'll see the keep the second Monday in a whole new set up until the next level, up until the next level. And the reason that's why we executed on your which is fascinating. Now, why Shene'emar the Kala on Yishmu Yiro for the Yizidin of the Rabbi Akiva? Because the Pasuk in the Lord, the Tiny Shemot they were fear, and essentially they were not following the footsteps. These were Rabbi Akiva. So what the Rabbi Akiva says is like, yes, you gotta make a step progress. People have to see this, people have to understand this, there has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this kind of when you see this by photos or people see certain things, and then you actually, so the Akiva says, you got to become extincted in the government, so that you become public spectacle. So the Akiva says, in the honest, so what the Akiva says, if you want to delay judgment like that, there's absolutely no need to do that. I don't know, you should also be out. So if you see executing the vehicle, it comes in the short and the shoot by shoot and the home tennis. So what do you do? Here's the issue. Everyone agrees that we place some element of publicity with this. So according to Rabbi Akiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding the total of the government executing and then under the law. But this is no, you don't do that. It's an unbiased identity. You don't corrupt the government. If somebody liable to that penalty, you execute it. We're not going to go ahead and extension essentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute it. And what we're doing, we'll send out letters to all the community saying each point is how we celebrate things. And again, that's how we go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. They write about it, and we will send it out. There's a couple of podcasts about how we go ahead and say, when we go ahead and execute such a level. That's how it was. And we said also, what we position is reconciling not just the right side, which pretty much echoes the script. We don't have to take as far as we see also, motivation should be also, don't excuse every level is motivation. The motivation should be out there. Not even busy out there. Once again, the busy out there, God will go to someone to itself, because that's how it's works. Now we go to the information channels. Rabbi, again, one of the reasons is that we wanted off to the high court channel. And Shami also Agalego. And we went over, like, running the homes up until Yankee. And we see also there. And like, speaking on the Shimona, the Kala, and the Shmuel, we roll it to the Rabbi Akiva. Because the Pasuk says, everyone will fear, and we will fear. They will fear. Please go to Rabbi Akiva. So again, when Rabbi Akiva is actually the whole Ha'ar, they didn't even have a time when everybody could hear about this. They probably supposed to send them you try and put it out. I'm the one you got. But these are my does the Pasuk say that they should hear and they should see that the Akiva is making this about that people should see the Zakim already executed. And the Akiva says, does the Pasuk say that they should hear and they should see? All it says is that they should hear and they should feel. So essentially, again, the Buddha says, as long as people hear about it, they don't have to see it. They don't have to see it. So if they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? Why would the Buddha show that? And I want to say that it's that we need to understand this to be like, even the corruption of the day. It's just interesting something that we know. Life is every Every child has stuff that their parents will always say over and over again. So my parents would do a joke or commercial. All those kind of kids is whatever is going on in life, you need it to. Just leave it to it. You spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to correct them. Just leave it to it. Sometimes life is so much about figuring out what parts of it. Just lean into it and just go. You're going to be great, you're going to be fine, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm like, oh, you're waiting for this. I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. So sometimes I'm like, you know how things are going to turn out. That's one other anxiety. But then I know what is going to happen. So it's always going to be this. Why don't you do this to this person? You got it. So it's in the executing executive on, right? So you got to execute it. You got to execute it. But why would you delay it? What's the purpose? What's it seems no peace before? Yeah. When you have to execute someone, you have to execute the black notice. You have to look up that might sound like a little contradiction, but if you understand that, sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done in black notice as well. So he's like, okay, you want to say that that's it, he's going to be executed. So why delay? He was like, what's going to say? So that means the enemy is going to say, you have to come to the shelter and come up home. Exploring this highly celebrated, and again, how do we prefer the facilities? Right, letters, to send out the letters to all the different Jewish communities. So and so is executed as a second member. So once I'm speaking about the focus, Rabbi Akiva and how you execute the second member. Okay, Rebbe, turn up on him. Turn up on him. Whatever, I was using that for us. Now, it's interesting there, so because clearly, what you see this like remember is, it's not just that we executed, but there is this thing of this publicity to it. That people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. And so, by the way, there are four other situations, or four situations where, in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, God makes this is going to goes out and recites others to worship the Holy Israel. That's so much in there, right? Zucking Monday and Adrian Solomon. Interesting. All of these four you have for us in the United States. Rashi says that we have Raza, 40 years for Israel, Sha'abah, the Zoom, and the Union as Hakim. So we don't use anyone else. So and so executed because they don't do it. And all of this important, all this critical public easier. When people shouldn't follow suit, you know, it says, Kunim Sibri, the Kolaan, the Holy Israel. So all of this, the idea becomes like the Kolaan. So all of these situations, because the Kolaan, the entire nation, will see. Interesting enough, the Holy Israel, they do so, the Holy Israel, they do so, the Sharon, the local which is sad to society. This is interesting enough that it is only the Russian is behind each other. Those who are left over, like those who are new. Why doesn't the Jews the same experience in Russian ultimately again as Kola Am and Israel? What reason? The reason is because at Avis, not everyone is fit for Avis. Avis is always more limited for a while. And then I said, there's only the person getting this, the same Avis, right? Once again, it's not really the same person, so because Avis itself is not open to the general public, therefore the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be or is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, the general said, he's about to know the book. So you can call them somebody going to hold this great. Mishnah, Yavi Shepherd, Yavi Shepherd, what's up? Next guy is Harry Yavi Shepherd, what's Rabbi? Right? So what is he? Hamisnabi Mashalom Shalom. Mashalom Ne'amalo. So it says, so what's Yavi Shepherd? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. A person who prophesied something that he did not hear, okay, or something that was not said to him. That was an interesting one. This is very difficult. So let's say again, I'm studying with my friend like Jewish, A lot of stuff happens at Jewish, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nebuah Jewish. By the way, many people think they get Nebuah Jewish, right? So she got a third Jewish, suddenly they're getting a prophesied in the one's body said. So again, so what happens? When standing next to you, we didn't get Nebuah. Now it happens to be it's a legitimate Nebuah, right? Just number one is I prophesy something that the Rabbi did not say. Just number two, they also gave my friend the Nebuah. I heard that. I heard the walk and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category of the brother of Rabbi Shaka. In these cases, we saw some of the other using the brother of Rabbi Shaka is executing the by what? Just the law. So this is fast. They publish this thing also somebody who receives the law. Or refuses to show it. That's what it's doing. So secret love and refuse to show it. Now the fact that I should be or when you go to heaven, simply disregards, ignores the word of the Rabbi. He never shall about the answer, or never receives the law. The fire is the only law that we receive. So all these cases, we saw some Mishalim. All these individuals, again, get into Mishalim. Death at the hands of heaven. What the plan is heaven? The God of Shemai and I don't see a Jewish media. And the Stanley Bishop of all this go public, and also we're going to all these pieces later. And the Stanley Bishop of all this go public. If somebody prophesies this, and you're never going to have all this law. And when I have this law, I'm going to have all this go public. And again, the person says, little bit of this, no all this go public says. After the keeping us out of the family, as I come in the car, as I go out, even if what? Even if what he's saying is factually correct. But let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Allah, Zara, that one is supposed to avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay? So you just say, you're not saying anything wrong. And what he's saying is actually in alignment with what he believes as well. The fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Abba, he's saying about that issue to Abba. A person is adultery, even Shemitah, so it says about it, so so here's the man of prayer, so it's just the right way. This is very little of the work, yes, with her husband. That was just she had sin, and not his sin. And they just got married behind his sin, and again, they did not get live together. What it is, you go good, is punished by fatal. There's someone that got scolded by Allah, so ultimately again, it wasn't an excuse before. Remember, a box commits adultery, once again, straight up. But remember again, that's unique gift for her. It does not apply to her as well to Lord. The Lord gives it apply to people solely, like living witnesses who testify falsely about her. Shekar Amuzi, even though it's a list of countries that are not spoken about, it is never again. We look to the way it works with Aiden Zolman's spot. We get a simple punishment. Practice and what type of the exception to this is Aiden Zolman would buy a box toy, but she gets straight far. But Jerry, and as well as the adulterer, will get sent. Okay, incredible. So what's the rest says the UI. First it says in the album, the first it says in the Shemaim. Then you have three, these are all categories of false prophecy. We have been ultimately again, the clock killed by a court. I feel there needs to be Shemaim of this loving. And it's not a Mashal Shama, a Mashal Ne'emah. Look, it's ultimately again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something of the expansion prophecy that is not set. There is essentially a limited prophecy. Okay. This is prophecy in the name of the Father. Right? So, person just is prophecy, or they go ahead and make a good prophecy that is said to someone else but not to them. Or, and it's not that you share about this problem. Right? It's not that you share about this problem. All person goes ahead and prophesies in the name of Allah. Right? As we said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, we saw some people of them. All three of these individuals are executed by a human court. A company is receiving also, and then in the season as well, but does not show. And the back of the Rabbi, so in disregard towards the Rabbi, the Rabbi Shabbat did the Asma, and Rabbi disregard to the Holy Prophecy, we saw the Shalom. Ultimately, again, this special is at the hands of heaven. Also, it's interesting to note, we said here, I understand why. If somebody prophesies, the person says, I will see the revelation of the revelation of the day, you see, I understand it as a few some. But it makes sense. It makes sense. We're not in prophecy. But if I go ahead and I hear a prophecy given to someone else, and I give it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it a few some? Like, what's I'm not making up the information is factual. The information is correct. But you know, I think this is a possible to see why we can also like got to see what's wrong with this. You know what I'm saying? The yes, I think that a person to clear and right is trying to be someone else. If you anticipate your whole life is never to be someone else, your whole life can become the best version of you. So when a person gives you a prophecy that is given to someone else, that prophecy is given to you. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become you. But when I'm trying to become someone else in life, that's a weakness. That's a preference. It's such a interesting thing because you often spend so much time trying to become other people. You see other people who can represent that type of model of success, and they're like, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to be learned from that. It's easy to talk about what you so like that. Like, I can learn from every person. But my goal is never to become someone else. So this notion when you take in the idea that is given to someone else, and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic application. But again, my objective is to be me, and to be the best version of me. You pick someone else's was wrong, and you make it your own. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What are you doing? That's not a life. Because what's the answer? You told me that tribe. You always try to become someone else. Because there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone that is spend your life trying to be like other people. So always spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. Oh, this guy like the sexual. Look, you're not getting it. So you know all this time. I'm going to do that. I'm going to have a because it says, النبي الشياطين متابع بشمي. So it says, so ultimately, again, Rabbi, who will intentionally try to say something over my name. That is that. That is not much more shallow. That was the Rabbi who invented a prophecy and gave over something that is yet to be. Okay, 5 years. Next. Share with CTC. I did not command it yet. I didn't see but on the first that I did command it to another Rabbi. So what was I referring to? Zan is not a much shalom ne'amano. That refers ultimately again to a prophet who gives over something that was not said to him. Hashem Darshan and he would go out and say something over the name of another God. Zan is not sure about this prophet. Therefore, for someone who prophesizes the name of idolatry. Again, everyone wants to choose of that. And comes of that is even what? Even if the listeners, what you are saying is correct, without the gene of the Rothschild makes it live and share. It's good, and all of these cases, what is about to say, the race and not be happy, is probably going to right. But we stand with the Torah stand in the Aleph Torah. And once again, stand whenever the Torah says a death penalty, because we identify which death penalty the default is. So that's our first thing. Next, I told you this movie also. On the back I'll give it Rabbi. The Rabbi shot up I'll give it as many something showing. Let's look at the next thing. This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy doesn't show. The doctor disregards the words of the Rabbi. Alright, let's see how Rabbi violates his own evil. So all these people have put the recreation and really what is from this sin by his extra useless. So what's the Pasuk says the person will not say the Rabbi will not listen. Holiday, I holiday, no Yashua. So very apparently no Yashua, but what no Yashua will not need to be heard. Which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. The holiday, so holiday no Yashua, the holiday no Yashua. I'll be very see, and maybe address the deviation line. Okay, so it says, so again, in that one pasuk, is someone who hears it, disregards it, someone hears his own prophecy, disregards it, somebody else who hears it, disregards it, and the Rabbi ultimately, again, was Kovish as to do also, from that share his name. And it's not a Shalom Shema. So let me give you some examples. Also, not just fight, and it's not a Shalom Shema. So a person prophesies the Holy Spirit not here. So you might be doing this, but if you know, Sikya Ben Kinana. And Sikya Ben Kinana. Who's Sikya Ben Kinana? It's Diana Sikya Ben Kinana. Haile Karzai. There's this interesting level. So this is the story in Nabi of where Aram was attacking while in the split kingdom of Malchus Israel, and Malchus Yehuda. The king of Malchus Israel is never named Achov, and the king of Malchus Yehuda is never named Shepard. The Shepard was very righteous. Achov, unfortunately, was righteously challenged, and but they realized that they have to form an alliance in order to come back alive. So Shepard said, "I'll go with you, but I need some prophecy to back this up." Because it's like a typical unholy alliance. Sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish what you objectives. So I did something I just did again. So Achov produces, Achov got no service. You can get enough money. You can find plenty of profits, right? So a lot of us, Achov is producing hundreds of profits. And so you're somebody who exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sikya Ben Kinana, who this is interesting. So what does Sikya Ben Kinana do? He fashions, he makes iron horns. And it was supposed to symbolize the fact that Charlie was going to ignore Iraq. We're going to be successful. Okay? So the Gemara says as follows. So my husband accepts. So again, so there was one guy. Sikya really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy. But ultimately, what we're going to see is was a triple false prophecy. Because again, what was happening in this battle is Achov is killed in this battle. All of this hoping was that this one of his way to lure Achov into battle so that Achov would die in battle. So the Gemara says, "My Habilah, what should Sikya have done? This is a wild story. So Sikya was deceived by a spirit. Who is a spirit? The spirit of Nabos. First of all, that name sounds familiar. Remember, Nabos had a beautiful vineyard, but Achov very much wealthy, so that Achov Nabos really strong. So Achov has a wife by the name of Isabel. Isabel convinced her husband Achov to essentially bring Nabos up on false charges and have him executed. Nabos was executed, and ultimately Achov takes the vineyard. Achov takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Nabos came back and kind of appeared to Sikya, making it look like it was a Kodesh Baruch in order to get Achov to go out to battle so Achov would fall in battle. Okay, we have to fix it. Very much on. Music podcast Achov. Y'all be Achov, be Moskilai, try to put out a call. The Shabbos. Who is willing to go down? So Spirit came before and said, I will go and entice Achov to go to war. Remember, you got two thoughts say, but also or you might say, what does it mean that Achov is like to display the turn back to display of Nabos? Say with Hisasi, we have to leave you. So this is actually incredible. And God was first in the same thing in the Shabbos. Which I know in the Shabbos was the thing you can go, and even though you can't come back here. Why not? Because the job of this spirit is to deliver a false prophecy. The involvement of all of this all MS, and something that is not MS cannot reside inside of the confines of the involvement of all of celestial sphere. My rock, and the Nephilim, Nabos is Israeli. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Nabos Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading Achov going out into battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Sikya Ben Kinana. So what's happening? So Sikya should have been a little bit more vigilant. To the least, for the least, signal Achov over the coming room. The Ishmael being starting to signal Achov. So that's an interesting one. You can have no prophet that have the same prophetic message, but each of them get us to a different place. It was actually really fascinating. That prophecy, you get multiple prophets receiving the same message, but no two prophets receive, or for that matter, again, convey the word of the policy in the same way. You know, like, Vajama, Zogo, Libaka, Siaka. Yemi Amar, Kifata, Star, Siaka, Zogo, Libaka. So again, just examples of revealing, conveying the same general concept but each of them is sitting and entering into a slightly different way. Right? So it's actually a very beautiful idea, because if you think about it, what's the ideal? The real represents that is like the highest level of relationship with our Jewish partner. So what do you know saying? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message, but the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. It really profoundly so. Each person is true by Yahuwah, but it's true by every element of our relationship with our Jewish partner. No two Jews have the same relationship as God. They have the same kind of business, the same locals, the same children. All of it. But at the end of the day, when you relate to God, when you interact with God, it should be powerful and powerful. Varies even maybe slightly. But the other message is varies between one view and the next. Incredible. So remember goes back to the Lord says, so ultimately it's a situation of your life. I should say you have realized. So I have hundreds of prophets that are saying the same thing. You have hundreds of people saying the same thing. That's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. It's in addition to realize there's something wrong over here. The Lord says, you don't know how to let the other know how to let these stuff. So what's happening? Maybe Cynthia didn't know this thing was released. Maybe Cynthia didn't know the prophets can't have the same prophecy. Maybe we just didn't notice how about that. The Lord says, Yo Shabbat Hassan, the Kamen, Yasina Yomer Yo Shabbat, Ain Paul Nabi, Yo Shabbat was there. And Yo Shabbat knew this. That's why Yo Shabbat, even if not up to these hundreds of revealing, Yo Shabbat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here. Because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So listen, that's what that happens down the street. So that's only there's an incredible lesson in terms of like our original response. But everyone interact and relate and have a different connection with Hashem. Those patients say a fun stuff. Listen, sometimes we think that like, what's the also real fun stuff? Can you imagine if Jews sitting together saying the same exact thing? That's what's happening over here. Here's what it says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things, and then all of them sitting in the same room together and being mad at each other. That's actus. That's actus. So you have this very skewed actus. That actus means like unanimity. Everyone's on the same page. So never happened, never happened. I said it in the words. Like what is that she said? I see that. I see that in the Isha Hud. The neighbor Hud. One people with one heart. Everyone said. It never says Isha Hud the day after. It doesn't say one people with one opinion. It's one people with one heart. One people with one heart. So it says, and yes, Hashem, there should be a world in which you see the students are interacting. Everyone, my wife, looked at me. Don't say anything. Okay, so I have to get over that concept, but let's do this now. One time in this particular member of my family, and it was like, and then I remember what was so beautiful, so beautiful. Because actually afterwards, actually after this went after that, it felt like about 3 hours, but it was plenty of time, so it might have been like 30 seconds. You know, so everything was slow. Those of you know what it was, the way it ended is I don't remember if it's every minute, but somehow it sounded like that, and then about 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was, it was just a circle of going and giving each other something. Like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right? But when I say, isn't that what it's about? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to help people, even if you disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and have missed the mark every single step of the way. But you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect for me, but I love you. But I love you. So when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing about us, and we like to surround ourselves, but people say the same thing to us, it's so boring. It's so like, people live like in an echo chamber. And the echo chamber, that's not right, and it's only not Christ stuff. The view of Christ, what says there's a lot of Jews, a lot of opinions, and yet a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect. And a lot of them are just to look. People who see especially for all the correct opinions, right, shoot us in positions in life, and now you're totally free. Right? Sounds like, but the mindset, so what happens, when you see hundreds of people all saying the same thing, that's something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people who are all saying different stuff, that's Christ. And this is that moment that you can embrace, even after like those separate arguments. So you don't like it. And then you get the honey. So what happens? So your shopper says, I need someone to be in. Shopper says, what do you want to be in? Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the Gemara says, I'm not right. How can we keep lying with this? I learned this from my father. See you and Echad only the common of the the ancient redeemed is never the signal of Echad. So ultimately, that's what he learned. I learned is this. You could have prophets all establishing the same message. Okay? So we got 500 nothing about it. Right? But none of them give it over in the same way. Like we always get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that Shaphat is sitting there, and in terms of prophets, I just want to point out, these were not the prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because the Kadosh Baruch Hu wanted Achab to go out to work with Paul and Daniel. And the Shaphat was saying the same exact things that doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, what Shaphat needs unity is. Okay? So we might go like that. So much of the, I'm telling you, what's the example of a Rabbi who gives over something that was not said? I was going to keep going. Tananya said, the Kaibi, so he's a Tananya Benazor. We're not the Tananya Benazor. The Kaibi, is the Alma, Yemio is standing in the marketplace for Ka'amar, Korma, and some of course, and he is shown as precious, Elam, for Yemio to the prophecy. Right? And Yemio said that Kadosh Baruch Hu is going to go out and break the vault Elam. Remember, there's another nation, Elam. I'm going to break the vault, we're going to defeat Elam. Okay, so what happens? Nasa Tananya comes for the answer. So Hananiah hears this prophecy of Yirmiyah and he makes each couple, what's the couple? Elam Shemotah Elijah is more there. I'm like, I'm far in short as Kesha's Elam. So Elam, they can tell Father that the Baruch Hu is going to say that he's going to break the bar and he's going to defeat him. Now, Allah has come to come. First, the first one, Allah has come to come. As the Baruch Hu is coming to, is breaking the primary fault of Israel. So he's going to break the secondary faults of Israel. What is saying that about Israel? Father. So when I'm going to come up over, and Kadosh Baruch Hu is going to go out and defeat Elam, he's soon going to go and defeat Rabbi. So what happens? He goes after the prophesizes, Tasim, or Amar, Korma, Hashem, Shabati, as all Melech Baba. It's fascinating. So when he gives a prophecy of Yirmiyah, he makes a coming from that prophecy, and then he espouses his new prophecy. Only when it's true. Kadosh Baruch Hu didn't say it. Why didn't he say, I'm going to talk about Biden? What are you talking about? This is not an example of someone with a prophecy given to his friend and gives it over. How do we make this up? We make this up. Which pretty much is stated is, Kavachom and Lokish, Command the Ikma and Dami. So, again, because the Ikma and Dami, we let go and my way. Yes, they all look again, because they don't have conversation, because he's the Kavachom, and because the Kavachom is on the exegetical principles, so like, it's like a case of a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. And the study should have always come. Once an example of one who prophesizes in the name of Christ. So what's the last one? Keep going. V'habal. So what's the easier? V'habal. When the V'habal. So again, Baal is not over Israel. Like the Yad is only V'im. Is only V'im. So again, obviously, prophesizing in the name of Baal, things that are not true. Next, like what is just going to be awesome? What's incredible? That's an example of holding your own prophecy. Keep going. Yonah Benami Pai. Yonah, right? Yonah gets a prophecy. What does he do? Runs away. You know what I'm saying? Just so you understand what the coverage is doing. So many of us are over on that every single day. Every day, they don't should over this person right here. What does he say? What does he say? It'll be great. It'll be great. You can accomplish great things. And like, just like again, the Gemara says, every day passes for Yotzis and says, Shuvu Barim Shovim. Every day a gospel comes down and says, do tshuva. But I hear this prophecy, and I hear this gospel, and what do I do with it? What do I do with it? What do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's public never answer. Every day prophecy comes to us. Every day this prophecy whispers to us. Every day opportunity comes to us. This opportunity becomes great. And if you suppress it, or you don't utilize it, or you don't actualize it, that's called Chesed Loss. You're not going to be fine. Some of us are doing that. Who's the one? What's an example of one who disregarding the words of another? What's the 100 days? 100 days? So he was Chavrei B'Micha. These are the friends of Micha. Well, who's the friends of Micha? It actually says Chavrei B'Micha. It said the Ish Acham Me'aravim Amar Al-Eir B'Dvar Hashem Yikani Zeh Hayim Chiyot Ben Yinoyo Shemeshnado Ol Sayom Al-Acham Micha B'Yat Olam. So again, this was also one of the prophets was prophesizing one day, the day about Apple. The seal, the Ish Acham Me'aravim Amar Al-Eir B'Dvar Hashem Yikani. So this never Micha goes over to Rabbi and saying, name of God, give to me. So this is part of the prophecy is trying to show ultimately again that Father was going to be successful ultimately over Aram, but that Achim was going to fall in battle. And the man refused to hear Michael, and what happens? It's see, I never know, Ya'ar Shelo Shamata, the Nabi Sha'afat, Ya'ar Shelo Shamata, the guy is pushing by a man. Okay, so not because he ran, and then, because he got an issue, she didn't think he was pushing by a man. Obviously, you know that story, but it was different. The Nabi Sha'afat, I'll give it a Atzlo, was an example of a Nabi who violated his own words. Having violated his own words, he goes ego and Nabi. He was ego, what's what happened to ego? They said, he can see what I see. He didn't see that, so let's listen to this. So ego was ultimately again was commanded to go ahead. This was the story of the Rabbi Nevat. Rabbi Nevat was the first king over the split mountains. Rabbi Nevat, interestingly enough, Rabbi Nevat started out as a good man. He was a kind of guy for the Bible. He started out as a good man. What is happening to good people? How has what's correcting good people? Rabbi Nevat understood that if he was going to celebrate his leadership over Mount Israel, he had to prevent the Jews from going to this nation. Because remember again, even once the mountain split, the Jews unified was going to be this nation. Everybody had to be over like that. And that's the case. Rabbi said people are going to be subservient to the Davidic king and not to you because here it is nation. So what can you do? You don't know what to do. That's what you're going to do now. You go to Eagles. You go to the guys. Now, in the beginning, he said, it's not about what he's on. It's unwatchable. Just receiving the truth. You don't have to go ahead and go only to the so look, this is what I showed. So real. And what happens? Ultimately, again, it becomes incredible desire. So ego confronts the Rabbi when he's offering his Kabbalah studies, his Kabbalah knowledge. The Rabbi sticks out his arm. You know, like in a physical way, and it's unshriveled up. Unshriveled up. So ego was that money. Okay, it's not recommended ego. When you go. So don't do your prophecy, don't stop. Don't read, don't do anything, nothing. You got to lose your focus on your mission. Okay? So ego doesn't stop you. What happens on the way back? It's in the Bayona Road. So ultimately, what happens on the way back? Ego starts looking at the mission accomplished. Somebody invites me to eat. Ego says, I'm sorry, I can't go to the prophet. I've gone on a mission. The guy says, hey, you have to leave. You're a prophet. Right? Come in, right? We eat together. So ego goes ahead and makes mistakes and goes into his wife's house and eats. By Yasha, he's sick. By Yelachim, say, what happens when ego left after his meal? He was deceived by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately again, for violating his own will, violating his own way. Which is also such a story. This story is such a profound metaphor. The one that's what we're talking about. If you want to accomplish something in life, then what do you have to do in this life? Don't be focused. Don't be focused on it. You do Foxy's got this in the shot as Jesus. He said, what's Jesus? He said, what means Jesus? Jesus is necessary. You don't always appreciate this because more for enough reason than accomplish in life is why. Why? I'll do this. I mean, we don't know much, so I'll tell you why. Because you get distracted. Because you get distracted. I'm on task, and on task, I get distracted. Stop talking, I have to do this, everything, I'm like, just get distracted. I'm sorry, I'm off. How like the whole sort of resource is when you start something, just get it done. Just get it done. Don't get distracted, because when you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go in the purpose. So it's really incredible. So what they never say over here, this story, it's an actual story, it's not a metaphorical, it's an actual story. As a metaphor, it's so bad, because you don't never listen, don't go eat, don't get distracted. Don't get it, just stay focused on your pulse. And you get distracted, and what happens when you get distracted? You get consumed by the lion. A metaphor, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. That's it. You lose your momentum. And by the way, you know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? It's not the same. It's not the same. You lost the momentum. You see how there's some particular, even by learning. Like by learning, there's this saying of learning big secrets. And we're going to use one of those secrets to learn for a certain amount of time undistracted. 5 minutes of learning the secrets is better than 45 minutes of distracted learning. It's just so I know. Because what happens, like, I'm learning and I'm here, I'm learning and I'm here, I'm learning and I'm this, and this, and at the end of the day, you got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, and sometimes it's a simple decision. Be in it. Be in it. Even if it's for 5 minutes, be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get just swooped out of the line. Such an element. So don't try to think of this stuff. I could have just said that so good. So listen to this. First thing don't try and record this prophecy, you get to like this. Get to like this. I'm already. Mind the upper Sunday, the album of lucky. And that's what this is a community special. One of these dates out of the basket should be noticed. Now, what's wrong with eating dates out of the basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So it's an expression of split right now. It's an expression that seems like, what do you do wrong? Here, you know what I ask you over here about what a person did wrong if they told their prophecy? What we answer is, how is anyone going to know? Right? So you have nothing, right? The loving A comes with prophecy. Do you know? Okay. How exactly does anyone know that he helped his prophecy? So you must say, my notes today. Who's giving you a nice job? I'm going to buy this. How do you do? I'm sorry. I'm going to buy how do you do? So I'm going to buy this. You are now sanctioned. So he's giving us fellow prophecies. What's the thing I said before? And check out this is interesting. That how this prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person reads it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have another unique prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and you'll know a particular level you like shares. Okay? If you're not Hajj Day, so what's the issue? Well, maybe it was part of a retraction, or maybe dealing with one who changed their mind, so to speak, changed their mind. And you said the Hajj Day, to do the other level of feeling with you. Again, it's possible sometimes changes the voice, and if you were to do that, then what? You wouldn't form the group of the deal as well. The high donor. How'd you get the One second. So donor. After this prophet changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yonah. He didn't tell Yonah. Like Yonah again. Yonah finds out that everybody else is not destroying the day. The prophet did not go ahead and do any of that work. Which the Lord said no. Yonah made Kara, he's going to have Papas coming. This is very important. The rest of the Yonah said, behold, I'm going alone. The moon will not pass. Now, what does not pass? What does it mean? Turn over. Turn over just know in 40 days from now, everything is going to dramatically changing in life. The change could be that you get to become a ridiculous Balachilla, or the change could be the same thing this way. So the Yonah's words itself was the actual possibility for two circumstances. Otherwise, either Yaga, either Tova, either Ra. Again, it doesn't open the door. Again, I'm not saying you got to go and buy it. I can't put it down. Part of the reason ultimately why we read, why do we read Sydney and is the fact that story Shiva. It's also that story, and never thought of that. our life is like this open-ended possibility. And not just in way, always I thought I'm going to be in the box. What does it mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. As much as God knows what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, but for us, our lives are this open-ended, choose your own adventure type of mindset. In the other 40 days, consider there is going to be overturned. Is it good or is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, the person you're going to become, it's up to you. So once I say ultimately again, one is the original Rabbi. We love yoga, so once I so here that's interesting. Now, if the Rabbi says something, and I don't know what he's Rabbi, right? So someone says, I sing the name of God, right? This, right? How do I know that he's a Rabbi? And I have to answer him. God have to answer him. You know, but he's a sign. He's a sign. Obviously, once again, you gotta prove like your Rabbi credentials, right? So you can't just go with his own train now. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, Bahar Micha, the Rabbi Ozios, and the Micha didn't give us. He didn't give a sign. And you should go on to that view, you're not repeating to his, or not heeding his Mitzvah. There's like a mix of showing, well, different. And listen, the Rabbi doesn't have to give an oath every single time he says in the Torah. God ever said why? What is the Rabbi's mix up? What does mix up mean? What is the Rabbi? You know, the Rabbi, okay, so if you know the Rabbi, obviously don't go through his word. That's easy. Get out of this. The other thing after this, if you don't see this, as in Bahar Maria, Hekha Shama Yitzchak. Again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right? But again, the Rabbi will even take Yitzchak, I'm going to shock you. Yitzchak should have said, Yitzchak should have said, the old man's lost it. That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Because he knew his father was a prophet. Right? So he was just, and Yitzchak was that. That's what come maybe like over a conversation with God. Perhaps you listen to the same thing when you want, so he's about speaking in metaphorical terms. But if you notice that there's no give and take, right? There's no dialogue. Avram says it, and Yitzchak listens. Why? Because Avram was Yitzchak. Avram was another, Yitzchak was another. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. In another Arakana, but his son Kelly is the Abdish with the courts. What's the area? This was the opening showdown between Ilya and then the Rabbi. Remember the story? Like they closed it, everybody closed it off. Ilya closed it over. And the Rabbi closed it off. And there's a theological showdown. The other brings fire down from heaven. First is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? So again, the Rabbi says the Rabbi crying out, and that's series of all kinds of crazy stuff. Where some puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right, above his altar, and all of that, what does he do? Tefillah, fire comes out, and that is consumes everything. This is beautiful, it is very well proper. There's a huge use to offer up carbonals outside of the Mishkan, and so what's happening over here? So how do you do these stupid bits? Okay, Shmuel told him, now we all, I go socially to give an oath, and then I said, let me see the word, you know what it says? You know, you never ever hate like the looks of shame. No. Once a prophet understands his prophetic credentials, so no longer has to give an oath everywhere. What's the better? You know what the post-it story is, right? What happened in the next pair? God started worshiping Baal. Again, this is what we know that the Jews is famous statement. I must say, I can host him, I should see. How long a word is straddled the place for? I must say, this also gives rise to a very important issue, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create a meaning. Miracles don't create a meaning. Again, listen, we just passed this by also. Christ also in the house Sinai. And what happened? They did it, what is that? Miracles don't work. What's that? How many times do you think? How many missiles are fired from Iran? Like, how many missiles are fired from Iran? And not one hit. So you look at the gun, obviously, the gun, massive sugar movement, actors everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles are like fireworks. Now, what happens if you don't like fireworks? What happens? Ooh, If someone comes back from 4th of July parties, you know what? That was my time. I was like, well, you know what? I am just going to become a better person, whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is, right? You know what happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining, and you go, like, you see all the videos, from the social media, it's entertaining. And what happened? People just go like, they say, change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from effort. Change comes ultimately again from putting in the effort. Miracles are beautiful, and they can create momentary bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect dark, comprehensive change. That only comes from the inglorious work, day in and day out. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. We should push the second one to them. But I find it. But it's like, yeah, of course, it's not. I find it. That ain't never really good. It's like, I was going to tell you, this week, just ridiculous to us. So watch this. Okay, though. But now that we mentioned Adam Avinu, that Adam did not need to give a sign to Yitzchak. Why not? Because he was Mopsa. So he was at the Akid, the king says, Adam, after what? It says it was after these things, there are some things that I'm missing the Akida. So after any of the from Mizimazina, after the way to suffer, what did he suffer? So this says that you don't have a lot of things on that. Because it says that you start, that's the way you start, the way that I believe you grew up in you. Whenever it is, you sleep with a big super for you. Over a second of his body. The second set to Hashem. The Gosh Olam. So things that the first time we some guys. So when they're showing up in Buffalo, to give them top of the years old, because it's also that how you know pull up like those are up a lot from the car. So the second says that the Buffalo gave this old man so much. I mean, all these things that you never grew up a little couple. You can never grew up a picture. I told him that nothing. He said I'm here, I don't know. A little bit nothing. I'm going to go outside and be sure to know. Before I just saw them tomorrow. Everything I'm going to give for his son. So that you never know, so that they think of the fun of the episode. Trying to tell Adam to sacrifice his son, he would do it. Some people say, ask Adam to give him his own son, he would do it. They're like, king says Adam. I mean, the actual Hashem tested Adam. So that's what this is interesting. So you know, it's to understand the Akida, the genesis of the Akida. With this conversation between a Kaddish Baruch and the sucker. Now I'm finished. Maria, the shades of family, please, take your things, fucking up your neck. I was thinking about that. Please, yes, I'm a Russian doctor. Now, no is a request. It's a request. So you do this. You know, it says, Moshe Melech Basar Adam, Sha'udu Lo Moshe Adam. So do what very important is going to get. It's the great what you take away from what it was. What's the person who's doing it white ways? By a lot, people effort. Enough fun. And this kid, he had like the guy that he wanted valuable warriors. He was like, he was responsible for all of these victories. Remember, Amja Allah Makana Hazaka. The king faced the most intense battle of his monarchy. Allah, he says to his most valiant soldier, they were touching me, please, I'm more eager to come and see. Stand strong, you victorious in this battle. So my unit will show us any battle manage. Because if you don't fail in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? It will simply ignore the previous victories. And if you stand ready, this can make a place of battle. It's not saying you have victory here, it's to make the previous victories as well. Fail here, and it releases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything which came before. I have a good part for all of the Abraham. Sometimes I say to Abraham, we see of a combinations. And see these many tests over the years. But I'm not at all the cooler, and you be successful in all of them. Action on most military cells, and now that's please be successful in this battle as well. Show your news and management show. that people should not say that there is no merit to the previous class. So this is a fascinating, what does this mean? First of all, there's a tremendous extent of human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done for me lately. And people, right, if you look at someone, generally human nature is that you remember the failure of right now, and it erases all of the things that came before. Which is just interesting. Christ says, decide that the valiant warrior fails in this battle, all of the success of the past are those of the speech. What is part of the is a beautiful idea of success. The second one, 14, says, he says, I think I saw the stories. It was not on the view. Establish to call a co-host creation in Israel, with the Scaba Alcava of the Senate. With every single one of the this service, what he did is he embedded another power in the DNA of Christ, in the DNA of our Father. And every person that he's succeeding, every son that we have gained, he empowers us with a certain level of strength. What did Judas Yitzchak represent? He says, Judas Yitzchak represents, at the end of the day, what Judas Yitzchak represented was a willingness to do everything for God. I'm not going to already demonstrate willingness to do himself. This is even more. A willingness to give his child. It represented the ability and willingness to do anything and everything for the Rebbe. After the Shabbat, we can be up pleased with Amar Avinu and says, you recognize this. Do you want to recognize this? Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you embed this thought within the spiritual DNA of prophecy. If you go to Hallelujah and you take your sin and you look at all the as a cover, but you will embed within prophecy the thought and the ability to do everything and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's what the Bible says. If you do this, we have everything. But if you fail, then the truth is you need the people's sufficient. And also, it's incredible. At the end of the day, how many passes this stuff that we know, and you regret picking up the stuff we don't listen. We need to take this. We're living in times of the devil, so that's not us. Now, we don't find that we don't hear stories of dramatic spiritual terrorism. Right? So you can see those striking pictures of stuff coming out of that sort of public. And you really do it. Let's talk about that down. Let's talk about that down because we should mention every single reference tonight. I know that's each other's brothers. You are ready to represent. She represents this incredible call. It's not the shot, it's called the English call, it's called Hallelujah. And it's called, where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does it build? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get right color? Comes in Hallelujah. When Hallelujah was willing to get and see everything God has taught you, embedded in our spiritual DNA, the ability and the willingness to do the same. Make up in Francis Catholic sees, so you can the shape of it. You have to pass this test. This is not just the enemy. Strength you're going to sign up, strength you're going to not put this inside. It is the strength that is going to become a spiritual DNA of your children. And the strength that you're going to access throughout the ages. Because Hallelujah was successful in his Messiah. He gave us the clock to be successful. And I was so successful. I go outside. Tremendous, right? Again, not much. Again, also a lot of these people, a lot of those things that tremendous together us. Shout out to everyone.
15 years. Literally everybody that we didn't stand up with back then.
I know. It's fine. It always balances out. So,
And yes, keep playing it. I need that for this story. Matt, you're right. Wrestling fans were in line waiting. Police officer comes up to us and says, "You need to get out of here." And we're like, "What?" We never got one of them. And they literally kicked us out. We weren't doing anything wrong. Our friend who lives in Texas, we were opening for him. I was outside on the phone. We walk outside. He's like, "What are you guys doing afterwards?" The burgers afterwards. We just got kicked out. I go, "We just got kicked out. There you go. We don't need any more sound effects for this." This is me in days. There's not even a phone call there right now. No one.
All right, folks. Good morning. Good morning. Let us begin a good Tavash. Baruch Hashem, to begin the week, journey up to Pesach, from there to Hashem. Beautiful daf, really. Actually, I want to hear coming instructions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good, it should be illegal. That's how good this is. Baruch Hashem. I was going to say, so begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tavshin Pei Hey, the Tilson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos as a chus for the Soros Tabos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families have memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb, Shmuel, and Yisrael Zichron Bracha, located in America by Talmud Torah. All of them Shabbos Talmud Aliyah, the families name of Hamas, all of those who need refuge, Shabbat Gilad, Kol Choli Yisrael. Such Baruch Hashem Hashem bring home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. B'chol Ma'aseh Yisrael. Let's do that. Let us begin. Today's daf is Pei Tes, 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Pei Tes. The Mishnah says as follows. In here, hopefully you did your homework. Rabbi assigned some homework last night at the end of Shir. If I don't start on the right path on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. And plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible Agadah ahead of us this week, and some very long ahead of us as well. So, gotta give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on Pei Tes 89a. Even Misinosa. So let's remember again, we are still on the incredible sugya of Zakim Mamre. So even Misinosa, Loma Bezin should be Loma Bezin should be Yaakov. So remember again, when we learned already the halachas concerning when a Zakim Mamre is put to death, what type of machloks and now when it comes to the actual execution of the Zakim Mamre, so the Mishnah says, we do not execute him in the basin in the city, nor do we execute him in the basin in Yavnet. Now, by the way, what's the basin in Yavnet? Look at Rashi. Rashi is about 2 lines on the top. No reason to Yavnet. Initial the basin Shalishkas Hagazis. Baruch Lahem, the Chazru the Iro, the Shai Yamin, Ad Shagasa Sanhetri Giboro Yavnet. Ba'adayin Abayis Kayim. The Achar came already to the Tilo in the Mitzvah of Yavnet. Now, interestingly enough, Yavnet was one of the locations that the Beis Hamikdash was exiled. So what the Mishnah says is like this. In order to go ahead and execute the Zakim Mamre, the Sanhedrin has to in the Lishkas Hagazis and change up from the stone in the Beis Hamikdash compound. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Beis Hamikdash is standing, you can't execute the Zakim Mamre. Ella, Maldin also the Beis Hamikdash from Yerushalayim. You take the Zakim Mamre up to the Beis Hamikdash to the High Court in Yerushalayim. Umishamin also ad haregel, Umenisin also beregas. So what we do is we first put it in a hole himself, and so the next upcoming regel, the next upcoming Yom Tov, one of the regals, based on Shmuel Sukkis. How incredible is this? Remember again, this is the first daf, the first post-Torah daf, and what does it make reference to? The regalim. Everyone's on a journey. Everyone's mind is like, we're always journeying to something else. It's never stationary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, yeah, that's it. We're always traveling towards something next thing. So part of this now behind us is again, we're not privileged to be residents of Yerushalayim. So again, for the rest of the province, comes a little bit behind us. But now, again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. When something's behind us, there's always something really like in front of us. Based off his head. So again, according to the first thing the Mishnah will see, they keep the Zakim Mamre in a home itself up until the next regal, up until the next Yom Tov. And when we saw this regal, we execute him on Yom Tov, which is fascinating. Now, why? Why Shne'emar Echala on Yishnu V'Yiro V'Lo Yizidun on the Rabbi Akiva? Because the pasuk says literally, the entire nation will fear, they will fear, and essentially they will not follow in this perspective. This is what Rabbi Akiva says. Rabbi Akiva says it like this: you gotta make stuff class. People have to see, people have to see this, people have to understand this. There has to be a public heart to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this kind of thing. We see this by soldiers, so people see certain things. It has no choice. So the Kiva says, we doubt that those extreme to the rebellion, so that should become a public spectacle. The Rabbi says no. Ima Anas Dino Shazam. So Rabbi says no. You do not delay judgment. In other words, there's absolutely no need to do that. Elamamisin also miyad. So what you do is you execute immediately. Because in the shulchan shlucha the fun makomis. And what do? So here's the issue. Everyone agrees that we go right, so you need some element of publicity in this. So according to the Akiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding him until the regal and then executing him again on the regal. Now, this is no, we don't do that. We'll say Ima Anyas Adim means we do not corrupt the judgment. Somebody's violating that penalty. You execute him. In other words, we're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. So what we'll do is we'll send out letters to all the community saying Ish pointing this guy and again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. Incredible. So there's a fundamental focus about how we go ahead and when we go ahead and execute the judgment number. Let's analyze. In reason also, global raising should be was it's not which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Rabbi says as follows: in the Misan also, global basin should be so we don't execute the judgment number in the local basin. The local basin should be not even in the basin yavne. Once again, the basin in yavne is what the Sanhedrin itself was exiled to. Ella. Malin also the basin of other Yerushalayim. Rather, again, when we bring the second number up to the high court of Yerushalayim, we shaman also ad haregel, and we wait to hold him in the holding cell up until Yom Tov. And we miss also the regel, and we execute him on Yom Tov. Shnema v'chalam yishmuhu v'iro divrei Rabbi Akiva. As the pasuk says, everyone will hear and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is actually the Chol Ha'am. When are you going to have a time when everybody can hear about this? When Klal Yisrael is assembled in Yerushalayim for the regel, Amalad Yehuda, V'hinemar V'yiro, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? Because Rabbi Yehuda is making this about that people should see the Zakim Mamre executed. Rabbi Yehuda says, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? Lo ne'emar ela yishmeu v'yiro. All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. Gemara says, so essentially, again, Rabbi Yehuda says, as long as people hear about it, they don't need to see it. As long as they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? And I will say that it's interesting that Rabbi Yehuda understands this to be like an the corruption of the thing. It's interesting something else. Life is, every child has stuff that their parents will always say over and over and over. So in my like always trying to tell my kids is whatever is going on in life, lean into it. Just lean into it. Again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to pretend like they're not. Just lean into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking whatever the current circumstances. Just lean into it and just go. You're going to be great, it's fine, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm waiting for the. I know it's gonna happen. It's like sometimes I'm like, you know how things will turn out. That's one level of anxiety. And then I know what is going to happen. So it's always going to be this. Why don't you do this to this person? Yeah, I got it. You see the execute these up in mind, right? So you got to execute it. You definitely have to execute it. But why would you delay it? What's the point? Because we've seen this motif before that even when you have to execute someone, you have to execute with Rachmanis. Now, to the world, that might sound like a little contradiction, but you understand that sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with Rahmanis as well. So the second memory, okay, he bought his ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. But why delay? You need to let get it over with, and that's it. So, Rabbi, you do element Yisrael, so you have to close in the shofar and become Makom. Ish Plonin is kind Misa the Daisy. And again, so how do we fulfill the publicity piece? Write letters, just send out the letters to all the different Jewish communities. So and so is executed as a second memory. So we'll say, so this is the kind of like this. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yehuda, how he executed the second memory. Okay, we got about Tan Rabbanon. So we'll say, let's go back to Tan Rabbanon. Now, it's interesting, because clearly what we see with the second memory is, it's not just that we execute, but there is this thing of this publicity to it, where people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. You know, by the way, there are four situations where, in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Hamesis. Now, Mesis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. Then Sora Umora, Zakin Mamre, and Eidim Solomon. Interesting. All of these four need hafras that we need in United States. Rashi says over at Raza, floating mace for days now, Avra de Razu, Kede Lirdos as Hafir. So literally, these will announce so and so is executed because of the way people are there. And all of this is done in order to create a public example that people shouldn't follow suit. Gemara says, "Kul tzibur b'chol b'chol Yisrael." So ultimately, again, Chol. So like all of these situations, this is b'chol ha'am, the entire nation will see. Interestingly enough, b'chol Yisrael be'edim zomim, b'chol Yisrael be'edim zomim k'sei v'nisharei v'lo kuli amo chazul esudasa. This is sahadu sasai. This is interestingly enough be'edim zomim. The lashon is v'hanisharei. Those who are left over, right? Those who remain. Why doesn't it use the same expensive lashon ultimately again as Kol Ha'am B'chol Yisrael? What's the reason? The reason is because by Eidos, not everyone is fit for Eidos. Eidos is always more limited to why? Because Nebuchadnezzar said there are certain limitations. A person gambles, they can't go ahead and do Eidos, right? A person is not there, or certain others can't do Eidos. So because Eidos itself is not open to the general public, therefore again the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be or is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, that was like beautiful Gemara Mishnah. So make it 12 and 7. We've already done a whole Mishnah of Gemara. Great. Mishnah, Navi Sheker. What's that? Next guy is Chaim Yisrael. Navi Sheker, false prophet. Okay, so what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emar. So what is a Navi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who prophesied something that he did not keep. Okay, or something that was not said to him. That was interesting enough. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets the Nebuah at Kiddush. By the way, many people think you get the Nebuah at Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. Suddenly, again, you're prophesizing for God's promise, right? So what happens? I'm standing next to Reuben. Reuben gets the Nebuah. Now, it happens to be, it's a legitimate Nebuah, right? Case number one is, I prophesied something that was probably did not say. Case number two, so the Moshe gave my friend the Nebuah. I heard, however that happens, right? I heard the Nebuah, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Navi Sheker. In these cases, Misasa B'di Adam. So these individuals, like the Navi Sheker, is executed by court. Aval HaKodesh is Nebuah also. So let's say this is fascinating. Kodesh is Nebuah also. Someone who receives Nebuah but refuses to share it. Like Kodesh is like the heart or something. So receives Nebuah and refuses to share it. And one who goes ahead and simply ignores the word of a Rabbi, or a Navi who receives Nebuah, but violates the only Nebuah that he received. So all of these cases, all these individuals, again, get into the Shemayim. Death at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shneimar, Anochi et Rosh Mihimo. I'm going to get into all these pieces a little bit. And it's not a b'shem of all those kochavim. If somebody prophesies in the name of an avodah zarah, and what happens? And again, the person says, little again, this is what the avodah kochavim says. Afilu kivin es halachos hamei satamei u'letar esatar. Even if what? Even if what he's saying is factually correct. Because let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of avodah zarah that one is supposed to, avoid killing the child on Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, the Mishnah says, even though he's not saying anything wrong, or what he's saying is actually in line with what we believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an avodah zarah by definition makes him liable. Haba al ish, a person who's adultery, kevan shenifnes al rishus habal nisun, haba bishlo nivala. Haba ala. How do they say that? So again, if a man has relations with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she had innocent and not nisuin, or they just got married and nisuin, but again, they did not yet live together, the halacha is the boel, the adulterer, is punished by chenek. Someone may baskoin of Allah, so ultimately again it wasn't excused before. Remember, a baskoin commits adultery. What's her din? Straight up. Remember again, that's a unique din for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to Eidim Solomon, right? Meaning witnesses who testify falsely about her. Shekal HaMuslimin Makdimim LaOsim. He said, "Let's resign that's Kohen Ubal." Because in general, again, the way it works with Eidim Solomon is what? The exception to this is Eidim Solomon by a bas Kohen, because she gets Sreifa, but they, and well as the adulterer, will get chenek. Okay, incredible. He says, supposed to that's otherwise. Says the Gemara. So there are three, these are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them ultimately, again, are killed by a court, and three of them are misli shemayim. Okay, so what are they? Hamasnade mashalo shana, umashalo ne'emar lo. So ultimately, again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something, or I should say, he espoused a prophecy that was not said, or essentially they're inventing prophecy. Now again, this is prophecy in the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? So a person just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else but not to them. Or Hamisnavi B'Shem of all those Kochavim, right? Hamisnavi B'Shem of all those Kochavim, or a person goes ahead and prophesizes in the name of avodah zarah, right? As we said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, the halacha is Misasan Bide Adam. All three of these individuals are executed by a human court. HaKovish is number one, so a Nabi who is season of war, but does not share it. Now, Mevata Divrei Nabi, if somebody disregards the words of the Nabi, the Nabi Shava Al Divrei Atzmo, or a Nabi who disregards his own prophecy, Misasan Bide Shalom. Ultimately, again, their death is at the hands of heaven. You know what I'm saying? It's interesting to note this idea. I understand why if somebody prophesizes, Muslim says, I received you over information, when you give over information I did not receive. I understand what it is to see Misa. Right? It makes sense. You're inventing prophecy. Now listen, but if I go ahead and I hear a prophecy given to someone else and I give it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it a Chiyuv Misa? Like what's I'm not making up new information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now again, we'll see the puzzle. We'll see why it is. But we'll see graphically what's wrong with it. We will say the worst avera a person could commit in life is trying to be someone else. At the end of the day, the avodah life is never to be someone else. The avodah is to become the best version of you. So when a person gives up a prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy was given to Reuven. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become Reuven. But the avodah of trying to become someone else in life, that's such a toughness. It's such a toughness. It's such an interesting thing because we often spend so much time trying to become other people. We see other people who kind of represent us like a model of success, and then, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to be learned from that. If you're talking about learning to become right? I can learn from every person, but my goal is never to become someone else. So this notion, when you take the nevuah that was given to someone else and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic application. That again, my avoda is to be me and to be the best version. You take someone else's nevuah and you make it your own. What are you doing? That's not a life. Because once you know, if you fall into that trap, you're always trying to become someone else. Because there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone who's. Don't spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather, spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go back. It says the Gemara. Good. So where do we know all this from? I'm going to do it says, so I'll say, so ultimately again, the Rabbi, who will intentionally try to say something over my name. Who's that? That refers that the Rabbi who invented a prophecy and he's giving over something that is not given to him. Okay, next. I did not command it to him. But that refers that I did command it to him. So what is that referring to? That refers ultimately again to a prophet who gives over something that was not said to him. And he will go ahead and say something over the name of another God. That refers to someone who prophesizes in the name of idolatry. Again, what's the cause of that? The concept of that is even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that it's being used over the name of Avodah Zarah makes it liable to death. And in all of these cases, what does the pasuk say? Umeis and Navi Habu. This prophet will put to death. From Nisamura B'Torah Stam in Elefere. I will say again, Stam, whenever the Torah says a death penalty, it doesn't identify which death penalty. The default is kind of good. So we'll say that's our first thing. Next, Hakovish has to do also. The Navi Sha'abra Al Divrei Asmam Nisazmi Shamayim. Also, what about the next three? This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share. The Vater disregards the words of the Navi. Or number three, a Navi who violates his own ritual. So all these people are put to death with Yeshua. And where do we know this from? It said, Va'ish Asher Lo Yishma. So what's the pasuk says? The person will not listen. The Navi will not listen. Karibei Lo Yashmiya. So the Quran has not only Lo Yishma, but what? Lo Yashmiya, he will not make it be heard. Which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. The Karibei Lo Yashmiya, the Karibei Lo Yishma. El Divrei. Sid Anoki Adrosh Ni'imo Yidei. So again, in that one pasuk is someone who hears it, disregards it. Someone who hears his own prophecy, disregards it. And somebody else who hears the words of the Navi, disregards it. And the Navi ultimately, again, who is Kovish as who also does not share his wisdom. And this Navi Mashal of Shama. So now the Gemara gives some examples. Also, okay, fine. We'll found that a little bit later. I'm a study Mashal Shama. So a person prophesizes something he did not hear. So the Gemara gives an example. As Kigon, Sidkia ben Who's Sidkia ben Kenana? Dichsev, Vayas, not Sidkia ben Kenana, Karne Barza. So this is interesting, by the way. So this is the story in Navi of where Aram was attacking Israel. And it was an interesting alliance. Remember again, there's a split kingdom of Malchus Israel, and of Malchus Yehuda. The king of Malchus Israel is now by the name of Achov, and the king of Malchus Yehuda was now by the name of Yoshaphat. Yoshaphat was very righteous. Achov, unfortunately, was righteously challenged. And but they realized that they have to form an alliance in order to combat that alliance. So Yoshaphat's like, I'll go with you, but I need some prophecy to back this up. Because it's like a shtickle unholy alliance. Sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So Yoshaphat's like, I just need enough. So Achaz produces. Achaz got no shortage. You get enough money, you can find plenty of prophets, right? So in other words, Achaz producing hundreds of prophets, and still Yoshaphat is not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sidkia ben Kenana, who did something interesting. So what does Sidkia ben Kenana do? He makes iron horns. And it was supposed to symbolize the fact that probably Israel was going to gore Aram. They were going to be successful. Okay? So the Gemara says as follows. So my habit, so again, so now what's going on that? Sidkia really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy. But ultimately, again, what we're going to see was a triple false prophecy. Because again, what ends up happening in this battle is Achab is killed in this battle. All of this whole thing was a Baruch's way to lure Achab into battle so that Achab would die in battle. So the Gemara says, "My what should Tzidkiah have done?" This is a wild story. So Tzidkiah was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Nabos. They say if that name sounds familiar. Remember, Nabos had a beautiful vineyard that Achab very much wanted, so that Nabos wouldn't sell. So Achab has a lifetime to be settled. Gizel convinced her husband Achab to essentially bring Nabos up on false charges and have him executed. Nabos was executed, and ultimately Achab takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Nabos came back and kind of appeared to Tzidkiah, making it look like it was HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to get Achab to go out and battle, so Achab would fall in battle. Okay, that's it. Ve'omer Hashem, mi yifates Achab, v'yal v'yakab v'yishal v'moskilad, v'moskilad. Baruch Hu put out a call, like to the Neshamas. Who is willing to go down and pull Achab into going to war? So a spirit came before him and said, I will go and entice Achab to go to war. Or Yehuda might say, what does it mean that Baruch Hu said to the spirit, which turns out to be the spirit of Nabos, go, say me Mephisasi, you have to leave me. So this is actually incredible. That Baruch Hu was essentially saying to the Neshamas, whichever one of the Neshamas wants to go, you can go, but after you go, you can't come back here. Why not? Because the job of this spirit was to deliver a false prophecy. The Ribono Shel Olam is all MS. All MS. And something that is not MS cannot reside inside of the confines of the Ribono Shel Olam celestial sphere. My Ruach was the Ruach. Ruach Shel Nabos the Israeli. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Nabos the Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading Achab going out into battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Tzidkiah ben Kenan. So 1 second. So Tzidkiah should have been a little bit more vigilant. Signal effort all of the community. Vein Shnei Nevi'im is not in the signal effort. So that's interesting enough. You can have many prophets that have the same prophetic message, but each of them get it in a different way. It's actually really fascinating. That prophecy, you can have multiple prophets who give the same message, but no two prophets receive, or for that matter, again, convey the word about HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the same way. So the word is like, Obadja Amar, Zodon Bibecha Hisiacha. Yirmiyah Amar, Tiflatzaska Hisiorska, Zodon Bibecha. So again, just examples of Nevi'im conveying the same general concept, but each of them receiving it and conveying it in a slightly different way. It's actually a very beautiful idea, because if you think about it, what's the Nevuah? The Nevuah represents almost like the highest level of relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what is the Gemara saying? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message. But the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. A really profound usage of person's message, but it's true by every element of our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. No two Jews have the same relationship with Baruch Hu, the same type of mitzvos, the same alotas, the same shulchan aruch, and at the end of the day, the way we relate to God, the way we interact with God, the relationship we have with HaKadosh Baruch Hu varies, maybe even slightly, but nevertheless there's a variance between one Jew and the next. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, good. Bahani, Ka'ami Kulu Ka'adadi, Shmami no Kulu. So ultimately, so Tzidkiah should have realized. Now, what should Tzidkiah have realized? So look, so Achab had hundreds of prophets that were saying the same thing. When you have hundreds of people saying the same thing, that's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. Tzidkiah should have realized there's something going on over here. The Gemara says, so 1 second, maybe Tzidkiah didn't know the same abilities. Maybe Tzidkiah didn't know that prophets can't have the same prophecy. Maybe he just didn't know this halacha. To which the Gemara says, Yoshavat Havahasam, The Kamra Lahu. It's Siva Yomer Yoshaphat Ha'ein Kol Navi. Yoshaphat was there. And Yoshaphat knew this. That's why Yoshaphat, even though Achab produced hundreds of Nevi'im, Yoshaphat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here. Because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So I just want to point out how profound this is. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like our relationship from Baruch, that all of us interact and relate and have a different relationship with Hashem. But there's just something like how this listen, sometimes we think it's like, what's the utopian view of Klal Yisrael? Can you imagine hundreds of Jews sitting together saying the same exact thing? That's what's happening over here. First thing it says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I don't want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things, and yet all of them sitting in the same room together and being madly in love with it. That's Achdus. That's Achdus. We have this very skewed view of Achdus. That Achdus means like being limited. You know, everyone's on the same page. So I've said it a million times. Like, what does Rashi say by Har Sinai? Har Sinai, we were Ish Echad, Lev Echad. One people with one heart. Rabbi always said, it never says Ish Echad B'dei Achad. It doesn't say one people with one opinion. It's one people with one heart. One people with one heart. So it says, so, you know, so, and he's telling me, and this is one of my friends. He's a little bit more right. See, he started going on about, and Mir Hashem, there should be a world in which yeshiva students aren't drafted. And he went on, and literally, everyone, my wife, looked at me, she said, don't say anything. You know, one of those looks. Okay, so I held it together for about 10 seconds, but the rest of the group was super pissed. And they jumped on this particular member of my family. And it was like, and then what was so beautiful, is that right afterwards, Baruch Hashem, after like this one about, it felt like about 3 hours, but it was total time, so it might have been like 30 seconds, you know, but whatever, like everything was slower. But also, you know what the most beautiful thing was? That at the end, like, the way it ended, is, I don't know how, like, I don't remember all the events, but somehow, it started like that, and then about 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was just a circle of grown men holding each other sobbing. Like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right? But Lamaisa was like, isn't that what it's about? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to help people, even if you vehemently disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and have missed the mark every single step of the way. That you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world, but I love you. But I love you. So when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing about saying, we like to surround ourselves by people who say the same things to us, it's so boring. It's so boring. People live like in an echo chamber. Like an echo chamber, that's not life, it's certainly not Klal Yisrael. The beauty of Klal Yisrael, I'll say, there's a lot of Jews with a lot of opinions, and yes, a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect, and a lot of them are just wrong. Feel free to see me after this year for all the correct opinions, right? Sheetless and positions in life, it can be free, right? And I'll say, but the nice, so what happens when you see hundreds of people and they're all saying the same thing? Something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people and they're all saying different stuff. That's chaos. And Achdus is that moment when you can embrace, even after that vociferous argument. All right, good night, so the Gemara goes weiter. Remember the Ika Kohani. So what happens? So Yoshaphat says, I need someone to be in. So Achman says, why do you want to be in? Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Kachamiku blind in days happy Abba. I learned this from my father. Signon Echad Olam Lekam Nevi'im. The ancient name Nevi'im is not the Signon Echad. So ultimately, yes, what I learned is this. You could have prophets all espousing the same message. But they'll be about 5 lines up for the bottom. Right? But they go, but none of them give it over in the same way. Right? They all get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that Shafat is sitting there and these hundreds of prophets, who I just want to point out, these were not the prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because the Kadosh Baruch Hu wanted Achab to go out to watch the fallen battle. So Shafat's like, what? You guys are all saying the same exact thing. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, Shafat needs unity. Okay? So the Imam goes like that. So Mashal, good. I'm starting Mashal. What's the example of a Nabi who gives over something that was not said over him? Keep going. Hananiah ben Azor, the Koyim. So it's like Hananiah ben Azor. What happened to Hananiah ben Azor? The Koyim, when you have Shukah Elyon, Yirmiyahu was standing in the upper marketplace for Ka'amar, Ko'amar, Shem Tzivakos, Hinuni Shover as Keshes, Elam. So Yirmiyahu is giving a prophecy, right? And Yirmiyahu says that Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and break the bow of Elam. Elam was another nation. Elam. I'm going to break the bow in order to defeat Elam. Okay, so what happens? So Hananiah hears this prophecy of Yirmiyahu and he makes Kavachomer. What's the Kavachomer? My Elam Shalom Ba'el Lazar as Babel. Amrakadosh Baruch Hu Shover as Keshes Elam. So Elam, they came to help Babel. As the Baruch was going to say that he's going to break the bow and he's going to defeat them. Now, Allah is coming to come. Kastim Etzman, Allah is coming to come. And the Baruch is coming to is breaking the primary false of Israel. Soon he's going to break the secondary false of Israel. What is the secondary false of Israel? Babel. So Hananiah made a Kavachomer. The Baruch is going to go ahead and defeat Elam. He's soon going to go ahead and defeat Babel. So what happens? He goes out and he prophesizes. Hashem Shavarti as old Melech Babel. This is fascinating. So Hananiah hears a prophecy of Yirmiyahu. He makes a Kavachomer from that prophecy, and then he espouses a new prophecy. Only one issue. Kadosh Baruch Hu didn't say it. Only called Abaye. What are you talking about? This is not an example of someone with a prophecy given to his friend and he gives it over. Hananiah made this up. To which the Imam says, Kevan this Yair Kavachomer the Medrash, Keman the Itmar Le Dami. So ultimately, again, Keman the Itmar Le Dami, Udni Lo Nemar Lo. So I'll say ultimately, because he's made from Kavachomer, it's interesting. Because he's the Kavachomer, and because the Kavachomer is one of the exegetical principles, so the Gemara treats this like a case of saying over a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. And the time of all this Kochavim was an example of one who prophesizes in the name of prophecy. So what's the last one? If you go Nevi Habal. So we'll say this is the easy one. Nevi Habal. According to Nevi Habal. So again, Baal was not Avodah Zarah. He had his own Nevi'im. And again, obviously, prophesied in the name of Baal things that were not true. Next, Hagovish is Nedwas. So what's incredible? What's an example of withholding your own prophecy? Kigon, Yonah ben Amitai. Yonah, right? Yonah gets a prophecy, and what does he do? He runs away. Listen, just you understand that Hagovish is Nedwas. So many of us are over on that every single day. Every day that a woman should only whispers in my ear, what does he say? It could be great. You can accomplish great things. Like, just like again, the Gemara says, every day Bas from Yotzis and says, Shuvu Banim Shovim. Every day Baskal comes out and says, Shuva. And I hear this prophecy, and I hear this Baskal, and what do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's called Ishmael also. Every day prophecy comes to us. Every day Cheshbon whispers to us. Every day opportunity comes to us. And sometimes tries to become great. And if you suppress it, or you don't utilize it, or you don't actualize it, that's called Chovesh Esli also. Yonah ben Amitai. Vamavarta de Renavi. Who's the one? What's an example of going and disregarding the words of another? What's the on the days? So the Gemara says, Chavrei B'Micha. These are the friends of Micha. Now, who are the friends of Micha? Rashi says, Chavi B'Micha. The city Ish Echam Meir V'Yim Amr Arei Eov V'Hashem Mikani Ya Zeh Hayom Michayo Ben Yimal Ya Shem Esnave Osa Yom Al Ach Al Icha B'Yad Haram. So again, this is also one of the prophets who is prophesying that day about Apple. It says, Ish Echam Meir V'Yim Amr Arei Eov V'Hashem Mikani Ya. Turns over to a guy and saying, in the name of God, hit me. Italy. So this is part of the prophecy. He's trying to show ultimately again that Klal Yisrael is going to be successful ultimately over Aram, but that Achim is going to fall in battle. So man refused to aid Mikhayo, and what happens? We say, okay, so if Nabi tells you to hit him right angle from Nabi, because again in this case he didn't hit the Nabi and he was consumed by a lion. Obviously, more of that story, but a different type. The Nabi Sha'ava al Divrei Atzmo was an example of a Nabi who violated his own words. Nabi violated his own words. Keep going, ego hanabi. He's not ego. What's what happened with ego? If say he came Siva Osi, he came Siva Osi. So let's listen to this. So Ido was ultimately again was commanded to go ahead. This was the story of Yeravam ben Nevat. Yeravam ben Nevat was the first king over the split Malchus. Remember, Yeravam ben Nevat. Interestingly enough, Yeravam ben Nevat started out as a good man. He was appointed by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He started out as a good man. What ends up happening to good people? Power has way of corrupting good people. Yeravam ben Nevat understood that if he was going to consolidate his rulership over Malchus Yisrael, he had to prevent the Jews from going to the Because remember again, even once the monarchy split, the great unifier is going to be the English. Everybody had to be on the level. If that's the case, Rabbi said people are going to be subservient to the Davidic king and not to me because he has the base of English. So what did he do? Remember again, what did he do? He built 2 eagles. He built 2 golden calves. Now, in the beginning, he said, just I'm saving you a trip. You don't have to go ahead and go all the way to the base of English to serve Hashem. Serve here. Serve here. But what happens? Ultimately, again, it evolved into Avodah Zarah. So Edo confronts Yeravam when he's offering his kavanos by his death, and Yeravam sticks out his arm, like in an accusatory way, and his arm shriveled up. So Edo was that Nabi. The Prophet commanded Edo, when you go, so go do your prophecy, don't stop. Don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. You got to be laser focused on your mission. Okay? So you doesn't stop to eat. What happens on the way back? It's said by Yomerlo, so ultimately again, what happens on the way back? He goes past him. That's it, mission accomplished. Somebody invites him to eat. He says, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm a prophet. I'm gone on a mission. God says, you're not going to believe. You're a prophet. I'm a prophet. Right? Come in. We eat together. So Edom goes ahead and makes mistakes. And he goes into this guy's house and eats. What happens when Edom left after his meal? He was consumed by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately again for violating his own word. Which of us, by the way, is also such a story. The story is such a profound metaphor. The ROTHSCHILD will tell you Edom. If you want to accomplish something in life, then what do you have to do? You have to be focused. On it. Chal speaks about this in Shara Zrizus. He says, what's Zrizus? He says, why do you need Zrizus? Zrizus is necessary. You don't always appreciate this because more often than not, the reason we don't accomplish in life is why? Okay, there's one here and there. Okay, I'll tell you why. Because we get distracted. Right? I'm on task and I get distracted. This happens all the time. I have this, everything in life. Just get distracted. It's telling me, I'm off. So that I'm trying to the whole use of this resource is when you start something, just get it done. Don't get distracted because the moment you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go in the characters. So it's really incredible. So with another symbol here, this story is, it's an actual story. It's not just a story. You have a mission, don't go to eat. Don't get distracted. Don't do anything. Just stay focused on your task. When ego gets distracted, and what happens when you get distracted? You get consumed by the lion. And metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. You lose your momentum. And by the way, you know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? It's not the same. You've lost the momentum. This is what I was saying, for example, even by learning. By learning, there's this soul of learning in Cephas. What's the term of Cephas? To learn for a certain amount of time undistracted. Even 5 minutes of learning during Cephas is better than 45 minutes of distracted learning. We know this just from our own lives. this is what happens, right? I'm learning and then I'm here, I'm learning and then I'm here, I'm learning and then I'm this. Okay, it's very nice. And at the end of the day, what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. And there's some time when it's not a shame. It's not always a shame. That's the one of us is be in it. Be in it. Even if it's only for 5 minutes, be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get destroyed by the line. Section of Rabbi. So tell me about it like this stuff. The Kobe is just so local. So listen to this. Person goes ahead and withholds his prophecy, he gets Malchus. It's Malchus, Amalei, Man the Achal Tameh, the Arbala Lucky. I must say that this is a Talmudic expression, which literally means one who eats dates out of the basket should get Malchus. Now, what's wrong with eating dates out of the basket? And the answer is nothing. Nothing. So it's an expression. It's much better than the idea. Right? In other words, it's an expression that says, like, what did he do wrong? In other words, what was saying here, you might as well asking over here about what a person did wrong if they told the prophecy. What really asking is, how is anyone going to know? Right? In other words, so you have Navi A, right? The Navi A becomes his prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone know that he held his prophecy? So you must say, Man Nasri, who's giving him Asra? On Rabbi is having the deed. I'm sorry. I'm Rabbi. How do you read? I'm Rabbi. So who's going to know his fellow prophecies? This is what we said before. Then in general, it's interesting that apparently the way prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person communicates it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have enough even withheld prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and don't know if a particular Navi did not share it. Okay? The Doma Hadri Day, so that's the interesting one. Maybe if it was powerful, it was distracted. Or maybe gave him a blood and he changed his mind. So as he changed his mind. And he said, the Hadri Day, Ujuye Hadamodu, again, because it was powerful, sometimes changes the voice. And if you were to do that in life, you would inform the group of the Bria as well. The hard Yonah, the Hadri Day is the Lord. For a second, by Yonah, the story of Yonah, after the Baruch changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yonah. He didn't tell Yonah. Like Yonah, remember again, Yonah finds out that everybody else in the Baruch is destroying him. The Baruch did not go ahead and give him any advance warning. Which the Imam says, no. Yonah made Kara, Min Beinei Kafas. This is very important. The Russian of Yonah said, but all the Angorim Yom, excuse me, Min Beinei Kafas. Now, what does that have to see? What does it mean? Turned over. Turned over just meant 40 days from now, something is going to dramatically change in your life. The change could be they can all become a child killer, or the change could be the city to be destroyed. So in Yonah's words itself was the actual possibility for two circumstances. Amalei, Ilu lo yada, Ilu tova, Ilu la. Again, it was an open-ended mitzvah. Again, and listen, incredible. And by the way, I should have pointed out, part of the reason ultimately why we read, why do we read Sefer Yonah and Kippur, is the paradigmatic story of Shiva. It's also paradigmatic story, and metaphor that our life is like this open-ended possibility. As Rabbi says to me today, what does it mean? What does it mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. As much as the Rabbi knows what we're going to do and how we're going to do it, for us, our lives are this open-ended, choose your own adventure type of nonsense. In another 40 days, the sitting here is going to be undertaken. Is it good? Or is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, the person you're going to become, is up to you. Incredible. On the last side, you're going to be. Shabbos says, ultimately, again, one ignores the one to be. You're not yoga, you know this. Shabbos says, so here's what's interesting. Now, if a Nabi says something, how do I know he's a Nabi? Okay, so someone says, saying the name of God, right? Right? So how do I know that he's a Nabi and I have to listen to him? Do you have like oaths? He gives a sign. He gives a sign. Obviously, let's say again, you gotta prove like your Nabi credentials. That's what you can't just go over and say Nabi. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, Micha, the law yard and oaths Micha can give an oath. So you give a sign, and yet people are punished for not adhering to this, and that's healing is the law. If the mukhs of shame, no, it's different. As I said, a Nabi doesn't have to give an oath every single time he says Ruah. Rather, I'm saying why. Once you have a Navi who's a Muhsaf, what does Muhsaf mean? You know he's a Navi. You know he's a Navi. Okay, so once we know he's a Navi, obviously you're going to listen to his word. That's what this. If you don't say this, Avram Bahara Moria, Hecha Shama Yitzchak. Again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right, and again, when Avram Avinu says to Yitzchak, I'm going to shock you. Yitzchak should have said, the old man's lost it, right? That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why does Yitzchak listen to his father? Because he knew his father was pride. Right? So he says, and Yitzchak never says that angry. That's a little bit, when maybe when a woman comes to God, perhaps he missed a little something, a nuance, maybe it's the house, but if you notice by that, there's no give and take, right? There's no dialogue. Avram says it, and Yitzchak listens. Why? Because Avram was Muhsak. Avram was another, was Muhsak as a Rabbi. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. Eliyahu Barakarna, and his son Kelly, the Abdish with the Chutz. We'll say Eliyahu, terrible son Eliyahu Barakarna. Right? What happened there? This was the ultimate showdown between Eliyahu and the Nevi Abba. Remember the story? Everybody builds an altar. Eliyahu builds an altar. Nevi Abba builds an altar. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever brings fire down from heaven first is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? So remember again, if you're not listening to the they're crying out, all kinds of crazy stuff. What is Eliyahu does? He submerges. Puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? And with all of that, what does he do? Quick tefillah, fire comes down from the heavens, consumes everything. This is beautiful, except there's only one problem. It is a very Mishnah to offer up korbanos outside of the Mishkan. That's our Mishnah. Right? So what's happening over here? So how is the Indian able to do shlichut? Again, Shmuel told him, now I believe, learn. Right? Don't you need to give an oath? And then we'll say, what do you see from here? The Gemara says, rather, no. Once a prophet has established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to give an oath every year. Listen, by the way, you know what the postscript to that story is, right? What happened in the next parak? Cloud Yisrael is worshiping Baal. This is what Eliyahu gives his famous statement. I must say, I can't post him Ashkenazi. How long are you going to straddle the fence for? Well, listen, it also gives rise to a very important episode, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create emunah. Miracles don't create emunah. They don't. Again, listen, it's just past this parsha also. Probably saw saying about Har Sinai. And what happens? Days later, they go to Golden Calf. Miracles don't work. Let's say, how many, right, you would think, how many missiles are fired from Iran? Like, how many missiles are fired from Iran and not one hit? So you would think again, college would have undergone massive chiller movement, actors everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles are good. Miracles like fireworks. Like, what happens when you go to watch fireworks? What happens? Someone who comes back from court with the house. You know what? That was life all day. You know what? I am just going to become a better person. Whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is. Right? You know what happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining, and you go. Like, you see all the videos from missiles from Iran. It's entertaining. What happens? People just go like, it's like change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from effort. Change comes ultimately from putting in the effort, taking in the out. Miracles are beautiful, and they can create momentary bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect the starting from that situation. That only comes from the inglorious work, day in and day out. Incredible. All right, let's go back here. Sunday's we should push the second minute to 9:30. But I it's fine. But it says, so I was like, now, by the way, now that you're not really Gary, we'll say, I just want to tell you, this week, just ridiculous. So watch this. Keep up. But now that we mentioned Avram Avinu, that Avram did not need to give, Avram did not need to give a sign to Yitzchak. Why not? Because he was Moksha. So he tells us, Avram. He says it was after these things that so afterwards, I'm going to be able to show you Zimra. After the words of the Satan, what did the Satan say? It said, Pasuk said, by Yitzchak, exactly from Yitzchak, the boy got up and he was green. Grew up and he was green. And I remember he was used to make like a big suit of green. Amar Satan Rabbi. The Sultan said to Hashem, Yibolosh Olam, Sultan said, when he the Sultan the first time he was so disparaging, like this old man. So Hanan told him, Shana Pribaten, so he gave him a child at age 100 years old. He goes to the Shazallah, Hayalot, Tur Echad, Joseph, Echad, so the Sultan says in the prophet, he gave this old man so much. And all of these students that he made, never even offered him up a little cup, never even like a pigeon, a turtle dove, nothing. A little bird, nothing. I remember, I don't know. That's the Sultan. Everything Adam did he did for his son. Amen. The Omer Zalech has been called the Fanai Yad Zohar. To tell Abram to sacrifice his son, he would do it. Something saying he asked Abram to give him his own son, he would do it. Miyad, Elohim Yisrael. Immediately afterwards, Hashem tested Abram. So let's say this is interesting. So the Gemara seems to understand the genesis of the Akedah was this conversation between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Sultan. Now we're not finished. Vayomer, Hashem says, I'm not really please take your son. He's fucking over the wall. I'm going to be Shimon Arba. Aim not Ela Lashon Bakasha. Now, no is a request. It's a request. So listen to this. Gemara says, Mashal Melech Basa B'Dam Sha'udullah Nochos Adam. So he was really what is going to go. This can be granted to a king to wage many words. That's the first of the intermediate part words. By Allah, he bore Echad. The next one, and this king, he had the guy, the one valiant warrior, who was really responsible for all of his victories. Remember, under Allah, the king faced the most intense battle of his monarchy. Allah, he says to his most valiant soldier, please, stand strong, be victorious in this battle. Because if you fail in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? It will take away from all the previous victories. But if you stand strong in this most intense battle, it's not only your victory here, but it cements the previous victories as well. Fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything that you came before. So Hashem said to Abram, we see Sikha becoming a series. I've given you many tests over the years. But I'm not at all defeated, and you've been successful in all of them. Achshav Amod Yidin Yisrael. Now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. That people should not say that there is no merit to the previous test. So they'll say, so this is a fascinating, what does this mean? So first of all, there's a tremendous certain human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done for me. And people, if you fail someone, generally human nature is like, you remember the failure of right now, and it erases all of the things that came before, which is just interesting. Like I said, if the valiant warrior fails in this battle, all of the successes in the past are this. What is it? What does this mean? What is the problem here? He's a purified God of Sassanis. Sassanis, I'll quote you, he says something amazing. He says, Aide Asar Yisronos, Shenesnas Aravinu, Yispashtu Kola Kokos Shiyish Ibn Yisrael, Yiskaber Al Kabra Musa. With every single one of Amavinu's Yisronos, what he did is, he embedded another power in the DNA of Klal Yisrael. Amavinu is our father. And with every test that he succeeded, every mistake that he overcame, he put down us with a certain level of strength. What did Akedas Yisrael represent? He says, Akedas Yisrael represent, at the end of the day, Kolach Meruba Shamasiras Nefesh. What Akedas Yisrael represented was a willingness to do everything. Amavinu already demonstrated a willingness to do himself. This is even more. A willingness to even give his child. It represented the ability and the willingness to give anything and everything for the emotional. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol pleads with Amavinu and says, you need to pass this. Do you know why you need to pass this? Not for you. That's not for you. If you pass this, then you embed this cloth within the spiritual DNA of Christ. If you go to Hana Maria and you take your son and you're going to offer him as a partner, but you will embed within Klal Yisrael the koach and the ability to give anything and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. For HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's why HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you do this, we have everything. But if you fail, then the truth is you leave the people with the children. Also, isn't that incredible? At the end of the day, Hadmavinu passes this test as we know, and he embeds within us. It's called, listen, we're living in times like this. We're living in times of incredible Messias Nefesh. Not a day goes by that we don't hear stories of dramatic spiritual challenges. Right? Let's see one of the most striking pictures that I saw coming out of our show. That's not as a gun burger. It's not you should bench with every single drop of shemana and every single shedding focus. Why? What did you make it? She represents this incredible car. This car of Shabbos, this car of Yiddishkeit, this car of Amuna. Where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does a girl? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get that car? Everything embedded in our spiritual DNA, the ability and the willingness to do the same. And if that response is happy and peace, because of shaking, you have to pass this test. It's not just the strength you're going to summon up, the strength you're going to muster for this Nisayon. It is the strength that is going to be part of the spiritual DNA of your children. And the strength that they're going to access beyond the ages. Because Avinu was successful in his Nisayon. He gave us the craft to be successful in our Nisayon. Tremendous, right? Again, much. Again, I want to say a lot of these Gemaras this week, a lot of Agarah this week, so tremendous ahead of us.
Having any fun while on this bike ride, or you so wrong all the time? I should say no. A lot of fun, not a lot of crazy drama. I almost got hit by a car. Rest in peace, Queen accidents.
Good morning.
We hired a second time over at
Just goes back to the documentary Hey, people think about the results.
Let's get a random and strange
We're going to be fun, everybody. Let's just for fun, everyone. I wouldn't use it very fun ceremony. I wouldn't use it as a maybe in change from where I can say, I wouldn't know how to touch it. I wouldn't use that if I was only, but they can have the access to they can have the execution life, but they can always claim that they're highly intentionally able to get out and visit relatives upon the kid. Upon the son of the right, that he can afford it, so that he gets to know the cosa behind the group, Rabbi so everything is when it comes to second set, when it comes to five out so and a family is only, that they can't kill. Why? Because essentially, I expect them to so in that, we just already spent customary. So the first set of things is to simply say, we only kill a quarter type taxes, and then for the second set, a quarter one's rights function for the government. And the focus by saying, where's my focus by saying, money that you pay to me, train only the money going up, train only the money going up. Which is really good. We saw the kid, right? We saw that so much. Someone said, we saw him go out and so literally again, we have one set of testify about the device. Then you have two separate things that testify about separate events. What's the nature of that
She's like 9 years old and she's doing
Hey, Roxy. The Roxy is awesome. Even if you never got this chain level,
it's like a
you didn't have two reactions. So now that's like, this is kind of always somebody and such. So what happened? Now those very same businesses are really and says they are not built right. You're going to email us. Suggestions, but we know now, I'm going to pass you. If you look at all these surroundings, I sure, I know that, so I'm so sure. You know what I'm so sure? He's going to have a next thing, I can just read about it. I'm not sorry. So, first, just said a moment ago that depending on himself, how he turns himself, because he could go ahead and say, that you can go ahead and say that yes, I socially love it. I love people in that moment. It will let us who is in me. What's missing? That's missing. Witnesses that say that we don't connection. So if you get a few rights, because you don't have to believe that. You have to let them know for 1 second. If you have social. There's no witnessing that there connection. Talking about. It's you know, the apagado also with a self. No, it's not good because I love for myself. I love for myself. Witnesses, you couldn't have this really back up to my I was just again. The doctor is like, this is social. There's not like accepting this is action. How can it be like this? It's never been on this show before. Let's see how it goes. Make some nice crossing. But I did testify, even though the severance that I had, I really want to testify that we made connection. And like emotion to each other. No question about it. We just have to listen to each other. Like, we'll see, you know what, we'll talk after you. So you may have thought, one of the things that you're using this, right, that probably is the only thing you do. I love what I said. You should always be that you have testimony about. You have testimony. about the testimony of the king of himself, to which the Gemara says, Mashmallah, when these are lies, therefore they will be similar with the witnesses, is halakha is therefore, Allah Ta'ala, if you have witnesses come along and say, you saw your self, and those witnesses will be taken children, they can't be executed. Why? Because there's been no more testimony that we need to keep it. Okay, good. Also, Mishnah, moving on. Zucking number. Alright, so let's see the Mishnah. When we spoke about this, Zucking number, the way it's translated is the Adami's sage. Essentially, we're not trying to Adami's sage because the mother has a discussing the moment. She refuses to yield a majority. It is set in this personality. Again, we check that's the circumstances of that right says the Mishnah. Zucking number, Zucking number only becomes a Zucking number based on the Shema, the only Kazara Mishpah. Shloshim, now we're going to explain the Kazara. Shloshim Bakagiri. Shall right now, three different fucking things, such a meaning in Shalom. This is Apple Joshua has a coronavirus. One reason is situated to a coronavirus. The Apple Joshua has a coronavirus. One is situated to a before television because the Apple Joshua, the Mishkas Hagazis. And one is situated between the two. So I was like, what we call this Sanhedrin, the Sanhedrin, the high point, that was the last one. That's number 3, situated in Mishkas Hagazis. So this is so what happened. What was that? Shabbos HaChavayis. Let's just say, we'll give you the backstory. The backstory is, and we're going to listen to the art, there's a dispute in the local base. Right? There's everyone is on one side, there's something others on the other side. They can't seem to reach the resolution. So now they think their things up to each other. First step is they go to this big ultimate living at the entrance of the Harabayas. They come down. Why was that Shabbos HaChavayis? So what? After Ashtin, the Kafka Shukaveh. And the second, right? We call it the sage in the minority. The sage in the minority, he comes along and he says, he presents this case to come to the Bays. He says, listen, Father, this is my position. This is the position of my friends. How can you not do it? Because you can't be right. Ultimately, this is how I learn the situation. And the third thing is, in Shamu Arab, Shamu Arab, again, in the second essentially says, say things in Hebron. Have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this case? I said, okay, I don't know the person has done this. If you don't know again, he's not yet a second member. Right now, he's just a guy. He just did the same thing to judge. We'll see when we get to the second member. What's beautiful about this? You notice how the second member talks. He puts it into what he said. This is my position, and this is my friend's position. Instead, ultimately, we are able to articulate our own position. But a lot of difficulty, certainly during more so articulating the positions of others. It's a maila. It's a maila. Whenever you set up, but really like take time to actually understand someone else's opinion. I would disagree with it at the end. But at least it's the word informed disagreement. As opposed to what happened all throughout the life, that you just kind of scenario or quickly or just superficially disagree with you and tell someone like that, without really trying to understand what the other person is trying to say. So there's a lot of darkness in this, but the second moment is able to quickly articulate the position of the other. So there's a spice. So I don't know how to go really live. So what happens is the first thing is they say the Harabayas, they don't have anything to hide in this conversation. So what happens? Finally, we go to Shabbos HaChavayis. We go to the next station. These bases situated at the entrance way of the Azar. The front door is in the corner. Once again, the Zakir says, this is what I say, this is what my friends say. The Kafka, the Chaverai, in Shemi Amayim. They're not so based. And once again, the Zakir says, listen, Kafka, they to the Azar. Do you guys have anything to add? Like anything to add in this? If they do, fantastic, get involved. Even if you even partner with things that don't seem discuss about this. And if not, then everyone, first of all, it's really special that everyone sounds like even the members of the other people that they do, everyone's now coming along to the high point in the list of hypothesis. That's what we're coming. So remember the old kind of from Israel. This is the basis in which Torah goes out. All this time is of Shemar Man. I'm not going to rush for this action. Okay, so what's this about? So now, it turns out that the part of the mission does this every way is that they get this Pasha does this. This Pasha does this most in favor of the majority and against the suffering, against the solar period. Okay, comes in here, Shlomo Lega, Shalom, to the suffering, to bring back to his time, and she just continues to teach in accordance with his opinion. Fine, it's not a problem. The important lesson is high. Don't consider from the suffering moment, and see what's suffering moment. If you remain not only faithful in his opinion, but he encourages people to ask upon God. If the second moment comes back home, and all he's doing over here is just simply teaching, like he's espousing his Torah, fine, espousing Torah, it becomes back after his entire process. He says, this is what you have to do. Clearly in defiance of the majority, that's a problem. That's really comes with that. Actually, the rest of the interesting, all of this is a suffering. What is the suffering? Exactly is ordained sin. That's what becomes suffering. Let's see, we don't have a suffering. Let's say just the Talmud. What's the Talmud? Like it's about, she says, when the Talmud shows you Allah, and that's how so this is about the Talmud of someone who might become Chacham, and there's no getting to the level of Allah, what we call constantly halacha. So let's say an individual like this goes ahead and he speaks the days and he instructs others to possibly like his particular opinion. Ultimately, his pocket wise, the dinner of the moment only being someone who has sneakers, someone who has reached the level of Allah, ultimately going ahead and instructing others to possibly halacha. Himself, and we know, so it turns out that ultimately, again, the sunnah, what's the sunnah? The sunnah is that he's not allowed to pass the halacha. But that sunnah that he's not pass the halacha ultimately turns out to be a key. But he's not up to God, the thing is something incredible. All right, so it's also Gemara. So now, we just outlined the process for Zakimah. So now we know exactly how this works. Now the interesting part is what kind of machloks, like what kind of disputes are we talking about the second number and the two summer stages. So turn out about it. The point of Chazal, top of Chazal, the most sure things are talking about. First of all, we're talking about someone else a mufla. And what is a mufla? An expert. An expert. In order to become a second number, you can't just be a regular guy. To be a second number, you have to be a recognized expert. Next, move up. So let's say, so if I'm telling you what's happening. The Torah is not analyzing the husband. The husband is analyzing the news. The point of Chazal is with some matter in halacha or in our creativity, and down in the bond, as between blood and blood, and doing a day, judgment by judgment, nega and nega, like one type of friction, no friction. There's another word, that's his entire puzzle. So what does it mean? People mean puzzle does. So mean parts and the flow. Because mean parts say yours. Furthermore, mean means someone you think that you get closer. Let's say in order to get yourself in trouble, in a certain number, you have to be holding on a certain level. So mean part actually sounds a bit confused. You are supposed to give you examples of types of machlotes which could result in a certain number scenario. Because the main color refers to each of the issue of the year. I see that Hashanah, like leaf year, another leaf year, so this is the kind of things that we speak about now. Next,
What else do you have in your pocket?
Something concerning the Holy Ghost, of a homophobic different areas are acting back issues. The different news again, Canaan vows, Arab vows, Turkish vows, Windows, Zwash class, Soto, Arifas, Adlo, the parents who show up, so reverse, meaning our beautiful support related to social situation, as well as Arifa practice back on the body of someone skill, the parents who show up, to Shala, what is it? This is record ship of thought before. This is a record ship of thought before. So let's see the agricultural price. We're going to take one. The condom, just as I said that, the largest section, all different hospital areas of Tamako, and you can have an argument which could result in a suffering non-rate scenario. Okay? The time's up, so when you get out, where is that? You get up front. You basically from the local course, Saudi, so you go out. Milani, so there's a new question about one Eretz Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael, Gabon, Mikal Ma'ala. What is it? So what is the fact? Then it says, you will get up from your everything out and go up. Go up, to go up. The most basic is going up. You see the case of Mishash is the highest point of Eretz Yisrael. And ultimately, Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other ones. The fact that ultimately the Russian Hallelujah of Ascension is used with the Sanhedrin, which is located as a Nefesh, and Eretz Yisrael. It's terrible. So you know, it says, okay, let's analyze that. To show this, I think there's been on Eretz Yisrael, it's so so I understand why you say that this Nefesh is color, is one of the colors part of Eretz Yisrael. And that's when Valisa, you go up to this Nefesh. Eretz Yisrael, Gavon, Kala, Halot, as we know. The word of Eretz Yisrael is higher than the other ones, which serve he is running by in the direction. And no one can actually say, Hela, as there is on Eretz Yisrael. Who can actually say, Hela, as the Hebrew is Eretz Yisrael, the Eretz Yisrael, Mikala Halot, as the Shabbat, the Shem, Yeshua, Halot, how incredible is this? The Lord is calling the present in the Yah Rabbi. The Yah Rabbi says something beautiful. He says, the day will come. He may go in heaven. The days will come. There will be no longer sitting in the first life of the Father as the God who took us out of Egypt. Right? And if you notice what's like Russian over here is Hela, as the nation on outside. Hashem took us, it's not just simply out. What is Hela mean? Hashem took us up. She took us up. So we won't only refer to the God as God who took us up from the Shankai to Shabbat, rather what? We were to talk about Ishmael as the one who brought the children of Israel from all the lands. He brought us up. Hello, Hashem, from all the lands. What do we see here? We see here that whenever there's a reference to the Israel, let's Colossians, Aliyah. All this is sort of like that. How the way you know that you know when this passage of GUINNESS is because it's only the best reference is for those who right? It's amazing. A classic about we're really talking about the fact that we fight and take us out of all of the lines of our discussion and going to bring us up. Lifting us up, as great as prayer is. this beautiful poem is missing this Asya. It's covered miracles, it's hidden miracles, and it's miracles called creation. And it's called awakening in us. As much as we celebrate this beautiful, beautiful race, that's what is incredible and powerful. It awakens in us the desire to see more. I don't want miracles. I don't want missing this Asya. We want missing this value. We want to feel miracles. And here, as we read from the good miracles, what is the knowledge of us? The Lord Jesus just speaks much more. That's what we really are knowing. He reminds us, the real miracles will come. They're going to come. And when they're coming, going to is not going to take us up. He's going to take us down. Because every breath is always the start is only one direction. And it's always going up. Incredible. Come on, come on. Looking my way. In the kind of adultery of the Paris, the she does what happens to every day. This is very interesting. So what we're going to do is that social theory of process about what type of individual matters to make someone close up your mind. So a miracle is that it's only regarding something which is done intentionally would be a field of Paris, and accidentally would be a field of Tapas. Like you go and read yourself, I'll never show you parameters of Paris. I read yourself and you says no, it's about something where the source halacha is the Baraisa, but the interpretation is through the Rabbanon, and you're arguing about the interpretation. So what we should know, when Shimon says, even just at hand to give yourself, and Shimon says, it's pretty much even if they're arguing about like a small detail in the law, the tricky solution, ultimately again, it should still become a supplement. So my God, so what's that right? My God, no, so it's like that. And the mayor said that halacha l'maisa, and the mayor said that halacha l'maisa, ultimately again, the mayor said that halacha l'maisa, the only type of thing that can make you into a shopping memory, ultimately is the type of thing that you do intentionally is unintentionally attack us. So you must watch it logic. Davar. He makes it very trouble ultimately again of davar. So the verse says, sit hava, he probably didn't cut davar in the spot, so that's the first of the right slides. It says over here, the binding of davar in the spot. Sit hava, the le'alam davar me'ini hakah. That's talking about it, it's like incorrectly, ultimately lead the people to go ahead and make a mistake. Ma'ala halon, that was kind of identifies that she was a tapas. Just like over there, it's talking about something. Your intentional mission is Paris, right? And I'll show you this tapas. Paris, so I said, remember, the other ship side of going to Paris, that she was a tapas. Okay, so there is that an example. Fine, that's opinion one. Let me go. Let me go say this. Remember what people's opinion was. That only going to second Mamet, and something economically different Torah and specific social. Like the particular halacha is Mizaraisa, and the details are made up with the Rabbanon. So we're going to do this. So the Yudah, after I cover Shem Yudah, I read the Torah, here Yudah. It has to be something where the Torah says something, but based on the passage in the Torah, we don't know how to ask it. We need Chazal to teach us how to interpret it. That's the type of situation that this being second Mamet. And I asked Rabbi Shimon, actually, you do have to have a I think because Rabbi Shimon says pretty much anything that comes out from a belief, anything you argue about, if the second Mamet remains kind of extinct things and refuses to yield to neutrality, that can create second Mamet. I'm going to think about it. So you're going to read Muhammad, he's very there. What's the relation is? So here it said that Rabbi Shimon said, take the rice, and if I take the point of the rice, we swung it up at the beginning of the class. Take the rice and trick it into a bunch of the rice. It's very good. And there is a teaching is that I'm not going to myself, because only for myself in my name, if there is a network, it's regarding something. So one intentionally has a few colors, and unintentionally carries the few colors. That's the only articles. So it's a really body of halacha that gets. So like, if they have a focus, you need to read the Megillah second time, during the day. If that's being a focus, that would not result in something on the scenario around that, because it's a free job on it. But where it says it's only if they're a focus by something which is intentionally to the colors, unintentionally to the practice. So now listen to this. So we're not going to say that, right? You turn it to the vice president anymore. Tell me how this works for the next watch this. How many of you have Papa? Here we go. So he's interpreting the same exact puzzle that was trying to adapt with Philip. So key poly. Somebody will be so the mix of it. So what it means, I would say, in order to go ahead and become something non-right, you gotta be a mister. You have to be someone who's an expert. Someone who's an expert. Very fine. That's next main cost, singular. So again, the other shade with reference for the north, not only experts, but the experts of the experts. What's the experts of the experts? Someone who knows about the interpolation of the moon. Again, listen, let me say what it means to know about interpolation of the moon. First of all, none of us really know what interpolation itself actually means. Like, or the North Solar, I like using it, right? Like, so all the North Solar, the actual process for the interpolation type of the moon, of the year, of the month. So you're talking about the expert of the experts. Fine. Next. What's next? What is next? So you're not just sort of required about that. Fine. So please know, hey, you should not have this. Okay, let's like, get into this. What's an example of my focus that can affect? Are you ready for this? Listen to this. Hey, you should have this. I shall not call out there. Shall you ever act up for you? I'm trying to suggest you just call it very ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. How does this happen? 7 and a half years cycle. How does this happen? And it's not like the blood pressure, it's like the numbers, it's not even matching up. Literally, again, a pulling case on pulling. A pulling case on pulling. So what's the matter? It's incredible. Listen, just be insane. Sometimes we get up early, we just have ourselves asleep, we push ourselves with a lot of information, not a lot of time, we wonder like, there's something how do you feel about this? Is this the popular idea? And then every once in a while, and that's what we think it is. This is just a beautiful kiss, and not just kiss, and not just kiss. To your children, I love you. Thank you for waking up early, or whatever you do with that. Thank you for coming out to the way to learn my soul. When I'm not listening to you, and if you think that I'm not attentive to you, and if you think that however many black orange shots that have put in Sylvia should come up before one day earlier, put in the current Sylvia conversation. Just know, sometimes you know, but every child wants to know, every child wants to know, like, my father, yes. That's what I want to do. So again, all the emotions we go through, again, we know that this is word, we know that album. We know that album is so incredibly proud of us. We have to reserve for those who continue to get up out of us and know that we should. So again, so we have this example of what's the point case? For example, you should know this actual project. So only other point. So for example, also we have enough focus about how to go ahead and declare a media. So again, the other members that's not what said, that they could go ahead and make the entire address into a data other shading, right? Up until the point. So that's not focus. Up until the point, after the point, you give a high piece of pressure on this place, and you give a high piece of pressure on this place. And also have ramifications, of course, and that my focus as well. Ramifications are how you can like even comment on things. Right? Because remember again, the value is going to be on repeat, and at the chain where the base is going to be the things that calls out where you have published ramifications. There is an example of an protest where again the states are colors versus colors. Which models like the Davan, Zahawat, Zuhas, and Kalasat. There is now a series that you can come a series to the shoe, that is showing the what is on a series to Kalasat. So that's it. So again, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, so listen, remember again from last cycle, we have this concept Rashi goes out that there are 11 days, at least 11 days between every cycle. Remember again, the way that has to work with the lifestyle is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of Nidal, 11 days of Ziva. So we might quote over here again, listen, we're not going to get in depth in all of these quotes in the months, all over the quotes, and they're all fascinating with themselves. These are all just, I want to explain what we're doing over here. We're just trying to show the sense of my quotes. So then again, we're trying to let from here. holds the influence can become a second memory, which if you have enough focus regarding something, which is done intentionally is if you place, and done unintentionally is if you practice. We just pointed out separate the concept that we were talking at the beginning of this talk, and highlight a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. So for example, again, what's Rabbi? This is for example, Rabbi. As you heard this, Achadas, I did my Asiri. What happens if you're in a reason intentionally? That you open Amar Asiri to the sheep. Then it's not the right tonight. And the sheep will not be Amar Asiri to Achadas. So as I said, okay, remember, we're talking about focus, about what happens, but there's no focus about the status of reading from the 11th day of the 10th day going forward. Does that make your Riga? Does that make your Sabbath? And the resulting ramifications which could potentially lead to a few colors. And yet, when I see it in the shoe, not the shoe by shoe, half a shoe by shoe, point, the Shabbos on a shoe, Hadasai, not Hadasai by shoe, half a shoe by shoe. So again, that means on weekends right now, but you make enough progress about reading that extends from the days of the Zivos ultimately again to the days of the Yugas. What's for status? If there's enough focus regarding that should lead to potential new colors. Fine, next. Zeh, so we might say Zeh Hadis. So Zeh in the passage, the first of Zeh Shabbos. Then the focus about Zeh Shabbos. What does that mean? Also on the days, keep on the Anasasa. So for example, we have enough focus regarding whether or not one of the Bible. Let's say we didn't Bible the one, we Bible the other. What's the other status of that brother to Ruben? Then we have a reason about being Asya, Hena, Asya Zima. So what's the subject for example? We really saw this actually. We eating the water from the one Bible, going back to his water, and therefore she is an alcohol to the Father, to the Father. So let's say there is something non-married, says no, it's only the brother from a real relationship, and not from the only Bible. It says, this is the example where my progress would be these colors of things, and she would be practice cultivation. They done to them. I cover them, I don't know the coming. The coming of Allah says ultimately a little is coming. The Chachamim Kavod. And the Chachamim ultimately say that it is Kavod. Once they say once again, one of the just so it's already cases of this not like this, but it's here to like these colors. Because the relationship with the one who is just has to be like a few colors. So then these are the Daniel, what the Daniel face, these are interesting. The truth is the life of Indy. So it's not for the start of the it's not enough, I'm a minor capacity. I can't say that's the way the fascinating halachas these are like in childhood. What are the halachas? The way the halachas these are like, and I think we don't question this way today because we our whole system of like Talmuda, Talziba, kind of more into the word framework called the Talmuda. Like then the Alliance suddenly like when a woman gives birth, and after she gives birth, she waits for a certain amount of time the blood is coming, and then for a certain amount of time after the coming, if it's a boy or a girl, the blood is tougher. Even a focus on the mechanics of that. Now I'm on my effective. God says, really, there's one source of blood. I tell it to myself, I tell it to myself, and again, at some point, God says the blood is coming. Another point, the God says, I do it your way. Big time is Torah. But maybe on a lady says, no, it's not true. It's two different kinds of sources of blood. So you know, it's Mistam HaTamer, Mistam HaTamer. So literally again, if the Tami source is closed off, the Torah one is open. This time the Torah source is closed off, the Tami one is open. Now what does that matter? So this comes up in a case where ultimately a woman continuously bleeds without going ahead and stopping. So when we say that she switches over from what we call Dam Tami to Dam Kar. So once again, the ramifications over here are heat cars. All we're trying to show again are examples of cases where the Zaki man will be arguing with the rest of the Beis Din, and the stakes of the case are Chorei sector intentionally, Tata sector unintentionally. Dan Sibo, what's the Dan Sibo case? The portrait of Rosa Yoshua. The portrait of Rosa Yoshua is still Kishkish Hashem, the Soba Chavez Hayom, the Golden went ahead. And really, again, Kishkish Rashi says over here, Sinapad says Kisava, Bachada says Benid and Aniba, Shemai Rabbi and Daisy, but the Isha Kiaz of Zobdama, so you know, let's say she has a situation with this forward. The 3 days, this is called Rabbi Daisy. If Shafsama is La'is, if it's stopped, if it's subsided, La'is is usually in 25 billion, the yoga, how do you let this result? If it stops for 25 billion, if she gives birth during that time, this is called the 11th result. So, technically speaking, a woman can give birth while she is in the state of Cetus. Okay, so that has its own ramifications as well. Think of what I said. In short, she says, lighting up the yom, so literally Shabbos, you don't know. Listen, I don't know this. Like, in one Gemara, like, a reference to Purim, a reference to Shabbos. Reference to Purim, reference to Shabbos. Again, when Yeshua says, lighting the yom, the literally Shabbos, you don't know. So I know say, okay, this Purim one, you probably could share the Shabbos, the Shabbos, right? This one, I don't know how it works. Like, this one probably not going to work well. So notice, again, so Yeshua says, if she stops reading, like if she stops reading ultimately a month for 25, then I will let it for a day. And ultimately, I will like a Shabbos, namely a night time a day, to shove something outside, the woman at bond. And also, the 3 months subsiding, like the little things that subsiding, not the love. Things in the little things, also, once again, just all examples of cases where the spirits are high in the surface, because you're dealing ultimately again with a very intentional to be corresponding to the next they do the thing, they do the moment in the process. Do not just in the focus of the whole side. Again, you know, like capital cases, monetary cases, market cases. So one of the examples of these cases comes up in part 2 of this. So that's an example of the again monetary case. The point of the short Rabbi Abba, this is not only short Rabbi Abba, it's not only short. Shnarim Shadden Gurei against the small size. If 2 people act as a agent, so their judgment is a valid judgment. However, I will see it Ro'im based in Chutz. The point of this is okay. Rabbi Abba, Amar, they give it a call in the nation. Rabbi Abba, so everyone views that what? Basically, 2 people can't issue halachically, the halachically are claiming valid. That was like, I would just say, I give you a case, I was just result of a police case. That was like, watch how Rashi says this is fascinating. So remember again, let's look at the thinking of 2 people. These are 2 people, 3 things to be doing students. Like, they didn't claim they shouldn't owe you money. These are 2 people asking, they say, we make right, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? So now Shimon uses that money and he becomes a woman. And the problem is what? According to their opinion, he's a type of woman which money that does not belong to him. So now you could create a concept which is a migrant situation, which again, put yourself in place about here on the whole life of the church, like you would take the bomb if you curse. Like I could go out to you could want to do a few curse. So again, and that will start from the monetary stage. So here's an example again, the best of the memory says, I hold the ability to do too. And the other is able to do too. So it's monetary cases. It's monetary cases. To get started, take the quiz about fascinating. Give me the questions. The book of Rabbi Rabbi, let's give me the questions, please. Rabbi Rabbi, the son of Rabbi Omer, the son of Rabbi Shaka, not that, like, oxygen, that says money. So it goes as a life for a life. It doesn't really mean a life for a life, other than a life. It is not that conversation. After on the mother, in our Rabbi Shmanish, you say money to me, means after like, for like, never mind, it's here in the mother, never mind, it's here in the mother, it's in the trouble. Like it says, this Surah Baba says, this Surah Baba, money. So once again, that's in the Havana Focus about what the average person is. So really, it's like the money can constantly put someone to death. The other government can say, no, we need not that compensation. And once again, this could potentially lead to a few fires of unintentionally. Couples of them unintentionally. Being Marcus, what is that Marcus about? So the country Rabbi really short about how he says, Marcus is the way, the church short of the cup, you know. So again, not fundamental focus, need for a basic, ultimately you're going to know this. So everything says the basic is the most need, and it says that basic is fucking it. And it's like, we're going to do this, stop over here, we're going to stop over here, and then we make a little bit faster, we're going to do it again. So I just want to, here's the takeaway, You know, you guys need to support us, for sucking numbers. Now we know the entire process of the numbers. We will not focus, ultimately again, about what are the pieces that make one a sucking number. Well, we just need to do is really focus on the things that we know, by the way, and we're starting for the smart stuff. That's like my operation. And then for example, to become a sucking number, we're not focused about something which is very intentional. What how you feel colors, and that's unintentionally the power of your colors. That's the thing. That's how that's related. When you know in terms of music, was something to focus that we started it back with today. It's how I over the terms of pieces and show how to each and every one of those pieces what the potential meaning of the colors slash the fine. So it's like, again, most of others, we got Purim, most of others, we got Shabbos, and most of others, we got a hundred pieces of every part. And that's why I feel the point in the bottom of the ocean and make sure you understand and sleep in a good way.
Think about all those times you use Wi-Fi at a cafe hotel, or even your parents have just got ExpressVPN and sites pages that give you already admin to that network, even when you use incognito mode. I mean, do you really want your parents to see what you've been looking at on and be dirty shit? What's more, your own internet provider like AT&T or Verizon can also see and record your browsing data that's messed up. And if you legally allowed to sell that data to advertisers. What? ExpressVPN is an app that encrypts all your network data and reroutes it through your secure servers so that your online activity stays private. And what I love most about ExpressVPN is how easy it is to use.
Such a small structure is really tough to get on this board and
all your devices, phones, computers, and even your routers so your phone can stay private through one subscription. So stop letting people invade your online privacy. Protect yourself with the number one rated VPN.
You can by taking over about this person for this way to the thing. Our outdoors does support touch and hate. Because we suffer. Right, so dedicating all the sharing instructions this year as a course for the service levels for online Israel. From the Torah's purpose to the ones of the other, Terry Zin, and loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Caesar, then Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Burning families. In memory of William Ziv, Zef Shmuel, and Yisrael Shmuel, Rafa, and a week of learning sponsors, Helen Kathy Palace, in memory of his grandfather, Zechariah, Ben, and Zechariah, and Zechariah, and Zechariah, Torah, all of them from Sadnavia. The families in Israel, all those who were forefathers of the wonderful race of the Shlomo Shemer Hashem, Yisrom Olor HaSim, Zerah HaMisot, the success of the Hamas Yedehem, which just deserved the nurture so to listen and the flows of all of Klal Yisrael. Those with that, let us be a lot to declare about Hashem and less time. So let's maximize it. Today's daf is page 987. We're picking up on page 86b, and let's just pick up again with Amar Abaye. So if you see where Tosfos Amar is, Amar Ab Yosef on 86b, you just move your finger to the left, and about 4 lines up from there. We actually read this yesterday, but let's just read it again now. Amar Abaye. Hakam Odim Ben Sora Mora, Hakam Odim Ben Sora Mora, no food is Ben Sora Mora, okay, so this is the United States, it's a high circuit. Everyone agrees that Ben Sora Mora is Ben Sora Mora high. Everyone agrees that Ben Sora Mora Ahata. And everyone agrees that there's no case. So what's the case? Because if Hakam Odim Ben Sora Mora, David and Shimon and their arguments up here, they don't know the house. Everyone agrees that regarding the first set of witnesses, that's about Ben Sora Mora, if you're native agents only, but they cannot be executed. They cannot be executed. Why? Because they can always claim that their entire intention is only to go ahead and visit Moses upon Kipur. Come on, Ben Solomon, that would be appointed to the organization. Everybody is going to come to the second set of witnesses testified by Ben Solomon. That if they are native agents only, that they can be killed. Why? Because essentially the entire death sentence of the Sorah hinges on their testimony. Because the first set of witnesses can simply say, we only came over to make a type of this, and therefore the second set are clearly the ones who are responsible for the death penalty. Machlokes ben Solomon. Where's the Machlokes keep ben Solomon? It's actually very interesting. Shneim Omen B'Fanenu Ganav. Shneim Omen B'Fanenu Achal. Interestingly, Zohar, you have two witnesses who testify. We saw the kid, right? We saw that Ben Solomon was steal the money from his father. And two more say, we saw him go ahead and eat the money. So whereas normally again you're having one set of witnesses testify about the close events, here you have two separate witnesses testifying about two separate events. What's the nature of that combined testimony? That's not focus. Rabbi says this house, even if you live in that issue, ain't there Rabbi? So what's this interesting back to kidnapping? Like we've been kidnapped. Now what happens? Witnesses come along and say, we saw you been kidnapped and sell shimon. So what happens? Now those very same witnesses are made into eating shimon. Gemara says they are not killed. The eating shimon are not killed. Why not? In there, Rabbi. Because she's Olomar, Abdi Machati. So Zubin can always turn around and say, yeah, it's true. I killed shots. I sold shimon. You know why I sold shimon? He's my Eved. He's my slave. Because he's my slave, I'm allowed to sell him. So because ultimately again is offended, technically exempt himself of the claim, therefore halacha l'maisa, a zoning will not be able to be executed over this. I'm not going to say, Kimar Azra Hashma is Rabasa. Rabbi Akiva, whose opinion is this? It's Rabbi Akiva. Why? The Amar Davar V'lo Chatzit Davar. Rabbi Akiva is the one who says that halacha l'maisa, in order to be liable, halacha l'maisa, you have to be testifying about an entire being. Remember again, this goes back to the beginning of yesterday's daf. Whole davar and not chatzit davar. Okay, Rabbi, you are looking. You're coming to Rabbanon apparently again. This is going to be killed for about what you just said. How we go with that? You just said a moment ago that Allah the defendant could exempt himself. How could he exempt himself? Because he could go ahead and say, that yes, I sold shimon. The shimon is my Eved. Allah, Ibitim Rabbanon. Over the law, us, What's interesting? What's the case over here? The case over here, as we have witnesses, claim that we sold him sell shimon. What's missing? Witnesses that say that we're going to kidnap shimon. So you have Eidei Mechira, but you don't have Eidei Geneva. You have to remind them for 1 second. If you only have witnesses that Ruvain went ahead and sold shimon, but no witnesses that Ruvain kidnapped shimon, so there's no case of what are you talking about? What's your call? The Afagas, the Asu, the Basot. No, the idea over here is at the end of the day, halacha myself, the witnesses to the kidnapping came later on. Okay, but if they came later on, again, the fact that the witnesses are testifying that they didn't sold shimon, it is not yet accepted testimony that they kidnapped shimon. We have to give reliability to the Hero, but we have not yet accepted testimony that the kidnapping itself. What's we call the Kamaramsi Ramusi. So as we see what's happening over here, the witnesses are similar to each other. In other words, interesting enough in this piece over here, the witnesses that testify that even sold to shimon are the ones who appear first in the case. But as they testify, there's another set of witnesses that are there, and they're there to testify that Ruvain kidnapped shimon, and like they're motioning to each other. Not like in a battle, not like in a emotional way. They just have to motion to each other, like indicating, oh, you know what, we'll talk after you. So you might have thought, now it's a rainbow, we're meeting those two. You might have thought the fact that the witnesses will always communicate, and local myself, we should always be like we have testimony about. We have testimony about the kidnapping itself, which the Gemara says, Tamash Maron, Remisa, La, and ultimately, again, the signaling between witnesses is halachically significant. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you have witnesses call on you and say, you saw Ruvain sell shimon, and those witnesses are made to Eidei Zonin, they can't be executed. Why? Because there's been no formal testimony that Ruvain kidnapped shimon. Okay, good. What's the Mishnah? Moving along. Zucking Mamre. So that's very interesting. So remember, we spoke about this reference this before. Zucking Mamre, literally translated, is the rebellious sage. Essentially, in a nutshell, the rebellious sage is a member of the Sanhedrin, as we discussed at this moment, who refuses to yield to the majority. He remains set in his personal opinion. Okay, he's put to death. We'll see the circumstances of that right now. Says the Mishnah. Zakim Mamre right? Zakim Mamre only becomes a Zakim Mamre based on basis. Shemai, he probably would call the Rabbi Shlosh. Now we're going to explain the process of Zakim Mamre. Shlosha Batekim, right? There are three different Batekim situated in Yerushalayim. Listen to this. Echad Yoshel Pesach Harabayis. One basin is situated at the entrance of Harabayis. The Echad Yoshel Pesach Hazor. One is situated at the entrance of the court of the Mikdash. The Echad Yoshel Belishkas Hagosnis. And one is situated in the chamber of Jerusalem. It looks like what we call the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin at the High Court. That was the last one. That's number 3. Situated in Mishkas HaGozis. So listen to this. So what happens? What is that? Pesach Habayis. What's it? So we'll give you the backstory. The backstory is, and we're going to see this in the Gemara, there's a dispute in the local basin. Right? And there's everyone is on one side, there's fucking numbers on the other side. They can't seem to reach the sheep. So now they take their case up to Yerushalayim. First step is they go to this basement, open the door at the entrance of the Harabayis. They come back. Why knows that Pesach Habayis? Go back. And the sucking, right? They call it the sage in the minority. The sage in the minority, he comes along and he says, he presents his case in front of the basin. He says, listen, Rabbi, this is my position. This is the position of my friends. Ultimately, this is how I learned the situation. My friends learned that in Shamu Amar, so, and again, and the Zakin essentially says to the basement, have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this case? I said, no, my God, you understand from this illness. You know, remember again, he's not yet a double number. Right now, he's just the guy. He's just the same thing to judge. We'll see when he becomes a Zakin Rameh. So let's say what's beautiful about this. You notice how the Zakin Rameh talks. He what's the reason? What does he say? This is my position, and this is my friend's position. There's often in life, we are able to articulate our own position. A lot of difficulty, certainly hearing and even more so articulating the positions of others. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. Not only do you understand, but it takes time to actually understand someone else's opinion. I don't disagree with it at the end, but at least that's the word, like informed disagreement, as opposed to what happens all too often in life, if you just kind of summarily or quickly or just superficially disagree with things that just don't sound like us, without really trying to understand what the other person is trying to say. So there's a lot of godness in this, that the Zakin Mamre is able to fully articulate the position of the other. She goes on, fine, so in our line, but in last, so what happens with the first case, in the case of the Harabayis, they don't have anything to add to this conversation. So what happens? Fine, we go to the next case. This basin is situated at the entrance gate of the Azar. Once again, the Zakin says, this is what I say, this is what my friends say. In Shamu Amaram. Okay, so at least once again, the Zakin says, listen, Chevra, based at the entrance of the Azar. Do you guys have anything to add? Right, anything to add to this? If they do, fantastic. They love. They will be able to partner with these and those who discuss about this. And if not, then everyone, everyone sounds like, even the members of the other two public games, everyone's now coming along to the high court. That's where they're coming. So remember, you always say part of the police now. This is the basement. This is the basement from which Torah goes out. All the problems of Shema and Mari. And I'm not going to watch a Yishka. So now, it turns out that the part that Yishka doesn't say is that they get Lishkas HaGozis. Lishkas HaGozis is moved in favor of the majority and against the subject, against the soul opinion. Okay? Chazor, so the Zakin goes back to his time and he just continues to teach in accordance with his opinion. Fine, it's not a problem. Then when does he become a Zakin Mamre? When does he become a Zakin Mamre? If he remains not only entrenched in his opinion, but he encourages people to act upon that opinion. In other words, if the Zakin Mamre comes back home and all he's doing over here is just simply teaching his opinion. Like he's espousing his Torah, fine, espousing Torah. But if he comes back after this entire process and says, Hebra, this is what you have to do, clearly in defiance of the majority, that's a problem. That's when it becomes a Zakinah. And the Chayyim, Achir Lasos, Talmud Shehora Lasos, Carter, and I said, interestingly enough, all of this is a Zakin. Now, what is a Zakin? A Zakin is an ordained sage. That's when you become a Zakin Mamre. Let's say you don't have a Zakin Mamre. Let's say just a Talmud. What's a Talmud? Like it's Rashi says over here, Talmud Shehora Lasos, and Nefat HaBezin. So this is a guy, this is a Talmud is someone, he might be a Talmud Chacham, but he has not yet gotten to the level of Torah, what we call Hasni Halacha. So let's say an individual like this goes ahead and disputes with the basin and even instructs others to call, to pass to like his particular opinion, ultimately Potter. It's Potter why? Because the thing that's like when you someone who has Sifar, is someone who has reached the level of Torah, of ultimately going ahead and instructing others, or passing Halacha. Mitzvahs, Chamuro, Pilo. So it turns out that ultimately, again, his Chumrah. What's his Chumrah? His Chumrah is that he's not allowed to pass Halacha. But that Chumrah that he's not passing Halacha ultimately turns out to be a Chumrah. He's not put to death for being a second member. Incredible. All right, Krishna said, Gemara. Here we go. Keep on your Kadavai. So now, we've just outlined the process for second member. So now we know exactly how this works. Now the interesting part is what kind of machloks, like what kind of disputes are we talking about a second member and between his fellow sages. So turn up on it. Keep on your Kadavai. Top of page 87a. First of all, we're talking about someone who's a mufla. So what is a mufla? An expert. An expert. In order to become a Zakin Mamre, you can't just be a regular guy. To be a Zakin Mamre, you have to be a recognized expert. Next, Mincha. So I'm going to say, I'm trying to point out what's happening. The Torah is analyzing the possible. The Torah is analyzing the news. Keep on Mincha Davar Mishpat. With some matter in halacha will be unclear to you. They dam with dam, like between blood and blood. They din with din, judgment and judgment. Nega with nega, right? One type of what is it? Affliction. Good affliction. There's another word, right? Okay, well, good. Then different people's bishara. On any arguments that you may have in your case, you come to Balisa and Makor Sheikh Hashem. Both. That's my darshan this entire puzzle. So what does it mean? Mincha, keep on Mincha Dabar. So Mincha, a mufla. What is Mincha? Say yoitz. Furthermore, Mincha means someone who's able to give counsel. In other words, we'll say in order to get yourself in trouble, being a second member, you have to be holding on a certain level. So Mincha actually says we're very unique. Now, you must also give you examples of types of machloks which could result in a second member scenario. So, for example, Mincha refers to intercalation of the year, like Ibar Hashana, like leap year, never leap year. So this is the kind of thing that's able to speak about that. Next, so Ibar says, Mincha, Yatsa Choshev Al Hashem Re'acha, Yois B'Yam. Davar, next is Davar, Zu Halacha. This refers to the dispute in halacha. For example, there's a dispute between the Zakin Mamre and the other individual about halacha Moshe Sinai. Halacha Moshe Sinai, right? So that's what they're disputing. Good. The mishpat zehadin. What's mishpat? This refers to din zera shava. They have machlokas on a particular type of zera shava. This is zera shava, not zera shava. Being down with that. So remember again, we're just going through different examples of things that ultimately could result in a Zakin Mamre scenario. Fine. Being down with them. Being down need to look down later. So for example, there's machlokas in distinguishing between dam later, dam sifon. There's a dispute. There's something again, whether it's in the fascist capital cases, monetary cases, Makas, lashes, bein nega nega. What does that mean? Bein nege adam, nege batin, nege begatin. Something concerning again with God, saras, of an individual, of a home of clothing. Divrei, edu charamim ba'ekin ba'kishos. So divrei means again, Canaan vows, Erech vows, Ekdish vows, Trivos, Zuashkas, Sota, Ba'alifas Egla, Etanas Misora, So we both argue again to sort the situations. Egla Arufa the capital cat, find the body of someone that's killed. The Taras gets over the Shara, but in the beats. You see, like a Shifa Upea. This refers again like a Shifa, very different points. The left field agricultural products, the left field part. It comes down to us and so again. What merges together is just dashing all different possible areas of alcohol. And you can have an argument which could result in a sucking memory scenario. Okay? They can't talk, so you will get up. Where is that? We get it from. You basically from the local court, so you will go up. Milani, so they say, Mikdash Gavan Eretz Yisrael, the Eretz Yisrael Gavan Mikol Ha'aras. What does this teach us? In fact, it's interesting. The Torah says you will get up from wherever you are and go up. Go up. You might, what do you see when you're going up? You see the base of Mikdash is the highest point in Eretz Yisrael. And ultimately, again, Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other lands. The fact that ultimately, again, the Lashon of Hallelujah, of ascension, is used with this and that, between the looking at this and Mikdash, and with Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. The Gemara says, okay, let's analyze that for the flow. Bishon Beis HaMikdash, Kavan Eretz Yisrael, B'Ksiv, V'Alisam. So I understand why we say that the Beis HaMikdash is taller, is one of the tallest parts of Eretz Yisrael, because Lashon is V'Alisam. You go up to Beis HaMikdash. Ella. Eretz Yisrael Gavan Mikol Ha'aras as we know it. And where's I know that Eretz Yisrael is higher than the other lands? The Ksiv Lachin Hine Yomim Ba'im Yidum Hashem. Or Yomer Chai Hashem Asher Ha'ela as Beishon Eretz Yisrael. Kim Chai Hashem Asher Ha'ela V'Asher Hibi Yisera Beis Yisrael Me'eretz Sifono Mikol Ha'aras Asher Yidachtim Sham Yeshiva Ha'aras. Listen, how incredible is this? The Gemara is quoting the passage from Yirmiyahu Navi. The Yirmiyahu Navi says something beautiful. He says the day will come. The days will come. But we will no longer simply refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the God who took us out of Egypt. Right? And if you notice what says Russian over here is Ha'ela Esplanation on the other side. Hashem took us, it's not just simply out. What does Ha'ela mean? Hashem took us up. Hashem took us up. So we won't only refer to the God as God who took us up from the sanitary to Shabbat, but rather what? We refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the one who brought the children of Israel from all the lands, who brought us up. Hello, from all the lands. What do you see from here? You see from here that whenever there's a reference to taking us to Eretz Yisrael, what's the Lashon? Aliyah. Always listen, like that. How overwhelmingly amazing is the important topic of Geula on Torah. It's not even the best part reference, just hold on to your seats. Wait to see this on the top. Wait. Right? So it's like, it's just amazing. A passage about Geula, we're literally talking about the fact that the Torah is going to take us out of all the lands of our dispersion, and it's going to bring us up. It's bring us up. You know, as great as Purim is, as beautiful as Purim is missing this kasya. It's covered miracles, it's hidden miracles, and it's miracles cloaked in nature. And what Purim awakens in us, as much as we celebrate these beautiful days, because it's that incredible concept of His it awakens in us the desire for something more. I don't want hidden miracles. I don't want missing this kasya. We want missing this value. We want to feel miracles. And here, as we really feel revealed miracles, what is the miracles? Reminds us the revealed miracles are going to come. They're going to come. And when they're coming, going to is going to take us up, He's going to take us out. And it's every distance to Eretz Yisrael in only one direction. And it's always going up. Incredible. Hold on. Zadim Mamre. Enochayv Allah Adavish is going to Kares. So this is very interesting. So now we're going to see there's essentially a 3.5 focus about what type of religion matters to make someone into a Zadim Mamre. So Rameir holds that it's only regarding something which, if done intentionally, would be a key of charis, and accidentally would be a key of chatas. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda says, no, it's about something where the source halacha is midaraisa, but the interpretation is through the Rabbanon, and they're arguing about the interpretation. So Rabbi Shimon says, Rabbi Shimon says it's pretty much anything. Even if you're arguing about like a small detail, a little bit of law, ultimately, again, it can still become a Zadim Mamre. So my time, let's analyze this. My time, Rameir. Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa And Meir said that halacha l'maisa, ultimately again, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, the only type of thing that can make you into a zakin mamre, ultimately is the type of thing that you do intentionally. It's kares, unintentionally the chatas. So the Gemara says, what's his logic? Davar. He makes it zir shava ultimately again of davar. So the Gemara says, ksiv hafa, tifal yimchad davar mishpat. So that's the first of the widest lines. It says over here, יתפלל ממך דבר למשפט, וכסיף הסם, ונעלם דבר מעיני הקהל. That's talking about the hard and double receiver, where the Sanhedrin cascades incorrectly, and ultimately leads the people to go ahead and make a mistake. Just like over there, it's talking about something where intentional commission is kais, right? And a shogig is chatas. After so by Zaki Mamre, davar shechayev azdona kares, ba'ashim v'aseh chatas. Okay. So Meir learns up in the Shabbat. Fine, that's opinion one. Rabbi Yehuda said this. Remember, Rabbi Yehuda's opinion was that only become a Saki Mamre on something Torah midivrei Torah and the Gidei Shofar. Like that the Ikar Halacha is Midaraisa and the details are laid out Midrabanan. So where does Rabbi Yehuda get this from? Rabbi Yehuda, Al Pi Torah She'erucha, Ad Ikar Torah V'Yerucha. It has to be something where the Torah says something, but based on the passage in the Torah, we don't have a capacity to need Chazal to teach us how to interpret it. That's the type of situation that can be stuck in Mamre. I'm going to ask you, Rabbi Shimon, Asher Gidu Lachem L'Makom Ahu. As you call to Shimon says pretty much anything that comes out from a Beis Din, anything they argue about, if the Zakin Mamre remains kind of fixed in place and refuses to yield to the majority, that's what creates Zakin Mamre. I'm going to refer back to it. Tirgum Ali Lahamas, he said, you can be there. Was he ready for this? Shafuna said that, Refer Machina said, fine. Take the Bryce, and Abbas is referring to the Bryce we spoke about on the beginning of the daf. Take the Bryce and interpret it to a point to a Meir. So let's remember again. The Meir is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you can only become a Zakin Mamre if there is a machlokes regarding something that is done intentionally, has a chiyuv kares, and if unintentionally carries a chiyuv chatas. That's the only area. So it's a limited body of halacha that again. So like if you have a machlokes, do you need to read the Megillah a second time, during the day? Without being a focus, that should not be destroyed in because it's in Rabbanah. The Meir says it's only if the machlokes is about something which is done intentionally to use kares, unintentionally to use chatas. So now listen to this. So if we're back to the center of Rabbi, in terms of the device going to be there, tell me how this whole thing works for the next. Watch this. Only Rabbi Papa, Tirgum legs. Here we go. Ki poly. So he's interpreting the same exact puzzle that we started the daf with today. So ki poly. Something will be so, but muflash business. First, I want to these. I was saying, in order to go ahead and become a Zakin Mamre, you gotta be a mufla. You have to be someone who's an expert. Someone who's an expert. Fine. That's next. Mimcha Zay Yoetz. Sheodeh la'aver shenu l'kvach. Furthermore, they'll need an expert. But an expert should be experts. What's an expert should be experts? Someone who knows about the interpolation of the moon. Again, I'll say. Understand what it means to know about the interpolation of the moon. First of all, none of us really know what interpolation itself actually means, right? All the more so, I like using that word, right? So all the more so, the actual process for the interpolation type of the moon, of the year, of the month. So you're talking about the expert of the experts. Fine. Next. I'll say, what's next? Fine. So Kyrgyzstan. What's an example of a machlokes that could occur? Okay, you ready for this? Okay, please. Listen to this. They just call it a day. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. How does this happen? 7.5-year cycle. How does it happen? And it's not like the drasha, it's not like the Yamez, it's not like the Matria. Literally, again, a Purim case on Purim. So what's the matter? It's just incredible. Let's say, just we always say it. sometimes, we get up early, we have ourselves asleep, we push ourselves, we're going, it's a lot of information, not a lot of time, and we wonder, like, how do you feel about this? Is this the proper level? And then every once in a while, and that's infrequently, we go from kiss, it's just a beautiful kiss, a nachas kiss, a nachas embrace. Says, my children, I love you. Thank you. Thank you for waking up early, or whenever we do the bath. Thank you for carving out the time to learn my Torah. To learn my Torah. And if you think that I'm not listening to you, and if you think I'm not attentive to you, and if you think that however many blocks there are in Shas, that a Purim Sugya should come up in Purim. I was like, one day earlier, one day later, put on Purim, the Purim Sugya comes in Ocean. Just know, sometimes, what does every child want to know? Deep down, every child wants to know that I give my father nechas. That's what I want to do. Spend our lives trying to do about parents and nechas. So again, all the ones who are going to be there, like this comes along, and you know that Abba is so incredibly proud of us. And that we should be to continue to give our father nechas. And maybe that's what we're trying to so again, so we want to give an example of here. What's the current case? For example, so for example, I said to have my focus about how to go ahead and declare a leap month, a leap year. So again, the other members of the Sanhedrin said that they could go ahead and make the entire Adar into a Seder Adar Sheni, right up until Purim. That's my focus. Up until Purim, after Purim, the Ila Haid Gisa Kashaycha is the base. And the Ila Haid Gisa Kashaycha is the base. And also the ramifications, of course, of that my focus is what? Ramifications are you going to end up even coming someplace? Right? Because remember again, depending if there's going to be a leap year, another Sheni, another base, that's going to be the base that falls out. Yeah, you have common ramifications. So here's an example of my progress where again the stakes are kares versus chatos. Good, Gemara goes weiter. Davar zehalachot zu hilchos achalasar. The Itmar Asiri, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kikishi, Rabbi Shimon Ben Lakish Amar Asiri Ka'achadasar. So again, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, so remember again from last cycle, from Yochos Nida from the second Nida, so you have this concept, Rashi points out over here, that there are 11 days, at least 11 days between every Nida cycle. Remember again, the way Yochos Nida works with the Raisa is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of Nida, 11 days of Siva. So you might quote over here again, I will say, we're not going to get in depth with all of these much, but soon probably only because it's time. They're all fascinating of themselves. These are all just, I want to frame what we're doing over here. We're just trying to show a series of methods. Remember again, we're trying to go according to the Meir holds. The only time you can become a sucking mamre is if you have a focus regarding something which you've done intentionally is a few colors, and then unintentionally is a few practice. We're just trying to now interpret the pasuk that we interpreted at the beginning of this daf and highlight a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. So for example, again, what's davar? This is first the following halacha. Zu hilchos achadasar deitmar asiri. What happens if a woman believes on the 10th day? Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kikishi. 10th is better than the 9th. Rabbi Shimon Ben Lakish Amar Asiri Ke'achadasar. So again, remember, the term of the machlokas about what happens if there's machlokas about the status of a believing from the 11th day or from the 10th day going forward. Does that make her nida? Does that make her a zava? And the resulting ramifications which could potentially lead to a few colors. Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kikishi. Ma'atashi ba'yishimer, af asiri ba'yishimer. Fine. Rishlak Hashem Asiri Ke'achadasar, ma'achadasar lo ba'yishimer, af asiri lo ba'yishimer. So listen. So again, without getting into all the details right now, a fundamental machlokas about leading that extends from the days of the Zuvos ultimately again into the days of the Midas. What's her status? If they have machlokas regarding that could lead to potential few colors. Fine. Next. Zeh. So the Gemara says Zeh Hadin. So Zeh in the pasuk first Zeh Shabbos. The Mechok about Zeh Shabbos. What does that mean? On the base. Din Pito Ma'anasasa. So for example, Rabbi Mechok is regarding whether or not one's water from the one is reviving. Let's say we can reviving water. Let it go. What's the other status of that water to Ruben? Zamarava only Rizava Dini Asya Hena Asya Zima Zima. So let's say, for example, remember we saw this actually. So we passed that ultimately even a daughter from a woman who won violently, who won back to steal his daughter, and therefore again she is an erva to the father, to the father. So let's say again it's like in Mamre asking, he says no, it's only your daughter from a legal relationship, but not from a woman who violated. This would be an example where my service would be a feat of courage and unintentional, if he is process unintentional. Being dam midam, being dam nida being dam nida, dam leida, dam ziva. So one of the cases over here. Dam nida, the kulta akadu the mechanolo barabana. So for example, by dam nida, the mechanics could be like the mechanics in a kavir mechanolo barabana. What's the mechanics? This nan dam hayala. What happens if a woman sees yellowish blood that has a yellowish color to it? So dam hayala. Akadu the mechanolo mechanic. So kavir mechanolo says ultimately again that it's coming. The Chacham Mechanic, and the Chacham ultimately say that it is Chacham. So let's say, so once again, what are the ramifications of this method? Yes, ramifications are Tachid Kares, because relations with the woman who's in Luda carries it to the penalty of Kares. So again, these are examples. Dam Leida, what's the Dam Leida, please? This is very interesting. They put this Rav and Levi. So this is not called Rav and Levi. This is not Rav Amar Echadu. I told you to show us this again, the way it works, fascinating halachas which are arising with childbirth. What are the halachas? The way the halachas which are arising, now again, we don't trust in this way today because we have a whole system of like Damreda, Damnida, Damziva have kind of morphed into one framework called the Nida. And again, in the Alliance, by the way, what a woman gives birth, and after she gives birth, she breathes for a certain amount of time, the blood is Tameh, and then for a certain amount of time afterwards, depending if it's a boy or a girl, the blood is Taha. These are my closest mechanics of that. Rav Amar Mayim Echadu. Rav says, really, there's one source of blood. Authority Masa, authority Rasa. And again, at certain point, the Torah says the blood is coming. Another point, the Torah says ultimately again, the down is Tahar. The Levi, our Levi says, Mayano says, oh, it's not true. It's two different kinds of sources of blood. So the Gemara says, Nista Matamay Nista Hatar, Nista Matar Nista Hatar. So literally again, if the tummy source is closed off, the tar one is open. This time the tar source is closed off, the tummy one is open. Now what does that matter? What does that matter? So this comes up in a case where ultimately a woman continuously bleeds without going ahead and stopping. The time we think of she switches over from what we call dam tummy to dam tar. So once again, the ramifications over here are a few currents. All we're trying to show again are examples of cases with the second numbers of the argument with the rest of the wisdom, and the stakes of the case are courage if done intentionally, chatas if done unintentionally. Dam ziva, what's dam ziva, please? It's not the Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Yeshua, it's not kishta shloshim yisov achabas hayom. If a woman went ahead, and literally again, Kishta actually says over here, Siva Parshas Kizava, Bachada says she can read the Nida, Shemaim Avia and Ziva, Kibisha Shiyaz Zov Damar. So again, let's say she has a situation with each flowing for 3 days, for 11 days of Zivas, in Shafsa, Me'is, if it stopped, if it subsided for Me'is, usually means 24-hour period, the Yalda, how does the 11th result? So if it stopped for a 24-hour period, and she gave birth during that time, this is called the 11th result. So technically speaking, a woman can give birth while she is in a state of Zivas. Okay, so that has its own ramifications as well. Here the Lazar. The Bishur says, Laila Yom Kalemi Shabbos Yomah. We say, how incredible is this? Like in one Gemara, like a reference to Purim, a reference to Shabbos. Reference to Purim, reference to Shabbos. Again, Rabbi Yeshua says, Laila Yom Kalemi Shabbos Yomah. Like I was saying, again, the Purim one, you probably could share the Shabbos day, right? The Shabbos day, right? This one, I don't know how to work, right? This one probably not going to work well. Right? So the mice, again, so Rabbi Yeshua says, if she stops bleeding, right? If she stops bleeding, ultimately, again, not just for 24 hours, not just for a day, but ultimately, again, like a Shabbos, namely, a night and a day, Sheshav Saminat Sal, Velominat Dam. And also, the pain that's subsided, right? The liver pain that's subsided, not the blood. Okay, so I'll say once again, just all examples of cases where the stakes are high in the focus, because we're dealing ultimately again with the case where it's done intentionally to keep colors, unintentionally to keep practice. Next, Ein din with din, they din mamlas din the fashion din matters. There's my focus again on both sides. Again, like capital cases, monetary cases, multis cases. So what are examples where these cases can result in crimes? Din mamlas is very interesting. What's an example ultimately again in a monetary case? They looked at the Shmuel Rabbi Avo. This is Machol the Shmuel Rabbi Avo. It's Machol. It's a Shmuel. Shnayim sheddanu dinei and din. This is what the Shmuel says. If two people act as a beis din, so their judgment is a valid judgment. However, ela shenikraim beis din chatzis. They're called the chutzpahdik beis din. Okay. Rabbi Avo Amar the divrei hakol ein dinei and din. Rabbi Avo says no. Everyone agrees that what a beis din of two people can't issue halachic rulings, and therefore the halachic rulings are totally invalid. Rabbi said, how does I give my point. How does this result in a Paris case? Rabbi say, watch how Rashi explains it. This is fascinating. So remember again, let's say you have a beis din of two people. Beis din of two people adjudicate a case to Reuven and Shimon. Like Reuven claims that Shimon owes him money. Beis din of two people ask him, they say Reuven's right, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? So now Reuven uses that money, he's Mekadosh Shimon. Right? The problem is what? According to one opinion, he's Mekadosh Shimon with money that does not belong to him. So now you could create a potential right? A marriage situation, which again could result potentially in adultery and a whole variety of different circumstances. It could become a key of curries. So again, and that all starts from a monetary dispute. So here's an example again. If let's say the second member says, I hold that a beis din can be two, and the other thing is say a beis din can be three. So again, it's capital cases. It's monetary cases. It's monetary cases which could result in a potential key of curries. Fascinating. Give me the fashas. But looked at the Rabbi Rabbanon. What's the name of the fashas case? Rabbi Rabbanon. The sign of Rabbi Omer. V'nasata nefesh tachas nefesh. Like Atus, it says moment. You tell when the Torah says a life for a life, it doesn't literally mean a life for a life. Rather, what does it mean? It means monetary compensation. Ata on the mama in the other nefesh manish. You say money, the lady. It means actually life for life. Yeah, minus nilamala. Yeah, minus nilamata. This is a Shabbat. Right? It says Nisina about the Nisina. Mala Hamon moment. African moment. So once again, let's say they have a focus about what nefesh tachas nefesh means. So literally, it's like the memory could be constituted to put someone to that. Another federal could say no, it means monetary compensation. And once again, this could potentially lead to a sea of parties that don't intentionally, sea of parties that don't unintentionally. Give me a Marcus. What about Marcus? The book of Rabbi Yeshua Rabban this time. Marcus Bikimo, Yeshua Rabban. So again, fundamental mathematics, how many do you need for a beis din ultimately again of knowledge? So one of the things says a beis din of Shemotri, another says a beis din of Kafkima. So both say, we're going to stop over here, we're going to stop over for today. I know we went a little bit fast, we wanted to be able to get through, but again, I just want to, here's the takeaway. We know we have, right, Mishka taught us the sucking moment. Now we know the entire process of sucking moment. Three-way machlokas, ultimately again, about what are the pieces that make one a sucking moment. What we're just doing over here is really focusing on the theme of Rabbi Meir, which by the way, I want to spell it for this tomorrow's daf. That's how you pass halacha l'maisa. In order for a sucking to become a sucking Monday, the machlokas has to be about something which, if done intentionally, would carry a fee of charis, and if done unintentionally, would carry a fee of charis. Take that to the bank. That's halacha l'maisa. All you're on the bank that's doing was interpreting the concept that we started the daf with today, which outlined all the different kinds of cases and showed how each and every one of those cases could potentially be a key of Purim / a key of Chag. So let's say, again, in the midst of all this, we got Purim. In the midst of all this, we got Shabbos. In the midst of all this, we got a hundred Christmas, and I will say again, a friend from Purim, we're going to dive in the Meir Tashem, the main shul, Shemen Mishpeach, Shemen Mislik, and the Big Shabbos.
During the day. What activity you can do too ready to eat hot.
That one hurt.
How do you give money to two different poor people?
You have to go ahead and go with this use of the individual. That's the work for. The shaila is what happens if you work them in a fairly insignificant way. For example, you put them to work and then you go to have, and let's say, generate less than a shot of people's worth of work. Is that called work for work? That's the principle, right? Between the Rabbi and Rabbi Yehuda. So here we ask the following question. Run by the muscle yashim, mahu. So that's an interesting question. What happens for a person who is moving while Shimon is asleep? So giving it to while Shimon is asleep and sells Shimon. Shimon is really a very deep sleeper, right? So he's sleeping and he's sold all while he's asleep. So what's the left dollar? So if you're going to liability, that's just so that's again. This is exactly what the question is over there. So not that you show nothing. But what happens if you don't kidnap or rock his pregnant? Or you don't kidnapping that and rock his son, what is it they do? He wants to kidnap the fetus. He wants the baby. He wants to get the cell with him. What's the halacha? Each you know the part of indirectly with him. So let's say, so it's specific to be, even if it's specific to be again, a form of what do you individually, or what, which is what we're talking about. Specifically, they let them apply. They say what the action individual is. Again, remember, you know, what's the case? You don't kidnap someone while someone is sleeping and solve it. You don't kidnap Rachel and ultimately again solve it for the other. So there's no teamwork at all. There's no
There may or may not be someone using the electric
what's the piece of it? Tzricha yashin b'zanga alav. Isha she'ochla ba'av ezeka. Gafir b'chad ha'ileh. No one should do. The cases where you don't
think it's going to be a rather successful
so what's moving to the next thing that you did was you need on Shema. So you utilize Shema sleeping Shema as a support. Or with the pregnant woman, there was a big wing, and you put the pregnant woman in front of him to shield him from the wind. So he's utilizing these people in an interesting way. So it's not called Sparafina and so again, if you begin to see him more accepting this approach and kidnapping, number one, you have to take the person, then you have to eliminate the this, and number three, you have to work. The shadow is this called working the individual, which the Gemara says tricky. Now, Gemara is always out, it's like, it's very supposed to be on this, even though they're going to kidnap Shimon, and Shimon is asleep. He's the kidnapping, he's asleep, he's sound, so the shadow is called a kidnapping, whereas the other two, you don't get to yourself. So you almost how can you sleep with your human? How can you sleep with your soul? And also, what are you sleeping with? You're sleeping with a you can really tremendous chaos of sleep. So it's people use to sleep. People can sleep through a lot. People can sleep through everything. People can sleep through selling. People can sleep through life. You sleep at the end of life. You don't sleep so much. You miss so much. And you don't realize so much. And you so much of our this early, Okay, so it's not very interesting. I know that I'm very reliable. If you see that, I'm learning all the numbers. You should check them for each single day for women. Isha Shagan, but Isha Shagan, who makes a room for nothing. Us says the enemy for that. And again, Nicola doesn't have any tools, there's no gender specific law, I'm not talking specific notion of us. And we don't realize that you must see each one of what is your heart, the first will be found to have soul, and you to have both to make you. After I go to the Isha, after I go to the Isha, then you can have a man, a woman, That's a good apple. You should go to the translate, you should have to the trade. In any of these cases, you are fired. Okay, fine. Then go for a macro. Macro by that. So you know, then go for a macro. What happens here? Even to your shit. What happens? So no, right? A macro by that which will be shooter. Or even social of what will have the relationship to the fire. So at least when you was, even kidnap change the thing that sounds. What's that? What's pocket? Open the even start of these pockets. The pocket is pocket from Lisa. Pocket from Lisa. That's not the decision. Not for the obvious all that inside. So it's really just good news. What happens if we don't do that for the pocket? And it sells Shimon's father, or Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives. One side of it, the side, and then we'll discuss all the cases. According to the side, all the public, one goes ahead and one goes ahead and this pops up, okay, top of paper 86 days. Let me try to tell you that Jesus. Anyway, we show you the Shimon holding this father. Yeah, but actually, even was just out of the act on the time. So I say, this is much focusing on the case of what you don't do actually. And goes ahead and sells Shimon's father, Shimon's brother. Right? So now, you just do what Shishon says after a time, which plus the other Shishons, when Shimon holds, that in order to be liable for selling someone, you have to sell them from their family. It sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to someone else. This is what you indicate to us, but if you didn't kidnap Shimon and essentially that Shimon's own family, then you didn't get the Bryce says, he is right. So what's going on here? So you're not just playing pocket. So you gotta choose the pocket. So if you're going to kidnap Shimon, and self-sustaining Shimon's own fathers and else, but ultimately again, they would my question, what's the problem here? Dilma should Dilma finally should Parabana. Там супер активно, там супер решение
Ladies and gentlemen, the showbreaking phenom, the one and only David Lucas is here, everybody.
I don't need to know. One is my authority for kidnapping one place, and just looking at so that we open the door to say, right? And if someone said it's your partner. So that's kind of what my time to grab on it. Why do you grab on and say, my eyes on the car, if the person says, you must say, fuck the must be. It was a luxury of the person who you must say, you is that the shit. Because it will be found that a person kidnaps someone from a relationship. I say, indicates us that there's a new circumstance that's here. Like you found a new circumstance. This comes to explain an already pre-existing circumstance. Where someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you. I was saying found with you because they already found with you. You kidnapped them. So in this instance, there's someone who normally is with you, who's only with you. Your child. That's the logic of the Rabbanon. You are to be a great saint, you are so that you are proper. Okay. You're going to talk about how other non-talk, so if you want to say things, you must say only circumstances, certainly by the quality of circumstances. That's the case. You might say each shortly is push up in the last time. That's a plus by the culture. What you found. And then you have a sleeping with another man, right with another man, who's not doing anything, who's not doing that. Often then, once it happens, so it's like coming to exclude a situation where another married woman is coming forward with another married man, that's what you're doing, that you know. By his pulling the shaitan gabbai. So it's the shaitan gabbai is what that's the thing gabbai is pulling what is similar to the idea of the whole church symbol. No, this was not the thing that was that's not a word for happiness. None of the idea, the married couple, don't think it's the strategy to each other. It is recipe, could be a recipe for disaster. Therefore, you know, if you want to situation where the married couple shares the same house, the relationship in the home them, there's a no liability for both the service of the provide. Because since couple one is going to go around with couple two and couple three going with couple three, so it's not taking care of the resource. It's actually a life of about two, which we must have the money to do. It's talking about what's in the first that is the first. You know, the first is going to be like this. Goes up, so, I'm not the new sub-level. Anyway, I'm not ruling it out ultimately against them. Not for that, but a new sub-level. What's going on? What does the Pasuk say? A person, a man is kidnapped, right? If only two people are right. The new sub-level, right? One person kidnaps another person, and the victim is found. So the new sub-level is like that. Because the something is really like a circumstance that will not normally have been in effect, is not in effect. What does that come to us do? That comes to us through the ultimate regular situation of a father and son, where the son is going to be with the father. This is what goes again, you know, so I'm not going to say, by the way, so I'm dead. That's how you pass it. That not pass it like that, right? Namely, that a father kidnaps his son is not difficult liability between them. You know, that's the point of that. When we say, there's not difficult liability for kidnapping, what does that mean? What does that mean? These are not perfect death. It's not mean it's good. And of course, there is also one of the numbers we always also feel about this to do that. So remember, a lot of you talking about the back of this book, it is about fine country where it is a full yard. So a full yard is covered by the law of the land. So like the king of Allah says, that a father is kidnapping a son, is not kidnapping, and a king of the Most People says, come on, for myself, it's kidnapping. Yeah, but that's not how that works. So much I'm not let's do some stuff up. And you must be very careful, you must be like, all right, to the ceiling, like, I'm going, so I say, so this is fascinating, right? Based on this, and I would be guys if you teach children Kriya. It must be that one, right? And also teach other students to that one. These are people who spend a lot of time with children, and for a lot of very soft, they're not just going to be the ministry, they're technical issue. And I guess it's US 60 degree. So if the Rabbi were to kidnap the child, technically speaking, he would have to keep the liability since I would spend that much money. That would be interesting thing that is from the United States. That how much time children spend with getting better. That's the idea. And what you really see is the Rabbi kind of relationship is very much like the father-son relationship. Okay, anyway, take away from this is the consequence of Rabbanon, and the Rabbanon itself, Rabbanon is that. This is obvious if you want to say, we're not to give people liability. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So I'm not Mishnah comes up, so it's going to be let's not focus on Mishnah was, if you steal, if you kidnap, that's the level touching the phone. What is the halacha? So, you know, the Buddha says, value, it comes to the Mishnah. That's all about. So, you know, prayer has to be done. So, you are in a body version. Okay, so seemingly unrelated It says, whoever has no exposure. Now, what does the other have no exposure? Rashi says in New York, Rashi says that in the Avodah process, and it's language as the ever will be asked to call us a product. So we know that there is a substitution category called process. Ultimately, it's embarrassing to read someone who is not very but he says that a body ever doesn't have process. Someone who has echo, someone who has access, and know your relations. Just someone who does not have alcohol also represents in the presence of process. It's Neo Achari. Bnei Yisrael, Mi Bnei Yisrael, exclusion after exclusion, Neo Achari, what is it come to? Ultimately, I love that's what it says. That banana ultimately, again, reject that Russia, and they exclude Chatzia and Chatzia to the Torah. Chatzia and Chatzia to the Torah. Ultimately, again, it left them covered. And they go ahead and one good. Okay, incredible. Now we go to the question. That's how we believe next week. And where do you see, where's the lie? Where's the lie? Go ahead and do it. Rabbi Yoshia Amar, we will see you. Rabbi Yoshia says, we will see you. Don't steal. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, we won't be able to tell us how. Rabbi Yochanan says, after the hospital, we shall not sell you like one would sell his slave. Says funny to me, like, what internal law is very like, not the hush of love, not the hush of love. So also, it's funny, essentially, you want to see why what the difficult thing has to do with this stuff. Go on. You can do your choice. And then if you need to sell them, you can do something in some way. So you just force that forward. So the most interesting enough, that you should be often not helping. One is quoting the pasuk that says the Rabbi kidnapped himself, and the other is quoting the Rabbi ultimately again that you can't sell it. So they're not really arguing, they're just presenting different parts of the prohibition of kids. You know the fact that so let's go quick. But the Rabbi, the CEO, Torah says, do not steal. The only the Pasha has pasuk in the Rabbi, because I was talking about the book kidnapping. So let's say, so, we're going to go. I'm talking about the Pashas. You're talking about what's signal, you're talking about kidnapping. How do you know that? Well, can you have a bonus moment? I don't know, how do you know that? When you saw less than, like, how do you get a stuff this through? So you want to say, so, I would go to the say to them, Shoshas for people, Shafari, Shoshas. So it says, how do you allow that? How do you using our exegetical principles? What's the extreme principles? Dover Alami, sometimes the way to understand what Pastor is talking about is how the analyzation of the context in which the Pastor is doing. That's what's called Dover Alami, something that Pastor that understood and the context in which was stated. We're not accustomed to that. So it's the Pastor that says, Osinobu, Osakakashu, Osakakashu. What is he talking about? So he says, no, sorry, that was the wrong person. That was the wrong person. That was because we're talking about the suits that started associated with this. The suits out, the signal, or some of the kind of shop. So that's associated with this. The context is don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, and don't be a false witness. That's the context in which the signal is related to this. So you might say, not possibly about it. Rest is the point talking about it here. Which says, correctly, that is very cautious. I guess it's not don't murder, don't commit adultery, and don't steal. So there is adultery about capital offenses. And the signal don't steal is capital offenses. So if you already see that you have capital offenses, so therefore it makes sense to say that the behavior that we're talking about is also a capital offense. When you steal money from someone, that's not a capital offense. And if I love them, I see what you're talking about over here. So you're cautious. I need to get another place up. What's the deal? The process says what's the deal? So this is the process of the fact. What's the deal? What's the partnership? What's the shopping strategy? Don't steal. Right? Don't lie. You want to buy that stuff and you support okay. As we get here, don't lie. There's no lie going to this fellow. So it's the only problem that comes from that. That's talking about stealing money. How do you know that? So we must not talk about the cautious. How do you know stealing money? Maybe he's talking about stealing people, kidnapping. Saying or not, it shows you some people like our judge's point. Once again, this is also an exegetical principle. So, what is principle? Understand a particular person's the context in which it was stated. But not a custom about that. What are we talking about over here? The mother. So let's remember again the rest of the hospital. Let's the competition, let's the shopping traffic, let's talk about financial life. Therefore, the unique in this context must also be financial. financial liability.
That's another
The
copy you
mother,
ruined.
after the loan, so this is very important. So therefore, the most significant aspect of the loan is talking about kidnapping. It says things like kidnapping. How do you know that? Context. Since the other offenses mentioned over here, don't very clear about offenses. Therefore, I love the rest of this. Great offenses over here is also capital offense. When it's also no food, do not steal. That's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Because the other offenses over here. What's the definition? Do not deny a claim. Do not lie about a claim. Is the maritime accusation. And therefore, again, legally talking about claim. She said, it's nice, but it's interesting here. Even if you love the message was me, what's in our watch list? This is a fascinating case. Now, we established again that I love the most working Bible for kidnapping. God is such a kidnapping people. You have to take them Jewishness. You have to go and realize themselves. You have to self. You have to self. And in this piece over here, interestingly enough, right, we have witnesses who come forward. First set of witnesses comes over and says, we saw Ruben kidnap Shimon. Second set of witnesses say, we saw Ruben sell Shimon. And I say, under normal circumstances, how would you carry his liability for kidnapping? How would you do it? How would you do it? One set of witnesses, right? One set of witnesses who say, we saw Ruben kidnap and sell Shimon. Interestingly enough, in this case, we have two sets of witnesses. So now, this is going to present an interesting halakhic issue. So it might, 8 people over 8 years, 11 of us, she was me. But let's say what's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses were needed to be considered. So again, let us say witnesses says, hey, first site, you cannot see Ruben sell Shimon because you're the site. Steal Shimon, connect to because you're about that. And this is the second that you couldn't say could be the same set of Mazina, so it doesn't matter. And this is the second set of witnesses. You couldn't see Ruben sell Shimon. Why? Because you're part of that witness. So I say, so now, look at that for just a moment. Snake people agent, FX said it's Rashi agent labor that we do. Snake people agent, FX leadership, and I said, FX leadership. So two sets of witnesses, each one set has that Ruben, people also testify that Ruben sold shit. So the Lord says, now they're both living in Israel. Remember, what's halacha? How did Israel live? That way, it's living in Israel. That's a person. That's why it's specific about national summer. So therefore, again, how should these witnesses be punished? That's what it says. Remember again, if their testimony is accepted, it would result in the death of Ruben. We're going to put that. So we should put these witnesses to death. Here's the problem. What's the problem? Neither set of witnesses delivered a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Ruben. Right? Because one set testified that Ruben kidnapped Shimon. Well, that's not enough to put Ruben to death. The second set of witnesses, they testified that Ruben sold Shimon. That by itself is not enough to put them to death. So what's this? You see what happened over here? So therefore, the Gemara says, what do you do with these witnesses? Rashi says over here, in there, like the question of also, people they know that even now, this was on the floor, they have the evil shakalaka shima, when it's not because the not the elevator access. So the one okay, so now let's the context. So essentially, neither set of witnesses is delivering a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Ruben. They're each delivering partial testimonies. What's that about? This is when the news says, in your life, you can't put your witnesses to death. But you're going to life. And your says, yes, you can. Yes, you can. That's the focus. This is going to put your team on the cover. So this is going to put your team on. Now, the secret is not more this Rabbi and the Rabbi. And now she points out that it works. This is the focus in Barabasra. That's not that. And ultimately, again, it's very important. So long as standing regulars in history of one time makes a noise for the one and only the big red machine, really a blood covering Rabbi Akiva says no. Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi means chief testimony. Therefore, witnesses can only give the death of Jerusalem if their testimony was complete. So if they only delivered partial testimony, you cannot execute them with Hazama based on that. Again, that was a drop on it. But I was saying, even if witnesses do not give a complete testimony, but they're a piece in the puzzle, ultimately, again, they can be put to death as well. Okay, so what's this one of the purpose? We know that this skill will be, this is the even operation by solar and motor. Let's listen to this. We actually just watched a couple of years ago. This was actually
I think Disney Sports Media and Transform
solar
because
and
the
motor
years
as a
Mickey
first
Mouse has
step
been
that
fucking
it steals
goofy.
money by me and one to not people. Like the first thing is their work, the thing is money.
It's how they
So
love
the
each other.
second thing ultimately is taking the influence of the motor. So watch
Okay,
this.
that's
So let's say the second, in order to get this to agree, then you're going to have running Sheldon solar and motor
crazy shows.
So let's say again, you have second set of witnesses. So let's say it's in moving. So second set of witnesses come along and say, he's so dangerous. Steal money from his father to eat meat and to purchase meat and wine and food and Asian breakfast on the parts. He ate the meat and wine and someone else's dishes. He answered the shit. So that's how the hearts. And those witnesses do not witness. I'm not witnesses. Second set of witnesses show up. He saw you then steal money and purchase food and meat. Then let's have witnesses come along and say, witnesses, you cannot have seen it because none of us, even his own. So now we're going to put them to death because they're going to put me in the truth. So I say, we can claim 1 second. We only came to give him up. This our testimony by itself is very much to the community. Immediately, it's testimony of the first set of witnesses. It's going to be that in this case, there's a little bit of life. Because she had already shown up, and because she had already known how we showed him on the base, also by the final opportunity, because the first set of witnesses can say, look, all our testimony did was to make a living picture of the Bible of the law. And therefore, the entire testimony really rested on the testimony of the second set. Okay, incredible. So now it's about, so let's say it's really the video is when you have two sets of witnesses, both who are delivering important information, but neither were able to openly contradict the claims of the testimony with their sole testimony. So therefore, if they turn out to be written solely, what do you do with that? When you put them to death, and this is the conversion approach between this skill and the other. This skill says no. This skill says no. This skill is facing a new people. That the people say, Dabar and Okasida. The way that you can put in solely to death is when the testimony is complete, but put the defendant to death. But if you're only proving partial testimony, you can't give them a separate punishment as well. On the other hand, the approach is that no, as long as their testimony was part of the incriminating process, right? And had they been found to be correct witnesses, they would have had a hand in the execution of the defendant. You can physically slip up the punishment behind them and ultimately execute them. Not on the case. Because once they gave out their base, second one, they're not giving us how they have to they did the funeral and it's today. So that's what the Papa says. And we should put the witnesses to testify about the funeral. We try to put them to death. Why? Until she now I put stuff on it. One again, the people could always say, look, all we came to do was to make the kind of a match that was like, even to the technically cause himself. So all we did is liable to is not I love the emotions that we should say that the soup liability rests upon the individual. If you came with the cassava, this gives no lucky. So this is suggesting that one contains a head and could not change the motive out the mouth. It's not what we do. It did really well. It did really well. She was also okay with the witnesses because the foundation did not change. And then they say witnesses in order to be joining this to get the offer. I'm not feeling one opinion says that is it. It is the way to work with someone who says standing to speak on the motion. You must keep the skill says so to the good mouths, right? The down of this get in the highlighted. This business is going to be death. If they're not to the death, then obviously the halal is get mouths. You got your point because again, because of your point, even though I love you, obviously not large solution as far as this case, you got your point. work is being executed. So this is a large size being under execution by Israel. So for a large group of us, he says, basically working on that. So let's say you don't know what it is. Any time Israel is executing someone, there's nothing more to this for that same fraction. So the Gemara says, even though what you do with the object, the lessons of technically speaking, the kidnapper is not being kidnapped. So you basically go ahead and hear technically, so you're not making any sense. Was er Papa sagt, das ist die Welt von mir. Papa, der eigene Führer, ich bin die andere Führer, was it saying? Everyone agrees that Jesus is coming on and testifying, like we saw leaving self-shame, that his liability was shot. And now let's say again, those very similar, this is very similar, but there's capital liability, those witnesses are executed. Why? Because I'm not going to myself, through that testimony, the defendant really would have been made liable to death. Several agrees that under those circumstances, what we call as thinking the funeral, those witnesses would testify that within soul children would absolutely be put to death as a reason. Okay, so where's the point? This quickly means that we can say the engagement is and the focus of our study is about the witnesses testify about the kidnapping. The first time when he says, like the witnesses who say, we saw women kidnap Shimon. Now let's say those the same witnesses committed to Israel. What is their liability? Now watch this. This says, they're not talking about China. They don't get hooked up. If you look at that panel, it essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the saying, the two distinct things. And if we're kidnapping, it's just kidnapping by itself does not generate a liability. Therefore, the first witnesses come along and they testify that we saw a kidnap Shimon. What did they make him liable to? That's it. And then they're trying to get even zoning. Okay, he says it's Damascus, but nothing more. It's really the second set of witnesses who testify that within soul Shimon, those are the ones who make even liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, if the first set of witnesses have to even zoning, they're not for sure. That's Israel. But the other says no. Now, it's not true. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testify that within kidnapped Shimon are also put to death. Why? Neighbor, a scalping mystery. So you say, kidnapping is the beginning of the kidnapping. How can you divorce the two processes? It doesn't make any sense. Of course, there should be liability because this is yourself. So this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental focus. So we just cleaned up. According to our topic of now, these are because this is going to throw this about the whole. So, to close it out, say that I wrote to myself, the Indian Mekila, if they are made into even Zorian, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that within soul Shimon, that ultimately again would create liability permanently. What about the Ibikineva? So again, it's yourself, no, you're not going to get why? Because Geneva by itself just makes me liable for actions. The other is what he's talking about. And Ibikineva, this is just giving a capital liability. So of course, if you're hard to get the zoning, then how long will I say you have to take that as well? Because one is the upper way. So that seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidnapping case. Now, let's worry about Sorah Mora. Remember, the Sorah Mora is another parallel case. And that's in the Sorah Mora. Remember again, first set of witnesses about the Sorah Mora. What are they making the Sorah Mora liable to? What are they making it liable to? Marcus. So therefore, again, the first set, again, they make it easy for me. And then Marcus is the second set who create general liability. More than the other, the Israel is showing Shabbat Sorah Mora. So there's no saying that that you will not really that the first set of witnesses by the Sorah Mora, if you're making it even zoning, they are not put to death. Why? Because she's holding Lomar, God calls somebody to take the best sentence in this. There needs to be something that is survival for that. What can you come to making Malchus, and if I left for myself, there's a bit of punishment for them, but also be this incredible Rabbi says, I'm going to buy it. Listen to this phrase we have to stop with this. I come over to the best sorrow in the I come over to the best sorrow in the my focus is Sorah in the So this is kind of everyone agrees with that solar mola. Like everyone agrees with that solar mola, and there's enough focus back on solar in there. So I say we're actually going to end up on this thing with the pick up in this now. So I just want to point out one is to go into current. Why? So you look at this thing, what you say yourself, this makes absolutely no sense. But when I say there's one thing that is actually clear, which is in the coming lines, this is all going to make so much sense. And I say those the entirely so determined. Life is filled with circumstances that make no sense. But what's being so great? Keep moving forward, keep learning, keep growing, and some way, somehow you'll see how all of the different pieces fit. So let's stop over for today. Tomorrow morning, we have that chat. Right here in 5:20. Stay tuned. I'll post on WhatsApp chat. You have to check with us. Tomorrow morning at 5:00. Just again, just as we'll be learning and doing this registry value will be in the mainstream partner website. Keep right out.
Follow on patreon.com/RayGarbage@FoleyGarbage, how long can this place get like this? Michael Gonzalez on the drums. Dave Shear making his Kill Tony debut on guitar. And that is the great D-Madness holding it down right down the middle on bass. The official Kill Tony after party starts now, and there's some exclusive, very limited edition Kill Tony merch for sale in the corner there. Thank y'all for coming out.
All right, Dawson, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual commentary before Caption KA 5785, we told Finish Baba about Tisra for dedicating all the Sherman's Russians this year in this first episode of the Swap on the Israel. And our sponsors for the month of Adar, our father in the Torah, Kerry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tikkun Bracha, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Yudin and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev Schmidt, Ben Yisrael, Tikkun Bracha. And our company sponsor, Paul and Kathy Pollock, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zachariah, Ben Zachariah, Tikkun Bracha. Plus, we have to America.com, all of the Nishon Shavariah, the family being a family, all those leaders who are traveling to the Concord Israel, and accomplished the message and move home all our hostages. The message will be so actually successful before massing. Listen, with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today and a little bit less time than usual to do it in. So today's daf is case Vav 86. We are picking up at the Mishnah on the days 85b. And the Mishnah says as follows: Hagonid nefesh miYisrael. So it says now I'm talking about the interesting sugya of kidnapping. So literally again, Hagonid nefesh miYisrael. A person goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew. I just want to point out how incredible it is to learn this Mishnah and Tinius Esther. Like the entire Purim story is Esther Hamalka was kidnapped. Esther Hamalka was taken forcibly from her home, taken to the palace of Achashverosh, totally against the will, against Mordechai's will. And again, one thing we see about the Hashkafas Hashem, divine providence, is that even from the darkest and most difficult of circumstances, Geula and Yeshua comes. So how incredible it is, literally again, at Tinius Esther, to begin Hagonid nefesh miYisrael. Person kidnaps a Jew. What's the halacha? Now this is obviously talking about the Jew kidnapping a Jew. So what's the halacha? So in general, again, the halacha for kidnapping, or the punishment for kidnapping, is Nisa's punishment. Is death penalty. So now the Mishnah discusses the parameters of that. Hagonid nefesh miYisrael. Upon going to have a kidnapped a Jew, you're only chayiv if you take the victim into your reshus, into your domain. Rabbi says, Rabbi says you have to, number one, take the victim into your domain, and number one, make use of them, like work them, do something to utilize them. You go to Pasuk now, this honorable umaklo. The Pasuk says, the Pasuk in its entirety is, you mustn't only nefesh your akal Yisrael. If a person will be found to have literally kidnapped a fellow Jew, this Amerbo, he utilized him, he worked him, he Mafro, and he sold him, and the kidnappers put to death. So it's interesting enough that Yehudi says the halacha is really three qualifications. Number one, kidnapping. Number two, making use of the individual. And number three, selling them. So be smart. Everybody has to know what happens if someone kidnaps their son. Interesting case. The person kidnaps their son. They will show up from Yochanan Broka and the Chayiv. Have the common culture. So Yochanan Broka says the Chayiv. And ultimately, the Chacham say your partner. Now again, we'll discuss exactly why that is. What's the machlokas over here. What happens if someone goes ahead and kidnaps a chatzi ever chatzi ben. What's that? Rabbi Yehuda says that you're chayiv, and the Chachamim ultimately say that you are partner. Okay, so let's listen now. A lot to unpack here. So first things first, the Tanakama lo by Yehuda. So remember again, the first machlokas in the Mishnah was as follows. Tanakama says that if you go ahead and you kidnap someone, you're chayiv if you bring them into your rishus, to bring them into your domain. Rabbi Yehuda added on, you also have to work the individual. So I have a Gemara asks, and according to the Tanakama, you don't have to make use of the individual. And I will say, I just want to point out, the pasuk itself says this Amer. You're kidnapping and you're making use of the individual. So how could the Tanakama disagree with that particular style? So the Gemara says, but everyone agrees that in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping, you have to go ahead and quote unquote make use of the individual. You have to work for them. The shaila is what happens if you work them in a fairly insignificant way. For example, you put them to work and it only goes ahead and let's say generates less than a shavah pizza's worth of work. Is that called work or not? That's the point of contention between the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda. So maybe I ask the following question. Rango u'maslo yashin mahu. So that's an interesting question. What happens from actually along Reuben kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep. So he kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep and he sells Shimon. Shimon is playing a very deep sleeper, right? So he's kidnapped and he's sold all while he's asleep. So okay, what's the So ultimately, again, is there liability? He actually said, well, again, we'll see exactly what the question is over here. So Machar Ishel Obra Mahu. Or what happens if Reuben kidnaps Rachel, or Rachel's pregnant, or Reuben is not kidnapping Rachel for Rachel's sake, rather what is Reuben doing? He wants to kidnap the fetus, he wants the baby, he wants to be able to sell the baby. What's the halacha? Yesh Derech Uma B'Kaf or Inderech Uma B'Kaf. So is this considered to be Timor? Is this considered to be again a form of working the individual or not? This is what we're talking about. Specifically, to let the class. There's no working of the individual in this context. Again, remember again, what's the case? Reuben kidnapped Shimon while Shimon was sleeping and sold him. Reuben kidnapped Rachel and ultimately again sold it for the Uber. So there is no Timor at all. There's no working at all. So what's the Gemara says? No, what's the case? Yashin Zaga Alal, Isha Dogma Ba'ate Zeka. There are two of us have all the case. The case is where Reuben kidnapped Shimon and he sold it. And after Reuben kidnapped Shimon, what he did was he leaned on Shimon. So he utilized Shimon, sleeping Shimon as a support. Or with the pregnant woman, there was a big wind, and he put the pregnant woman in front of him to shake him from the wind. So he's utilizing these people in an interesting way. So is that called Derech Timor or not? So again, what you begin to see is the Gemara is accepting this approach that in order to have the kidnapping, number one, you have to take a person, kidnap a person. What is the bring them into your shus? And number three, you have to work them. So the shaila is this called working the individual? Which the Gemara says take it. Gemara leaves it unresolved. It's like a tremendous thing for us on this. The Gemara's case, Reuben went ahead and kidnapped Shimon, and Shimon was asleep. He's asleep through the kidnapping, he's asleep through the sale. And so the shaila is this called a kidnapping or not? Is that called like you wonder to yourself, how could someone sleep through all of that? Like, how can you sleep through being kidnapped? How can you sleep through being sold? And I will say, what do you see from here? You see from here that people have a tremendous koach of shmos, that people really could sleep. And people could sleep through a lot. People could sleep through kidnapping, and people could sleep through selling, and people could sleep through life, and you could be asleep at the wheel of life. You know, through so many twists and turns, and you miss so much, and you don't realize so much. And so much of our whole life is only to be awake. Is to be awake, is to be mindful, is to be present, is to recognize what is unfolding all around us, and specifically to take advantage of all of life's opportunities. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, "Tarabanas, ki masik ishkoni nefesh yachad, ini ela ish shegana ish ini ela ish shegana." Ishim is what says lashon the pasuk is if you will find amongst you a man who has kidnapped. So I only know that there's liability for a man who's kidnapped. What about if a woman is a kidnapper? Where was liability? The going English. Pasuk says someone kidnapped. Okay, so it's not any other issue, I know that a man is liable if he kidnaps a man or a woman. The Isha Shekanva, meaning again, if a woman kidnaps a man, Isha Shekanva Isha, how do we know that there's liability? If a woman kidnaps a man, who makes Adonai Kalu Mikomakum. The Pasuk says Adonai will be put to death. And again, Mikomakum doesn't have anything, there's no gender specific, no person specific. It's mentioned in the Pasuk. When you talk about the Raisa, he must see Ishkoni Nefesh Yachad. A person will be found to have stolen a Jew, to have kidnapped a Jew. After I go to the Ish, after I go to the Isha. Whether you kidnap a man, a woman, after I care, after I you're kidnapping a convert, you're kidnapping an emancipated slave. In any of these cases, you are fired. Okay, fine. Gunbo below Machro. Machro, God, got some mercy. Gunbo below Machro. What happens is, moving kidnapped children. And what happens? Moving kidnapped children that you do not yet sell them. Gunbo below Machro. Or Machro, Va'adain Yeshna B'Shusa. Or Reuven sold shimon, but what? He has not yet delivered shimon to the buyer. So case number one, Reuven kidnapped shimon, but didn't yet sell him. Case number two, he sold him, but did not yet remove the shimon from his business. What's that? Pater. Ultimately, if Reuven is discovered, he's Pater. Now, when we say Pater, he's Pater from himself. That's not the legal thing. So this is an interesting case. What happens if Reuven goes ahead and kidnaps Shimon and then sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives? What's that law? Reuven is Sky. Again, we'll discuss all these cases. One of us have Adin Potter, one who goes ahead and still kidnaps is Potter. Okay, Bob, 86A. Tani Rav Sheshes. Amalei. Ani Shon Rabbi Shimon holds as follows. Me'achov, at Shiyotzi England Rishus Achov, the Akam the Chayyim. So I say now specifically we must focusing on the case of where Reuven kidnaps Shimon and then goes ahead and sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or to one of Shimon's relatives. Okay? So now, interestingly enough, so Rav Sheshes said as follows. So Tana taught the father of Sheshes, Rabbi Shimon holds that in general, in order to be liable for selling someone, you have to sell them me'echad, from their brother, which sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to someone else, which would seem to indicate to us that if Reuven kidnapped Shimon and then sold Shimon back to Shimon's own family, then Reuven would not be liable. Yet the Brisa says he is liable. So what's going on over here? So the says, Tony Potter. No, you're right. You know what? Change it to Potter. That if Reuven were to kidnap Shimon and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, Shimon's father, Shimon's someone else, then ultimately again Reuven would be Potter. So Mary says, one second. My question, what's the problem over here? Zoma Rabbi Shimon, Harabanon. Perhaps this is different English. Perhaps this is enough focus to which the Gemara says, most are right, but Amadi Yochanan, Stam Masnisim Rabbi Meir, Stam Tosefta Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sifra Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sifri Rabbi Shimon, Bekud Rabbi Akiva. No, you can't interpret it that way because since Allah Ramaisa, we have these principles. That was Stam Mishka follows the Stam Tosefta, the Stam Sifra, the Stam Sifri. Therefore, again, the proper way to explain this is to change, is to amend. That's what the Rabbi said, and in fact, the halacha is that if Reuven kidnaps Shimon and sells Shimon to his own family, that given is potter. When we say potter, remember again, potter means potter from death penalty. Because halacha ma'aseh to be liable for kidnapping, you have to sell the victim to someone outside of his family. Okay, fascinating. Hagoni, so next thing the Mishnah study, what happens if the person kidnaps his son? Like kidnaps his son, what is liability for kidnapping one's own son? So remember again, this was being machlokes. So the Shmuel, the son of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai said that you're chayiv, and the Chacham said that you're potter. So let's analyze. My time is the Rabbanon. Why do the Rabbanon say that you're potter? I'm Rabbi, as the pasuk says, ki yimatzei, fash lematzu. The most lashon of the pasuk is ki yimatzei ish goniv nefesh be'achar. If it will be found that a person kidnapped someone from amongst his brethren. Now, lashon of ki yimatzei indicates to us that there's a new circumstance that's here. Right? You found a new circumstance. This comes to exclude an already pre-existing circumstance. In other words, someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you. How is someone found with you because they're not normally found with you? You kidnapped them. So this comes to exclude someone who normally is with you. Who's normally with you? Your child. Your child. That's the logic of the Rabbanon, who ultimately are going to say that you are Catholic. Okay. You want to only a couple of Rabbi. I'm going to act so okay. So now what you want to tell me is Kimatzeh means only in this circumstance, something that was not a pre-existing circumstance. If that's the case, Kimatzeh ish shochet in isha bu'ulas ba. Pasuk talks about adultery. It will be found that a man is sleeping with another woman, right, with another woman who's married to another woman who's married to another man. Halchanami Kimatzeh patamasi shows that coming to exclude a situation where another married woman is commonly found with another married man. What's the example? Like you know, base pony is shrichon gavayu. So it's interesting. Rashi points out that here, base pony was this living arrangement where a number of people shared the same house. This was not like an illicit thing. That's not one for a couple. It's not a good idea for married couples to constantly be in close proximity to each other. It is a recipe, it could be a recipe for disaster. So therefore, again, but there was the situation where a number of different married couples shared the same house. So you're not suggesting, well, tell me then that there's not liability for both in such a situation like this, because why? Because since couple one was going to go around with couple two and couple two was going around with couple three, so it's not key months, it's not like a new circumstance, you won't be liable for adultery. To which the Gemara says, how can I be the P'tiri? Would you say at this point now, of course that would be an untenable situation, of course not. In other words, of course there's going to be liability in that case. I'm sorry, no. I'm not learning it out ultimately again from the Matzah, rather, what does the pasuk say? A man kidnapped, right? The boni of ishu machalo, the nim sabiyado. Right? One person kidnaps another person, and the victim is found with the perpetrator. So the nimsa indicates that what? There's like something new over here, right? A circumstance that would not normally have been in effect is now in effect over here. What does that come to exclude? That comes to exclude ultimately again a situation of a father and a son, where the son is normally with the father. Interesting that different again. The Rabbi, I'm a Rabbi, I wasn't better. I just want to point out that's how he passed it. Rama passed is like the Rabbanon, namely that if a father kidnaps his when we say there's not biblical liability for kidnapping, what does that mean? It means you're not put to death, you're not executed. It does not mean it's good. And of course, you can also say, we hold those that do not. So remember, a lot of these people are talking about in the document is local. But if you live in a foreign country where there is its own lands, so its own laws, so you are governed by the law of the land. So it might be true that halacha says that a father kidnapping a son is not typical kidnapping, but if Dina Damafusa says it is kidnapping, so it's kidnapping. Yeah, but that's the halacha. So I'm Rabbi based on this halacha. It must be Rabbanon. So this is fascinating. So that's based on this, teachers, right? Teachers. Means teachers who teach young children Kriya. And also teach students, these are people who spend a lot of time with these children, and therefore halacha l'maisa, they are not going to be the nimtzu. It's a technical issue over here. But I guess it's more sense seems to indicate that if the Rabbi were to kidnap the Talmud, technically speaking, there would not be biblical liability since the Talmud spent that much time with Rabbi, which is just an interesting thing that is from the Gemara's perspective about how much time children spent with their Rabbi. Fascinating idea. And once again, you see this motif a number of times about the Rebbe-Talmud relationship is very much like the father-son relationship. You see that again in many different circumstances as well. Okay, and then even take away from this is we constantly for Rabbanon, and if I work on myself, Rabbanon constantly that if a father were to kidnap his son, there would not be biblical liability for kidnapping. Okay, let's go back to it. Ganav Misha Chazyat, so it's going to get next month what the Mishnah was. If you steal, if you kidnap, Chatzi Evet, Chatzi Ben Cholim, what is the halacha? So again, Rabbi Yehuda says, the Chacham say that you're not. That's not a lie. It says the Gemara, it's not a lie, so we learn. Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Ein La'avadim Boshes. Okay, so seemingly unrelated statement over here. Rabbi Yehuda says, an Eved has no Boshes. Now, what does it mean Eved has no Boshes? Rashi says over here, in the Avadim Boshes, and this Mayesh Esa Eved lo Fiach the Torah lo says Mebashta. So we know that there is a compensation category called Boshes, called humiliation. Right? You embarrass someone, you humiliate someone, there is monetary compensation for that. Rabbi Yehuda says that Avadim Eved doesn't have Boshes, doesn't have humiliation. So if you humiliate an Eved, ultimately, again, there is no thing. You are sometimes come across. Ki natzi anoshim yachlot ish ve'echov. Mish yesh lo achva yotza evet she'in lo achlot. So the Yehuda says because the passage that talks about Boshes, it talks about humiliation, it talks about the lashon of ki natzi anoshim yachlot ish ve'echov. So someone who has echov, someone who has achva, familial relations. For people who is related to Achma, a sense of family, he has Boshes. Someone who does not have Achma, ultimately, again, it doesn't have Boshes. Therefore, Eved, from Eved, Rashi says, Eved she'ila Achma, ba'afidu im Achma, be'avid b'tziv ha'machamar, im ha'chamar, im ha'gomel ha'chamar, eino eloki behim. From a halachic perspective, Eved does not have familial relations. So because of that, therefore on a technicality, he is not entitled to Boshes. Incredible. Rabbanon will say, Echov is the mitzvahs. Rabbanon say, no, it's not true. What does Echov mean? Echov doesn't refer to someone who has familial relations. Rather, what does Echov refer to? Someone who is your brother in mitzvahs. And interestingly enough, an Eved is your brother in mitzvahs. Why? Because an Eved, remember, we had an Eved Shinari over here, right? Because an Eved Ivri is a full-fledged Jew. An Eved Kanani is still your brother in mitzvahs. How so? Because an Eved Kanani, remember, again, is still chayiv in any mitzvahs that a woman is chayiv in. So therefore, he's your echad of mitzvahs. And therefore, the Rabbanon say, does have Boshes? So the Gemara says, if he does, and over here, in our subject, how we dash in the psukim. Rabbi Yehuda Savra, may echad. Rabbi Yehuda says, may echad. So let's remember again, Lashon Rabbi Yehuda. If a person will be found to be kidnapping another person, may echad. So watch this. Rabbi Yehuda dashes, may echad, la fuke avadim. Echad comes to exclude avadim, that avadim are not included in the halachos of kidnapping, and therefore, again, if somebody kidnaps an Eved, ultimately, again, they're not liable. So the Gemara says, B'nai Yisrael, and again, when it says B'nai Yisrael, that comes to exclude even a Chatzi Eved, Chatzi B'nai Chorin. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, B'nai Yisrael, M'utim Misha Chatzi Eved, Chatzi B'nai Chorin. B'nai Yisrael, M'utim Chatzi Eved, sorry, מאחר והפוקי הקודם, בני ישראל למיעוטים משחצי אבן וחצי בני חורן. מבני ישראל למיעוטים משחצי אבן וחצי בני חורן. Have a miut achamir. So what's this? Very interesting. In Rabbi Yehuda's drasha, watch this. So me'achov comes to exclude an Eved. Good. So Mibnei Yisrael comes to exclude Chatzi and Chatzi B'nei Chorin, and then again Mibnei Yisrael is two exclusions of Chatzi and Chatzi B'nei Chorin. What is that? That's called a miut achar miut. So remember again, that's called an exclusion after an exclusion. Whenever you have a miut achar miut el rabos, and a miut after a miut only comes to go ahead and include. and include good. So the Gemara says it's false. So that's why I will say, interestingly enough, that's why you even hold that if you kidnap a chatzia and chatzia in a korin, you chayiv. Ultimately, again, you are allowed also to do fast cross in just for the moment.
Somebody ever backfired for you?
Okay, so what says therefore again, miut achar miut. Ultimately, again, it is an exclusion after an exclusion, and the halacha is that miut achar miut comes to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, it comes to include liability for kidnapping of a chatzi and a chatzi. That's what we use Russia. Rabbanon, what will they say? Rabbanon me'echad lachti echadim l'mashmulim. The Rabbanon don't even hold of the echad, because remember, as we saw before, the Rabbanon use echad to teach me what? He used echad to teach me echad the mitzvahs. So therefore, we don't see echad as an exclusion for Rabbanon. The ha'achid will be mitzvahs. Because ultimately, the Eved is my brother in mitzvahs, b'nei Yisrael, b'nei Yisrael. And again, when it says b'nei Yisrael, mi b'nei Yisrael, chalu mi'uti Eved, one is to exclude Eved, the chalu mi'uti chatzi Eved chatzi b'nei Cholim, and one is to exclude chatzi Eved chatzi b'nei Cholim. Okay, so it's like, so ultimately, again, so just to understand what we're left with over here, is a fundamental matter, yes? Like, if you kidnap a chatzi Eved chatzi b'nei Cholim, are you chayiv or not? Rabbi Buddha says, yes, you are. Where's Rabbi Buddha getting from? Essentially, it's miut achar miut. B'nei Yisrael, mi b'nei Yisrael, exclusion after exclusion, miut achar miut is the levels to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, chatzi and chatzi b'nei Cholim. The Rabbanon ultimately again reject that shorshah, and they exclude chatzi and chatzi b'nei Cholim. Ultimately, again, like that's common, and therefore, if one were to go ahead and kidnap a Chatzi and Chatzi in foreign, one would be possible. Okay, incredible. Now we might ask an interesting question. As far as going to from where do you see, where's the law? Where's the law to go ahead and kidnap someone? Rabbi Yoshia Amar, Milo Signov. Rabbi Yoshia says, you're not Milo Signov, don't steal. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Milo Yimkurim in Keres Evet. Rabbi Yochanan says, we learn after the pasuk of you shall not sell him like one would sell his slave. Okay, the Gemara says fine. So the Gemara locally and the truth is not really arguing. Marka chashav lav b'gneiva, Marka chashav lav b'mechira. So also it's very interesting. Remember again, what did we already establish in the Mishnah? Essentially, in order to be liable for typical kidnapping, you need 3 steps. Number one, you need to kidnap someone. Number 2, you need to bring them into your shus. And number 3, you need to sell them. The truth is, there's really 4. There's really 4 because you also have to make use of them in some way. So really 4 steps for all colleagues will come at 3. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Rabbi Yoshia and Rabbi Yochanan are not arguing. One is quoting the pasuk that says the law of kidnapping itself, and the other is quoting the law ultimately again that you can't sell the individual. So they're not really arguing. They're just highlighting different parts of the prohibition of kidnapping. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. So the Gemara goes good. Torah says, do not steal. They go make the Pashas Hasasa B'Gada. The Torah is talking about, again, kidnapping. So what says, so, what have I done with that one? I told me go make the Pashas. You tell me that little signal is talking about kidnapping. How do you know that? Or, I don't know, how do you know that? Are you talking about stealing money? How do you know that it's talking about stealing people? So the Gemara says, so, say ulamad yishloshas v'midosh ha'karishos. So let's utilize it. Let's analyze this pasuk using our exegetical principles. What's the exegetical principles? Davar halami me'iyam. So let's say, so sometimes the way to understand what the pasuk is talking about is how the analyzation of the context in which the pasuk is seen. That's what's called davar halami me'iyam. Something a pasuk that can be understood in the context in which it was stated. So listen to this. The pasuk medaber. So say the pasuk that says, "Lo signovu, lo sikachashu, lo sishakru ishpa'anito." What are you talking about over here? So the Gemara says, no, sorry, that was the wrong pasuk. The pasuk we're talking about is lo sirtza. Sorry, I started with this. Lo sirtza, lo sina, lo sino, lo signo, lo sana berechai. So the context is don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, and don't be a false witness. That's the context in which the signal is mentioned. So now listen to this. So the Gemara says, what is the Torah talking about over here? The Gemara says, And also, when you look at the context, what's the context? Don't murder, don't commit adultery, and don't steal. So murder and adultery are both capital offenses. And those signals, don't steal, is in the midst of these capital offenses. So therefore, you already see that the Torah is talking about capital offenses. So therefore, it makes sense to say that the neighbor that we're talking about is also a capital offense. When you steal money from someone, that's not a capital offense. So therefore, Allah I see what he's talking about over here. Going to the Fashas, time you eat up another price of, no signal, you're going to the moment. The Pasuk says no signal. So this is the Pasuk here before. No signal, no sakasha, no sakasha, don't steal, right? Don't lie. One about those special means like don't contradict. But again, that means don't deny, and don't lie one to his fellow. So the Gemara says, "Only moment I'm talking about." And that's talking about stealing money. How do you know that? So the Gemara says, "I they're going to the Fashas. How do you know it's not stealing money? Maybe he's talking about stealing people, kidnapping." Say on the mud. Once again, listen, this is a fascinating exegetical principle. So, which principle? Understand what a particular person is talking about to the context in which it was stated. The Ma'akas in the Babel, what is it talking about over here? The moment. So let's remember again the rest of the passage. Los Nobu, Los Sakakashu, Los Shaki Shamito is all talking about financial liability. Therefore, the Geneva in this context must also be financial liability. The moment after the knowledge, the most is very important. So therefore, low signal in the answers of the Los is talking about kidnapping. In terms of don't feel so much kidnapping. How do we know that? Context. Since the other offenses mentioned over here, don't murder, don't commit adultery are capital offenses. Therefore, Allah says the Geneva mentioned over here is also a capital offense. When the Torah says, "Lo signovu," do not steal, that's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Context. Because the other offenses over here, "Lo sakakashu," do not deny a claim, do not lie about a claim, is monetary compensation. And therefore, again, Geneva is talking about money. It's incredible. Itmar was an interesting case over here. Aiding the Nefesh Lozmu. Now watch this. This is a fascinating case. So now remember, we've established again that Allah commands are liable for kidnapping. Now you have to kidnap an individual. You have to take them to your shus. You have to go out and utilize them with someone. You have to sell them. So now this case over here, interestingly enough, right? You have witnesses who come forward. One set of witnesses comes along and says, "We saw Reuben kidnap Shimon." Second set of witnesses say, "We saw Reuben sell Shimon." I will say, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? How would you do it? One set of witnesses, right? Eidos, but one set of witnesses who say, "We saw Reuben kidnap and sell Shimon." This is enough. In this case, you have two sets of witnesses. So now, this is going to present an interesting halakhic issue. So if not, so now what's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses are made occasion. Right? So again, another set of witnesses says, "Hey, first said you cannot have seen Reuben sell Shimon because steal Shimon, kidnap Shimon, don't we trust that thing?" And they say to the second set, "You couldn't have said it could be the same set of Mazim saying it doesn't matter." And they say to the second set of witnesses, "You couldn't have seen Reuben sell Shimon. Why? Because you were with us that day." So now look at Rashi for just a moment. Shnei Kitei Edim. Echa said it's Rashi Edim Yeva ve'Edim Efira. Shnei Kitei Edim. Echa said Ida Shekara v'Sanefesh v'Eida Shemachar. So two sets of witnesses. Each one set testified that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. One set testified that Reuben sold Shimon. So now what says? Now they're both made into Edim Zolus. Remember again, what's the halacha? How does Edim Zolus? When regular witnesses are made into Edim Zolus, what's the punishment? What's the punishment? Reciprocal one. So therefore, again, how should these witnesses be punished? How should they be punished? Remember again, if their testimony was accepted, it would result in the death of death. So if we should put these witnesses to death, here's the problem. What's the problem? Neither set of witnesses delivered a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Reuben. Right? Because one set testified that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. Well, that's not enough to put Reuben to death. The second set of witnesses would testify that Reuben sold Shimon. That by itself is not enough to put him to death. So what's this? You see what happened over here?
Good morning,
Mr. Terry. Says, what with these witnesses. Rashi says over here, in there, like you first and also, keep a deal on the country, keep it now.
Lovely, thank you. Thankfully.
So the so now let's get the context.
There you go.
Which would have resulted in the death of Reuben.
What's that, Bishop Bird?
Now, when the baby is born, it says, "In Rabbi, can't Rabbi Yochanan or Rabbi Yochanan says yes. Yes, Shabbos say this is not the Rabbi This is not the case with Rabbi and Rabbi Rashi points out only delivering partial testimony, Rabbi Akiva says, when the Akiva says, Rabbi Akiva says, davar means complete testimony. Therefore, witnesses can only be put to death as equals. If their testimony is complete. But if they only delivered partial testimony, you cannot execute them.
Yes,
I'll sum up based on that. Davar v'lo chas davar. Rabbi Yochanan davar. Rabbi Yochanan Rabbanan say no, even if witnesses do not give a complete testimony, but they're a piece in the puzzle, ultimately then they can be put to death as well. Okay, so what's this one of the focus? We know that even Fiskiyah would agree. Interesting here. Even after Rosh ben Sorah or Mora. Let's listen to this. We actually just saw this a couple of days ago. This was actually initial information. Ben Sorah and Mora, the first time that he steals money by meat and wine, he's not convicted. Right? The first time is a warning. The first time is Malchus. So the second time ultimately that he's put together Ben Sorah and Mora. So watch this. Let's say again, second, no the Fiskiyah would agree, Beidin HaAchronim Shal Ben Sorah Umora Shenerod. So listen to this. So let's say again, you have second set of witnesses. So we'll call the kid Reuben. Right? So second set of witnesses come along and say, you saw Reuben steal money from his father to eat meat and drink, to purchase meat and wine, including ate some of our. He ate the meat and wine in someone else's rishos. Someone else's rishos. So what's the halacha? And those witnesses, now imagine the case. Second set of witnesses show up. We saw Reuben steal money and purchase meat and drink wine. Then those witnesses come along and say, witnesses, you cannot have seen that because you're with us. Even so, now we're going to put them to death because they were going to put Reuben the kid to death. So I say, they can claim 1 second, but we only came to kill him off this. Like, our testimony by itself is not enough to include anything. You need the testimony of the first set of witnesses. Even this go would agree, and in this case, those witnesses are put to death. Why? We talk Shecholim Lomar, Harishonim on the base. Because the first set of witnesses can say, look, all our testimony did was to make Reuben the kid liable to Malchus. And therefore, the entire death penalty really rested on the testimony of the second set. Okay, incredible. So, Master about, so let's say it's one of them. Just your future was being introduced to us again. If you meet this over here, when you have 2 sets of witnesses, both who are delivering important information, but neither were able to ultimately convict the offender of the death penalty with their sole testimony. So, therefore, if they turn out to be genuine, what do you do with them? Can you put them to death or not? So this is the fundamental focus between Chizkiah and Rabbi Yochanan. Chizkiah says no. Chizkiah says no. Chizkiah is based on Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, davar v'lo chatzi davar. The only time you can put a Yisrael to death is when the testimony was complete to put the defendant to death. But if you're only delivering partial testimony, you can't convict them. You can't give them the certificate of punishment of death. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan holds that no, as long as their testimony was part of the incriminating process, right? And had they been found to be correct witnesses, they would have had a hand in the execution of the defendant, with the physical reciprocal punishment upon them, and ultimately executed. That's how much money. Because once they give out a base, it's second like a most of us, but you have to give it to you, and it's delayed. But that's what the Papa says. And you should put this is testify about the right. He shows up with them to that why. He told she ordered the neighbor Romar, now I called stuff on him. Remember again, the eating neighbor could always say, look, all we came to do was to make him high of the markets, right? Because it was like, they're moving to a sugar that technically doesn't sell him. So all we're going to rival to is markets. It's not high of the under those circumstances. So Allah Ta'ala said to you, she's able to keep life will invest upon the baby. If you came at the Kasada, this gave no nothing. So it's just in that one who goes ahead and does not see the nothing Bible markets, but it's not about the ones. A big believer. He didn't believe it in that. She was ultimately going to feel witnesses who testified that we didn't do that shit. And then those same witnesses who made the A's own name, this is Rabbi Yochanan, one of the things he says that they get Malchus. One of the things he says, no get Malchus, he said, Stein is the emotion. It must be Fiskio who says that ultimately they get Malchus. Why? The Dhamma Fiskia ain't the Halakha. Since Fiskia says they're not put to death. If they're not put to death, then obviously the Halakha is that they get Malchus. The Rabbi Yochanan, because again, if it was Rabbi Yochanan, even though in their login, how did they not lie? She looked at as far as he says, basically, Rabbi Yochanan, once he's being executed, so this is a lot that is given over to execution by Bezdin. The Chalash looked at as far as he says, Bezdin in the words in general, the Halakha is, anytime Bezdin is executing someone, there's not the Malchus for that same infraction. So in that case, technically speaking, the kidnapper is not going to do Malchus. So you're going to go ahead and give. You're going to give so many Malchus. It doesn't make any sense. I'm going to pop up. Papa says it's a very important line. I don't know Papa, but even if you know, I'm going to give you the so I said it's very interesting. Everyone agrees that witnesses come along and testify, right? We saw Ruvain sell Shimon, that there's liability, there's and now let's say again, those very same witnesses, the meaning to Hebrew Solomon, that there's capital liability, those witnesses are executed. Why? Because through that testimony, the defendant Ruvain would have been made liable to death. So everyone agrees that under those circumstances, what we call as Edim Nechila, those witnesses who testify that Ruvain sold Shimon would absolutely be put to death as a victim. Okay, so where's the Machlokes? Keep reading, it's very interesting. The Edim Nechila. The Machlokes of Osai is about the witnesses who testify about the kidnapping itself. The first set of witnesses, like those witnesses who say, we saw Ruvain kidnap Shimon. Now let's say those same witnesses are made into a Zohar. What is their liability? Now watch this. This says, ain't that they're not put to death. Why not? The neighbor looked at that time. This essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the selling as really two distinct things. And therefore, kidnapping by itself does not generate capital liability. Therefore, the first witnesses come along and they testify that we saw Ruvain kidnap Shimon. What are they making Ruvain liable to? Who are they making liable to? It's an office. That's it. And therefore, they're found to be even zoning. Okay, you make yourself with an office, but nothing more. It's really the second set of witnesses who testify that Ruvain sold Shimon. Those are the ones who make Ruvain liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, if the first set of witnesses have been Zolomon, they're not going to death. That's Fiskra. But the Yochanan says no. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testify that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon are also put to death. Why? Kineva ascalted to the Shimon. There's no sense. Kidnapping is the beginning of the Shimon. In other words, how can you divorce the two processes? It doesn't make any sense. Of course, there should be liability for kidnapping itself. So this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental focus. So interestingly enough, according to our Papa's approach over here now, because I will say, these are because this is going to build us into Allah. So, according to our Papa, it goes without saying that Allah, the Edim Nechira, if they are made into Zolim, they will be put to death. Why? because it's their testimony that moving so true, that ultimately again would create liability from you. So if you're not only there for the death, what about the Idik Neva? So again, this says no, you're not put to death. Why? Because Neva by itself is just moving liable to actions. So you know, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Right? Idik Neva, this is the beginning of capital liability. So of course, if you're found to be Idim Zolim, then how often am I said that put to death as well? You kind of more than the offer, when you're going to be agree. So that seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidnapping case. Now, what's the Rabbi Sorah Mora? Remember again, the Sorah Mora is the other parallel case. And that's the Sorah Mora. Remember again, first set of witnesses about the Sorah Mora. What are they making the Sorah Mora liable to? What are they making it liable to? Malchus. So therefore, again, the first set, we got made it into something, we'll get Malchus. It's the second set we create general liability. More than the option of the Israel showing Shabbat Sorah Mora, Shevos Mushaim Harabi. Either the option would agree that the first set of witnesses by the Sorah Mora, if they made into Edim Zolim, they are not put to death. Why? We told Shia, holding Lomar, now calls upon it, because they could very simply say, listen, we didn't come to make this kid liable to death. What did we come to make him liable to? Malchus, and therefore Allah Kalamesa, there's a purpose function for them to also be Malchus. Rabbi says, so it's interesting. So Rabbi, listen to this phrase, I have to stop with this. Akomod to the Ben Sorah Umora, Akomod to the Ben Sorah Umora, Umachokas the Ben Sorah Umora. So I said, this is incredible. It's one of these great Jews. Only Jews can make statements like this. Rabbi, he says, everyone agrees with Ben Sorah Umora, right? Everyone agrees with Ben Sorah Umora, and there's a machloek is by Ben Sorah Umora. So I say, you're actually going to end up on this thing if you look at that with this now, but I just want to point out, when you put up a statement, this is to go into Purim. Why? So when you look at this statement, what are you saying yourself? This makes absolutely no sense. But I will say, there's one thing that is absolutely clear, which is, in the coming lines, this is all going to make so much sense. I will say, what is the entire Yisrael of life is filled with circumstances that make no sense. But what's the Yisod in life? Keep reading, keep moving forward, keep learning, keep growing, and somehow you see how all of the beautiful and holy pieces fit together. I'm also going to stop over here for today. Tomorrow morning, in Eretz Hashem, right early, 5:40, people start early. We like to come at 4:30 and we're going to, stay tuned. I'll post on the WhatsApp chat. Eretz Hashem, but I think tomorrow morning at 5:00, just to let us know, we'll be learning the journey of the service, and Eretz Hashem, will be in the name of tomorrow morning. What side?
When you're a famous musician, you say something funny between these songs.
Good morning, good morning. Begin by thanking all of our
You shot the sheriff, but you did not kill Tony. I activated the backline. That was a good one.
This year,
You're shredding like a big
So let's begin. We're coming back today. Getting back this we left off, we found on the days 14, and we left off, the terms of the body. Remember again, the question you might have is the son allowed to do bloodletting from his father? That was the fundamental question. So the one that we discussed this is the idea that if the son is English, his father is tired.
And you sit here
Shedding ears, what happens if he goes to have sons? He does bloodletting for his father. Is that deliberate or not? So interestingly enough, we have two opinions. We have National and Rabbi the books you can say yes. But then we might quote two stories of Rab and Malak Rabbi with the left around the church to take out a splinter around the prayer for fear ultimately again of causing a Kabila. So we might go down to the Hadith 9, not upside down. You talk about such a so it's only going to be switching into two different shots. So we're looking for the solid. If you have a small change, and it's still need to use the story, you're allowed to go ahead and use that on shots. So, why? Because ultimately, again, technically you can use it to use a split for shots. And if you want to say, well, you're going to use our shots, what if it's from a puzzle? You don't just be considering maybe in the, again,
in the history of this show, in almost 600 episodes, we've been all around the world, and only, I think, 7 or 8 times ever has anybody ever won a field goal to goal in ticket, which means the man such a success and such a winner that we're trying to do is someone who take you through any time in the history of the show. This young man has been a golden ticket winner for years. He is from Phoenix, Arizona. He's first time doing the show. You told me it makes him a total reason in this world right now.
That's what culture. That's the thing to be a destructive act. You know, things come out when you culture. That's why it's like the thing that says the culture is culture. But it's all on Shabbos and do something destructive. But it's culture. I'm a very tiny of they're going to think that the culture is highly destructive on Shabbos. And we're not going to walk off. What is it? This was more to the next time we're going to talk about the couple of times. This is what it says. That the culture of Kabila, the culture of Kabila is cultural and destructive. That's the time. That's the shame. Papa Kohe, Rabbi Shimon, I'm not going to see the Yuba. Hakala, Rabbi Shimon goes to the community. So I'm going to walk into the community. Any waffle that is done, but it's not used for this intended purpose. In other words, that in the waffle that is like, that's not the waffle that I want, he won't touch the purpose. Okay? So you know that. Listen, so it's not a worry by the way. So what happens is that what is just suggesting that even if you end up causing a couple by taking out the splinters, that would mean the waffle is going to keep her default. So in general, they say, you work with Shabbos, when you work with Shabbos, the waffle is not Shabbos. You need something constructive and premeditated. But at the end of the day, you do the waffle, and the waffle is not easy to study, and ultimately, I'm also excited by that. He said, you don't make that thing on Shabbos, or you need to make it on Shabbos. Having a fear of ultimately, again, of a dedicated study, like, even though it's not the case, you still don't go ahead and do it on Shabbos. Okay, that's about who you suggest. What about something like that is the father? What else is a big show? I know, again, I mentioned yesterday, that in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, a son going on doing the doctor and operating on his father, doing the procedure. So what's the halacha? So the Shulchan asks in Hilchot is a whole section called the Hilchot people not learning. That's in the halachas. In the idea, simulation and aleph. So the Shulchan is like simulation and aleph, Rama, horse is better. I have a couple of laws. Let's say again, my father has a splinter. Or is a splinter. The Shulchan says, one gets the owner, Shema Yavora says, go Kabila. A son should not take out the splinter lest he comes to cause his father to bleed. Okay, if you make this done, okay, let's say the son is already, or the son is a doctor, when that is done, the other fellow gets pissed off either. I thought you should have covered this one. A son should not do anything to his father. That's because you, even if the intention is for his brother, let's say that I'm not doing very qualified. I got very and if someone else to go out and provide the public quote-unquote service for the father. evaluation of the license que vous style having the forma piso the total versus the master to the license. This is interesting enough. This is no one has there when the sun to do it. So the word is very difficult to qualify. He says he must be a true license. We have to take the shift of his father. Fascinating. So we'll have Cuba. He's got a straight connection with his father. Like that's what like if you ever look at the son to do it, but really you should take the father before going ahead and react to Cuba or funky join the blood. We kind of there's also presuppositions that the son has the father the capacity to give wishes to the father. Let's say when the father is also the mental capacity, the son is very good at it. Again, but I'm not saying we need every have some other but again, there's no one else there. You know, can't do it. Okay, so we'll come back and more responsibility. There's a top of prayer, 85, second line, very interesting case. One year that's the function of station. Then, now you have to see what other consent with a color. Listen to this. The sin will be of the code, strike this harder or the closest. Now, what is this doing? Not just this, you have to include the other in the state of the movie and office. So what you're seeing as a person is like this. Let's say again, we have like Avram was condemned by Nation because by Nation from office. Still asking. Or Avram was going to be sentenced in excommunication. Remember again, it's now the China investor Yitzchak, so is equal by Nation. So Yitzchak, go ahead and carry out sentences against his father. So again, not the son after the resolution, it's the son after the Shliach. You know, it says, otherwise, la akamiyah, right? So they ask the question against the Torah, right? Why is, let's say Adam is stuck on that. Adam is stuck on that. Adam is dead when he gets this virus. But actually, how much he was first. He was first. You know, it says, whoever actually someone stop another Jew. How would it mean to try someone? How would it mean to curse someone? Because he's beautiful. I love somebody Shamayim and it was saying, so why is it that they do it like anyone does it? They would have to try another Jew. Because when you must throw Shamayim Hagim. Because we studied that we have avenues and we talk about authority, trumps any other. That's it. So therefore, guys, if someone did something with authority, and we was looking for markers, it is problem. If somebody's really open with your media, it's really put some time, and to the front, the dignity of the individual, public health of the spinal fluid, before the covenant of the other person. Autonomy, that's my life. That's the life.